The Divine Hunter Chapter 151-200. Dozens of Vodyanoi corpses were strewn across the sands of Blackturn Island, and it was just daybreak. Some had holes on their foreheads, some were decapitated, some disemboweled, while some were charred and disfigured. 2 pairs of bloody footprints lay beside the bodies, and they stretched into the island's center. Suddenly, a loud explosion was heard coming from the end of the trail of footsteps. A blinding light shot up into the heavens, and 3 fallen Vodyanoi came charging out of the mist, running around like blind people trying to escape a sight of disaster. The witches stepped past the decapitated corpses, swinging their swords and cutting the heads of the escaping Vodyanoi. "How many have we killed?" 27, including those we killed last night. According to the Lady of the Lake, that's all of Dagon's henchmen. It should be in a weakened state now. The morning breeze brushed across Letho's cheeks. He rubbed his scalp and looked coldly at the burned ruins before them. The looming maze that was Blackturn Island forest was no more. In its place were charred soil and blackened trunks. A lone altar dedicated to Dagon stood in the center of the clearing. Jacques did this, and the witches were surprised that he managed to come this far. A shame that Knight died without leaving his remains behind. I, for one, do not think he is necessarily dead. Without the forest keeping it under wraps, the witches could finally see the altar in its full, grotesque glory. It was made of white marble, and it stood out like a flower amongst the muddy swamp. The altar seemed holy, but there was an air of evil hidden within it. The witches didn't head for the altar straight away. Instead, they piled the dead Vodyanoi together and burned them to ashes. Roy came to the lake and dipped Aerondight into the cold water. As the water embraced the sword, it started to boil, and the steam that formed obscured Roy's sight. A blanket of fog quickly spread around Aerondight, and Vivienne asked, "Why do you summon me here, my knight?" "Lady Vivienne, as per your orders, we have vanquished all of Dagon's henchmen." "I thought I told you to return to me at the lake." "No?" Roy froze for a moment, and he could imagine the look Vivienne was giving him for forgetting her orders. "Dagon's vile scent has permeated Blackturn Island, preventing me from entering." Then, Roy could smell the scent of lilies washing over him, and Vivienne's hand stuck out through the fog. Roy felt something wet on his lips as Vivienne shoved something into his mouth. The item in his mouth tasted like iron, as if it were blood. Before he could ask what it was, Vivienne smiled at him and retreated back into a fog. Then Roy spat a crimson ruby out of his mouth. "Bloodstone contains a sliver of Vivienne's blood essence." Tip: bloodstones can contain blood essences as well as souls. "My knight, take the bloodstone with you to the altar. Dagon's projection shall appear before you once it senses the stone's presence. The bloodstone can protect you from Dagon's murmurs. Your signs and silver sword can deal considerable damage against it. Remember, Dagon must not get his hands on the bloodstone, or he shall gain more strength. Once the battle begins, my believers and I will do everything to suppress Dagon's powers, but sealing it is the most we can do. Prove your courage to me once more. I await news of your victory." Vivienne's voice became a mere whisper in the end, and everything turned silent. The fog rose into the air, revealing the lake hiding beneath it, and Vivienne was nowhere to be seen. Roy touched his lips. He never expected Vivienne to give him the bloodstone in such a suggestive way. No wonder they say nymphs are passionate creatures. Was that Vivienne, the Lady of Lake Vizima? Letho broke his train of thought. Letho had seen many creatures throughout his career, but nymphs only existed in rumors for him until that point. "Thanks to me, you got to see Vivienne in the flesh. Not all mortals get that honor." Letho sighed. "In the flesh?" "Even her hair's hidden in the mist." "I didn't see a damn thing." "That's not my fault." The witches sorted out their supplies for the upcoming battle one last time. They each had a bottle of Swallow for continuous health regeneration, a bottle of Thunderbolt for enhanced muscle strength, one Dragon's Dream, and Letho had one Dimeritium bomb on him as well. They sat on the ground and poured some brown oil on their hands. Then they smeared it across their sword. Letho was holding Guaha, which had 3 enchantments, while Roy was using Aerondight. According to Vivienne's description, Dagon should be a relict, so they smeared relict oil on their swords, and they added a dose of paralyzing poison on it as well. Roy concentrated on his character sheet and spent his final skill point, Meditation Level 3 Level 4, Constitution, 10.6 11.1 HP, 146 151 Spirit, 10.5 11 Mana, 145 150. A surge of warmth coursed through Roy's body, bringing him back to his best state. The witches looked at each other for a moment, and they stepped into the charred forest for their final battle against Dagon. The witches stopped 30 feet away from the altar, and they took their potions out. They uncorked Thunderbolt and Swallow and gulped them down. The moment they did, black veins popped up on their neck, and they crawled up to their faces. Roy could feel his heart beating like a drum, and for some reason, he felt excited. 2 potions was his limit for the time being. Any more and the toxicity would kill him. Then he made the sign for Kaer, and a yellow protective shield appeared around him. They unsheathed their swords and held them up in the plow stance, the blades gleaming brown from the oil on them. They crouched down and flanked the altar, getting closer and closer to it. They were moving in sync, as if one of them were a reflection of the other. 20 steps later, the altar sensed the incoming intruders, and black smoke shot up into the air above the altar, swirling around it. The smoke thickened into a dark fog, and eventually, a huge humanoid monster with a grotesque head appeared within the black fog. Its head was ethereal at first, but as time passed, it gained shape and became corporeal. Its nose and eyes were scrunched together on the top of its head, and its gaping maw took up most of the empty space on its face. If the witches didn't look closely, they would have thought the monster only had a maw for a face. Its body slowly appeared within the fog from top to bottom. 4 tentacles tumbled down its mouth, stretching over its short, stubby neck. Its dark blue back had muscles that looked like hills and was covered by thick, sturdy keratin scales that were arranged haphazardly. Then, the monster stretched its limb out, and it pushed itself up with its muscular arms, its claws glinting menacingly under the sunlight. The monster knelt on one knee, and its head was hanging low, as if it were trying to get used to the space outside the altar. Dagon. Age. Status. Projection. This creature is a projection created by the real Dagon who resides in another dimension. It possesses less than 1/100th of the real Dagon's strength. HP, 300, suppressed. Mana, 200, suppressed. Stats, Strength, Dexterity, 12, Constitution, 30. Perception, 12. Will, 8. Charisma, 13. Spirit, 20. Skills, Domain of Enrapturement, passive. Dagon can spread its spell in the form of murmurs that can create dreams based on the target's deepest desire. It can brainwash the target and turn the target into its devout believer. The lower the target's will, the faster the target will fall. Cursed waters, sealed. Dagon can summon the filthiest liquids from the depths of the lake. This liquid can corrode its target's flesh and awaken the target's darkest emotions. Glance of malice, sealed. Others, sealed. The witches wouldn't give it time to adapt. Of course, they tossed their dragon's dreams and dimeritium bomb, and the canisters were shattered into tiny little pieces, releasing the white flammable gas and dimeritium dust around Dagon. Letho pushed his left hand forward, and a snake made out of flames charged toward Dagon. A great explosion blew up around Dagon, and the monster roared in pain and fury. Roy pulled the string on his crossbow and fired 10 arrows in the span of a few seconds at the monster. But it didn't stop Dagon from charging out of the sea of flames. Countless white whirlpools appeared around it all of a sudden, dousing the flames that were hurting it. The monster stared straight at Roy with its red eyes. It cracked its neck and whispered hoarsely, "Seedmel Dagen Fodin Shees." It wasn't any language that existed in this world, but Roy knew what it was saying without any translation at all. The monster spoke to its mind, and the spell hidden in its voice frustrated him, alluring Roy into its embrace. "Give me the bloodstone." It was as if the voice were an order. Roy lost his focus the moment he heard it, but fortunately for him, the bloodstone radiated a crimson light, and the witches shook their heads, breaking the spell miraculously. Then they pounced at their adversary. As Letho swung Gwyer at Dagon, Roy could hear a quiet buzz following the blade, as if a cicada were fluttering its wings. The sword seemed to travel faster than light itself, its blade cutting through the sunlight and opening a gash on Dagon's muscular thigh. Blood spurted out from the wound, and Dagon screeched in pain. Letho caught its attention, and it glared at the old witcher as it brought its iron fist down on him. However, Letho expected that attack, and he leapt backward immediately, though he only barely escaped that slam. Then he went around the creature and kept feinting when it attacked. Letho rolled around to evade it. Then he went straight back to taunt Dagon. Letho was not the only hunter around. While he was taunting Dagon in the front, Roy went around the monster, and he tensed up for a moment before he thrusted his blade at the monster's knee. The attack found its mark, and it drew blood. Roy quickly rolled away once he pulled his blade out. At the same time, Dagon's powerful arm swiped through the place where Roy was standing a moment earlier. It wanted to catch its attacker and turn Roy into mincemeat, but all it caught was air. That failed attack created the perfect opening for Letho to strike. He held his sword with his right hand and made an X sign with his left as fast as he could. The moment Dagon turned its attention back to Letho, it was caught square in the face, and the spell stunned him for a split second. But that split second was enough for Letho and Roy to launch their assault at the same time. Letho thrusted Gwyer upward into Dagon's neck, and flames erupted upon the wound. Then he sliced the monster's artery, creating a monstrous gash on its neck. Roy darted behind Dagon and stepped on its leg, using it as a platform to leap onto its back, its spine, and finally, Roy stepped on the monster's shoulder. He held his blade up high and stabbed right into the monster's left eye. He quickly spread his arms and leapt down the gigantic monster once he landed his attack. The moment he dropped down to the ground, he rolled away to minimize the impact of the fall. When he turned round and stood up again, Aerondight appeared in his hands as if by magic. Without Aerondight staunching the blood, Dagon had a hole on its face where its left eye was supposed to be. Black blood spurted out of the hole, and white smoke appeared from the ground as the blood came in contact with it. Dagon howled in agony, and it glared at Roy with its remaining eye. There was fury and vengeance within that glare, and Dagon charged right at the young witcher. As he rampaged across the charred land, a mini sandstorm started whirling around him, and Blackturn Island trembled beneath the monster's footsteps. It was as if a small hill were running straight at Roy, and the wind felt like blades that could slash him if he made one wrong move. Roy felt like he couldn't breathe, but he showed no fear even before the monster. He calmly made an X sign and hurled it at the incoming monster. At the same time, Roy cast fear, and thanks to the double spell, Dagon was frozen for 1/10 of a second. Roy darted to the side, but he was one moment too late. He heard the sound of something cracking, and Kaer shattered into pieces. Without the protective shield keeping him out of harm's way, Roy was sent flying back from the impact of Dagon's rampage, and he fell down with a thud. A long while later, Roy scrambled to get up, but he felt like his insides had become a mess, and he spat out blood in agony. At the same time, Letho was facing Dagon alone, keeping Roy out of its line of attack. Dagon kept slamming its fists against the ground in an attempt to hit Letho, but Letho wouldn't stop dancing around its attacks. Letho was still holding his sword, but it seemed like he had all but abandoned the offense. Instead, he kept dancing and dodging Dagon's attacks. His speed had exceeded what the eye could see, and Roy thought he was seeing 3 Lethos around Dagon, dodging its attacks. Roy wiped the blood off his lips and grabbed Gabriel out of thin air. He took a step forward and launched a volley of arrows at Dagon. The arrows buried themselves into Dagon's back, and that was the final straw for the monster. The continuous injuries sapped its energy, and its speed slowed down. The light of it glowed beneath Dagon, robbing it of its reaction time and speed. A strange scene started taking place in the center of Blackturn Island. 2 puny humans were circling a gigantic sea monster, attacking it whenever it showed an opening. It was as if 2 hyenas were fighting a huge lion on a prairie. The outcome of the fight was supposed to be obvious, but the witches were poised to create an upset. Instead of fighting the monster head-on, they used their speed and agility to move around the monster's attacks and harass it whenever possible. One of them would be taking the monster's hits, while the other would take advantage of any opening to attack. and once Dagon switched its target, so too would the witches switch roles. The witches used everything they had, hacking and slashing the monster with their sword, casting ailments with their signs, and the young witcher kept firing volleys of arrows. The glint of sword oil, paralyzing poison, the flames of Gwaihur, and the enchantment of Erendite rained down on Dagon. A minute later, its flesh and bones had been hacked away into nothingness, and there was not an inch of skin visible on its black shell. Dagon's movements became slower and slower, until it was finally backed into a corner, and he summoned what little strength it had left to swing its arms and send the witches flying. Then it opened its maw and roared into the heavens. The sound wave from that roar undulated across the battlefield, stirring up a storm of debris. As the witches struggled to get back on their feet, they could feel Dagon's screams piercing their eardrums, and their minds seemed to be in danger of getting scrambled up by invisible hands. Horrific illusions unfurled before them, and they bled from their faces. However, a crimson light seemingly appeared out of nowhere and covered both of the witches. The source of that light was none other than the bloodstone Roy was carrying. The witch's eyes refocused as Dagon's spell was dispelled. Letho darted straight at Dagon and disemboweled it, while Roy leapt up to its back and stabbed its right eye with murderous fury. It was the last stretch of the battle, and the witches circled the monster, their speed as blinding as lightning. 30 seconds later, the witches finally bled Dagon dry, and the towering monster was brought to its knees under the unrelenting assault. Wisps of smoke billowed from its body, and just like a cube of ice that was left under the sun, Dagon started to shrink. Roy tried to touch it, but his hand went through Dagon as if it were a phantom. Just like a bubble, it popped under the sun, while its flesh, blood, and bones disappeared, as if it had never existed. The only thing it left was an ominous message that lingered in the air. The monster whispered, "Ninna's geese DM. We shall meet again, Witcher. We shall meet again, and I'll jump into your dimension to face you, you bastard. I'll kill you for real." Roy shouted at the air without fear or fervor. The battle with Dagon was the most exhilarating one Roy had ever experienced, and he was still buzzing with excitement after the kill. He turned his attention to his character sheet, and the results were satisfying. Dagon, projection, skilled EXP plus 300, level 5 Witcher, 2610 2500. You have killed enough prey. Massacre level 4 level 5. Bloody aura. Any enemy within a radius of 0.61 meters has a chance of 15-20% of being feared. If the enemy's will is lower than you, they will lose control of their body for up to 2 seconds. The damage you cause to creatures you have hunted is permanently increased by 15-20%. Fear. You may cast Bloody Aura on any target within 2 feet and perform a forcible will check on them. If the target's will is lower than yours, they will lose control of their body for up to 2 seconds. Cooldown, 5-4 minutes. Tip: the more types and number of creatures you kill, the more this skill will level up. Alright, I've killed 2 out of the 10 magical creatures I need to advance to Intermediate Witcher, which are the Vodyanoi Priest and Dagon's Projection. This is one fulfilling trip. What are you spacing out for, kid? Letho came up to him. The potion's effect hadn't passed, and there were still black veins on his face. Sweat was turning into steam, but that only made Letho look more terrifying. This god isn't as powerful as I thought it would be. The whole battle lasted for less than 5 minutes. Roy suffered 2 hits, and he only had a third of his HP left. That was including the regeneration Swallow granted him. Without that, he would have been on the brink of death. Dagon's attacks were powerful, but aside from breaking a few bones and suffering some minor internal injuries, there wasn't anything to worry about. The Lady of the Lake suppressed most of its strength. Letho shook his head, and our preparations weren't for nothing. We chased the villagers away and killed all the fallen Vodyanoi. It had no source to draw its strength from, so that was why it died without using all its powers. Remember, preparation can be more important than your own strength at times. They went to Dagon's altar after they cleaned up the battlefield. Without the projection in there, the altar couldn't affect the witches, and now that they had a closer look, the altar looked just like a regular marble well. I wonder if Observe can work on this. He cast Observe on the altar, and to his surprise, Dagon's altar was made out of the same substance as the statue of Melitel. Dagon's altar, vessel of faith for the evil god's projection. Faith back. When Roy saw the statue of Melitel, he felt warmth and kindness radiating from it. There was love and hope within it, while Dagon's altar radiated obsession and devotion. It had the air of hatred, despair, and insanity. It contained the purest darkness made out of all negative human emotions. Dagon was the opposite of Melitel. Melitel and Dagon are both collecting faith energy. Wait. Faith is like currency, but the difference is that different gods accept different kinds of faith. So the Lady of the Lake The air around Roy suddenly felt humid and refreshed, and a happy voice cut off his train of thought. My dear knight, it must have been a hard battle. A wave shot out from thin air and darted into the witches' bodies. A surge of comfortable warmth enveloped them, and the wounds they sustained during the battle started to heal and form scabs. Their depleted health and mana were also replenished at a surprisingly fast rate. Roy moved around happily. The pain in his ribs and joints had disappeared, as if they were blessed by full recovery. Without Dagon suppressing her, the Lady of the Lake regained her full strength and was more powerful than she was. Thanks to you, Dagon is finally vanquished, Vivienne said. Suddenly, the bloodstone on Roy's waist darted off into the air, and another one appeared in Roy's palm. Bloodstone. An empty vessel. It can contain souls. You may keep this bloodstone. It is a reward for your hard work, Vivienne said, her voice seemingly everywhere. I need some time to handle Dagon's wealth and seal a crack in the lake's depths. I shall see you once more once this matter is handled. Lady Vivienne, we would have departed Vizima by then. Our meeting will have to be adjourned, Roy said, sounding disappointed. However, the trip to Vizima had come to a perfect end. He had acquired Erondite and killed Dagon's projection. You need not worry, my knight. Erondite shall guide your way, and we shall reunite eventually. At the same time, the whole island started to shake, as if an invisible hand was stirring it around. As a storm of debris blew up around them, Dagon's altar faded into nothingness, leaving a patch of land behind it. June, year 1261. Roy wrote down a detailed record in his leather journal. An encounter with the Lady of the Lake at Lake Vizima. Knighted. Erondite granted. Dagon killed. Roy drew a huge question mark at the end of the journal entry. What is the use of the bloodstone? What are gods and faith? City Hall, Vizima. Velerad rubbed his staff silently for a moment, and he took out a check from the drawer. He wrote down the number 600 on it and handed it to Letho. Witches, this is the promised reward. You may exchange this for 600 yen at any Chunfeinelli bank in the world. Letho glanced at the check and handed it to Roy. The young witcher was the financial manager of the team. Adding that reward to the money in the ring Vivienne gave them, the witches had made over 2,000 crowns in this trip alone, though it was still too little for their grand scheme. This piece of paper doesn't seem too reliable. I still think crowns are more to my liking. Sirs, you may not trust my word, but do put your faith in Chunfeinelli's reputation. It has stood for centuries. They will not take your money for themselves. All right. I was just joking. I'll take it. So when will Azarjavd arrive? I sent someone to notify him when you came back yesterday. He's working on an experiment at the moment, so he can only be free tomorrow. You're very welcome to stay here. Of course. The mayor invited. It'll be Medit in about a week, and Vizima will be holding a celebration in the town area. Do please stay around. I'll show you around town. Vizima's culture is quite beautiful. Roy was interested in the celebration. He had heard of Medit before. The festival would span from the night of the 21st of June until the wee hours of the 22nd. It would serve as the mark of the first day of summer in the elven calendar. The elves believed that everything under the sun served a cycle. The days would get shorter after Midinvan, and death would lay claim to the land until the end of Midinvan. On that day, the people of the land would erect altars to praise the sun and the gift of life, though they would also admit that it was the beginning of the season of death. Mages would stand near the altars to absorb the sun's energy to strengthen their spells, while witches would use the sun's power to protect the crops and summon flames. Letho and Roy could also meditate before the temple to increase the strength of their signs. Although only slightly, Medit was less attractive to Belatin, however. After all, not many young, single women would dance around the bonfire and search for a mate during Medit. Letho shook his head. Witches don't celebrate Medit, and we are short on time, so we'll come at this hour tomorrow as promised. After they left the city hall, Roy looked nervous and excited at the same time. Letho, why don't we stay for another week and join the celebration? Roy spent most of his life living in a remote village in Lower Posada, and he never had the chance to experience any festival of this world. Everything he knew was through rumors and hearsay. Should I join the fun? Letho slowed down for a bit. Celebration means trouble. I can tell you that festivals like these don't get along well with us witches. Speaking through experience, if fun is what you want, try taverns or brothels. They're simple and convenient. You are an official witcher now. You must learn to separate yourself from the crowd and get used to being alone. Fine. You have a point. Roy shrugged. But can't I at least see it once? You don't have to be in Vizima to experience that. Letho answered calmly. Sintra can serve that purpose too. We can't let Orcs and Serit wait for too long. Letho sighed. He seemed to have remembered something awkward, and he said, if we keep them waiting for much longer, they'll find themselves a wife. There you are. A group of people came over and interrupted the conversation. The woman in the lead was tall, beautiful, and had white hair. Greetings, Your Highness. I see you are well. Ada looked at them, and she laughed heartily. Let's skip the formalities. Thanks to you two, Lake Vizima's monster is vanquished. You flatter us, Your Highness, Roy answered calmly. Without you and your soldiers controlling the villagers who had succumbed to Dagon, the quest would not have gone as smoothly as it did. Ada's soldiers looked at Roy amicably after he said that. You're being modest. You are the best witchers I have ever seen in my life. Perhaps the best fighters as well. Ada gave them a mysterious look. Fighting drowners and neckers in villages and small towns is a waste of your talent. Your Highness, what are you trying to say? Stay here. Stay at Vizima. You will be greatly rewarded for your services, I guarantee. Before Letho could say anything, Roy shook his head immediately. We might have to disappoint you, Your Highness. No witcher stays in one place unless they're too old to hold a sword. Roy would never be anyone's lackey. Anger flashed in Ada's eyes, and she turned to Letho, but Letho refused her offer as well. Very well, then. Ada gritted her teeth, and rage contorted her face. She paced back and forth, and her knights were holding the hilt of their sword. They would arrest the witches immediately if Ada gave them the order to. A long while later, Ada heaved a long sigh. Fine. You have done Vizima a great service. If you wish to leave, I have no grounds to demand that either of you stay. She then turned to Roy again. But before you leave, can you grant me one little wish? Can you take me to the Lady of the Lake? You said that she would summon you after Dagon was vanquished. Oh, so that's why she tried to recruit us. Realization struck Roy. This woman who's drunk with power to the point she made up a fake order from Foltest is now turning her sights to the gods. She said she might summon me. It's clear that the lady does not wish to see you. No, Witcher. You must take me to her, Ada commanded sternly. Roy pulled a face. You overestimate me, Your Highness. I'm just a mortal like you. I can't have an audience with her unless she summons me herself. Are you really out of options, or is the Lady of the Lake only a myth? Ada still wouldn't give up, and she muttered, Milital, Lebioda, the Lady of the Lake. They can't be true, right? They must be myths. Do not challenge the gods, Your Highness. Roy was suddenly reminded of how Vivienne snatched away all the faith energy in Dagon's altar. So faith is incredibly precious to the lady. As the Knight of Lake Vizima, I should help her in this quest. If you wish to see her, there is a way to do so, but you have to show enough respect. What should I do? You need an altar. Roy paused for a moment. Build an altar for the Lady of the Lake at the lakeside, or a small temple if you can. Get the villagers living near Lake Vizima to worship her. You know, the brickmakers and fishermen. Ada's a princess. She can do this much at least. Once she has more believers, she'll see your respect, and eventually she'll grant you an audience. Will she show me her powers if I do so? I cannot guarantee that, Roy answered. But a true god will never neglect their most devout believers. If you erect an altar or a temple, Then you shall be her biggest worshipper. If she can gain strength through the power of faith, then as her knight, I should be able to get something out of it as well. I wonder if this will change the world though. It was just an experiment of his, and he wouldn't mind even if it failed. Roy started painting a picture of a beautiful future for Ada. In modern words, Roy was going to pull her into an MLM enterprise rated divine. Think about this. If you build a temple at the lakeside and spread the faith throughout the land, you'll be the pioneer of a new religion. You'll be the high priest. And from what I gathered, the Lady of Lake Vizima only has a dozen worshippers, and all them are Vodionois. You are the princess of this land. Surely you can contribute a lot more than the Vodionois in terms of faith. Confusion flashed in Ada's eyes. She was getting perplexed about the whole matter. You're not lying to me, are you, Witcher? Why would I cross a future high priest who is also the princess of Temeria? Roy looked at her earnestly, and he stared her in the eye. I will consider your proposal, Ada answered solemnly. She was feeling nervous and jittery about the suggestion, and she needed time to evaluate its feasibility. Spreading her faith revolving the Lady of the Lake at the lakeside of Lake Vizima? That is an insane idea. Can I really gain an audience with a goddess that way? She was filled with trepidation, but she was also excited about the prospect. We'll be taking our leave if there's nothing else. Before they left, Roy glanced at the group of soldiers behind Ada. Your Highness, about Jacques. Jacques de Aldersberg, is he? Jacques is still alive. Ada smiled. He is a lucky man. I do not know how he managed to escape the fallen Vodionois' pursuit, but escape he did. He flowed down the river and was taken to Mud Village. We met him while we were escorting the villagers there, but he's still recuperating. Once he's all healed up, he'll be working as deputy commander under me. Roy knew Jacques wouldn't die that easily. I bet we'll see him again someday. Witcher, you still haven't told me about the lady's name and her looks. I need a reference to erect a statue. Roy described Vivienne's looks briefly. I cannot describe her beauty with words alone. If you really want to start a new faith, erect an altar first. As for her name, you may call her Vivienne. The witches went back to the inn after they said goodbye to Ada. Roy tried to figure out how the bloodstone worked, but he got nothing. Since he couldn't make any headway, he kept the stone in his inventory, together with a child of the sun. I have no idea about this stone's effects, but if Vivienne herself pays attention to this, then it must be special. When the witches came to the city hall the next day, an unfamiliar, eerie man was standing beside Velerad. The man looked like he was in his 50s, and he was wearing a dark, short-sleeved shirt. A pair of leather pauldrons protected his shoulders, and he was wearing an exotic scarf around his neck. His pants were made of leather, and it was tight-fitting. His beard was gruff, to say the least, and his canvas headscarf looked worn up, but it covered his hair perfectly. It was also hiding half his face, as if the man were trying to keep a scar out of sight. The man was also wearing countless accessories. A part of his protective necklace was protruding through his scarf, and a nose ring adorned his hook nose. His ears, which were larger than most people's, had studs on them. 7 of his fingers were adorned with rings that had gemstones embedded in them. Of course, these accessories weren't just for show. They were glinting with magic, so obviously they were alchemical products blessed by magical powers. isekai'd, 250 years old, is an Arcanian wizard and alchemist, and the number of his spells is on par with Coral. Roy took a glance at the man, and he thought to himself, I thought wizards were supposed to be elegant. So why is this guy so ugly and haggard? Or is it only the witches who care about their appearances? Velerad introduced the wizard to them. This is isekai'd, the wizard I've talked about. He is the current royal consultant of Vizima's royal family. He came here today to open up a portal for you two. Azar nodded at the witches, but instead of fear or disgust, there was a desire to investigate in his eyes. It was as if he were going to cut the witches up with a scalpel and see what they were made of. Roy thought, this one's a madman, a mad scientist. The wizard might be staring at the witches all he wanted, but he didn't do anything outrageous to them, nor did he make any disgusting remarks. Witches, I have 2 portals in Sintra. One is located in northern Sintra's Firetail Inn, while the other is in a forest near the city gates. Which one would you like? contrary to his looks. Azar's voice was gentle and reassuring. The witches looked at each other, and they chose the portal in the inn. Roy hesitated for a moment, but eventually, he asked, "And another thing, can we take our horses through the portal?" Both of them. "What did you say?" Azar nodded. But then he shook his head. "Velerad told me there would only be 2 clients, and the spell is only enough for you 2. Adding 2 large animals to the equation will affect the portal's stability. You might end up in the sky or above a live volcano. Of course, you might also get lost in another dimension." Roy wiped the beads of sweat off his forehead. Letho remarked nonchalantly, "Forget it, kid. Let's leave the horses here. We'll buy a couple when we need them. No wonder you can't save any crowns." Roy shook his head. "This is a big waste of money." Azar stopped the argument. "If you insist on taking your mounts with you, I can still make it possible. But on one condition." "Is that so?" The witches were on high alert. "Name your condition." "I need your blood." "Just a little." "Enough for 1 small flask." Letho wanted to refuse right away, but Roy convinced him to go with the plan. "You want blood?" "I have a lot of it." "Neckers, drowners, vodionois, and a whole lot more. I'll just mix them up and say it's witcher blood." He's not an expert in witcherology. Not like he can tell witcher blood from other blood apart. Besides, I have my inventory space here. I can do a switcheroo easily. You have a deal. Roy shook hands with the wizard, and the transaction went smoothly enough. Azar couldn't tell that it wasn't witcher blood, so he took it happily. Then he started chanting a complex, mysterious spell. The room started rumbling violently, and a square-shaped portal appeared out of thin air. Despite its shape, it had a whirlpool in its center, and its outer ring shone blue. The winds that shot out of the portal ruffled the witch's hair, but they were unfazed. "Don't waste any time. You only have 30 seconds. Azar crossed his legs and wiggled his fingers in the air to keep the portal open. Roy calmed Wilt down and looked into the door. "Letho, I heard that this experience is a disgusting one." "Where'd you hear that from?" "It's not disgusting. It feels great." Letho tensed up, looking as if they were facing a formidable foe. "It feels like..." He wrapped his arm around Roy's shoulder gently. "Like what?" "Like death." That was the last thing Roy heard, and he screamed a curse as Letho took him through the portal. The Lady of the Lake, the end. Firetail Inn, 2nd floor. A loud neigh rang through a dark room all of a sudden, and the couple who was going at it froze. The man looked back stiffly, and he saw a big brown horse standing beside the bed, staring straight at him. Its eyes were filled with curiosity about the act it was seeing, and it neighed again. The horse grinned at the man and huffed on him, blowing his fringe to the side. The man stared back at the horse dumbly for a moment. Then, it was as if he were jolted by electricity, and he rubbed his eyes. "Honey, I might be seeing things. Is this actually for real?" "Honey, there's a horse in the inn. Am I dreaming?" The woman suddenly screamed and hid in the blanket. 2 unfamiliar men suddenly appeared behind the horse, and the younger one gave him an awkward smile. "We are so sorry for interrupting you in the middle of this. We'll leave right away." "Do carry on." The man was shocked by Letho's beastly muscles, and he lost his erection. "Oh no, I can't get it up. I'm finished for life." "You bastards." "Who are you? Where did you come from?" he hissed. But when he saw the intruders' amber eyes and the hilts of the swords protruding out of their backs, his voice turned into a whisper. "Whyroom? And what is up with these horses?" Roy massaged his temples in frustration. "That's a lot of questions. I think you had better go back to what you were doing before we showed up." "You think I can go back after what happened?" the man roared, but his question was cut short, and the woman fell into a trance as well. Suddenly, a green inverted triangle appeared within their eyes. Roy quickly made the sign, and he was smirking as he did. "Remember, you're still making passionate love to each other. You will forget what happened 10 minutes ago, and you will keep doing this for 2 hours." "Huh?" Letho was making the sign as well, and he shot Roy a look. "All right, fine," Roy grumbled. 1 hour. "You're a man. You're not doing it for less than an hour." Roy wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead, and the witches led their horses out of the inn, much to the other patrons' astonishment. "Kid, why'd you give your blood to a wizard from another land? He might curse you and put you under agony." "Don't worry about it. Azar's a shady character. I'm not stupid enough to give him my own blood. We killed a lot of monsters during our journey, and I have a lot of their blood samples. Roy gave Letho a look that told him to rest easy. I have an inventory. Switcheroo is super easy to pull when you have a cheat on your hands. I didn't break the deal, technically speaking. It's still my blood. The blood I have with me. Of course. I wonder what kind of stuff would come out of this experiment. He's experimenting on monster blood thinking it's Witcher blood. Sintra had wide streets. They were made of bluestone slabs, and the streets were twice as wide as the ones in Vizima. The buildings were minimalist, and the houses' walls were made of thick materials that had rigid lines. There weren't any decorations on the windows either. Breeze tinged with the scent of sea salt flowed in from the west, and the people here had different fashion tastes compared to the ones living inland, as Sintra was built near a sea, and they were great allies with the forces on the Skellige Isles. The people here wore clothes similar to what pirates would wear. Most people would have headscarves, and they'd wear tank tops that revealed muscular arms. The men's faces were rough and red thanks to being exposed to the sea breeze all the time. Some of the louder and raunchier men would go without wearing anything to cover their upper body. They cursed every time they spoke, and all they talked about were prostitutes, alcohol, and ships. Sometimes they'd catcall the women who went by them, and the women would shoot them a nasty glare. Then they'd curse the men before leaving them to their own devices. It was the first time two witches didn't get any sidelong looks in town. Not bad. Sintra's people aren't as easily offended as everyone else, Roy praised. He remembered that when Nilfgaard eventually invaded Sintra, its royalty and nobles held their ground until their very last breath. Even on the day Sintra fell, an overwhelming majority of the people didn't surrender to the invaders. Nilfgaard's executioners didn't give them that choice either. However, the women killed their own children, and their husbands would take their wives' lives before they killed themselves. That event would eventually go down in history as one of the most infamous killings, the slaughter of Sintra. Roy suspected that the records might be exaggerated, but it was proof that Sintra was made of brave people. Very few of them were cowards. They kept going ahead, and their eyes were locked on northern Sintra, specifically the lone cliff jutting out above the coast. A gigantic castle stood upon the cliff, and it was the residence of Sintra's ruler, Kalandh the Lioness. Roy thought about Kalandh's life, and it was a legendary one. She had ambition, but alas, she was a woman, and her rule was not acknowledged by the conservative nobles. So she couldn't be empress. She wanted to have a son to inherit the throne and her ambition, but after giving birth to Princess Pavetta, who was Ciri's mother, she became barren because of her miscarriage during her second pregnancy. Her first husband, Rona de Saam, found a fertile concubine, but not long after he married the woman, Rona died. The people said that Kalandh poisoned her husband so she wouldn't have to relinquish her power to anyone she didn't trust. Not long after Rona's demise, Kalandh married her second husband, one Estu Erzich, who hailed from the Skellige Isles. He was also her current husband, but he was nothing but a puppet king who listened to her every command. In reality, Kalandh was still the one holding all the power in Sintra. As Kalandh grew older, she wanted her daughter to give birth to a boy so control over Sintra would remain in her family. However, Pavetta gave birth to Ciri, who inherited the elder blood and accidentally went missing at sea. Ciri was Kalandh's only living relative, but still, Ciri couldn't inherit the throne, and Roy had a feeling that Kalandh would be looking for another puppet soon. If I'm right, Ciri should be receiving her education in the palace, and Kalandh should send her to meet that fat fiancé of hers soon enough. Roy couldn't wait to see Ciri and use the strings of fate to finally meet Geralt of Rivia. It was the first step to the witch renaissance. While Roy was coming up with the next step of the grand scheme, Letho took him around Sintra's alleyways to look for the Viper's sign on the walls and trees. Eventually, they arrived at a dilapidated courtyard. Letho knocked on the door 3 times and stopped for a moment before knocking on it 2 more times. "Who is it?" a high-pitched male voice asked, and Letho cracked a smile for once. "As they say, always stab a drowner, and always give your old friend something to drink." "Open up, fools." The old wooden door swung open, and a deadpan face appeared behind it. The man's red hair was tied up, and when Roy looked at him, He had a feeling he saw that face before. After a while, realization struck him. Hey, that's Seret, the Witcher who came to Kaer with Letho 6 months ago. A moment later, another man appeared beside Seret. He was wearing a hood over his head, but Roy could see that he resembled Seret. It was Orcs, Seret's brother. Well, aren't you handsome? Orcs grinned and shoved Seret away. Then he clasped Roy's hands. You're finally here, Roy, the 4th member of the Viper School. Within the dingy shack stood 4 witches around a Gwent board. A glass of beer that reeked of malt and common hop sat beside every witcher. A moment later, the young witcher played a card and grinned toothily at the gaped witcher. You lose. Holy shit. Orcs scratched the back of his head. Roy, are you sure you're just 14? You won against me 2 times in a row. This is one big loss for me. Orcs grumbled before gulping the wine down. He wiped the foam off his lips with his sleeve and reluctantly took a shining Gwent card out of his pocket. I just got this card, and now I lost it to you. What did I tell you? Letho scoffed at him. I told you to stop at the drinks, but you just had to play a round of Gwent with him. Oh, what do you know? Gwent's the best way to judge a person, and this kid here is just plain disrespectful to the veterans. Orcs craned his neck and glared at Roy. Listen here, kid. I'm going to win that card back. Don't hold me back, Seret. 3 rounds per witcher. Calm down and let me finish my chances. Roy happily kept the card he just won. It was a familiar character. Thanks to the massacre in Blaviken that happened many years ago, this character made it into Gwent. It was the legendary witcher, Geralt of Rivia. I wonder where Geralt is right now. He looked at his fellow witchers. Orcs might look like he was nonchalant and careless, but Roy had a feeling that was just a facade. After all, he hadn't spent too much time with him. 81 years old. Same age as Seret. Wait, they might be twins. Just like with Letho, Roy couldn't see through Orcs and Seret's stats. As a full-fledged witcher, their battle experience far surpassed that of Roy's, and aside from the difference in looks, they had different personalities as well. Orcs was outgoing and a bit of a talker, while Seret was quiet and brooding. He had a hook nose, and his eyes were slanted, as if he were cooking up a scheme all the time. How did they get along for decades if they're so different? Is bloodline also that powerful among witchers? Oh, right. Almost forgot. Roy smacked the back of his head and said, stop arguing. You two, how's Moore and Susie? How's their life in Novgorod? And here I thought you forgot all about them. Orcs looked at him, and Roy felt a little guilty. After all, Roy did neglect his parents in this world, and aside from a letter, he never contacted them in the last 6 months. Don't worry, kid. Their business in Novgorod is going well. Without you dragging them down, they're living a great life. Is that so? That's good to hear. Roy heaved a sigh of relief, though he felt slightly crestfallen as well. And they want me to tell you about the good news. It's a surprise. Orcs smirked at Roy, and Seret looked at Roy weirdly. What surprise? Your mother is 2 months pregnant. You'll have a brother or sister the next time you see them. So, are you surprised? Wait, pregnant? I'm going to be a brother? A frown creased Roy's forehead, and he had mixed feelings about the matter. He stayed silent for 10 seconds, and he heaved a sigh. I'm not there with them after all. They're alone, so it's normal they want a kid around. The witches noticed Roy's sadness. They looked at one another and allowed Roy a few moments of silence. Then Letho said, Kid, you have to understand one thing. From the moment you chose to undertake the trial, you already said goodbye to a normal life. The environment you're in and the people you meet will be vastly different from what you were used to. Your path has diverged from your parents, and eventually, you'll never meet them again. You're saying I'll eventually cut ties with them? Roy was slightly angered, but he was also confused. This isn't a matter of morality. We're essentially vagrants, tramps. When you eventually decide to settle down, more will already be long gone. Letho commented. You'll know what I mean in due time. Roy stared down in silence. Orcs gave him a mug of beer. I have something to add to that as well. He patted Roy's shoulder. Generally speaking, the northern nations do not take to witches too well. If you meet up with Moore and Susie too much, it'll affect their lives. We're not forcing you to make a choice here, but you have to be prepared for what's to come. From what I know, No child can go back to their family after they become a witcher. They'll have to cut their family out of their lives. Let's not talk about more. Come on. It's Gwent time. Roy shook his head and cleared his entangled thoughts. Someday, he would have to travel to Novgorod and face this demon head-on to find his answer. I'm sorry, guys. I'm not in the mood to go for another round of Gwent now. What about some drinks? It's a tradition here. Newbies have to drink with the vets until we drop. Sarah shot him a glare. Sure. But allow me to ask you one question. Roy looked at Letho. During my journey with Letho, he kept telling me that the school is on the brink of extinction. So did we come to Sintra to revive the school? Can you tell me how dear the situation is? Are we the only Viper school which is left? Ha, told you he'd ask that question. Orcs bragged to his brother. Kid, we're not the only ones left. Colgrim is searching for lost weapons of the Viper school all over the world, while the strongest twitcher of our school, Ivar Evil Eye, was never heard from again after he went missing 20 years ago. There are 2 more as well, but those fools aren't even worth mentioning. Orcs sounded angry. Colgrim? That familiar name caught Roy's attention. If I remember correctly, that guy's body is found in White Orchard, but there should be 10 years left before that takes place. He might still be alive out there. So we have 4 to 8 witches in this school then? That was a considerable amount of witches for any school. After all, the number of witches was on general decline. So how did we get to this point? And is our base located in Nilfgaard? You have a lot of questions, kid. Orcs snatched the mug of wine and took a swig, then a forlorn look appeared in his eyes. The campus is located in the mountainous region beside Nilfgaard, Tocha to be exact. It's a fortress called Gorthugvad. Orcs looked proud bringing that up. There's a tower there, and you'll have to go up a dizzying spiral staircase to get to the top. A moat a few hundred feet deep surrounds the fortress. It's impenetrable, but well, it still couldn't fight against the decline. The reason for that is quite complex. Letho continued. For one, Nilfgaard is getting stricter on law and order within the Empire. He laughed to himself. But heathens like us can easily break the law with our power, and the Empire does not tolerate that. So they actively oppress us. Their propaganda makes it hard for witches to survive in the south. The people start to distrust us, and the law of surprise is dark magic for them. They would never give us their children as payment for the requests they make. So we have less kids to train. We did try to take in kids who lost their home in the war, but people think of that as heresy, so they report us. Roy agreed. Even in the north, there was a general decline in the number of kids who were given using the law of surprise, and the people's prejudice against witches deepened with every passing day. With the harsh environment and dwindling number of recruits, the school went into a decline, but I believe that this situation will change. The people and the nation's misunderstanding regarding witches will one day be crushed. Letho clenched his fists. However, the fatal blow against the school happened 20 years ago. That was a disaster. Disaster? What disaster? There weren't many records regarding the Viper School, and their actual address was covered in a veil of mystery as well. It was impossible to know what kind of disaster had befallen them. That disaster was wrought on by the Wild Hunt. Letho looked at Roy. You know a lot of things, kid. Have you heard of the Wild Hunt before? Roy's face fell. That's an infamous event. Of course I know. Letho explained. Legends have it that Wild Hunt is made up of immortal phantom knights who cover themselves with rusted armor, and they are armed with swords in the shape of lightning bolts. They ride their mounts and terrorize the skies. The Wild Hunt usually appears during winter or the long night before a war. They ravage the lands, destroying orchards and houses, and they usually take some humans with them, mostly young children. That's what the legends say. But the Wild Hunt is actually Nell from another world. They're a part of the elf family. They cross between worlds and style themselves as ghost knights so they can find the heir of the elder blood. They want to use the elder blood to gain the power to travel across space and time. The Wild Hunt is no legend. Letho gritted his teeth. More than 20 years ago, because of Ivar and the Fool's absence, the Viper School didn't manage to defend themselves against the Wild Hunt's onslaught. The children who had passed the trial were taken away, and that effectively cut off our legacy, forcing us to disband. Wait. Roy was surprised. Are you saying that the wild hunt has targeted you geese more than once? That is correct. Serit had an icy look on his face. Every school has their own trial, while our school used to send new witches to face off against the wild hunt every decade or so. It's a trial of sorts. The wild hunt has been our nemesis ever since the school's inception. Our great founder, Ivar Evil Eye, has a dream. He wants to defeat the wild hunt and end their reign of terror. Remember this, kid. That is the mission of all the Viper School's witches. It's our ultimate goal, and it's as important as reviving the school. I understand. I swear I will make defeating the wild hunt my life's goal, Roy answered solemnly. Now that's one question answered. So that's why the Viper School has so many records about the wild hunt. This is one complex school. It deals with assassinations, but it has a noble goal as well. Guys, I have another question. Why is Ivar titled Evil Eye? What does that mean? There's no way this is a last name in this world. That guy must have made it up himself. Because Letho had a look of admiration in his eyes because he gained a special ability during the mutation. He could see countless worlds, hence the title Evil Eye. He can see all the plundering and pillaging done by the wild hunt through his evil eye, and that was why he created the school with the mission to defeat the wild hunt in mind. I wonder if he's still alive. Roy had a feeling that Ivar might just be lost in another dimension. So that's why we came to Sintra? For the wild hunt? Roy asked curiously. Part of the reason. Letho twirled his glass of wine around. According to our investigations, the wild hunt appeared twice in Sintra. Once in 1252, and once in 1253. 2 years back to back. Once or twice might be a coincidence, but the wild hunt showed up again in Sintra in 1258. They appeared 3 times in the same place, and we know it's no coincidence. There must be something in Sintra that's attracting them. Just like how they desire young Witcher apprentices. Letho looked sad. We came to Sintra to look into this. After all, the school is on a decline, so we are no match for the wild hunt. We can't face them head on. He paused for a moment, then he said, all we can do is sabotage their operation and weaken them. However, things happened, and you had to undertake your trial, so we arrived late. Fortunately, the wild hunt hasn't gotten their hands on their victim yet, so all is not lost, Orcs added. He and Serit had arrived in Sintra 1 month prior to Letho and Roy's arrival, so they had been looking into the case. The wild hunt's goal, huh? Roy thought about the years the wild hunt appeared, and he had a guess of why they showed up a while later. 1252, 1253, and 1258 are connected to something. Geralt dispelled Dooney's curse in 1252 and much Dooney and Pavetta up. The wild hunt was probably attracted by Pavetta's elder blood. She had a burst of mana at the banquet, and she was already pregnant with Ciri back then. Ciri was born in 1253, and the wild hunt came again. She left Skellige Isles for Sintra in 1258 to live with her grandmother. I see. The wild hunt is going after Ciri's elder blood. Roy knew why the wild hunt appeared in Sintra, but he couldn't tell the witches about it. The matter was related to the Lady of Space and Time, and there were no more than 5 people in the world who knew about this matter. If he told the witches, there was the possibility they might spread the news. If this action were to end up causing a huge change in the future, Roy wouldn't be powerful enough to stop it. I'm in Sintra now. I'll get in contact with Ciri myself. Kid, you know something, don't you? Letho had been working with Roy for 6 months. He knew Roy must have known something. Roy sighed. I'm just thinking about how we should start the search for the wild hunt. We've made some progress here, Orcs said. We asked the citizens who saw the wild hunt, and after we pieced all the clues together, I realized that the wild hunt kept appearing in Sintra because they were looking for someone. Yep, these guys are sleuths all right. They are so very close to the truth. In 1258, a 5-year-old girl in the village outside the city went missing for no reason and appeared outside her home an hour later. She was unscathed, but her mind was in shambles. She still can't communicate normally now, and we had to use some unorthodox methods to get some info out of her. Orcs thought about that day. She was in the forest near her home that evening, and the sky got overcast. Then it started to rain not long after that. She kept running home, but she said she could hear shouts, whistles, neighs, and the footsteps of horses behind her. Then she felt someone picking her up. She said she was taken onto a flying horse. When she looked back, she saw a terrifying man with a mask, and he was wearing heavy armor as well. She also heard them saying something. They said something about Sintra and the chosen person. They also said something unintelligible. We think that it's something like elder speech. Orcs continued. Then she fainted. When she woke up again, she was already outside her home. She wasn't hurt, but her mind was damaged. She kept having nightmares about the wild hunt. We used Odysee to heal her as a reward. She forgot all about the nightmares. Now this chosen person is our goal. We must not let the wild hunt get their hands on them, no matter what. Roy took a swig of the wine. What should I do? Put the mission aside for now and let's drink. Orcs gave Roy another glass of wine. The chosen person. The apprentice witches. What usually happens to those who are abducted by the wild hunt? We've been looking into this for a century, and as a part of us, you have a right to know. Letho said. The wild hunt goes around the world, spreading war, disaster, and diseases like the plague. But it's not always smooth sailing for them. Sometimes they run into a few powerful characters out there, and they lose a few men because of that. So they need new blood. What are you trying to say? Letho stared down. The wild hunt took one of the witches who was in our batch. When we fought the wild hunt after that, we saw the kidnapped witcher among their ranks. He might be wearing their armor, and he might have been turned into a phantom, but he was still holding his weapon, and I would recognize his eyes anywhere. Alas, he was already brainwashed and became the wild hunt's puppet. That's not a rare case actually. Most of the turned humans would fight for the wild hunt until they died. A few lucky ones would receive mercy, and the wild hunt would return them to the human world. Letho looked at Troy. The wild hunt prefers younger witches. Those who are easily brainwashed, or those who are powerful are on their list as well. They think that using witches as their soldiers would be a better choice. Are you saying they might target me? Yes, kid. You might be taken and brainwashed too. Can any of you save me if that happens? Letho shook his head. Unless the wild hunt releases you themselves. I've never heard of anyone escaping their grasp otherwise, but as long as you don't show yourself in front of them, they won't notice you. The witches kept drinking and allowed Roy some time to process the news. One more thing. Roy interrupted. Letho, you said sabotaging the wild hunt is one of the reasons we're here in Sintra. What are the other reasons? Those don't really involve you. Do you think I won't know what you're up to just because you're keeping it a secret? Hey, kid. Orcs got up groggily and held Roy's shoulder. Letho said you're a quick learner. So how's your swordsmanship training going? He never praises anyone. So if he praises you, then you must have that special something. Orcs burped loudly and took Roy with him, though he was wobbling. Here, let's spar and get me sober. He dragged Roy out with him without giving the boy any chance to protest. Orcs slammed the door shut, and a while later, sounds of sparring and metal clanging were heard. The horses neighed in fear as well. Serret whispered, I think he knows more than he lets on. Have you used Odysee on him? Letho had a weird look on his face. He used Odysee on Roy on the first day of their adventure. He could give Roy knowledge, but he couldn't get anything out of him. It was like something was preventing him from doing that. He's not like the other guys. We can trust him. Letho looked outside darkly. We know the wild hunt isn't the only source of pain in this world. Politics is a source as well. He has the most potential out of all the witches I have seen, and I have thought about this. If he gets involved in this matter, it'll only ruin him. That is not like you. And he's smart enough to find out sooner or later. Letho shot him a glare, and Serret shrugged. Fine. We'll keep this a secret and try to raise him up to be a real witcher someday. Now let's talk business. Verdun's ambassador has been in Sintra for a month, and they'll probably send the princess over to finish the engagement. And the troops in Ulnwald got some reinforcements as well. Is Kalanth going to do anything soon? We aren't professional spies. Once we send them the information, we will have repaid our debt, cut off all ties with them after that. The courtyard was filled with weed, but it did not stop the witches from sparring. As they clashed swords, Sparks flew everywhere. One of the witches moved away like a phantom and spun his dagger around his hand, its speed fast enough to create afterimages. The witch's target remained firmly on the defensive. He kept his gaze locked onto his adversary, and he kept changing between 5 stances to block and counter the other witch's attacks. After Roy made another downward slash, Aerondight was caught between 2 daggers, and the fighters locked eyes with each other, the sparks of battle flying between them. Too slow. Orcs grinned toothily and leapt backward, not unlike a cat. He spun his daggers around his hands and bent downward. He stuck his tongue out and licked the blades in excitement as he started circling the young witcher. Roy held the sword tightly and kept his legs firmly clasped together. He kept pointing the end of his sword at his opponent, who kept moving around. It hadn't been 5 seconds since the spar began, but he was already drenched. Aside from the difference in power, Orc's air changed the moment he went into combat, and the oppressing air was exhausting Roy's mental energy. That was the difference experience brought. Roy's heart kept thumping loudly, and his blood was racing through his veins, while the adrenaline kept him pumped. However, he couldn't move a muscle. His reaction and speed was slower than Orc's, so he had to go on the defensive. Orc's was an experienced fighter. He kept circling Roy and piled on the pressure through his movements alone. He wouldn't attack easily, but eventually, he came to a corner and slowed down. Orc's flipped his dagger, and the light of the sun that reflected off it blinded Roy for just a moment, but that moment was enough for Orc's to attack. His eyes shone, and he leapt straight for Roy. Thanks to the deadly battles Roy had endured, he quickly put his weight on his left leg and spun in the opposite direction of the attack, and he slashed out blindly. He heard something crack, and his shield broke. Wilt, who had been watching from the sidelines, was shocked. It raised its front legs and neighed sadly. "I lost." Roy put his sword down. He could feel the blade on the nape of his neck, and his limbs turned cold. He seemed disappointed by the outcome. "You weren't half bad." "That last counter was fine." Orcs sheathed his dagger into the leather sheath in front of his chest. "You almost hit me, and I could have lost the spar," he commended. If it weren't for his great balance and agility, he wouldn't have managed to spin around in midair and dodge Roy's attack. I might have drunk a bit more than I could take." For some reason, my body stiffened up, and my mind was blank. Roy felt a little comforted hearing that. "That's not alcohol. That's my skill, fear, but his will is 9.5. It's the same as mine, so he can only be stunned for 1/100th of a second. That's not enough to turn the tide. You don't look so good." "Disappointed, are we?" "Honestly, aside from your slightly weak and rigid swordsmanship, you don't really look like a witcher who just passed the trial." "Give me a minute." Orcs pulled his hood back and ruffled his oily hair as he looked Roy up and down. "You're about the same level as I was back when I was 18. You can handle a wild hunt soldier. No wonder Letho's paying attention to you." "A soldier? How much power did you use just now?" Roy asked, sounding frustrated. "About 1/3 or so." Orcs yawned. 1/3 or so? Roy was shocked. "I only managed to make him use 1/3 of his strength." Now that he thought about it, he could feel that Orc's attacks with his dagger were sharper and deadlier than Letho's. "I'm still a newbie here." Roy sighed and looked at the corner of the yard. "So what's with those sandbags and wooden puppets?" "You'll know soon enough." Orcs smiled mysteriously. When they came back, Roy talked to the witches and found out that each of them were experts in different fields. Orcs focused on the school's dagger skills and swordsmanship. He was the top swordsman among the witches, so Roy was no match for him. Letho was the best alchemist among them. He could make a lot of bombs, potions, oils, and poisons. Roy had seen that firsthand on his adventures. Serit was the best tracker among them. He could track humans and monsters alike, and they couldn't escape him easily. He had seen a lot of things in life, so everyone called him the encyclopedia of the Viper School, and he was the best sign user out of the 3. "So, excited for your new adventure in Sintra?" Letho asked. "Orcs and Serit will join me, and we'll teach you everything we know. You'll become a real witcher." "What about the chosen person?" "We'll handle that. You just stay here and train for a week. Rest up for today. The training will start tomorrow. I'll teach you all about alchemy, while Orcs will handle the combat. Serit will teach you everything else, including monsters, traps, tracking, and hunting. The witches looked at him eerily, as if they would experiment on him. Hold it. Roy took a step back. Letho alone is torturous enough, and now all three of them are going to teach me? That's crazy. He forced a smile and took his journal out. I am still learning the things you taught me. Can you give me some time to master this first? Letho shook his head and gulped down his beer. We have to push you, kid. I know you have potential, so don't waste it. Someone started drinking, and all of them went all out. They finished a barrel of beer in a single morning, and the three veteran witches went to sleep on the ground, though their snores were loud enough to wake an elephant. Roy shook his head. They don't care about their appearances, do they? He was the only one who was sober. He didn't like the feeling of losing control after getting drunk. Being tipsy was the best feeling for him. The witches woke up in the evening, and Serit gave Roy, who was meditating on the second floor, a bag. What's this? My precious. Don't dirty it. Don't tear it apart. Serit looked at the sunset groggily and yawned. Apparently, he was still a bit drunk. Almanac of Creatures? Roy took the bag and pulled out an old, almost torn book. The cover was curled up, and the back was almost cracked. It looked haggard. Roy rolled his eyes. What do you mean, don't dirty it or tear it apart? This book's going to get destroyed if anything happens to it. Roy turned the cover over and flipped a few pages, then the content interested him. There were a lot of creatures recorded there, such as trolls and arakas. There were even pictures too, and it was a lot more complete than the notebook Letho gave him. More surprisingly, every page was filled with notes. They were conclusions the book's owner arrived at. Witches are not oafs. We have to read a lot of books. Serit nodded in approval, seeing how immersed Roy was. You'll memorize at least 2 pages of this book every night, and I'll give you a test the very next day. Roy nodded quickly. The knowledge contained in the book was enough to complement the ones he got from the training. Serit said, Orcs will start training your swordsmanship at 5 in the morning tomorrow, then that'll be followed by Letho's alchemy lessons. My lesson is at night. Understood. After Serit left, Roy lay on his bed and concentrated on his character sheet. Level 5 Witcher, 2610-2500. I wonder what's the maximum EXP I can accumulate? Roy was in no hurry to level up. He wanted to keep an extra life in case anything bad were to happen. Roy started his hell week of training the next day. He would wake up from meditation every day at 5 in the morning and get trained in swordsmanship. Compared to Letho, Orc's training was simpler and more straightforward. He went straight for the hands-on stuff. And he didn't even use training swords. Training swords are for kids. True witches can even kill their own brothers. We'll be using real swords. Orcs blew on his short sword and shot Roy a provocative look. He had a weird way of holding his short swords. He held the hilt in a reverse grip with one hand and the normal grip with the other. The short swords danced across his fingers like they weighed nothing. Orcs was kidding. Of course, they would cast Kaer on themselves before they sparred, just in case someone was hurt. However, Orcs would never hold himself back. He went full power on Roy. Guess what, Roy? I'm not going to hold back like that Baldy did. Nobody's going to hold back in a life or death battle, not even if you are a handsome man. And with that, the young witch's hellish training began. The usually silent courtyard was filled with the sound of metal clashing against each other. The witches would clash and break apart many times, and sparks would fly every time the metal swords met. Roy would lose at least 100 matches in the span of a single morning. Sometimes he would lose in 2 seconds, as Orc's blade would already be on his neck the moment the battle started. If he was lucky, he would last 10 seconds. But that was pure luck. Orcs was too fast for Roy's eyes to even catch. He could only guess how Orcs would attack by pure experience, and if he was lucky, he would guess it right and block Orcs. However, all his counterattacks would miss his adversary. Training with Orcs was just a massacre. Roy had no chance to counterattack or win. His confidence plummeted after the first day, and he doubted his own skills. But by the next morning, he didn't even feel anything after he lost another 100 matches. On the third day, he understood what Orcs was trying to teach. The continuous failures in battle not only taught him about swordsmanship, but also about his battle sense, danger sense, instincts, and resilience. Swordsmanship might be important, but the other elements were crucial to witches too, so Roy held on. But just when he was getting used to the brutal training, Orcs switched it up a little. You can't just endure hits. I have something else for you too. See those things in the courtyard? You mean the tall logs, the spinning puppets, and the sandbag hanging from the tree? Roy had a bad feeling about the matter. Yes, Serit and I spent a month preparing those for you. So, are you surprised? Orcs grinned toothily, and he had a smug look on his face. Every apprentice in the school has to go through this. They're used to train your balance and reaction speed. You'll have to get used to them, and you will get injured in the process. But well, scars are a man's pride. Don't let us down, Roy. And Roy had to go through another kind of training every morning. He would jump around the 12 logs in the courtyard. Roy always fell and almost broke his bones in the beginning, but eventually, he got used to it, and his movements became as agile and elegant as a cat's. He was quiet, accurate, and balanced. Orcs would take part in the spinning puppet and the sandbag training. Roy stood in the middle of the puppets and sandbags, dodging them as they kept assaulting him. Naturally, he was still on the enduring end of the practice. Once he was done enduring, he'd cast Kaer, and the routine would repeat until he had no mana left. He had bruises all over his body after a single morning, and his head was as swollen as a balloon. And he felt dizzy because his mana had run out. Orcs sat with him in the courtyard, and they stared up at the overcast sky. Don't look so glum. Smile. Roy forced a smile, and the pain made him wince. That's more like it, Roy. Don't end up like the other two. They always look so tense. Orcs winked at him. The life of a witcher is a dull one. It's either training or requests. Lots and lots of requests. We should have more humor in our life. Do something fun. After all, we might drop dead someday. If you don't have any happy memories before you die, then your life will be nothing but a tragedy. Yeah, Roy agreed. Orcs beamed, happy because Roy acknowledged his point of view. You see, I am a handsome man. Yes, you don't look bad. Roy looked at Orcs. He looked exactly like Serit, and if he were to change into plain clothes, Orcs would look just like a farmer. I'm a handsome and humorous man. Orcs didn't seem to catch the sarcasm, and he kept bragging. Back in the day, I caught the eye of a lot of noble ladies thanks to my outstanding wit and humor. Do you know how much they loved me? They wanted to bear my kids, but since we're infertile, I had to give them their freedom after I had my fun with them. Orc's training was a bit special, and he'd always talk after he was done, so Roy gleaned some sort of fun from it. He could feel himself improving every day. It wasn't a growth in stats, but a growth in battle sense, and that would only show in battle. Letho's alchemy class would follow in the afternoon. Before the trial, Roy could only make 2 kinds of potions, marigold potions and paralyzing poisons. However, after he unlocked his mana pool after the trial, he could craft concoctions. I'll start by teaching you the simplest, most commonly used concoctions. There are 3 of them: Swallow, for regeneration; Thunderbolt, for more muscle strength; and Petrie's Filter, for more powerful signs. Letho looked at Troy, and he said, "Tell me about the recipes for those concoctions." "All those concoctions use dwarven liquor as base," Roy answered without any hesitation. "But Swallow requires 5 ounces of celandine and 2 ounces of drowner brain. Thunderbolt requires 2 ounces of begartix and an ounce of Andrega fetus." "Wait, do we even have that ingredient?" "Someone was selling it in the market this morning." "A layman. He found the fetus by chance and sold it off cheap, thinking it was a beehive. And you're paying for the ingredients." "I'm not paying for it out of my own pocket," Letho said seriously, and he seemed slightly nervous. "Fine. Very well, then. Let's continue. The recipe for Petrie's Filter: 5 ounces of arenaria, 1 ounce of spectre dust. As for the specifics, now watch how I do it. I'll only do it once. Memorize the whole thing and copy it." Letho started making the concoctions and told Roy about what to pay attention to in every step. "First, Swallow. Take 5 ounces of dried celandine and add it into the mortar, then crush it with the pestle, but don't grind it into a fine dust. Use about half of your grip strength and crush it 400 times. Put the crushed celandine on a plate and set it aside. Grind the smoked drowner's brain into a fine dust, about as fine as the flour you see. Add half a dose of dwarven liquor in the cauldron before you start this step. Then light the fire and heat it up. Letho's back would contract and ease up from time to time as he went through all the complex yet necessary steps of making potions. Once all the ingredients got to know each other in the cauldron, Letho heated them up and poured them into a flask. Then he sat cross-legged and placed the concoction in his lap. He sent his mana into the potion and used it to neutralize all the conflicting elements in the concoction. The mana required for neutralization is a tenth of what we spent on signs, and you cannot spend it all at once. You must be slow and gradual, or you'll destroy the potion. A while later, Letho raised a flask of green potion, and a dose of swallow was done. Of all the 3 training sessions, Roy was accustomed to alchemy the most. He had gone through the same kind of training twice, and the third time's the charm, so he adapted to it well. Roy's agility increased significantly after the trial, and thanks to that, his coordination and hand speed increased as well. He could weigh the ingredients, handle the base of the concoction, and use all the apparatuses smoothly at this point. Roy would rarely make any basic mistakes like taking the wrong weight and underheating or overheating the cauldron. After seeing Letho's presentation, Roy managed to create a dose of swallow after 10 failures. His mana was almost fully depleted, but he managed to make one, though its effect was only a third of what Letho's swallow was. However, it was a huge improvement, as he had to go through a few grueling days to make one dose the last time. He mastered swallow in 2 days, and the process of making Thunderbolt and Petrie's filter was about the same, so no accidents happened. Roy's alchemy skills were growing slowly but surely, and he enjoyed that kind of feeling. However, the only problem was money. They spent more than 300 crowns in a single week, and 80% of that was wasted. After alchemy and dinner, it was time for Serit's theory class. Roy thought Serit would only read the text of Almanac of Creatures word by word, but instead, Serit veered off script and brought up interesting examples every time he talked about a creature. Most of the time, the example came from his own experience, though he modified it a little. So you memorized 2 pages last night. Not bad. Here's a question. What's the most distinct difference between drowners and neckers? Drowners can't see too far, while neckers can't see too clearly. Roy experienced those himself, and the memory was still vivid. Good. Looks like Letho taught you some basics. Serit smirked. Let's move on to some of the more advanced knowledge. Trolls, to be specific. Not ice trolls, not forest trolls, but trolls. They are powerful humanoid creatures. They are fat, and their muscles are thick. They are nearly invincible, and they possess significant strength. They can tear off our head and arms easily and shove it up our ass. So what should you do if you run into a troll, kid? Serit looked at Roy. Run, Roy blurted. He was still too weak to face trolls, but he thought he could run even if he couldn't fight it. You fool. That kind of reaction would only make it think you were a threat, and it would attack you. Serit shook his head in disdain. You would only take 2 steps at most before the troll smashed your bones with a boulder, and it would toss the boulder at you. So what should I do, Mr. Serit? Roy looked down humbly as he requested for the answer. Serit loved that attitude. He straightened his hairband and puffed his chest. Trolls might possess great strength, but they have simple minds, and they are slow. That's their weakness, and you can exploit it. If you run into them, the best course of action is to stop moving and crouch down. Cover your head with your arms, and the trolls might stop attacking, since they'll think you're a rock. Then you can slip away while they take a nap. Are you sure that will work? Roy was doubtful. Won't they tear me limb from limb and make me into a human stew? It will work. Speaking from experience. That's one unforgettable memory. I was 18 back then, and I had just departed the Great Gothic Vad, Serit said. I was injured after handling a ghoul request in a village, and I ran into a troll on my way back. It was right beside the wooden bridge. I pretended to be a stone, and I managed to slip by. Then I used the same trick 3 times at the same spot. Back then, I wondered how a humanoid creature with such low intellect managed to survive for so long. By the 5th time, I couldn't hold my curiosity back. so I raised my hands and slowly went over to have a chat. You had a chat with a troll? Yes. Trolls speak human tongue as well, but they have limited intellect, and their temper is short, naive and stupid, so to speak. Seret emphasized, if you wish to talk to them, you have to master the art of conversation. And you have to think on your feet. You must not show any kind of nervous emotion, or they will smash you into bits. Thinking you want to cross the bridge. So what did you talk about with the troll? Roy asked. It told me about bridge making and how to cook mushrooms, while I taught it how to count using fingers, Seret said. Trolls usually only know how to count up to 5, while I taught it how to count until 10 with its fingers. It was delighted, and I knew that if I were to invite him, I would gain a friend, an underling, and a goon, or a bodyguard. Trolls do not understand betrayal. That concept doesn't seem to exist, so their loyalty is guaranteed. It was a shame I had no place to keep that giant, and it had a big appetite, so I couldn't sustain it. Roy gulped. Whoa, if I can convince a troll to join me, that'd be more convenient than forcible taming. How did you manage to become friends with it? Oh, I wrote an article about it, titled How to Deceive an Innocent Troll Using the Art of Conversation. All the details are in there. Interested? Yes, of course. It was already night after the theory class, so Seret took Roy and left Sintra from the wilds. Sleuth work, tracking, and hunting were included in Seret's class. Since witches would have to live in the wilds a lot, hunting and survival skills were crucial to them. Letho had taught Roy the basics, but Seret went deeper, and he easily taught Roy about the most important parts. First, he taught Roy about the traps he could make to catch some fish, birds, rabbits, and marmots. The traps were made using anything that was available in the wild, including vines, twigs, and fallen leaves. They made the traps at night, and if they were lucky, they could get something the very next day. Then, he showed Roy how to use their witcher senses to track bigger prey using their urine, footprints, fur, and feathers. Then they would hunt down their prey, skin and disembowel it, and finally make barbecue out of it. You'll be on cooking duty from now on, kid, so learn how to grill, Seret said nonchalantly as he chomped down on the meat. Why me? School tradition. Youngest witcher is on menial duty. Roy liked Seret's class the most out of the 3 sessions. It was interesting, and Roy could train his crossbow skills, and he could gain some EXP as well. 3 birds with 1 stone, or in my case, 1 bolt. He would have fallen in love with Seret at this rate, but alas, Seret wasn't a woman. The first rays of sunlight rained down upon the land, and it bestowed a glimmering sheen upon the beads of sweat on the young witcher's face. The training week had ended, and it was the 21st of June, 1261. Medit had arrived. The veteran witches, in all their mercy, allowed Roy a day off. He went to the marketplace with orcs to find something to eat, and he tried to get some clues about the chosen person. Roy had been to Aldersburg, Mahakam, Elender, and Vizima. Their marketplace was stuffy and noisy, and Sintra's was every bit as noisy as the other marketplaces. Skellige Isle stood at its west, and the maritime delivery business was booming here. Yaruga flowed on the northern side of Sintra, and the neighboring kingdoms were Sodden and Bra, vassal states of Temeria. Sintra had a lot of partnership with the merchants in those kingdoms. The merchants, who came from the north and west, easily filled the marketplace with their stalls. Orcs took Roy with him, and they bravely delved into the throng. The moment they did, the rancid stench of sweat, body odor, the smell of feet, and the scent of poultry excrements assailed them. Roy almost passed out from the smell alone, and he grumbled, "Wow, this is nastier than necker breath." "You'll get used to it eventually." There were sounds of flutes and lutes in the marketplace. Obviously, bards and lutists were performing in the square, and to make things worse, there was a horn player blowing his horn around. The cacophony of noises almost made Roy's head explode, and he complained, "This is a disaster." He stood among the crowd patiently, and a while later, he saw a few interesting things. A small crowd gathered around some halflings and watched as they made a beautiful wine pouch from leather, while 2 elves were selling some exquisite dolls. "Well, this is the first time I've seen a non-human race outside of elves and dwarves." Halflings looked shorter than dwarves. They were not even 4 feet, 1.2 meters tall, but they looked a bit more handsome than dwarves were. Still, they had bigger eyes and noses compared to humans, and they didn't have majestic beards like dwarves did. However, their chest and leg hair were thick. Roy cast Observe on them, and he noticed that the halfling's strength and constitution were less than 4. Obviously, they were weaker than the average human, but they had a special trait. Deft hands, passive. Halflings are shorter than humans and dwarves, but they have great accuracy and talent in archery and rock throwing. Dexterity +1, perception +2. After Roy was done sightseeing, the horn player finally stopped as well. Someone probably killed him. Hey, something smells nice. What is it? Grilled potato, I suppose. Orcs patted his money pouch. Want one? 2. One for each of us. I am a meat eater. Orcs grinned toothily. You have quite the good stomach. Roy spent a few crowns to buy some potatoes and wolfed it down. The unique taste came as a surprise, but it was a light snack at most, and it could not fill the belly of a hungry witcher. There were a lot of stalls in the marketplace, however, so Roy got toast and smoked carp before his belly finally stopped rumbling. It was time for business after breakfast, and Orcs started teaching him some tips and tricks. We think that the chosen person the Wild Hunt is pursuing probably has the same traits as the unexpected children. Orcs looked at the crowd nonchalantly, but his eyes were gleaming. They must have something special about them, so open your eyes and look around. Orcs, you could have said nothing and the outcome would still not change. We don't even know the Wild Hunt's target, so how should we look for it? Have some patience, kid. Orcs still looked around. I told you the girl who was captured and released by the Wild Hunt has talent. Did I not? You mean the talent for being a witcher? Yes. She might be young, but she already has some mana within her. She doesn't know how to control it, so our pendant resonated with her. I see. Roy knew who the target was, but he had to pretend he knew nothing and go around with Orcs for some investigation. Be on the lookout. Not every girl who has talent can cause the pendant to resonate. Some girls who seem grotesque might be the Wild Hunt's target as well, and those who act weird might be a target too. Yeah, I know. Girls like that are budding witches, just like Cassiga. The marketplace had the most number of people in Sintra, and it became the first stop of their sleuth work. They walked ahead and came across a weird semicircle amphitheater. Wooden stands measuring 6 feet tall supported a huge canvas, and it acted as a makeshift wall around the amphitheater. The entrance was located between 2 stands, and a tall, freckled man who wore a short-sleeved shirt, a pair of striped pants and sailor boots stood sentry outside the entrance. A small group of people wandered before him. Then they tossed him some coins and went into the amphitheater. The man tossed the coins into a big bag, and he bellowed hoarsely. Step right up. We got the most terrifying creature the gods have ever created, the one and only basilisk from Zerrikania. See it in all its glory. Only 1 crown. Step right up. Basilisk. Roy was curious. What kind of fool would put that kind of monster in a packed marketplace? But that interested him as well. Hey, if it's true, it's worth the crown. I'm in need of a magical creature to test my taming on. A locked basilisk is the perfect target. I've never seen a basilisk before. A basilisk was a lethal enemy for any witcher. Wanna have a look? Well, I am trying to look for some fun, and we have to find the Wild Hunt's quarry. Orcs shook his head. You can have a look yourself, but don't forget about tomorrow's training. Sure. They went their separate ways, and Roy tossed the man a crown before he went into the amphitheater. A stage made out of wood stood in the center, and a crowd surrounded it. They were staring at the wooden cage on the stage, but a blanket covered it. After the last customers came in, the man leapt up onto the stage and pulled the blanket up with a wooden pole. Then the stench of the animal assailed them. The audience took a few steps back, grumbling as they did so. Only the witcher remained still as he stared at the cage with interest. Do take a few steps back, audience. This creature is dangerous. A black beast the size of a calf was curled up in the cage. Upon closer inspection, Roy noticed it was covered in black feathers. The man knocked on the cage with his pole, and the beast squirmed. As its skin and claws touched the cage, the beast craned its neck and let out a ghastly scream. It jutted its beak out of the cage and stuck its crimson tongue out. One look and Roy knew the beast was not a basilisk. He stared at it and casted Observe. Griffin. Gender, female. Age, 3 months old. HP, 70. Injured, weakened. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 7. Constitution, 7. Perception, 7. Will, 6. Charisma, 4. Spirit, 5. Skills. Chimera, passive. Griffins have the best of eagles and lions. They have strengthened digestive tracts and regenerative abilities. Dexterity +2, strength +2, constitution +2. Predator, passive. Griffins are one of the best predators in the beast world. Its beak and claws have special structures, and the wounds they inflict will cause continuous blood loss. It has better sight and smell than other animals. Perception +2. That's a griffin for you. She's just a baby, but she already has better stats than a regular adult. Roy was delighted. Looks like this is going to be a fulfilling trip after all. However, there was one tiny flaw. As the symbol of bravery and courage, the griffins will stood at 6. And she was only 3 months old. Roy's will was 9.5. Even if he leveled up immediately, he couldn't level his will up to 12, so he couldn't tame the griffin by force. Even so, he wouldn't let go of the chance. I have to try and get this griffin. Have a look, folks. This creature comes from the desert. It can spew venom, so please do not come near the cage. The crowd looked solemn, and none of them made sudden movements. The man nodded in delight, and he continued. This is a basilisk. It has the sharpest fangs in the world, and a single one of this beast can kill 10 lions. How do you catch it, then? Someone asked quietly. The man quickly answered, it's a secret, but you can purchase it if you have the right price. Roy interrupted, that is no basilisk. No creature in the desert would look this dark. Silence, child. Enraged, the man nearly poked Roy with his pole. How dare you deny a warrior's fruit of labor? If this creature is not a basilisk, the man swirled around to face the audience. Then tell them what it really is. A griffin, Roy said loudly. It's not even 4 months old. It's weakened, starving, and its wing is broken. It has the same name in elder speech. Do you think the audience is blind? There are no black griffins in this world. The man was still trying to deny it. Let me guess. You painted it black. It'll reveal its true colors once it takes a shower. The audience was starting to whisper among themselves. Elder speech was famous in these lands, and knowing it made Roy seem like an expert. The man started to panic. Silence, child, or I will, or you will what? A beautiful woman in a yellow dress stepped up. Her dress was expensive, and it was obvious she was from a higher class. Are you afraid? Have you been scamming the audience? Is that why you don't want him to explain himself? The man looked at the woman with hesitation. Then he shot a glare at Roy. Fine, come here, child. Touch it, and I guarantee it will spew its venom at you. Don't come crying if it does. I'll take you up on that offer. Roy agreed before leaping up to the stage. The crowd was whispering, but Roy ignored them, and he went straight to the cage. When the griffin caught Roy's scent, its eyes turned crimson, and it started struggling violently in its cage. However, Roy wasn't fazed at all. He went even closer to the cage and stretched his hand out to quickly touch the griffin's furry head. See? Roy teased the griffin as if it were a common dog. Where's the venom? I'm still alive. He's brave. Is he a beast master? The girl who came to Roy's defense looked delighted, and she mumbled to herself, well, now I can tell the princess all about this. So did your venomous creature kill me? Roy mocked the man, and the man couldn't even say a word. Look out, behind you, the creature is escaping. The crowd started shouting, for the baby griffin bent its cage, and it forced the rusty nail out. The man quickly ran away, fearing he might be killed. The crowd was starting to panic. Then, the griffin made one final push and broke its cage entirely, but it still took the griffin some time to wiggle out of its prison. Before the crowd could even gasp, Roy quickly put his hand on the griffin's head. Much to the crowd's shock, Roy cast fear on the griffin, and the creature saw countless crimson tentacles rising from Roy's back. Its guttural roar was cut short, and it kneeled before Roy motionlessly. Roy's higher will took effect, and even after fear's effect had passed, the griffin still didn't get up, much to Roy's surprise. The man who ran away earlier was shocked to see that as well. What in Melitel's name is going on? I don't remember that beast being so agreeable. All griffins are proud, including their babies. How did this kid manage to tame it? When the crowd realized what had happened, their jaws dropped. Dark gold eyes, special attire. He's a witcher. The girl in the yellow dress looked excited. When she realized who Roy was, she couldn't wait to return to the castle and tell the princess what she saw. She has always been curious about witches, that princess. Roy brushed his hand across the griffin's mane and touched its warm, trembling body. This beast feels like a rooster. You need a better cage. The man's face turned red in embarrassment. Can you send it home for me? I can. But this counts as a request. A request? Curious. The man looked at Roy closely. Why, you're a witcher? Roy of the Viper School. The man looked surprised, and he forgot all about his griffin. Miss Troy, forgive me for my impudence. He bowed. Do you still accept requests? Oh, I don't mean locking the beast up in a cage. This is a more important request. You're talking about that right here? I am very sorry. My audience. Gala turned around. Today's presentation has ended, but as compensation, tomorrow's show shall be free. The crowd grumbled and muttered, but they left in the end. Roy could feel Gala's determination, so he named his price. I like this little one. Are you willing to sell it? Gala looked troubled, but a moment later, he gritted his teeth. If you can settle this matter for me, then I shall give you this griffin in return. Two silhouettes appeared on a path toward the mountain forest in northern Sintra. The shorter one was wearing black leather armor, and he had two swords strapped behind his back. The other one was taller. He had a long face, and he was gaunt. The taller man said, 2 months ago, Hadava and I went to gather some herbs in the cave, and we found the baby griffin there. It was a newborn, and its feathers were still wet, its claws and beak were soft, and it wasn't even the size of our fists, though it was cawing at us. We didn't know it was a griffin, so we thought it was the spawn of a vulture and an eagle. We were going to take it home and raise it until it was big enough to perform. Then we would make money off it. Gala sighed, and fear crept up on his face. But the moment we took the griffin, something attacked us. It looked like a human, but its back was horribly hunched. Its skin was gray, and it smelled like a dead body. And it walked on all fours like a beast. It only had 4 fingers on each claw, and its nails were like black hooks. I couldn't even react to its attack. It came out of the shadows and pounced at Hadava. Took half of his face in one go, and the monster pinned Hadava down, tearing him apart. I was terrified. I couldn't even think straight, so I took the little one with me and... He started to stammer, and he looked guilty. And you ran? Roy asked. I left my friend for dead and ran. Gala stared down, his face ashen. I am a coward. A deserter. Roy sighed, but he didn't blame Gala for running away. Running away is normal. Expected. Roy knew how terrifying a ghoul could be. It could induce nightmares for children and make cowards faint. Most people would either stand dumbly or run away when they come face to face with a ghoul. Not many would fight it. Most would desert even their families when they come across a ghoul, let alone their friend. It's a survival instinct. No, this is my fault. Gala still blamed himself. If I didn't run, if I had just hit that monster, maybe Hadava would have come out alive. Ghouls possess greater speed and strength than humans. Their claws and fangs are sharp enough to tear through human flesh and bones. If you hadn't run, you'd have ended up dead like your friend. But well, it would have been an honorable death. Roy looked ahead, and they were now on a slope filled with shrubs. Too late for regrets now. Tell me about the request. You wish to kill the ghoul and avenge your friend, correct? Yes, I want that bastard dead. Gala gritted his teeth, and regret filled his eyes. And I want to collect Gala's remains. He was a warrior, a mercenary who fought countless battles, but he took an arrow to the knee, and he had to retire early. He moved to Sintra from Novgorod and started working with me. I never thought he'd die from an ambush from a ghoul. A retired mercenary killed by a monster in the wilds. Roy thought. That's probably the fate of most witches, too. I am a despicable deserter. and I let him down. The least I can do is give him a proper burial. In Sintra. That's a sea burial. Gala looked Roy in the eye genuinely. If you can avenge my friend, then you shall get that griffin as payment. If it is not enough, I can. The reward is adequate. You don't have to put in any more money. Roy didn't want to push his luck. A baby griffin was priceless for him, but you have to be prepared. If the ghoul is hungry enough, it won't be picky about its food. Bones are also on its menu. Your friend might have been devoured, bones and all. Gala suddenly stopped, and he blanched. A long while later, he sighed. One piece of bone is good enough for me. I want to bury him and repent. I understand. Being careful had become Roy's habit, so he asked solemnly, last question. Are you sure there's only one ghoul in the cave? Are the griffin's parents there? I can handle a lone ghoul. But if there's anything else in there, we'll both be finished. I remember it as if it happened yesterday. I don't think I can ever forget what I saw. I am sure the ghoul was the only thing that attacked us. It hid in the shadows and struck us out of nowhere. Gala had mixed feelings about the matter. He felt glad for coming out with his life, but he regretted his actions too. I couldn't have escaped if there was another ghoul or an adult griffin in there. Nor could I have taken the little one with me. Roy nodded. Griffins were protective of their own children. They would never have left their child alone. The baby's parents must be dead. A lone ghoul. It's a standard challenge. Roy looked up at the sky, and he felt assured ghouls would gain more strength during twilight hours and the night. But the sun was shining brightly, and the ghoul would be weakened. On top of that, Roy had one full recovery in store. I can take this. Half an hour later, they came to a clearing in the forest, and a dark cavern stood 100 feet away from them. Roy and Gala looked at the entrance from afar. A while later, Gala started feeling scared, for he recalled what happened that day, but he shook his head to dispel the fear. What should I do next, Mr. Roy? Your job is to hide outside. If you can climb that poplar tree, then all the better. Can you climb a tree? After what happened with Huckle last time, Roy didn't want any amateurs to complicate his job. Gala's face was red, and he wanted to say something, but Roy waved him down. Have patience. You will have the chance to destroy the ghoul's body. Roy bent down and tiptoed to the cave. He turned his witcher senses on, and he saw a row of colorful silk in the air. Most of them came from the wild beasts he was familiar with, but a few strands were unfamiliar. Their color and scent were the same, and Roy heaved a sigh of relief. All right, now I know I only have one ghoul to deal with, and it just came back from a hunt. He checked his alchemy supplies in his inventory, and he took out a dose of ghoul oil to smear it on Aerondight. Then he took out 10 bolts made of special materials. Roy gulped down Swallow and Thunderbolt, and black veins popped up on his face. He made a sign before him, and a yellow light covered him a moment later. After he made his preparations, Roy snuck into the cave, sticking to the wall. Roy wasn't in a hurry to find the ghoul. He looked around him to see what he could work with. There were stalactites on the top of the cavern, and underneath it were piles of rocks, spider webs, moss, and some mushrooms. The space was big, but it was still limited for a fight with a ghoul. He had to use every advantage he had. Roy memorized the structure of the cave and simulated the battle in his mind. 2 minutes later, he came to a stop at a corner and hid behind a stone structure. There was a clearing not far away, and the dim light from above shone on a humanoid creature walking on all fours. Its skin was grayish-white, just like a corpse, and it smelled like rotten flesh. Roy could see bulging muscles on its limbs and back, and its legs were bent to the back at the joints, just like how a dog's legs would. The creature had a black maw that stretched to its ears, and its yellow teeth looked like maggots that squirmed in a pile of excrements. Its eyes were black, as if it were possessed by a demon. Ghoul. Age, 1-year-old. HP, 130. Strength, 12. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 13. Perception, 6. Will, 5. Charisma, 2. Spirit, 5. Skills. Plagued Claw, Level 3. Ghouls are filled with venom, germs, and viruses. Wounded targets will get feverish, weakened, and their wounds will start to fester. Devour, Level 3. Ghouls can heal light wounds and regenerate health through devouring flesh. Madness, passive. Ghouls can store a part of the power of the flesh they consume. When their health falls below 20% in battle, they can activate this power and regenerate their health. +1 to strength, dexterity, and constitution. They will become more violent and resistant to pain. Lasts 1 minute. Roy held his trembling pendant and heaved a sigh of relief. His target's stats weren't overwhelmingly high, and it was extremely slow, so Roy could kite it. Not to mention I have the element of surprise. Roy made a sign quietly and pressed it against the ground. Then the purple light of Hidden shone in the air. He summoned his crossbow and took cover. Roy took a deep breath and aimed his weapon at the ghoul's head. Guided arrows. He fired 3 blue bolts, and they hit their target squarely in the head. The ghoul screeched in pain, its voice unpleasant, as if sharp nails were clawing on a blackboard. The ghoul tensed up and set its sights on the ambusher who was hiding behind the rock, and it came charging at Roy, ignoring the arrows that were buried in its head. Roy calmly pulled the trigger and fired 3 more bolts before he sent the crossbow back to his inventory space. Then he summoned Erondite. After suffering 6 bolts, the ghoul only had half its HP left when it came to the rock. The stench of its body assailed Roy, and it tried to stab Roy's artery with its claws. Its rotten drool almost fell on Roy's face, but the ghoul would never reach its prey, for its movements slowed thanks to Hidden. Roy crouched and evaded the ghoul's attack. He came to its back and got up. Then he turned round and slashed the monster. The crimson blade cut a gash on the nape of the ghoul's neck, revealing the bones within. The pain snapped the ghoul out of its trance, and it turned around. But a green triangle caught its mind again, and it was caught in another trance. Roy took a deep breath and pressed his hand against the ground, using its momentum to leap up high into the air. Just like a cat who was hunting its prey, Roy jumped over the ghoul and made a powerful downward slash. However, it didn't cut through the ghoul. The blade managed to wound its neck, but the ghoul's bones were too hard for Roy to cut through. The ghoul let out a guttural roar, and an eerie red light appeared on its skin. Its health was quickly regenerating, and it leapt up, slashing its claws at Roy. Roy came back down to the ground and quickly evaded the ghoul's attack. At the same time, he cast fear again. Countless crimson tentacles appeared in the ghoul's line of sight, and they wrapped themselves around it, making it almost impossible for the ghoul to even take a step. A gust of wind blew through the cave as Roy summoned his silver sword again. He tensed his muscles up and slashed away at the same spot for the 3rd time. A crimson light shone within the cave, then a gigantic head flew high up into the air before it fell with a thud. The head rolled over Roy, and blood spurted from the headless body of the ghoul before it too fell to the ground. Ghoul Guild EXP +100, Level 5 Witcher, 2,852,500. Roy heaved a sigh and flicked his wrist to clean Erondite of the ghoul's blood, and he eased up a little. The battle didn't last for 10 seconds. Roy's target was clear, and he aimed for the ghoul's vitals, preventing it from healing. His plan worked well, and thanks to the element of surprise, he won the battle. But still, the battle went too smoothly. He was used to the brutal fights with orcs. Roy smiled self-deprecatingly, and he went to cut the ghoul up. To his pleasant surprise, he found a red mutagen, and he was one step closer to being an intermediate witcher. Magical Creatures Guild, 3/10. After handling the ghoul's corpse, Roy scoured the cave, and he found a few herbs, such as stramonium, reach cluster, and button heart. There were also a lot of animal bones around the cave. Deers, stray dogs, roe deers, and even a couple of unlucky humans. Roy also found 2 skeletons as large as buffaloes, and they were lying side by side. Judging from the beak, claws, and tails, he realized the skeletons must have belonged to the baby griffin's parents. Roy noticed that one of the skeletons had a lot of broken bones on it, and he deduced that the griffins must have died because they fell from a great height and didn't manage to get treated in time. The other griffin's skull was crushed. Roy used his witcher senses and found a patch of dried blood with some feathers on the wall. The cracks fit, so it was obvious that the other griffin killed itself for love. Roy thought it was a shame. Not even death can do them part. Griffins do love deeply, but is it really a good idea to leave your own kid behind? Suicide did prove your love, but your kid's really unlucky. If it weren't for Gala and his friend, she might have died. The ghoul was obviously attracted by the griffin's rotting body. If Gala hadn't come in time, the baby griffin would have died soon after as well. Hadava, my brother, I should not have left you. I am a coward, a deserter. Gala knelt before a human skeleton that was covered in blue armor. Behind him lay a mangled, headless corpse of a ghoul. I know you might not forgive me, but I swear I shall give you a sea burial, just like you said. Gala banged his head against the ground, and his forehead swelled up, but it didn't stop him from crying. Gala sobbed. He spent some time processing his guilt, and finally, he got his closure. Miss Troy, I shall give you your reward once we return to town. I am not in a hurry. You can still keep up this exhibition in Sintra. As Roy's will was too low to forcibly tame the griffin, and it was inconvenient to take the beast around, Roy wanted someone to take care of it. Are you serious, Mr. Roy? Gala didn't understand why Roy was doing this. You'll keep all the profit, but you have to feed the little one. Do not let it go hungry, Roy said. I will check up on it regularly. Once I am prepared, I shall take the little one with me. Do you have any problem with this arrangement? Very well, then. I shall do as you say, sir. Gala agreed. After all, opening an exhibition was the quickest way to make money. I shall take good care of it, sir. Worry not. Don't try to pull anything funny, or you will end up worse than this ghoul here. And remember to reinforce the cage. Don't let it hurt anyone. I'll come to the marketplace tomorrow. For now, I'm looting all the herbs in this cave. When Gala came back with his friend's remains, he still had a look of disbelief on his face. It had been a long day. First, he asked the Witcher to kill the ghoul, then he found his friend's remains, and he could keep the baby griffin for a while too. It was like a dream. However, the eventful day was not over yet. When he came back to his tent, the girl who doubted him earlier in the day came up to him and grinned. Her eyes were sparkling with curiosity, and she asked, "You are Gala, right? Can you tell me about your adventure you went on with the Witcher this morning?" Sintra Castle. A petite girl was sitting on the windowsill in her room, swinging her legs back and forth. She stared at the roads beneath, where the kingdom's people were going about with their lives. She had gray hair and a pair of beautiful green eyes, though they were filled with frustration. "Zulma, Ceres, where are you? I miss you too," she mumbled, and the girl buried her face in her hands as she started to cry. Oh my goodness. Sounds of hurried footsteps rang in the room, and someone suddenly picked Siri up from the windowsill. "My dear Siri, what did I tell you? Never go near somewhere so dangerous." The woman looked like she was in her 40s, and she was gorgeous. There were wrinkles at the corner of her eyes, but they couldn't cover her beauty, and she had a gentle voice as well. "You are my only relative left. If something were to happen to you, it would be devastating for me." The woman was in a resplendent, noble dress, and her eyes were as beautiful as emeralds. However, the stress lines that flowed down the sides of her nose made her look stern, while her thin lips and tall nose added to her air of cockiness. "Put me down," the young girl grunted, though she sounded like she was just playing around. The older lady pressed down on Siri's shoulder and straightened her up. They locked gazes, but neither of them refused to take a step back. "I am worried about you, Siri. Please never climb up the windowsill ever again, all right?" "No." The girl looked up indignantly. "I grew up on the Skellige Isles, and Crook told me I should be a free soul on the seas instead of a prisoner locked up in a castle. You've kept me cooped up in this place, and now you're taking my only entertainment away too?" The older lady sighed. "Promise me you won't run away, and I will give you your freedom. Promise me you won't marry me off to that pig and I won't run away," the girl mocked. "Enough!" Calanth roared, and she shot up angrily. The fury in her eyes was like a storm, and she imperiously silenced the girl. Scared, the girl hung her head low. "Siri, I know you haven't been feeling too happy," the lady said coldly, "but as the princess of Sintra, it is your responsibility to help me govern the kingdom." "Enough of your tomfoolery." "But," the girl's voice became a whisper, "but I've promised Zulma I'll marry him." "That is nonsense. That contract is invalid." "How so?" "Ceres was the witness, and Pavetta gave her blessing," the girl whispered, and she teared up. Calanth held her fury down, and she spoke painfully. "I promised Pavetta that I would find a good husband for you. You have heard about the fairy tale between a prince and a princess. You are a noble, and only a prince is fit to be your husband. Kistron of Verdun is the perfect choice. Kaland persuaded. Kistron might be pudgy, but just like you, he is a child. I am sure he will grow into a handsome prince. Then I can get betrothed to him when he's handsome enough, Ciri retorted as she stomped her feet, but she did not realize the consequences of her actions. Kaland flew into the rage and ordered her soldiers to keep the windows shut. Then she locked Ciri in the room with nothing but dolls and books as her friends. You will be staying in your room and reflecting upon yourself. Once the time comes, you will go to Verdun whether you want to or not. Kaland stormed off without saying another word. The Lioness of Sintra would never bow to anyone, not even her own granddaughter. HMPH. Ciri glared at her grandmother and hissed. She then picked up a thick book and hurled it onto her bed, knocking down a few dolls on the way. This is so dull. Ciri grew up on isekai'd, and she was a more active child. She went around skiing, racing, and fishing for crabs. Books and dolls bored her out of her mind. She lay on her bed and swung her legs in boredom. A long while later, Ciri was about to fall asleep, but then she heard someone opening her door, and she leapt out of bed in excitement. "My dear Amy, you are finally here." "Please, Your Highness." "Be more gentle. You don't want to fall down." The girl in the yellow dress hugged Ciri happily and led her to the bed. "Why are the windows shut? Did you cross the Queen again?" The girl scraped Ciri's nose in amusement while Ciri squirmed around in her embrace. "She's forcing me to marry that pig again." "I don't want to." "Well," the girl looked troubled. "The Queen doesn't want this either, but the South is getting bolder. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought this up. Quick, tell me something interesting." Ciri held the girl's hand happily. "It's mid-eat today. Did you run into something interesting out there?" "Tell me all about it." "Oh, I did run into something interesting today." The girl told Ciri everything about what she saw in the marketplace. "A basilisk." "Wait, you say it's actually a griffin? And there's a witcher there?" "And the witcher tamed that beast." "And he killed the ghoul for the owner?" Ciri kept gasping when her friend told her about the highlights of the story. Her face was red with excitement and she punched her bed. She really wanted to be there, but her circumstances stopped her. "So what does a witcher look like? Are they as bizarre as the legends say? Do they have white hair and eyes like a beast?" The girl shook her head. "The rumors are exaggerated. They paint witches in a bad light. The witcher I saw looks just like you and me. Like a normal human, though his eyes are dark gold. That's the only difference." "Hey, my eyes are different too." Delight and affection for the witcher welled up within Ciri's eyes. "Your eyes are prettier, but the witcher isn't half bad. His looks are decent." "So he tamed the griffin?" "I thought griffins would never bow to anyone." "It's just a young and weakened griffin," the girl corrected. "A wolf is probably stronger than it is, and it hasn't learned about a griffin's loyalty." That didn't stop Ciri from being astonished. "But it's a griffin nonetheless. It's not some random beast. No one I knew back on isekai'd managed to kill a griffin before. That young witcher is a warrior." Ciri gripped her friend's hand nervously. "You said the witcher killed a ghoul and avenged that man's friend, didn't you?" The girl nodded. Ciri looked delighted. "So that witcher is a warrior of justice then? He is a savior sent by Freya herself." "My dear Amy." Ciri looked at Amy hopefully. "Can you ask him to save a princess locked up in a castle?" She quickly leapt out of bed and took out a bunch of jewelry from her dressing table. Then she showed it to Amy. "I can give them a lot of gold. I mean reward." Ciri looked up seriously. "And I, Princess of Sintra, heir to the isekai'd, shall grant him the title of knight." Amy laughed out loudly. She was the daughter of a Sintra noble. If she were to work with a witcher and abduct a princess who was about to marry a prince right under Kaland's nose, she would be sent to the guillotine. Amy only thought of that as a joke. "You jest, my princess." "The queen is the highest authority in Sintra. No witcher would cross her while they are in Sintra." "Amy, are you just going to watch as I get married off to that ugly, rotten pig? You've never met Prince Kistrin before. How do you know he's rotten?" Amy waved her down and lifted her dress as she walked back to the door. "That is all for today, princess. I shall see you again after I find more interesting stories to tell." Ciri saw her off, and her eyes glinted with cunning. There will always be a way. Pavetta had talked about the good the witches had done. and she put her hands on her hips. They helped my parents before, so why can't they help me? I'll get Kaland to invite him into the palace. If she objects, I'll tell her I won't see that pig. At the same time, a white-haired witcher was leading his horse, Roach, to Bruz Castle. He was now northwest of Sintra at the riverside of Yaruga. There was an important request waiting for him in the castle. As he walked up the towering stairs, a breeze brushed across his cheek, and his left eyelid started to twitch. For some reason, he had a feeling something important would befall him soon enough. I wonder what it shall be. Within a tent in the marketplace, a small beast with the head and claws of a vulture and the body and tail of a lion was lying quietly in a big black steel cage. It was staring at the witcher outside its cage, and unrest was written in its eyes. Roy came closer to the beast and smiled at it gently. He held a rabbit in his left hand and beckoned the beast with his right. "Do you want this, Griffin? I just caught this last night. It's still fresh." Roy swung the rabbit before the baby griffin and allowed the stench of blood to permeate the air. However, his plan backfired. The young griffin was offended, and it let out a weird scream. The beast's mane bristled, as if it were facing a great enemy. It stood up on its hind legs and flapped its wings, crashing against the steel bars. "Relax. I just want to be your friend." Roy took a step back and crouched down. "As a token of my friendship, I have buried your parents' remains. They will not be defiled by any beast. Can't you show me some trust?" He tossed the rabbit to the griffin, but it didn't take it. Instead, the beast smacked the rabbit back to Roy and craned its neck haughtily as it flapped its wings. "Gala was right when he said you were a stubborn, resentful girl. I spent an hour every day for 5 days, but you still think I'm a villain." Roy shook his head. "Fine, if you don't want the easy way, guess I'll go with the hard way." A crimson light flashed in Roy's eyes, and the griffin's screams were cut short. Its legs buckled, and it kneeled in fear once more. Fear is always useful. The griffin would calm down for half an hour after it was feared, but it would start to get haughty again after that. That was what Roy observed. He tossed the rabbit back to the griffin, and this time, it didn't refuse it. Instead, it started to eat the animal. It held the rabbit with its claws and tore a strip of flesh down easily with its beak. Then it swallowed it down. Roy put his hands on the beast's neck and caressed its back all the way to the tip of its tail. The beast didn't move around and allowed Roy to touch it, and it didn't show any violent tendency either. "Well, this feels like touching a cat, but the feeling of satisfaction is so much higher." Griffins were much more dangerous than cats could ever be. It was the apex predator, and seeing them so tame felt exhilarating for Roy. He petted the beast for 15 minutes, and it fell asleep halfway through. Then he picked out a dozen ticks before he stopped touching the beast. Roy's goal was to get the griffin to warm up to him so he could tame it down the road. Luckily she's still young. That's why the carrot and stick routine works. If she'd been a fully matured griffin, she would never have bowed down to me. "Right, stick to the plan." "I'll do this every day." "Someday, she'll bow down to me." "Even if she won't, I should have fulfilled the condition to cast forcible taming on her. Then I'll be the first Twitcher who can fly through the clouds. I wonder if I can take over the griffin school." "If they object, I can always tell them I have a pet griffin." He led the griffin back to its cage before he left the tent, and Gala waved goodbye at him. Halfway back to the house, Roy bumped into Orcs, who looked like he was in a hurry. "Roy, stop thinking about taming that griffin. They will never bow to anyone." "Time for business." Orcs, for the first time, looked concerned. "After days of investigation, I finally found someone who might be the fated person. There's a family in Tongue Tree Street located in southern Sintra. House number 180. They have a wretched daughter called Thelma, and her parents lock her up in the house all the time." Roy was surprised. "Hey, Ciri's still in the castle. And she's the real quarry of the Wild Hunt. Where did this come from? Is that girl a potential witch?" The sun was shining on Sintra, but there were a few alleyways that were always shrouded in darkness. A young, frail girl was leaning against the wall in one such alleyway, and she was trying to catch her breath. Her misshapen, dirty face was filled with bruises, and her eyes were filled with terror. A moment later, a group of boys her age backed her into a corner. their faces filled with cruelty far beyond their age. "You can't run anymore, monster. My name is Thelma." The girl's eyes were filled with tears. "I am no monster. I'm a human. Just like all of you." "What's that, ugly? It's only been 2 months since we taught you a lesson, and now you've gotten brave, haven't you?" The boy's fat leader held the girl up by her hair and gave her a slap. "Look at yourself, you monster. Your face looks like it got trampled by a horse. You should have stayed where the sun didn't shine, ugly." The disgusting fat boy spat at her. "You're nothing but a bastard. We know what your parents are. Now tell everyone about their job." The fat boy turned to his companions. The girl was covering her face, refusing to answer. However, a boy answered for her. "Thelma's mother is a whore. Her father is a shit-taker." The group of boys broke out into cruel laughter, and the girl could do nothing but clench her fists and grit her teeth. Eventually, she loosened her grip in despair. "Tell us the truth, Thelma. Did your father pick you up from a shithole? Is that why you're so ugly?" "No." The girl finally let out a scream, and she glared at her tormentors with a deep hatred. The fat boy sneered. "Let's kill her, boys." Before the boy could do anything, he and his companions were already flying through the air, and they crashed into the walls around them before blacking out entirely. There were bumps on their heads and faces, proof that someone had hit them. The moans and groans piqued Thelma's curiosity. She was curled up and prepared to be abused, but eventually, she slowly looked up and saw the kids strewn across the floors. Then 2 men with swords on their backs showed up before her. They had eyes of a beast, and they were wearing leather armor. "Who are you?" she asked. "We're here to help." Roy looked at the lump of flesh on the girl's face and pulled her up. Then he patted the dust on her clothes away. The girl was curious, but she was also nervous, though she kept quiet. A moment ago, she was about to be abused, but now, 2 strangers were extending their kindness to her. "Are they dead?" "Don't worry. They're out of commission, but they'll have to stay in bed for 2 weeks before they can even walk." The girl heaved a sigh of relief, and satisfaction coursed through her eyes. Thelma pulled her hand back and curled up a little. She looked around, but she was still confused about the whole situation. She said, "Thank you. Can I go home now?" "Sorry. I'm afraid that's not possible," Orcs said gently. Then he made a sign in front of the girl. She fainted right after and fell into the witch's arms. "This feels like kidnapping, Orcs." Roy picked the future witch up and sneaked out of the alleyway. "Better us than the wild hunt," Orcs answered curtly. "Hey, do all witches have tragic childhoods?" This is the 2nd time now, and it's the same case as Kasiga. At the same time, he was impressed that Orcs managed to find a potential witch among the tens of thousands of people in Sintra. "Not all of them," Orcs answered. "Some witches are born with their magical powers out of balance, and that causes them to grow up with misshapen body parts. But some are born lucky, and their magical powers are in balance. Their bodies aren't harmed by their mana, so they can live life normally." Most witches do have tragic childhoods, though. They have no choice. The only way to escape the fate of discrimination and destruction is through becoming a witch. But most parents won't give them over to magical academies, since they have nothing to gain from the transaction. "I see. Most witches are ugly ducklings, huh? Most of them never have the chance to grow into swans," Roy lamented. "Her looks don't matter." Orcs patted his shoulder consolately. "As long as she survives, that's all that matters." "Why does he say that?" "You'll know what I mean once you have a witch as your lover." "Wait, you're saying you hooked up with a witch before?" "Hook up? If by that you mean sleep with them, then yes. They're so much more different than those nobles." Reminiscence appeared in Orc's eyes. That was 10 years ago in Nilfgaard. When they came back to the house with the girl in their arms, they placed her on the sofa and stared at her. "So, how should we handle this?" "Before that, let's talk about something else." Letho tensed and crossed his arms solemnly. "Kid, I need you to explain yourself. When and how did you get entangled with Sintra royalty?" "I just got news that they're looking for a witcher around the age of 15 to 16, and he has dark gold eyes." "You're the only one here who fits that bill." "What? What the heck is going on?" "The royals are out for me?" Roy was surprised, and he couldn't imagine why they wanted to see him. "I was with the Griffin whenever I wasn't training. I wouldn't have had any time to even contact the royals. Orcs can prove it. Yes, I've been keeping an eye on him. Orcs was grinning, as if the matter wasn't even serious to him. Fine. No matter the reason, since they're summoning you, you have to accept that summon. Maybe you'll make some crowns on the way. Tell us about everything you gathered once you return. Letho said. Why does he have to go to the palace? Did he notice our operation? Seret saw Roy off. If he tells anything to that bitch, Kaland. Seret, you have to lighten up a little. Orcs interrupted his brother. You know why women distance themselves from you? It's because of that attitude of yours. Besides, we finished our operation before he came to Sintra. Roy's one of us now. Trust him a little. All right, shut up. Letho whispered. If anyone has actually noticed your operation, the soldiers would have surrounded us by now instead of sending someone to look for the kid. As for the reason, it's probably because of some request. Nobility and royalty are arrogant fools. They like those who have the kid's looks. We have more pressing matters at hand. Letho looked into the house. The girl was still on the sofa. This child might be the Wild Hunt's quarry. It is just a possibility. Of course. How should we handle her? Why don't we? Seret straightened his hand out and made a slitting motion over his neck. Even if it's only a possibility, we can't let the Wild Hunt find her. All right, that's enough. Orcs put his hands on his hips and glared at his brother. How could you even do that to a poor girl? Do you think you're a killer? Well, why don't you come up with a suggestion, then? Send her to Yuzu. Let the witches mentor her. Orcs said. Unlike us, Yuzu is still powerful. Not even the Wild Hunt can infiltrate that place. The witches will destroy them before they can even get near. Good idea. Seret's eyes shone. They'll exhaust their strength, while we can reap all the benefits. Yes, but first, we have to get the girl's permission. Letho looked at the girl, who was moving her shoulders almost imperceptibly. Thelma, I know you're awake. The witches advanced like beasts, and when Thelma felt them near her, she started breathing quickly, and she curled in on herself, her eyelashes fluttering in fear. Do not be scared. We will not hurt you. Letho stopped before her. Do you remember what happened to you? My guess is that this isn't the first time. Perhaps you have lost count of the insults thrown to you. They look down on your lineage. They insult your looks, and they abuse you to no end. How long have you suffered that kind of life? The girl froze. The witcher goaded her. If there is a chance for you to change your life, for you to be as beautiful as a goddess, if there is a chance for you to dole out punishment for those who have tormented you, will you take it? Are you demons? Is the price for that offer my soul? Thelma opened her eyes, and they were filled with fear and desire. What will I have to sacrifice? The sun's blinding rays granted a golden sheen to the castle. Roy was standing right before the castle gates, and he took a deep breath to calm himself before he marched toward the soldier who was armed with a halberd. You are the witcher the queen wishes to see? The soldier looked Roy up and down. He's young, but his eyes are the color of dark gold, and he's tall for his age. Roy of the Viper School, you seem really young. I thought you witches carried swords around, so where's yours? I can bring my weapons into the palace? The soldier searched him and confirmed that he wasn't bringing anything dangerous with him. Then he asked 4 other soldiers to lead Roy into the castle. The castle gates were 20 feet tall, and 2 soldiers had to push with their full strength to open it. The castle's great hall stood behind the gates, and it had generous space. A luxurious red carpet lay in the middle of the corridor, and Roy went ahead with the soldiers at an excruciatingly slow pace. Expensive oil paintings and specimens of wild beasts hung on the walls that flanked the corridor. Huge vases and armor exhibits lined the ends of the corridor, and elegant adornments were littered on the gigantic glass windows. There were a lot of wooden doors that led to God's new ware as well. Servants who held expensive containers and nobility in exquisite clothes would come out from behind the doors occasionally. The castle was like a maze, and anyone would be lost if they didn't know the layout. Roy was getting frustrated by how long the journey was taking, and they had been making a lot of turns. A long while later, they finally came to a clearing behind a door, and an open garden stood behind it. Can you tell me why the queen summoned me? The soldiers didn't answer his questions. They didn't even turn around. They seemed solemn, But Roy didn't take it to heart. Eventually, he came to a clearing in the middle of the garden. A middle-aged man with a mustache, combed back hair, and a rapier hanging from his waist came to welcome Roy in the middle of the flower beds. "I have been waiting for you, Witcher. I am Sintra's royal swordsman, Enrique. By the Queen's orders, I am to spar with you." He looked at Roy sharply, and his gaze was hostile, as if Roy had insulted him before. "I don't believe we have ever met, Mr. Enrique." Roy was confused. He didn't know why he was summoned, let alone why the man was so hostile towards him. "I have been working for the royal family, while you have been fighting beasts and drowners in peasant villages. Naturally, we have never met." Enrique sounded disdainful, and he started straightening his leather gloves out. "As for your earlier question, I came on the Queen's orders to test your skills and see if you are fit to coach the princess on swordsmanship." "Princess? Swordsmanship? Oh, I see." Roy finally wrapped his head around what was happening. "And who might have been the one to recommend me to the Queen? As for the princess, are we talking about Ciri here?" Roy put all the pieces together. He didn't know about the details just yet, but Roy wouldn't let this chance slip by. He had to get in touch with Ciri in order to meet Gerald, who was destined to run into her. Roy had to get in touch with the wolf school to put his plan into motion. "Give me a weapon then." "A steel sword will do." Roy extended his hand, and a soldier handed him a two-handed steel sword. Enrique squinted. "This is no game, Witcher. Please do be understanding if I injure you by accident." Enrique remarked sarcastically. "Of course I won't blame anyone for my inferior skills," Roy mocked. "Do your worst, and as thanks for your concern, I shall hold back a little so you won't suffer a humiliating defeat." Tension rose in the air, and the swordsmen unsheathed their swords at the same time. A group of servants and soldiers were standing around Ciri and Kaer on the second floor. They were watching the fight from the shadows. "Remember your promise, Ciri. When the Witcher is defeated, you cannot ask for any more requests." Kaer looked at Roy. "He looks different from the other witches, but he is still too young to be a match for Enrique." HMPH. Ciri was wearing a white dress, and she looked up haughtily. "Just watch, old lady. He might be young, but a dragon slayer is still more powerful than any mortal. He will win. Just you see. You had better not go back on your promise, either." "By the gods, Ciri, mind your language." The servants covered their mouths and giggled silently. "Well, won't you look at that?" Kaer suddenly smacked the armrest. "That's the dragon slayer you hoped for?" "What a joke. He might be a witcher, but this is all he amounts to." The battle seemed to be one-sided. Enrique was holding his rapier and swung it elegantly. Every strike was beautiful and perfect, just like how his mustache was. His attacks were fast, and the young witcher could only defend himself before Enrique's barrage of attacks. He couldn't land a single blow on his adversary. Enrique's strikes were clean, fast, but also cruel and dark. Every attack was aimed at Roy's vitals, and there wasn't even a single opening between each attack. It was all Roy could do to defend himself, but fortunately, his swordsmanship was solid, and he could change stances fluidly, keeping his defense up. However, everyone could see that it was a matter of time before the Witcher would be defeated, or so they thought. Roy was controlling his strength and tried his best to pretend that it was a hard battle. It would be a dull fight if he overwhelmed Enrique in seconds. He knew a comeback would be more entertaining, and it'd leave a lasting impression. Besides, nobody would admire him for being too powerful. They'd only think of him as a threat. Roy held back as much as he could and observed Enrique's skills. He was different from all the enemies Roy had faced. Enrique did have some level of skill thanks to his 20 years of experience, and Roy's skill was no match for him, as he had only been training for months. However, thanks to the great difference in stats, the speed Enrique took pride in was too slow for Roy. The swordsman clashed again, and Roy barely dodged Enrique's stab. Kaer muttered angrily, "Enrique, you fool. That attack was soft. Fight like a man. Keep that up. Faster. Aim for his neck. He can't dodge you now." Ciri swung her fists nervously and told herself, "He's just pretending to be vulnerable." "That's what you call a strategy." Once the mustache man exhausts himself, the dragon slayer will start his counterattack, About 3 minutes later, Roy quit his act and switched to full power mode. He crouched down and charged toward Enrique's swing. Enrique's rapier made an arc across the air, and Roy slammed his sword against the slim weapon. Before Enrique could even pull back, he felt the sword's momentum traveling up his hand. It petrified him for a second, and he dropped his rapier. In the next moment, he saw a steel blade resting against his neck, and Enrique stared down in fear, the sound of his gulping audible for everyone to hear. I lost. A dead silence fell upon everyone. This is nonsense. Callanth shot up furiously and stormed off. Nice work, Witcher. Ciri leapt up unceremoniously and waved her hands at Roy in excitement. Her shout caught Roy's attention, and he turned around to face her. As they locked eyes, Roy thought to himself, is that chubby little girl Ciri? Could it be? She might grow up to be a beautiful woman, but Roy knew that the girl was no more than 10 years old. Judging by her looks, she must be around 8 this year. She's not the mature woman I saw in the game. And she's not the ugly duckling everyone thinks she is. Ciri noticed Roy spacing out, and she giggled with delight. We shall meet again, Dragonslayer. Roy was walking across a cramped, spiral corridor lit by torches, and a smooth-faced servant with a ponytail and dressed in red was leading the young Witcher up the stairs. Hey, where are you taking me? It's time for me to have an audience with the Queen, right? Hasek turned round and gazed at Roy calmly. No, the gentleman's unkempt hair and torn attire is unfit for a meeting with Her Majesty and Her Highness. I shall have to clean the gentleman up a little. He came closer to Roy and sniffed the air, then he waved the air away effeminately before he showed Roy a look of disdain. Pardon my honesty, but the gentleman does not smell delightful at all. That's impossible. I wash myself every day. Unless he was in the wilderness and there were no villages nearby, Roy was more conscious about his hygiene than most witches. Compared to Letho and orcs, Roy could very well be a germaphobe, but when he smelled his shoulders, he knew why Hasek said he smelled. Well, I sweated during my training this morning, and I didn't have time to clean myself up. You can understand, can't you? We risk our lives in this line of work, so we have to train often to keep ourselves in top condition. The gentleman does not have to explain himself. Come with me. Hasek turned around and murmured quietly, but you do smell like a man. Roy heard that, and he froze. Roy's feet were immersed in a bathtub filled with bubbles, and he leaned his head against the bathtub's side. The sharp scent of the soap was lingering around his nose, and he could feel the scissors mowing down his hair. You have really great hair. The barber deftly touched Roy's hair, and he looked like an artist creating a piece of work on Roy's head. How about trimming your hair down and tying it up in a ponytail? It fits your facial structure perfectly. Do as you wish, just don't make the ponytail too long. Roy leaned against the bathtub nervously. He remembered going bald right after the trial back at the Temple of Militel. A few months after that, thanks to the hormones, his hair grew over his neck and became long enough to tie into a ponytail. Letho even laughed at him because of that. A witcher keeping long hair? It's hot, stuffy, and you get ticks easily. Hey, not like you can understand the people who have hair, Roy retorted, and Letho ignored him for the whole day. The barber stopped trimming eventually and wiped Roy's face and the nape of his neck with a piece of cloth tinged with angelica extract. Roy got up from the bathtub and took the towel from the servant to cover his lower body. Then he got out of the bathtub and left wet footprints on the floor. Once he dried himself up and had a little break, Hasek came back to look at him again. Then he nodded. The gentleman is more presentable now. He pointed in a direction. The gentleman's shirt, underclothes, long pants, corset, and boots are prepared. What's with all the clothes? Roy frowned. I want to wear my own clothes. And what is it about the corset? Is that made for women? Tell me the truth. Please do not make this difficult for me, gentlemen, Hasek answered, his face deadpan. Roy dwelt on the matter for a while before he wore the clothes over him, albeit reluctantly. The rough cloth and tight clothes felt stuffy for Roy, as if he were forced to cuff himself. This is a disaster. I can't even kill a drowner in this. The gentleman would do well to watch his tongue in front of the Queen and Princess. Hasek handed him a petite flask made of glass. What is this? Perfume. This is it. Get this thing away from me. Hasek relented in the end, and Roy didn't have to spray any perfume. I shall teach the gentleman the basics of Sintra royalty. The gentleman shall watch as I perform the moves. Then he shall copy me. No need for that, Roy said quietly. Letho had taught him about these back on Mount Carbon. After a grueling preparation process, Roy was led into a spacious and luxurious chamber. A long chair made of gold and silkwood sat in the back center of the room. A majestic woman with a crown and golden cape was seated upon that chair, and a young girl in a white dress, red boots, long stockings, and a barrette clipping her hair was sitting beside her. She was staring at Roy intently, her eyes sparkling. After a short introduction, silence fell between them. Roy glanced at the girl furtively and cast observe on her. I knew it. That's Ciri. Ciri. Gender, female. Age, 8 years old. Status, Princess of Sintra, heir to the throne of Sintra. HP, 50. Mana, 150. Strength, 3. Dexterity, 4. Constitution, 5. Perception, 4. Will, 4. Charisma, 6. Spirit, 15. Skills. Elder Blood, passive. Nell's most ancient bloodline. Those from this bloodline can control incredible powers. Ciri's bloodline is only in its early state of awakening. No powers can be controlled. Lady of Space and Time, heirs of Elder Blood can travel across dimensions as they please. They can also catch glimpses of the future from time to time and create prophecies. She can only activate this skill in life or death situations. Child of Fortune, Ciri is born with a powerful instinct that allows her to dodge fatal blows in battle. Whenever she is forced to make an important choice, she can instinctively make the best possible decision. Source: the heir of the Elder Blood is born with incredible potential for magic. However, before Ciri is trained in the ways of magic, she will repel magic herself. Only when she is faced with dangerous situations will she activate her affinity for magic. Roy gasped. So this is the child the Wild Hunt is looking for? The bloodline she inherited from her ancestor, Lara Doran. He tried to stay calm, but it was a hard thing to do. All of Ciri's abilities screamed the chosen one, and Roy thought he might get the chance to gain some strength if he stayed by her. Roy cast Observe on Kaland as well, but she didn't show any affinity for magic. It was like she was a normal human, but Ciri's bloodline was almost bursting at the seams. Through Observe, Roy could feel the magic surging within Ciri's body, though most of her potential was still untapped. She was still in the early stage of her awakening, so she couldn't control her powers of prophecy and space-time travel. They say the bloodline skips a generation every time, but Pavetta had some mysterious powers herself. Roy of Lower Posada, disciple of Letho from Gulit, do you know why I summoned you? Kaland broke his train of thoughts coldly. Your Majesty, pardon me, but did you summon me so I could teach Princess Ciri the way of the sword? Kaland shook her head solemnly. Ciri is still young. Training her in the way of the sword will only harm her body. I am not that weak. Ciri puckered her lips and glared at her grandmother. Kaland ignored Ciri. Instead, she looked at Roy haughtily. I don't know why Ciri is interested in you. I would have never allowed a lowly witcher to enter the palace, but you have proven yourself to be a more presentable individual. You did not cross the line during your time in Sintra, nor did you get into the vulgar habits most witches have. That is why I shall allow you to stay in the castle and care for Ciri along with the other servants. Your duty is to make sure Ciri is happy. After Ciri leaves Sintra, I shall reward you handsomely. I am sorry. Roy was surprised. She wants a witcher to work as a nanny? Your Majesty, you might have misunderstood our work. We are great with the sword, but... Are you refusing me? Kaland interrupted abruptly. The fuck is with her? She's asking me for help, but she acts like I should be grateful about it. What? She got something against witchers? Roy didn't say that out loud. Instead, he answered politely, no. It is my honor to be of service to the princess. He bowed down, but he was coming up with a plan of his own. Fine, if you think I'm a lowly witcher, then I shall teach your grandkid all the things you don't want her to know. That's fair, and you're going to die in a few years. I don't have to get angry because of you. Roy looked at the beautiful little girl, and Ciri grinned innocently. Kaland nodded, satisfied the witcher went along with her orders. I have another question for you. Do you know a white-haired witcher who goes by the name of Geralt? Roy shook his head and lied blatantly. I'm just a 16-year-old boy. I don't know a lot of witches. Oh hell no. I'm not getting dragged into this. Calanthe was slightly disappointed. If it weren't for Geralt, Pavetta wouldn't have married Dooney and died a horrible death. She despised the White Wolf with every fiber of her being, but he was elusive, and she couldn't find him no matter what she did. You must be excited, my dear. Calanthe patted Ciri's head. Be good now, and don't cause me any more trouble. Ciri's face was red with excitement, and she whipped out a white handkerchief and tossed it to Roy. To me, Dragonslayer. I wished to listen to your stories. Ciri's room was dimly lit, and she hid herself in the darkness. You may speak freely now, Witcher. Princess, why'd you chase all your servants out? Well, there's something I wish to talk about in private. Ciri put her hands behind her back and tried her best to look like an adult. Let me guess, Roy whispered. You don't want to get engaged to Prince Kistrin, so you want me to help you with your escape. Oh, how'd you know about that? Ciri leapt up and bristled like a cat who was shocked. She pointed at Roy and did her best to look fierce. Tell me, are you Calanthe's spy? You misunderstand me. Roy looked Ciri in the eye and tried his best not to laugh. Not only do I know about your reluctance to get engaged to Kistrin, I also know you have bizarre dreams from time to time, especially after you go through an intense emotional state. The dream has something to do about a group of skeletal knights hunting you down. Ciri's jaw dropped, for she did not expect Roy to know about that. Coincidentally, I have the same dream as you do, or a nightmare in this case. However, I saw you in my dreams, and you told me a lot of your secrets. Roy closed in on the princess, but the princess kept retreating as he advanced. You told me about your friends, Shlma and Ceres, and you told me about your parents, Princess Pavetta and Mr. Dooney. Are you telling the truth? Think about it, Your Highness. You summoning me is no coincidence. It is fate. We are similar, you and I. This meeting would have happened eventually. Ciri was starting to get confused. She was too young to understand what Roy was talking about. Roy wasn't lying either. Well, not fully. After he ingested the child of the sun, he gained a little elder blood as well. If you do not trust me, why don't we have a wager? A wager? Ciri's eyes lit up, and her fear was replaced by excitement. Witcher, what you said is too difficult for me to understand, but I know how wagers work. At least, call me Roy. I am not much older than you are, Your Highness. So how does this wager work, Roy? Ciri happily dug out a sapphire necklace from her drawer. This is my stake. Ciri felt like she was playing a game. No, Your Highness, you do not need to place any bets. Roy shook his head. All you have to do is remember every word I am going to tell you. Even after you are engaged to Prince Kistrin of Verdun, the marriage will not happen. Are you saying I won't have to marry that pig? Ciri ran around her room like a happy lark. She leapt around, and her dress fluttered. Also, you shall encounter a white-haired witcher on your trip to Verdun. His name is Gerald, and you can call him that. Did you have a dream about that? Ciri stopped spinning, but she was starting to feel dizzy. Yes, Roy, the girl called out to him and came closer to the witcher. Then she looked up at him. She was already 8 years old, but Ciri was a late bloomer. She was only a little taller than 4 feet, while Roy was nearly 5 feet 9, so she couldn't even reach Roy's chest. What is it, Your Highness? I am happy you told me about this. Ciri beamed. Unlike those fools who try to keep everything a secret from me, they still think I'm a child. Of course. You are my friend, and honesty is important between friends. A servant knocked on the door, and she asked nervously, Your Highness, are you fine? Yes, I'm coming. Ciri roared at the door impatiently. Roy the Dragonslayer, it is time for you to tell your story. 4 servants sat with the princess around the hearth, and the light of the fire shone upon their faces, which were red with excitement. However, they did not notice that, for their attention was fully on Roy the storyteller. This is a tale told by a veteran witcher. Once upon a time, there was a dignified knight in Edern, and his name was Leon. Leon was a member in the Knight Corps until he was 30 years old, but because of his perpetually deadpan look, his new leader terminated his service. forcing him to become an assassin. Ciri held her cheeks in her hands and asked Roy, "What do assassins do?" Assassins are similar to witches, though their requests mostly involved humans. They only take requests involving human lives. As Leon still had a conscience, he only took the requests that involved villains who terrorized the lands. During one of his requests, Leon rescued a girl who was hunted by the authorities and local gangs alike. The girl's name was Matilda, a girl who was saved by a knight. The servants were starting to look dreamy. After all, every young lady had a dream of a knight coming to their rescue. A pity he had a deadpan face. A servant in a red apron sighed. If Leon had a child, they would have been around Matilda's age. So he took the girl in. Even though the age gap between them was huge, Leon and Matilda went along quite well. Matilda did all the house chores, taking care of Leon and his prized plant, the Silver Queen, while Leon made money to support the household. They had a quiet and peaceful life. Leon and Matilda were like a family, though they were also friends. Mr. Roy, an adorable servant with a round face, asked carefully, how much older than Matilda was Leon? Were they really like father and daughter? Or were they more like lovers? Well, it's different for everyone. Roy looked at the servants, and he smiled silently. Matilda was about 10 years old, while Leon was 30. You decide if they were father and daughter or lovers. They must have been father and daughter, a frail servant said. The girl wasn't even at the age to understand what love is. No, that just means you haven't seen enough in life. A plump servant disagreed. My neighbor is 40 years old, and he married his young, gorgeous adopted girl. They now have a son together. The plump servant concluded, if the girl's beautiful enough, so what if she's an adopted daughter? Then she covered her face. Why didn't a knight come to my rescue when I was little? Oh, but I don't want an old, single man though. Roy let them discuss for a while. Then he continued. The local gang and authorities eventually found Leon and the Matilda's abode. They secretly surrounded them, and when Leon realized what was happening, they were already in a dire situation. In the end, Leon sacrificed himself and took the villains out with him to keep Matilda safe. Roy heard someone crying, and it snapped him out of storytelling mode. When he looked around, he realized half the servants were in tears. They didn't end up as a couple. Ciri shot up angrily and swung her fists at Roy. Knights won't die that easily, but he did die. No, he's not dead, because I say so. Ciri roared stubbornly. Fine. Leon didn't die. He survived the battle and lived happily ever after with Matilda. Leon's Silver Queen got to live for a long, long time because its masters were alive. Yay! The servants broke out into smiles, though there were still tears streaming down their cheeks. Ciri muttered, even a lowly woman like Matilda got her own knight who was willing to sacrifice herself for her. Witcher, Dragon Slayer. Ciri craned her neck proudly, as if she were a swan. Will you sacrifice your life for me? The young girl rode upon the young witcher, swinging the wooden sword in her hand. The brave knightess, Lion Cub of Sintra, Cyrilla Fiona Ilan Rhiannon, is here too. The girl stuck her tongue out and huffed. She had been talking a bit too fast. Onward, my steed. She raised her sword again and growled adorably. Stop. Now ambush that bandit on the left. My dear knight. Roy had resigned to his position. I am exhausted. Do please let me rest, he pleaded. No, I'll bite your ear off if you disobey me. Ciri huddled closer to Roy and blew on his ear. She and Roy chuckled, and the young witcher took her to the bandit they were supposed to defeat. The bandit was a maid in white. She held a broom up as if it were a sword, but her face was filled with fear. There were black marks on her face, as if someone had tortured her before. It would have been a horrifying sight had the marks not been in the shape of mustache and small animals. Ciri's face was also dotted with ink as well. He circled the bandit, and she tensed up in fear of his majestic air. She should have dodged Roy, but instead she just stood there. Ciri bellowed as fiercely as she could, and she smacked the bandit 2 times with her wooden sword. The bandit shook in fear, and she let go of the broom she was holding. I surrender. Your might has overwhelmed me, O great knightess. Now you know the might of the great knightess, don't you, you cur? Ciri smugly patted Roy's head, and Roy held her firmly as she dismounted. I hereby announce that the 32nd battle has come to an end. Rise, courier. Remember, do the usual thing. Of course. Princess Ciri. I am your most loyal servant. Ciri looked up at Roy proudly. Sweat was already pouring down her hair and face after all that exercise earlier. Roy took a towel and went down to wipe the sweat and ink marks away. Ciri tilted her head halfway through. She was smiling and moaning comfortably, as if she were a kitten who was enjoying a little massage session. The servant who was playing with them earlier stole a glance while she was wiping herself clean. She thought it was slightly unbelievable that Roy managed to win Ciri's trust in little more than 2 weeks. That sly witcher has a way with kids, she thought. But I guess that is understandable. The princess was practically locked up in her room for years, and the people around her were either the queen or us. The servants. She had no people whom she could call friends. Ciri might have been born on a silver platter, but she was never happy being in the palace. Nobody could tell her a lot of interesting stories like a witcher could. Nobody could come up with interesting games and take perfect care of her like Roy could. Perhaps Roy is like a father whom Ciri has always wanted. Kaer frowned. Something's off with that, but I can't put a finger on it. Roy. Ciri sat on her bed and swung her chubby little legs. We're friends, right? Close friends. Do please keep that in mind. Roy massaged his forehead. It's almost time to tell Ciri another story now. So, what kind of story do you want to hear tonight? How does Rapunzel sound? Oh, but I have changed it a little. It's different from the one you've heard before. No, I don't want to listen to any stories tonight. Ciri started to act like a spoiled child. I want to ride horses. Can you grant me my wish, my friend? But you just rode a horse, didn't you? Let me rest a bit more. No, I am talking about real horses, Ciri emphasized. She glanced at her servant, who was eavesdropping on them, and she swung her little fists at the servant. Okay, Roy. I'll be honest. I want to see Wilt. I want to see if it's as smart as you make it out to be. No can do, princess. Roy shrugged. He looked like he couldn't do anything about that request. I don't think I can go against the Queen's orders. Why don't we play some card games? Kaer's face is clean now. Don't you think she looks better with a few hairs drawn on her face? Oh gods. Kaer tensed up and slowly moved toward the door as she swept the floor. No. Ciri stared at Roy firmly, and she started to tear up. This is my last wish, Roy. You really don't have to sound so pessimistic. Roy shook his head in amusement. You'll get the chance to see Wilt. Someday, the Queen will be convinced to free you. Ciri licked her lips. But she's sending me to Verdant tomorrow. I won't be seeing you anymore, let alone Wilt. Oh, you're leaving? Roy was surprised to hear that. He had been living in the palace for 2 weeks without him noticing, or to be precise, he had been fooling around with a young girl for 2 weeks. Aside from leaving the palace every evening for an intense training session and casting fear on the little griffin, Roy spent the rest of his time in the palace. Time flies, doesn't it? The days were like a vacation for him, which was hard to come by. Ciri was a likable young girl, though she might throw a little tantrum at times. But it was nothing Roy couldn't rectify. The days went by quickly, and the short vacation had come to an end. This is not farewell, Ciri. I told you that we're the same kind of person. You and I. Destiny has decreed that we shall meet many times, Roy assured her. Dang. If I can go around with the Lady of Space and Time, I can probably travel to another dimension. Wonder if the cyberpunk world is on the list. The games are made by the same company after all. Will you play with me some other time? Of course, and it will happen sooner than you think. You don't have to worry about your marriage with Prince Kistran either, Roy reassured her. That's a promise, then. Ciri held her pinky up, and Roy made a pinky promise with her. You have to let me see Wilt. We're going to attack the pirates next, and I want to hear more stories. Ciri looked up, and she smiled again. Roy, now I want to hear the story about Rapunzel. Of course, my dear princess. Roy held Ciri's warm, petite hands. She had a scent unique to children, and it was endearing. My story is slightly different from the one everyone tells you. In this version, the prince did not show up to save Rapunzel from the tower, and she had to live with her own loneliness for a long time. Kaer, who was about to leave a while ago, came back and listened to the story intently. So Rapunzel decided to hang herself with her hair. After she died, Her spirit haunted the castle until the day her destined prince came to save her. See you again, Ciri. Roy walked off into the sunset, but before he made his departure, he waved his hand at the castle. A while ago, Queen Calanth had given her decree. Roy was not to be allowed entrance into the castle from the next day onward. She was going to give him his reward, but Roy refused it. He didn't want his friendship with the Lady of Space and Time to be tinged with the lowly scent of crowns. When he came back to the dingy house, his fellow witches were already waiting for him. Over the last 2 weeks, Roy spent the mornings playing with Ciri and trained intensely with the witches in the evenings. The training sessions came to a halt a few days ago when the veteran witches left Sintra. They were taking Thelma to Eretz, and when they came back, Letho and Seret looked a little roughed up. Orcs was the only one who looked smug and refreshed. For reasons unknown the witches suddenly had the stupid idea of infiltrating Eretz to see how tight their defenses would be. The witches standing sentry noticed them, and they almost wiped the witches out of existence. Fortunately, Orcs explained the reason for their visit in time, and he gave Thelma over to them. Only then did the witches calm down. Thelma was practically a future witch, and there was no reason for the witches to refuse her. Orcs used that chance to quickly befriend a witch, and she was quite the bold one as well. Orcs pestered her, and they had a fun night, so to speak. Letho and Seret, however, weren't so lucky. They were left in the Great Hall, where the witches who passed by would snort whenever they saw the witches. Kaer, that's her name. Orcs would brag Roy every single day, and this day was no exception. She is a gorgeous woman, and quite a bold one too. She didn't mind having fun with a few more partners at the same time. He glanced at his fellow witches, who looked inscrutable. Pity these blockheads are not romantics. I gave them a lot of hints, but they swatted them away. It'd be a different story if you were there, Roy. Oh no, you don't. Roy shook his head. I am not going to be dragged into this messy relationship, even though I do respect Kaer. Hey, you have to have fun while you still live, you know. Don't get hung up on morality. All right. Let's stop talking about that. I have something to say. Roy looked at the veteran witches, and he took a deep breath. I think I have to leave Sintra for a while. The announcement broke the happy atmosphere, and the witches stopped smiling. Where are you going? You want to keep being a nanny to the princess? No, kid, I've been wanting to say this. But what is with you and the secrets? Do you think of us as your friends? Letho sat up straight. A frown furrowed his brows, and his face looked tense and stern. I am a part of the Viper School. No doubt I won't do anything that will harm the school. Roy looked at the witches earnestly. And all of you are my teachers. But please give me some time. I will give you all the answers after this little journey of mine. And that includes my secret. Your secret? Letho nodded, and he eased up slightly. You owe us an explanation, Roy. Don't leave us hanging for too long. Go, Roy. All fledglings must eventually grow up. Orcs grinned at him toothily and gave him an encouraging hug. But be careful. I have a lot of new training sets in store for you, kid. Don't forget to memorize the Almanac of Creatures, even during your journey. Seret straightened out his hair clip. I'll test you again once you come back from this journey of yours. And if you fail, you'll be getting it. I shall be off for 2 weeks at most. We shall meet again, my friends. Roy draped the hooded cape over himself, keeping him under cover. When he turned around, his eyes gleamed gold. And perhaps we might even gain a new friend. Do please keep an eye on Galler for me as well. I don't want him running away with a baby griffin. A blanket of fog covered Yaruga, the river underneath it flowing steadily. A barge with a blue flag and an emblem made up of 3 lions hung on top of it, and it was traveling ahead slowly along the river. Most of the passengers on the boat were merchants and farmers, and they were taking a little nap to prepare for the day ahead. A group of soldiers in chainmail were standing at the bow of the barge. Standing before them was a young girl in a white dress. She was staring at the silhouettes of the islands hidden within the fog covering the river. How much longer will this journey take, courier? We shall arrive in Nastrug in 3 hours. That is what Mr. Krause said. Ciri yawned, and she counted the waves that rippled across the river as the barge sailed ahead. She was starting to look tired. There is absolutely nothing in Yaruga. This is so dull. She pointed angrily at the people who were at the stern. And why should I be on the same ship as these people who know nothing but sleep? Do please be understanding, princess. Sailing on the same ship as your people isn't something to be ashamed of. And please do not stand on the boat side. That's too dangerous. Kaer held Ciri's hand carefully and took her away from the boat side. You are such a scaredy cat. You should not have come with me. Roy was standing among the crowd at the stern. Well, this is relaxing. He smiled and changed his position to enjoy the sight of the river. The first rays of the sun shone upon the yellow river, but the fog still persisted against its warmth. Waves rippled across the waters as the barge sailed ahead. If Roy could take a picture, he bet the scene would look just like an oil painting. It was a peaceful moment, but that moment was short-lived. Roy sighed, for someone sat down beside him and acted like they were friends. The man was gaunt, and he seemed like he was in his 30s. He was wearing an oversized, dirty cape, and there was a bronze circular brooch on his chest. He huddled closer to the Witcher and cleared his throat. Even though he was inches away from Roy, he still could not see the young Witcher clearly, and he squinted. Might you be a Witcher, sir? I'm not. Golden eyes, beastly pupils. You are most definitely a Witcher. You must be seeing things. It's fine if you deny it. Witcher. The man laughed heartily. I am just trying to talk to someone and kill some time. I do share a lot of common topics with witches in some respects. Roy looked at him curiously. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Linus Pitt, Masters in Natural History and lecturer at the Oxenfurt University. Oxenfurt was a famous place, and one of the best educational institutions. Oxenfurt University called that place home. Jaskia and Shani were alumni of that university. I see. A pleasure to meet you, Mr. Linus. Roy was impressed that an educated man like Linus would treat a young witcher like him with respect, so he repaid that respect in kind. Roy of the Viper School. He shook Linus' hand. What is your business here in Verdun? It's a long way from Oxenfurt. Linus pulled his hand back and corrected Roy. Oh, my destination is not Verdun. I am searching for a mysterious and rare species living in these waters. I have scoured Ponta and Yaruga, but these creatures have eluded me thus far. Why are you looking for them anyway? Roy frowned. Rare, mysterious creatures always mean danger, lethal danger. Are you an animal rights activist? Linus nodded. I have built a keep near Oxenfurt. It's home to rare and endangered species, where they can procreate safely so they won't go extinct. To that end, I would spend months every year collecting rare creatures all over the world. The theme this year is still aquatic animals. I've heard that witches are experts in the field of mysterious creatures. Now that I've had the pleasure to meet you, I would be delighted if you could impart any knowledge regarding the creatures that reside in Yaruga. Linus looked at Roy expectantly. Roy smiled. This guy shares some similarities with Dorigare. He's an animal protector too. Roy was interested in the keep Linus had built, since it meant he could get a new mount and gain more EXP. If he could get on Linus' good side, Roy thought he might have a chance to visit that keep. I do not know much about this, only enough to make conversation. But do tell me the kind of creatures you're looking for. The more specific, the better. Linus rubbed his hands in anticipation. Legends say that this elusive creature has appeared in eastern Ponda. They took up residence in the waterways from Foam to Novgorod. These creatures would attack the ships traveling to and fro Foam and Novgorod. I tried to see if I could find them there, but alas, I found no clues there, so I had to change a spot, and here I am in Yaruga. I wanted to see if they were here somewhere. An underwater creature that attacks ships. Roy jogged his memory up and went through Serit's classes. Now that you mention it, I do have some clue of what the creature might be. Is that so? Linus was getting excited. Then surely you must have seen it. No, but I have heard of an underwater creature taking up residence in the waters nearby. We witches call it Eskna. Linus paused for a moment. Can you explain that in more scientific terms? Eskna is a bumpy and rough-skinned water creature, 4 yards in length and resembling a stump overgrown with algae. They have 10 paws and jaws like cut saws. Linus could make out a picture in his mind. Yes, that does sound like a creature belonging to the Odysee family. They do, don't they? Roy said. Esknas are vicious creatures who will devour everything that enters their lair. A minute. Putting that creature aside, I think I need to correct you slightly, Linus said. Yaruga's waters are too salty for any creature in the Diticidae family to survive. If it's not an Eskna, then what is it? Have you ever heard of an octopus creature the size of a small hill? Linus huddled closer, looking cryptic. Legends have it that this creature can live in both fresh water and salt water. It travels between the main rivers and ocean of this land. A giant octopus? Yes, I know. I killed that kind of monster when I was playing the game in my past life. But shouldn't that monster be slumbering in Flotsam? I think the creatures that attacked those ships might be its babies, but I have to see them for myself. The conversation was interrupted by an ear-piercing scream. They turned round and saw a middle-aged woman lying on the boatside, her face filled with terror. Calm down, lady. What happened? Everyone surrounded her. My son. My little Blue. The woman pointed at the raging river in despair. He fell overboard into the waters. Please, save him. Anyone, please, save my son. Something's wrong. Roy looked at the crowd. He remembered the child. He was about the same height at the guardrail, and it was impossible for him to fall overboard just like that. A young boy fell into these waters? He is doomed. Everyone shook their heads in pity. The boy is doomed. Poor child. My condolences, lady. A muscular, mustached man gesticulated at the sailors. Then he tied a thick rope around his waist before he leapt into the river. The man made a splash, and he was gone, swallowed by the waters. Roy approved of the man's actions, and he sheathed Aerondight. He and the crowd stayed on the boat and watched the river. The sailor tried his best to keep the barge in one spot, while the child's mother put her hands in a prayer. A bubble of air popped up on the surface, and blood spread across the river, as if someone had poured red ink into the waters. Blood? Why is there blood in the river? The passengers were starting to get worried. Then a pale, hairy arm broke the surface and grabbed the rope hanging from the side of the barge, and the man who leapt into the waters earlier came back up. Adonis, you're hurt. There's something in the water. The man looked up and did all he could to get that message out. Hold him. Save him first. The man's face was contorted with pain, and he raised his arm up with difficulty. Blue, the child's mother exclaimed. The man was holding the young boy by his waist. The boy wasn't looking too good either. His face was as white as a sheet of paper, and seaweed covered his body. He was curled up, as if he were a prawn that just got stir-fried in a pan. Blue's mother leaned over the barge, and with the help of the other passengers, she managed to take the boy back onto the boat. Are there any doctors here? Please, save my son. He's not breathing. Put your backs into it. Men, pull Adonis up. The sailors held on tightly to the rope tied around Adonis' waist, and someone held Adonis' arms, pulling him out of the water. Eventually, he was fully extracted from the river, and everyone saw the red marks on his back as well as a circular bite mark on his waist. What the hell is in the waters? Just shut up and pull me up. Just when everyone thought everything would be fine, the river's surface started to bubble, and two tentacles the size of an adult man's arm shot out of the water. The sailors watched in horror as the tentacles wrapped Adonis' shoulders and dragged him back down into the river. At the same time, they heard a vague sound coming from under the water. It sounded like a sobbing infant. Foam appeared on the river's surface, as if something was splashing and flailing around. Roy stared at the tentacles and cast Observe on them. Kaeren, HP, 80. Age, 5 years old. Gender, female. Strength, 9. Dexterity, 5. Constitution, 8. Perception, 7. Will, 6. Charisma, 3. Spirit, 4. Skills, Regeneration, Level 2. Kaerens have powerful regenerative abilities. They can stop blood loss almost immediately. Even if they lose a few tentacles, they can regrow them in just a few hours. You just had to jinx this trip, didn't you, Linus? This monster must be related to that Kaeren in Flotsam. Roy unsheathed Aerondight. All the passengers were petrified by what they were seeing. The sailors were shocked as well, and they loosened their grip on Adonis. Because of that, the Kaeren nearly pulled him back underwater, but they were hardened sailors, and they snapped out of it quickly. The sailors quickly stopped Adonis from getting pulled back, and they began a tug-of-war with the monster beneath the river. The poor man was stuck between his crew and the monster. His face was red with pain from the force that was pulling him in different directions, but still he didn't wince. Instead, he clenched his teeth as tightly as he could, and he was starting to bleed from his mouth. Now that's what I call a man. Roy couldn't hide anymore. He pulled on the rope hanging at the boat side and flew through the air, swinging erondite down on the tentacles that were gripping Odysee. The sailors felt the monster's grip disappear, and they saw its tentacles falling back into the water. Crimson blood spattered the boat and the river, while the monster howled in agony as it dipped back down into the river. Without the monster fighting them, the sailors pulled Odysee back up successfully. Odysee lay weakly on the deck and took a swig of alcohol to warm himself up. He smiled gratefully at the young witcher who just saved him. "And you are?" "He's a witcher." Linus strode over and announced to everyone, "This young man here is a witcher. With him on our side, there's nothing to fear from the monster." "I see. That explains his extraordinary reflexes." The passengers gasped in surprise, and the fear from meeting the monster subsided ever so slightly. "Witcher, will you be so kind as to get rid of the monster?" The boy woke up after a doctor treated him, though there was fear in his eyes, and he lay in his mother's arms to find some comfort. "You geese stay here. We'll talk after I kill this monster." Roy winked at Siri, who looked excited to see him. However, Siri's servant and the soldiers' leader, Kraus, were looking at Roy with enmity. "Did you follow us, Witcher?" "I'll explain later. We have a more pressing matter at hand." Roy came to the boat side to have a closer look. He saw something swimming underwater not far behind the barge, and when everyone looked where he was looking, they saw the tentacles that broke through the surface of the water. But when they noticed the elliptical silhouette under the river, they were once again gripped by fear. Obviously, the octopus did not escape after it was injured, but it didn't come close that easily anymore. Roy knew these were vengeful monsters. They would hound those who had hurt them until they had their payback, and two torn tentacles were nothing for an octopus-like monster. "Well, time to finish the job." Roy borrowed a harpoon tied to a rope from the sailors and greased it with a dose of paralyzing poison. Everyone was looking at him weirdly as he raised the harpoon overhead and aimed it at the creature moving underwater. It was the first time he was using a harpoon, but his extraordinary dexterity, strength, and perception allowed him to get in the best position in no time. He blocked out all the noises around him and turned his witcher senses on. By then, all he could feel were the winds blowing across the river, the stream that was flowing furiously, the barge that was traveling above it, and the monster that was following them. It was as if time itself had come to a standstill, and all he could see were the tentacles that were thrashing around in the waters. Roy waited for the perfect moment, and he threw the harpoon out at such a blinding speed all the passengers could see was something zipping across the air. The harpoon made a big splash, and it stopped the monster in its tracks. It bobbed its head up, and the passengers saw the harpoon embedded in its body. The monster thrashed in the waters, circling around and struggling to break free. Alas, it was futile. Blood started to spread out in the waters around the monster, and the paralyzing poison started to take effect. It eventually stopped struggling. The monster turned around and moved along with the barge. The sailors quickly dragged it up to the deck, revealing the full face of the monster that had been terrorizing the waters. Such vitality! Linus squeezed through the throng and touched the monster. His skeletal face turned red with excitement as he examined the specimen. "And these powerful tentacles sprouting from its belly. These must be the tentacles that dragged the boy overboard. Look at its fist-sized suckers. It's gaping more, and its sharp teeth. Be careful, it's still alive." Roy went down and smacked the tentacles that were still squirming by reflex. "It's a mutated creature," he concluded. The passengers were gripped by terror, and they took a step back. Siri, however, came up to Roy with her soldiers behind her. She stared at the big octopus, and although she did feel some fear, a big part of what she was feeling was excitement. "Wow, you're strong, Roy. So how should we handle this creature?" "Kill it," the passengers shouted, especially Blue's mother. "You can't let it harm anyone anymore." "Yes, Witcher. Kill that monster right away." "All right, enough." "Quiet." Linus roared furiously and shot everyone a nasty glare. Miss Troy, you are the one who caught this monster. You should be the one to decide what to do with it. However, Linus licked his lips. If it's possible, I wish to purchase this monster. Why do you even want this monster? It's a killer. Roy smacked the octopus seaweed-covered head with his short sword. He was trying to get the best angle to cut his prize open. I'd love to make a grilled octopus out of this. This is the first time I get to have an octopus the size of a calf. Oh, do please be careful, Mr. Roy. Don't hurt it, Linus gurgled. He turned round and announced, "Passengers, do you have any idea how valuable this octopus?" "No. This mollusk is? Are you saying this monster is a rare animal?" Blue's mother held her son close at hand, glaring at Linus angrily. The boy said nothing, though he was stealing glances at the octopus. "No matter how we see it, this is just a bigger octopus." "Precisely. Think about it. Have you ever seen an octopus in a river?" Linus was starting to get excited. "I am a biologist from Oxenford University, and I have been researching incredible animals all over the world. But this is the first time I have seen a freshwater octopus, and one at such stature, as well. There are no records about it, even in the institution. This must be an endangered species. It is to be protected." "Bollocks," a passenger growled. "Are you sick in the head? That monster is a killer. And you want to protect it? No matter how rare that creature is, it must be killed. It has eaten humans." Linus was infuriated by that remark, but he held his anger down. "All of you are people of Sintra. All of you live near Yaruga, so you should know the changes that have happened to the river." "Don't beat about the bush. What does that have to do with this monster?" "Have some patience," Linus answered. "Over the last few decades, the living environments in all rivers have taken a turn for the worse, including Yaruga. If you'd looked closer, you would have realized that most fish you had caught when you were kids are nowhere to be seen." "Really?" Most passengers fell into a pensive silence. "To tell you the truth, I have looked into the matter. 50 years ago, there were more than 2,500 species of fish in Yaruga, but today, there are only less than half of that. Variegated carps are extinct. High-fin-banded sharks are all dead, as well. Banded catfish, barracudas, gudgeons, and many more. All of them are dead." Linus was suddenly getting galvanized. This octopus might be the last of its species in the river. If we kill it, we might be single-handedly sending a species into extinction. Someone gasped in shock. "Is the situation really that dire?" All of a sudden, the man found that he wasn't feeling as much hatred for the octopus anymore. They weren't directly hurt by the monster, after all. "Yes." Linus faced everyone seriously. "And that's an optimistic estimation. But it almost killed my son, and it hurt a brave sailor." Blue's mother was still adamant about killing the monster. "It cannot be released just like that." Linus answered gently, "I am more than willing to pay for the damages done to you. Let's not get ahead of ourselves." Adonis limped over with the help of his crew. "First things first, this monster must not be released into the river." "He's right," the sailors agreed, "or it will ruin our trade." Linus promised them, "I will not release it into the waters. Of course, to tell you the truth, once we get to Verdun, I will ship it back to Oxenfurt. It shall be locked in a labs for further observation." Linus said, "It shall spend the rest of its life in a glass room, never to harm anyone ever again." Since Linus was going that far, the passengers saw no reason to object anymore. "I take it that the discussion is over?" Roy flicked the mucus on his hand away and smiled at Linus. "This creature isn't even a monster. None of its stats are over 10. Killing it won't progress my career, and its EXP probably isn't that much anyway. I guess I can spare it. Now, you said you wanted to purchase it. What will be your offer, then?" "Nice doing business with you." Roy was beaming. He made 200 crowns from the sale easily, and he finally had 2,000 crowns again. Linus, who was ripped off, didn't seem too angry about it. He was staring at the monster, excitement bubbling within him. "Since you've paid me handsomely, here's some free advice." Linus didn't turn around. He had to clean the octopus wound. The harpoon didn't deal any fatal damage, though the paralyzing poison did knock it out. "Get the sailors to lend you a net. If it's starting to die, hold it in a net and dip it in the river. I can give you some paralyzing poison to keep it from escaping, too. Thank you. Linus sighed. This creature isn't a random Kaeran anymore. I have dubbed it Peter the Octopus. It's yours now, so you may call it whatever you want. Roy wanted to throw a bit of shade at Linus, but he stopped himself before he could. But hauling it back to Oxenfurt is a big project. If you fail to take good care of it, Peter will be nothing but a Kaeran corpse at the end of your journey. Besides, there are a lot of uncertainties on your way back as well. Linus frowned, and Roy added, some more friendly advice. Take it to Siduri's. It's a kingdom north of Verdun. Seek out a mage who goes by the name Doregare, and he shall help you. Doregare? Who is that? An animal protector like you. He advocates balance, and he will save this Peter the Octopus without asking for any favors in return. He is a mage, and he knows more than you do. You might find transporting Peter back to Oxenfurt a tough mission, but it's nothing for him. Linus eased up after hearing the explanation. Do please forgive me for my earlier behavior, my friend. Of course, I have much to discuss with you the next time I am in Oxenfurt. Roy wanted to see the keep of rare animals that Linus had. Roy said hello to Ciri after he was done talking to Linus, and he gave the sailors half of his earnings from selling Peter. Without their help, he couldn't have captured the creature. He couldn't take all the money for himself. The sailors didn't refuse, either. They took the money from him and invited Roy to the cabin. Adonis' upper body was covered in bandages, and he was lying on the bunk bed. He looked weak, but he managed to smile. Witcher, I managed to survive thanks to you. Once we return to Sintra, you and I are going to drink our fill. It's on me, of course. But before that, a toast to you. Roy raised a bottle of dwarven liquor and downed it all. The courage you have shown is spectacular. You don't seem like a regular human. Oh, but I am. Adonis smiled bitterly. I am just an old sailor, but my ancestors came from isekai'd, and my grandfather always told me that all isekai'd men were brave and courageous. Besides, that boy is just like my little Reggie. I couldn't just sit by when he was in danger. To Adonis of isekai'd, Adonis' face was red from all the coughing, but he managed to take a cup of rum. And to you, Witcher, call me Roy. The men made small talk, and Roy asked, have you run into any underwater creatures like that before? Adios shook his head firmly. The waterways between Sintra and Verdun have always been safe. We haven't even seen a drowner in more than 10 years, let alone this. Kaeran, this is the first time I've seen one. Never heard of it before, either. You have never even heard of it before? Never. Now, that is weird. Roy rubbed his chin pensively. Perhaps it is an omen, Adonis mumbled to himself. An omen? Of what? I have a nephew in Sintra. He's a soldier, and he's starting to get busy lately. I have a feeling this peace won't last for much longer. Every time a disaster is looming on the horizon, there will always be evil rearing its ugly head everywhere. When Roy left Adonis' cabin, he was faced with Krause's interrogation. We have the same destination here. Ciri was beaming at him, and Roy winked at her. I just got a request back in Sintra, and my employer requires me to make a trip to Verdun. Tell me the truth, Mr. Roy. Krause stared intently at Roy, trying to bore a hole through the young Witcher. You left the castle after you completed the Queen's orders, but now you take the same boat as the princess? That is no coincidence. Why not? Roy shrugged. Ciri was wiggling her eyebrows at him, but Courier pulled the girl behind her. The servant seemed nervous, but she puffed her cheeks and tried to keep Ciri out of Roy's eyesight. The journey from Sintra to Verdun is quite long, and I have to cross Yaruga on my way. I am just a poor witcher who can only afford a ticket on the barge. Krause looked Roy up and down. He didn't see any lies in Roy's eyes, so he waved his soldiers away, lest they attack Roy. Very well, then. I shall chalk this up to coincidence. But do please be mindful of your own status. Be respectful to the princess at the very least. Krause said nothing else after that. Sintra's warrior might be great at battling underwater, but nobody had come across a lethal octopus before, and none of them had any idea how to deal with it. The princess must not be harmed. She must be protected at all costs. The Witcher might be a lowly citizen, but he is the perfect guard. He may come with us. The soldiers ignored Roy, though they didn't allow him to get near Ciri, either. Ciri was flailing in protest, but Kaer dragged her into the cabin nonetheless. The river was once again safe. Roy stared at it for a moment and sighed. When he came back to the crowd, everyone kept quiet, and the air was filled with an awkward silence. Aside from Linus, who intended to keep Peter alive, none of the passengers stayed at the boat side anymore. They gathered in the center, though when Roy came back, they switched up their positions a little. Those who were far away huddled closer to the Witcher, but those who were sitting close to Roy nudged away from him. All of the passengers were stealing glances at Roy, though there were different looks in their eyes. Some frowned and puckered their lips in fear, but most felt respect and fear towards Roy, with the majority leaning into fear. Those who were chatting happily earlier kept their mouths shut when Roy showed up, and they did not make any sudden movements either. The boy who was in his mother's arms called out to him meekly, "Witcher, what is it, child? Why you look different from what the legends describe?" The boy became bolder when Roy addressed him gently. "How so?" "My friends say that witches have gaping maws and wolf claws as hands. They say all of you are filled with pustules, and you eat humans." Dear Little Blue huddled closer and stared at Roy with nothing but curiosity in his eyes. His mother, the lady with a generous bosom, covered her son's mouth and smiled fearfully at Roy. "Pardon the child, Witcher." "He's still a boy," Roy grunted, but he said nothing else. He covered his face with his hoodie and leaned against the cabin's wall. He put his hands behind his head and rested his eyes as the barge made its way through the river. With the Witcher's attention gone, the passengers started to ease up and began to chat after a while. 3 hours later, the sailors made a loud announcement of their arrival at a pier. They pulled the sails down and tossed the anchors over. The barge started to rock as it docked itself against a pier. A sailor placed a thick wooden plank between the barge and the pier, allowing the passengers to disembark. Everyone started to get busy. Luggage and cargo were sent up to the shore, and Roy, who was woken up by the noise, was washed to the pier along with the throng. The river breeze coming in from Yaruga was tinged with the stench of sweat coming from the laborers who were pushing the cart filled with cargo. The barge Roy was on was only one of the dozen of barges that came from Sintra, Bra, Sodden, and the other neighboring kingdoms. They congregated at the pier in southern Verdun, which was also one of the 3 military fortresses in Verdun, Bodrog. The shore was bustling with activity. Merchants were running around to make deals, while soldiers in leather armor would patrol the place. Roy noticed that the soldiers were also equipped with steel swords, which was the standard, but they also had a hand crossbow strapped to their waist. Roy rubbed his chin. "I wonder what it'll be like if I compare Gabriel to these hand crossbows." He pinched his skin. "My constitution is more than 10 now. I wonder if I can cause a lot of damage with a small weapon like this." Sometime later, Linus came up Troy, and 2 muscular men were behind him, holding a big wooden bucket that contained Peter the octopus. The Kaeran was in deep sleep thanks to the paralyzing poison Roy gave Linus. They would have thought the monster was dead if it weren't for its twitching tentacles. Gabriel. That's the name of their hand crossbows. It's a copy of the real Gabriel, which is named after a famous weapons master in Verdun. Linus looked at the fortress behind the soldiers. It was filled with towers, and a deathly white wall surrounded it. After years of being corroded by the river breeze, the walls seemed like they could collapse at any given moment, and on every turret stood an archer holding a hand crossbow with both hands. Linus continued, "They might not be as powerful as regular crossbows, but they aren't as heavy either. They're more convenient, faster. 30 seconds is all it needs for someone to fill their enemy with holes. It's an incredibly useful weapon in skirmishes and sudden attacks." "Loved by bandits around Verdun. You make it sound like the cat school's crossbow." Roy looked around. "Thank you for that explanation, but are you sure you want to waste your time here?" Everyone at the shore gave them weird looks the moment Peter was taken off the barge. They were in a time where entertainment was scarce, and the people's curiosity proved difficult to satisfy. They would do anything to have some fun. Back in Sintra, a few dozen citizens spent good money on a ticket to see a basilisk. Now it was like Linus was holding a free exhibition. "I don't think I will." Linus gritted his teeth and stuffed his name card in Roy's chest pocket. "You may have ripped me off this time, but I will always welcome you if you have any more creatures for sale." Roy laughed heartily. "You are a generous customer. Don't worry, you'll get a discount on the next sale. And do please seek Doragare out. He will help you." "I hope so." Roy saw Linus off, and Ciri came to the shore with the soldiers surrounding her. She kept winking at Roy happily, and she even stomped her feet to attract his attention. But Kaer held her down by force. Kraus gave Roy a look that told him to stay away, and he led his troop into Bodrog. Bodrog's troops welcomed Ciri and her soldiers to the fortress. Ciri went into the carriage, but the fact that they had to leave Roy behind infuriated the girl. "Where are we going?" Ciri pulled the curtains back and scanned Bodrog's clean but boring roads impatiently. Kaer put her hands together in a plea. "Your Highness, you must be tired from the journey. We shall retire for the day somewhere, and Verdun's ambassador will take you to Nastrog tomorrow to see your fiancé." Nastrog was located southwest of Verdun and west of Bodrog. It was also one of the fortresses on the border of Verdun and Sintra, but it also acted as Verdun's capital. Verdun's king and his son lived in Nastrog. "This is nonsense." Ciri's face scrunched up in displeasure. "I have to travel all the way to Nastrog tomorrow? No, I am exhausted, and I refuse to move. Tell Kistrin to come here if he wants to see me." "I refuse to go." Ciri pinched Kaer's chubby cheek. "And one more thing. That pig is not my fiancé." Ciri clicked her tongue in annoyance. "I will not get engaged to him. I am going to tell Ervil to call this whole tomfoolery off. I will not marry that pig." Cairo didn't pull Ciri's hand away. She said, "Princess, this is the Queen's orders. You must not mess it up. This is injustice. Grandmother loves me. She couldn't have." Ciri let go of Kaer. The servant heaved a sigh of relief, but Ciri waved her fists angrily, and she snorted, "If you lie to me, I will cut your head off once we return to Sintra, and the heads of those fools outside too." Kraus was outside the carriage. He heard Ciri's grumblings, and he hung his head low in shame. A moment later, he smiled bitterly. "Sending our young princess to get engaged? This is pure humiliation. Once the news makes it out, Sintra's royalty will suffer humiliation they have never seen before. Verdun's the vassal kingdom here. Princess Ciri is so much more royal than that fat dauber, Kistrin." However, Sintra proved to be on the weaker side those days, and the soldiers had no choice but to give their princess away in exchange for military assistance. At that very moment, even a veteran soldier like Kraus was starting to feel disgruntled by Kaland's decision. "The queen isn't as young as she used to be." She would have ripped the king in the south apart in her younger days if he tried to push her. Unbeknownst to him, Kaland just didn't want Sintra to share Naz's fate. Roy came to a dingy inn in Bodrog's town area. He went inside and knocked on the rickety counter. "One quiche please." Terribly sorry, dear customer, but you are from out of town, are you not?" Roy grunted. "We do not serve any quiche here." "How does a black stout sound?" "It's a local specialty." "No." Roy shook his head. He never liked bitter beers, and he couldn't appreciate the so-called taste of malt. He preferred fruit wines for their sweetness and low levels of alcohol. His fellow witchers laughed at him for that, but Roy didn't care. "In that case, give me a cider and a grilled fish." "Of course, it will be served soon enough." The sight of Roy's deep gold eyes and beastly pupils struck fear into the waiter's heart. He didn't take a close look, but when he turned around, he muttered under his breath, "This guy looks dangerous. Never thought he'd order a girly wine." What a waste of that manly look. Unbeknownst to the waiter, Roy heard his mutterings even though he was being quiet enough already, but Roy only laughed it off. He didn't care about anyone's comments about him anymore. After finding out where Ciri was staying, Roy explored the city of Bodrog. It wasn't as bustling as Sintra, naturally. Most of the barges that came here only saw it as a transit station. The passengers would head for other cities the moment they disembarked. There were a lot of military fortresses all over the world, however, and even a place like Bodrog would be populated, though most of the population was made up of soldiers. There weren't many customers during this time of the day. Aside from Roy, there were only a few exhausted soldiers in it. "So, did you see the new guys earlier?" "How can I not?" "Man, those guys look like beasts. One look at their gait and I know they are soldiers." Two soldiers were whispering to each other, and Roy listened closely. "Who is that big guy? Anyway, never knew the captain could bow so deeply to someone. Are you stupid? That guy's not the real guest here. The one who holds all the power is the girl in the center of their troop," the soldier whispered as he looked around. He stared at a man in a cape for a long time to see if they were overheard, but then the man took a swig from his cup and started looking tipsy. The soldier whispered something into his comrade's ears, and his comrade's eyes widened in surprise. "You have to be joking. We actually can have that honor?" The soldier who leaked the news looked proud. "My wife's brother is a clerk for the Baron. He told me about that, so I guess that's the truth. It won't be a secret for long, however. It'll be made public eventually." On Lammers, the soldier's comrade's eyes shone, and he ruffled his unkempt hair. "It's nearing Lammers now. I bet they'll make the announcement on that day." "Of course. What do the bards usually say? A congratulations. It's a celebration." "Oh, and you had better keep that pipe of yours shut. If you tell anyone about this, you'll be finished." "Lammers, huh?" Roy licked the cider off his lips. The mention of Lammers reminded him of Coral. She was gorgeous, gentle, and alluring. "It's a pity I can't make it to Kaer. Guess I have to break a promise. But it's for something important." Ciri will be engaged to Kistron on the day of Lammers. According to the law, Ciri would make her escape when she was on her way to the engagement. She eventually stumbled upon a dryad's lair by mistake, but thanks to her immense luck, she ran around randomly and was rescued in the end. The person who rescued Ciri was also one of the people Roy wanted to see on this trip. Geralt of Rivia, the character I played as for a long time in my past life. Geralt dispelled Dooney's curse and used the law of surprise when he stipulated his reward. That reward would be none other than Ciri, who wasn't born then. Ciri was Geralt's unexpected child. Getting in contact with the White Wolf was one of Roy's goals, with the other being the Water of Brooklyn. The water, which was also named as the Waters of Oblivion, was a legendary item that could change human girls into dryads as well as awaken the elder blood. I wonder if the Water of Brooklyn can improve the bloodline I got from consuming the Child of the Sun. Roy had a few worries, however. He wondered if his actions back in Sintra would interfere with Geralt and Ciri's meeting. Even if it doesn't, my actions might change something. I wonder how far the butterfly effect will go. He waved his hand at the waiter. "Do you require more wine, sir?" "I have a question." "What lies at the east of Bodrog?" The waiter froze. "The east, sir?" "Yes." "A barren land. And what's further east of that?" "You cannot go further than that, sir. That is a forbidden land. We are not allowed to enter it." I have heard of lost travelers never coming out of that place after they go inside." The waiter was starting to get agitated, but then a look of horror crawled onto his face. "A few veteran hunters have talked about hearing the sounds of creatures in that place. They say it devours human flesh." "You can't be thinking about going to that place, can you?" The waiter put some distance between him and the Witcher. Roy tossed a crown to him. "I'm not here to hear your stories." "What lies further east?" "If you walk 5 miles east, you will come across an ancient forest called Brooklyn. At least that's what the old hunters call it." The rooster crowed, heralding the break of dawn and the sprinkle of the first rays of sunshine. Roy was lying on the roof of the house of a poor guy somewhere, and he opened his eyes. They gleamed gold, and he looked at the heavily guarded mansion standing not far away from him. At the same time, he heard the sound of hooves clopping against the ground. Dust swirled up into the air as a lavish carriage with the emblem of a yellow and black striped shield appeared on a stone street. The carriage stopped before the mansion. A middle-aged man who sported an exquisite beard and a Phrygian cap with a goose feather protruding from its side came out of the carriage and walked up to the mansion. "All right. There's freaks in it. The time is close at hand." Roy leapt off the building and passed through a few platforms at a blinding speed. A moment later, the young Witcher arrived in a quiet clearing. "Granddaughter of Queen Calanth, Lion Cub of Sintra, Your Highness Princess Cyrilla, I." The Great Hall was a luxurious place shone by magical lights. Ciri looked at the man who came to see her, and she rubbed her eyes. There were dark circles under them, which was rare. She shouldn't be losing sleep after her years on Skellige Isles, but the thought of her engagement scared her. making her insomniac. "What did you say your name was again?" "Your Highness, I am the governor by His Majesty Ervil's orders." "My name is Freixenet. By His Majesty's orders, I am to lead you to the castle." Freixenet took his hat off, bowed down, and knelt on one knee to kiss the back of Ciri's hand. "I shall be leading you all the way to the castle. On my life I swear that I shall take you to Nastrug safely." "That is enough, Mr. Freixenet. You came early enough." Ciri pouted and dusted the back of her hand off furtively. Kaer noticed that, however, and she smiled. "My apologies, Your Highness, for I have been late." "But I have not wasted a single moment ever since His Majesty gave me his decree. 2 days I have spent on this journey, and 2 days I have not slept." Freixenet looked up, and his eyes were bloodshot. It was a stark contrast to his well-kept skin, though that juxtaposition only added to the horror element. "These villains." Ciri stomped her foot. "They want me there as soon as possible to get engaged to their pig of a prince, don't they?" she muttered. "I will not marry that pig." Ciri held her frustration down and clenched her fists tightly. Determination welled up within her eyes, and she thought, "I'm going to go with the plan I came up with last night. It will work." Freixenet had his own ideas too, however. When he knew that Calland had decided to marry Ciri off to Kistrin, he knew that was Ervil's chance to gain more power, and it was his opportunity of a lifetime as well. An opportunity to change his life. Calland fears Nilfgaard. She fears that they will swallow her kingdom whole. It's a shame she's much too stubborn and loves power more than anything. If Calland would just humble herself and work with the truly powerful northern kingdoms like Edirne, Temeria, Kedwin, and Redania, she could fend Nilfgaard off eventually. The kings of the northern kingdoms had been trying to get their hands on Sintra, but Calland would never give them the chance. If she had asked Dimavend, Foltest, Henselt, or Vizima for help, they'd use that chance to take Sintra over. Even if she could fend the Nilfgaardian army off, her kingdom would eventually be taken away. Calland was only 43. She was healthy and had no records of being down with any illness. At the very least, she could rule Sintra through her puppet husband for about 20 more years. Because of her obsession with power, she opted to marry her own granddaughter off to Verdun. Also she could secure her grip on Sintra. If Prince Kistrin and Princess Cyrilla are engaged, he can theoretically have the chance to rule Sintra. The princess is still young, and she can be manipulated easily. Besides, some accident might happen to Calland and kill her off. Freixenet was getting more and more excited about that prospect, and his eyes became even more bloodshot. "When that time comes, I shall be rewarded for my great service to the kingdom of Verdun and Sintra." To that end, Freixenet begged his sister to give him this chance. She was the queen of Verdun, and she always thought her brother deserved more in life because he was cursed for a part of it. The mission was risky. Of course, if anything were to happen to Ciri on her way to the castle, Ervil would send him to the guillotine. But the princess is already safe and sound in Verdun. The most dangerous part of her journey has ended. Nothing could go wrong. Ciri and Freixenet both had their own plans. They made some small talk, and they finally decided on the itinerary. After they had breakfast, a convoy made up of 2 carriages and 20 horses left the governor's estate. They were headed toward the city gates in the east, where Nastrug stood. Not long after the convoy had departed, someone appeared from the bushes near the city gates and tailed the convoy, though the silhouette kept a distance of 1 mile from his quarry. With the princess in the carriage, they couldn't go too fast. In fact, they were painstakingly slow. Ciri, however, thought it was perfect for her plan. Kaer was chuckling happily. It was the first time she had seen Ciri fidgeting like a baby beast. She kept pulling the curtains back and looking around nervously. "Your Highness, you don't seem to hate Prince Kistrin so much. I think you're really paying attention to him." Ciri looked up haughtily. Suddenly, she huddled closer to her servant and stared at her intently. She touched Kaer's jacket and hat, then she looked at her own white dress. She said slowly, "Kaer, tell me, have I treated you well, Princess?" "What do you mean?" Kaer's heart skipped a beat, and she retreated to a corner. She had only seen that look of determination in Calland's eyes before, and the same look in Ciri's eyes scared her. "Tell me." "You have treated me well, Kaer answered, her voice trembling. Ciri might be cheeky and mischievous, but unlike the other royals, she cared about life a lot. Good. Then are you loyal to me or my grandmother? Your Highness, you know that I am your servant. Good. Now listen closely. Ciri huddled even closer to Kaer. Now is the time to show your loyalty. We're getting out of the carriage. And then she whispered her plan into Kaer's ears. Princess, that is just. Kaer could not believe what she was hearing. It's been 20 minutes. Why isn't she done yet? Freixenet was standing before a tall bush, rubbing his hands anxiously. Not long after they left Bodrog, Ciri demanded to have a little release. They couldn't argue with her, and they stopped for Ciri to do her business. Kaer went with the princess, while the men stood outside. They didn't even urge her to go faster lest she felt crossed. Kraus didn't care that much, however. He knew how mischievous his princess could get, and he had a feeling this might be one of her tricks. It has been quite a while, Princess. Are you done? He asked, then called out to Ciri twice. When he didn't get any answer from her, he knew something was wrong. Princess, if you're still not answering, I will have to come over. The bush rustled, and someone screamed, guards! The princess has escaped. Escaped? Freixenet and Kraus looked at each other, and they saw the fear within their eyes. The princess' escape gripped them with terror, and they led their men into the bushes. What they saw, however, was Kaer turning her back to them and sobbing into her hands. The princess has escaped. What? How did you let this happen? You shall be punished once we catch up with the princess. Shut up and chase after the princess. Get the horses. Horses? There are bushes everywhere. We might trample over her. She's still young. She can't have gone far. Men, search around. Kraus hollered, and the soldiers searched the bushes around them. The very moment they went on the search, the servant stopped crying. She tossed her hat up high, revealing the ashen hair and muddy face underneath. Despite her dirty looks, the girl had a smile on her face. She went back to the carriage and got up the horse, albeit with a lot of difficulty. Then she pulled on the reins, her posture perfect. Nobody knew Ciri could ride on horseback. It was a skill she picked up back at isekai'd. She spent her time with Jelmer and Ceres, and they had a lot of snowball fights, fishing sessions, and rode on horseback frequently back then. Be good, please. You don't have to be as smart as Roy's willed, but please be good to me. She patted the horse's mane to calm it, and she looked at the east with excitement. It was in the opposite direction of where the guards were looking for her. There was a huge plain in the east, and a smidgen of verdant lay at the end of that prairie. For some reason, she was reminded of what Roy told her. It didn't make sense to her back then, but now she knew what he meant. When Roy was still in the castle, he once told her, "Your name, Cirilla, comes from Zalin Elder speech. It means swallow. The bird, not the verb. Remember, Ciri, you're a free soul. As free as a swallow who flies high up in the sky. As long as you wish to fly, then no one can trap you. I won't marry that pig. Grandmother will no longer control me. I will not bear his children. Fly, Zyle, fly." The girl roared quietly and held the horse's neck as it charged eastward. The sun shone brightly upon the lands. 20 knights were riding on their horses in a prairie, chasing after one young girl. As their horses trampled the plains, they kicked up a sandstorm behind them. It was a matter of time before they would catch their quarry. But suddenly, a great forest populated by gigantic trees unfurled before them, and the knights could do nothing but watch as the young girl rode into the ancient forest. Freixenet pulled on his reins, for he would dare not step into the forbidden woods. He, however, was furious about losing the princess. Damn it! I was so close. If I had 2 more minutes, I could have caught up to her. Kraus caught up to him, and he stopped, though he shot Freixenet a surprised look. "Why did you stop? The princess is just ahead of us, and so is Brooklyn." The ancient forest. Freixenet heaved a long sigh and stared at the forest solemnly. "I trust that you have heard of this place and its stories. Brooklyn is a forbidden place in these lands. There is nothing but certain death for humans who tread those woods. Especially for men." Kraus arched his eyebrow. He massaged his temple and scoffed. "Governor, may I remind you that losing the princess will have grave consequences for you? Even if King Ervil is merciful enough to let you go free, Queen Kaland won't show you the same mercy." A chill ran down Freixenet's spine. "Damn these forbidden woods. I'm charging in even if this place is hell itself." Freixenet finally understood where he stood. Sirius gaping under his very nose was already his fault to begin with. If he failed to retrieve her, what awaited him was an execution at the guillotine. Freixenet finally stopped hesitating and summoned his troop to enter the forest. However, the scent of the soil and trees that assailed him rattled his mind. He had the strangest feeling that his own life would change forever because of the choice he made that day. Unbeknownst to them, another wanderer had already entered the forest. Brokilon was home to countless ancient trees. An overwhelming majority of the trees were at least a few centuries old. The dappled sunlight would be absorbed by the bushes and ferns as nutrients, while fallen leaves acted as a carpet that was draped over the earth. Insects and bugs scuttled throughout the forest. Glistening cobwebs were spread between twigs, while small animals would stick their heads out to check their surroundings out. The woods were filled with the scent of beasts, soil, and leaves, but Roy was not in the mood to appreciate the scenery. From the moment he entered the forest, Roy bent over and stood on his tiptoes, reducing the sound of his breathing to nothing more than a little whisper in the breeze. A light yellow shield surrounded him, protecting him from harm. Roy was cautious, for he knew that the lively look of the forest was built upon a mountain of bones and rivers of blood. Roy came to a halt a moment later. He looked down at the ground of mulch made up of pine cones and ferns. Then he noticed a human corpse that was filled with ants and various bugs. Maybe it's a poacher, a lumberjack, or just a lost wanderer. He bent down and picked up an arrow that was embedded between the corpse's bones. It was an arrow made of chicken feathers, a willow stick, and a sharpened stone. There was no metal in it. That did not mean the arrow was weak. It could still pierce through human flesh easily and kill them. Dryad architecture, Roy thought. And Brokilon is their lair. Unlike Leshens, Dryads were no monsters. Instead, they were relatives of elves, a race of humanoid creatures with emerald skin, who dubbed themselves the forest's protector. They had a deep-set hatred against humans who poached and cut down trees, and they would kill every single one of them on sight. The Dryad race was made up entirely of women. Their leader, Ithne, would kill most men on sight, only keeping the strongest of them to feed her lust. Fortunately, Dryads would not kill women under most circumstances, especially young, harmless human girls like Ciri, as they had other uses for them. Roy kept the arrow and progressed carefully. He turned his Witcher senses on and captured all the clues related to Ciri, her scent, for example. However, the forest was a complicated maze, and there were more obstacles in his way than he first imagined. Even if he and Ciri might be inches away from each other, he still could miss her because of the plants that were in his line of sight. Well, this isn't making the search any easier. He had to carve the mark of the Viper School on a nearby trunk for every few steps he took, lest he got lost. I hope the law of surprise works. Half an hour later, Roy found something. He caught Kree's scent coming from a strip of torn cloth hanging on a stick. There was a layer of small, chaotic footprints on the mulch beside the strip of cloth. Roy sniffed the air. No smell of blood. Seems like she's safe. Roy had seen a pack of wolves and sleeping grey bear on his way here. He held back the urge to kill them in case the Dryads were offended, and he slipped by the beasts. How did Ciri manage to get away from those beasts anyway? Wait, is it her Child of Fortune skill? Roy put his worry for Ciri aside for the moment and tracked the trail of footprints down. Just when he was about to leave, he heard the sound of someone howling in agony a distance away. Then he heard someone groan in pain. A chill ran down Roy's spine, and he got goosebumps all over his body. But it was not from the cold. I don't hear any beast roaring. Must have been the Dryads. And those howls must be the soldiers. Who else? Roy sighed. He was about to check the scene out, but the howls came to an abrupt stop. Roy turned his attention to the trail of footprints and followed it. Eventually, the footprints came to an end. This place is. A crystal-clear lake appeared before him. He was in a clearing surrounded by trees, and Ciri's footprints disappeared right beside the lake. Roy sighed. and he took a closer look at the lake. It wasn't a big lake. For some reason, the trees granted a little spot for the lake to exist. There wasn't anything over the lake, and the sunlight shone directly on its surface. The waters were shimmering, a stark contrast to the generally dim forest. It was a beautiful sight, though he was more concerned about Siri. That girl's stamina is great. She didn't even take a break after running for so long. Should I keep up the chase? No, wait. Roy gazed at the lake. I have a great idea. He unsheathed the crimson blade. Erudite. Roy dragged the blade with him as he slowly stepped into the lake. Eventually, the blade and the young witcher were submerged in the lake water. Aqua blessing took effect, and a big, translucent bubble magically appeared from Erudite, covering Roy and allowing him to breathe underwater. Thanks to the blessing, Roy didn't face much resistance when he was moving underwater. This is a magical experience. The colorful fishes under the water swam past him, as if he wasn't even there. Eventually, the calm surface of the lake started to rage, and the water started to boil, eventually becoming a blanket of fog that covered the lake. The fog started to spread outward and eventually even covered the nearby woods as well. Roy walked to the center of the lake, when suddenly, he felt something zip past him, and a beautiful woman shrouded in a veil of fog swam past him. That's Vivienne's token. Roy of Lake Vizima, why hast thou summoned me? A voice asked Roy. It sounded like it came from the heavens, but at the same time, he heard it in his mind. Might you be Brooklyns Lady of the Lake? Roy turned around, but the Lady of the Lake seemed to be in a playful mood. She kept swimming around him, keeping him from seeing her face. Yes, I am the ruler of the waters in this area. My name is Henna. Gracious goddess Henna. Roy scrunched his nose up. Henna put her hands on his shoulders, then she let him go and swam away cheekily. A strand of dark green hair brushed across his nose. It felt ticklish, but also refreshing. Vivienne has told me that I can summon her friends using Erudite, and I may ask them for their aid. Roy of Lake Vizima, Henna said solemnly. Brooklyn does not take well to strangers, but you are an exception. Tell me, what do you need? Roy quickly cut to the chase. I am searching for a girl. She has ashen hair and is about 9 years old. She just went past your territory. May I know her exact location? Her current exact location. Simple enough, Henna said. Roy noticed a beautiful arm appearing beside him, and the goddess waved across the waters gracefully to produce a magical screen. A young girl was shown on the water's surface. Her face was pale, and she was covering her mouth. She was lying motionlessly in a damp, dark tree hole, and Roy could hear some weird noises coming from outside the tree. Siri. Roy called out to her, but he received no answer. At the same time, he noticed a seaweed-like plant the size of a forearm suddenly appearing in his other hand. Take this. It shall guide you to the place of the person you wish to seek. And send my regards to Vivienne. Before Henna could say anything else, Roy felt a gentle strength pushing him up from the bottom of the lake, and he broke the surface a moment later. Beware the vicious dryads of Brooklyn. Their leader, Lady Ithne, is a powerful witch. Not even I am a match for her. Be careful. Henna's voice lingered around him, and it disappeared eventually. The plant in Roy's hand suddenly pointed in a direction, as if it were a compass. Hang on, Siri, I'm coming. He comes from the north, a witcher with white hair and twin swords. He leads his horse through the door of the rope maker. At the behest of the king of Bra, he ventures into Brooklyn. The witcher came to a halt in the forest at noon. He bent down and rubbed the fresh blood that was staining the grass. The witcher decomposed the blood down to its components, and he searched for its source. It did not take him long to find the first body. It belonged to a young man who was only in his 20s. The body was lying face up, its legs spread to the sides. His face was etched with horror, as if the last thing he saw disturbed his soul until that moment. But the witcher knew that the man died instantly. He did not even feel any pain before that. The arrow pierced his eye and destroyed his brain. The witcher closed the dead man's eyes and stood up. His taut muscles and calloused hand was proof that he had undergone intense training before his death. The corpse had been no ordinary man in life. A poacher, or perhaps a bounty hunter who took Ervil's offer. Ervil of Verdun had always thought of Brooklyn as a thorn in his side. He had been offering a huge bounty on the head of the Dryad's leader in secret. The humans wanted to cut down Brokeland's trees to fund their business, but the Dryads made their homes there. The Witcher came to a distance of 6 steps behind the corpse. An arrow was embedded in the ground. Judging from the depth and the angle of the arrow alone, the Witcher could see from where the Dryad shot the arrow. This was a warning shot. Dryads almost never miss. This one isn't experienced enough. Most Dryads shoot to kill. The Witcher was reminded of the days where Dryads weren't so cruel. They would give 3 or 4 warnings to the intruders before they killed them. Not now, though. He shook his head and followed the trail of the bloody footsteps. He could ignore the dead, but not the living. If I can catch up to them, I might be able to get them to leave. They do not have to die. He might not admit it, but he had a sliver of kindness left within him. It was contrary to his cold and aloof look, but that was part of his charm. His hopes of giving the survivors a warning were quickly dashed. However, it did not take long for him to find the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th body. The ground around the bodies was a mess. Ferns and sticks were deeply embedded in the soil. It was obvious that the victims struggled in agony for a long time before they died. The Witcher's ears suddenly twitched, and he caught a weak moan. It was almost a whisper, but the Witcher caught it. He swiftly shoved the sticks aside and saw a hidden hole beneath it. Through the sunlight, the Witcher saw a muscular man lying in the hole. He was wearing a tight shirt made out of deer leather, and he sported an exquisite beard, but he wasn't looking well. He was covered in soil, pieces of plants, and blood. His face was as pale as a tombstone. When he noticed someone finding the hole, he opened his eyes, albeit with difficulty. "Geralt," he moaned. His bloodshot eyes filled with questions. "Oh no, have I returned to Militel? Why am I seeing you here?" "You are still alive, Freaksonet, but only just." Geralt shook his head. "I see getting turned into a bird did not teach you anything at all. Why did you step foot into Brooklyn again? You're real?" "Oh gods!" Freaksonet howled in agony. But he gained some color back. "Geralt, you must help me." "Save her." "Who?" "There." Freaksonet coughed up blood. "Princess." Geralt cursed. "No time to care about a fucking princess, Freaksonet. You need to get that looked at." He leapt out of the hole and tried to find a couple of poplar trees. Geralt was planning to make a stretcher and take Freaksonet away, but he did not make it too far. An arrow zipped past him and buried itself in a tree that was the same height as him. He rolled out of the way, and 3 more arrows were sent flying his way. They pierced the spot where he was standing earlier. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been shot. 4 Dryads. Geralt's heart skipped a beat. No matter how strong someone was, it was impossible for them to escape 4 Dryad archers. When he heard them drawing their bows again, Geralt shouted, "Seedmill vanith me the Dune Canal, isekai'd." The Dryads gave their reply, though it didn't sound like any language used in this land. Geralt survived the attack, and he slowly raised his hands. He came on orders to broker peace, not war. And he repeated himself, "Methithn, isekai'd vort." The Dryads replied. Geralt heaved a sigh of relief and took off his sword straps, allowing his weapons to fall down. He heard the sound of footsteps, then a Dryad appeared from behind a tree. She was petite and slim, and she was in clothes made of tree bark and leaves. If he didn't look closely, he would have thought she was another plant. A black bandana covered her forehead, and she tied it up behind her olive-green hair. Her face was smeared with tattoos made out of peach juice. Geralt couldn't see the details of her face, though he could make an outline of it. She was the only one who came out. The rest of them were still hiding among the trees, aiming their arrows at Geralt's vitals. "These in Methapithnlef?" She took 6 steps toward Geralt and asked him a question. Despite her aggressive behavior, she had a sweet voice. "Esquinblid." Geralt started to stammer. Can you speak common tongue? I'm not that fluent in Brooklyn dialect." A Dryad with hair the color of red brick came out and asked Geralt, "Quinblid, White Wolf Witcher?" "Yes, I have lived in Brooklyn for a time before." "At Dune Canal." "Ladyth knows me. I come on orders of the King of Bra." "There is something I wish to discuss with Ladyth." Geralt tried his best to look and sound gentle, though his deadpan face proved to be difficult to look gentle. The Dryad with the green hair looked at the one with red hair, and she nodded. Thanks to that, the Dryad's enmity toward Geralt subsided a little. As things were starting to calm down, Geralt said, "There is an injured man in the hole. If he's not treated, he will die." Thesep, the third and fourth Dryad came out and pointed their arrows at Geralt. "Do you want him to die from choking on his own blood?" Geralt raised his eyes and gazed at the red-haired Dryad with as little hostility as possible. He knew she was the one in charge. "I promise the one in the hole and the ones you killed are no bounty hunters or poachers. They entered the forest to search for someone." "Silence!" the oldest Dryad shouted in common tongue. She pointed at the Dryad with honey-colored hair. "She will take you to Lady Ithne." "What about the man in the hole?" Geralt asked. He could not just sit by as his friend was dying. "That is none of your business," she answered. She looked at the green-haired Dryad in the hole. "Go. She will take you to Lady Ithne." Geralt followed the yellow-haired Dryad to the center of Brooklyn. Duane Canal. He noticed the look in the red-haired Dryad's eyes, though he wasn't sure if she would save Freaksinet. All he could do was pray for his friend. They went past a clearing, a fog-covered valley, and a wilted forest. The Dryad stopped for another check of the surroundings, while Geralt took the chance to rest on the fallen log and thought about the princess Freaksinet was searching for. Suddenly, he heard a weird scream piercing the air. It was short, irritating, but also terrifying at the same time. The Dryad immediately went on her knee and pulled out 2 arrows from her quiver. She held one between her teeth and docked the other on her bow, aiming it at the bush. Geralt made a consign and leapt across the bushes, landing at a clearing beneath a tree. A strange creature was curled up under the tree, letting out cries that resembled a baby's voice. It was brown in color. Its body as thick as an arm, and yellow legs with hooks filled its sides. "That is one big centipede." The creature scuttled around the tree and curled itself up as it prepared itself for a hunt. "A gun," Geralt said. The Dryad came up to Geralt quietly. "Something on the tree has caught its attention." He told her. "Hunt. Ignore. Leave," the Dryad whispered. She couldn't speak common tongue well, but she told him, "Don't fight. Gun." Geralt hesitated. He had a strong feeling that if he were to leave, he would miss out on something crucial in his life. When he gazed at the tree once more, the look on his face froze. "Wait, there's a hole in the tree. And there's someone inside." While Geralt and the Dryad were deciding to observe for a little longer, the Yurn suddenly sustained injuries that seemingly came out of nowhere. A silhouette in a cape shot out from a bush, and he darted to the Yurn, circling the creature. The sun shone upon a crimson blade held by the silhouette, and as it leapt across the clearing again, the combatant swung his sword a few times, breaking the hard shell on the creature's body and drawing green blood. The Yurn let out an ear-piercing screech, and it leapt at its attacker like a cannonball. The impact from the charge broke its attacker's shield, but before the monster could sink its teeth into the Witcher, he rolled away from the attack, and the moment he stood up, the Witcher slashed his blade upward, cutting a gash in its stomach. As the monster's blood started spurting everywhere, it became enraged. It gave up on its prey and decided to pounce at his attacker. It flew through the air, and every attack made a sound that was akin to someone swinging a whip. The Yurn's attacker had no choice but to evade its attacks. But when it attacked for the 4th time, the Yurn let out a screech. Scorching flames attacked it from behind, and blisters popped up on its dark shell. It swiveled around in anger, and the wind blew the second Witcher's white hair, ruffling it. The Witcher was not fazed, however. He made out a blue triangle with his left hand and pushed it forward. An explosion was heard, and it tipped the monster off balance. The first Witcher took the chance to bury his crimson blade in the midsection of the monster, where the gaps between its shell was, while the white-haired Witcher stabbed the monster in its maw. Suddenly, the monster could not move anymore, for to its horror, it saw countless bloody tentacles attacking it. Roy took the chance to slice upward, decapitating the monster. Its head flew up high in the air before it fell with a thud. Gurn Guild EXP plus 120, Level 5 Witcher, 3082,500. Even though it was dead, the centipede was still moving its maw, and its legs were still flailing around. Yikes. This is horrifying. A gentle breeze blew past them and took away the stench of the blood that was lingering in the air. Geralt flicked the blood off his sword, and he looked at the mysterious man who appeared out of nowhere. The cat man took his hoodie off and beamed at Geralt. He had dark gold eyes, but he seemed too young to be a witcher. "Hello, Geralt. I'll be counting on you from now on." "He's young." That was the first impression Roy left on Geralt. Witchers lived long lives, but all the living witchers were at least more than 50 years old, though most of them only looked like they were in their 40s. They grew old slowly in that department, and that included Geralt as well. However, Roy looked youthful. His dark gold eyes looked bright, and his skin was smooth. He still looked like a child in terms of his features. He was handsome, but he hadn't grown out of his kid phase yet. Geralt could see that Roy was 15 or 16, at most, and Geralt knew how violent the trial was. The potions every witcher had to drink would cause immense change in the body. This witcher isn't even a young adult. At most, he is just a teenager. Then Geralt noticed something else. The young witcher's ears were different from a human's. They had slightly pointed ends, and his hair wasn't fully black either. It was slightly brown. Half-elf? No, part elf. This child has elven blood in him. Is he from the cat school? As far as Geralt was concerned, most of the witches in the cat school whom he knew had elven blood, and most of them were sick in the head. Just because they were witches didn't mean they were exactly friends. Geralt tensed up, his muscles almost tearing his shirt apart. The Dryad noticed Geralt's change, and she pointed her arrow at Roy. Praise the law of surprise. The butterfly I sent out did not create a tornado. Roy grinned, and the genuine smile made Geralt and the Dryad ease up a little. "Geralt, Miss Dryad, allow me to introduce myself. I am Roy, a witcher from the Viper School." Roy almost could not hold his excitement in. He took out the emblem of the Viper School and showed it to the man whom he admired. "Geralt, you know me. Why did you enter this dangerous land?" Geralt was still tense. He could go into battle at any moment, though his instincts told him that Roy held no malice towards him. "White Wolf, I have heard of your stories from bards all over the world. My mentor, Letho, has told me about all the schools and their current condition. He has mentioned you before as well." Roy pointed at the emblem of the wolf school hanging around Geralt's neck. "And I have played as you before," he added quietly, and Roy looked at the white wolf closely. He was about 6 feet 2, 1.9 meters, and just like any other witcher, was unkempt. He looked haggard. He didn't groom himself. His chainmail was old, and his long white hair was tied using nothing but a black hairband. His face was slightly long, his nose tall, his lips thick, his stubbles untrimmed, and his jawline hard. Geralt's eyes told a story, but they were also cold. A scar traveled down from his left eyebrow and ended under his left eye. However, what interested Roy the most was Geralt's deadpan face. It was as if Geralt could not make any other expression. "In my world, they call this the resting bitch face." That reminded Roy of a rumor. The trial of the grasses was notorious for its unique side effects. Because of that, Letho lost all his hair, while Geralt lost all his melanin, and the nerves on his face stopped functioning. Because of that, he could not make any exaggerated expressions. Even a smile was difficult for him. Roy scratched his nose and gave Geralt an apologetic look, much to the white wolf's confusion. "Man, no wonder he makes kids cry. That kind of look and the vibe he's radiating. Scary." Roy cast Observe on Geralt. Geralt of Rivia. Age, 78 years old. Gender, male. Status, Wolf School Witcher. HP, Mana, 160. Strength, 20. Dexterity, Constitution, Perception, 19. Will, 6. Charisma, 6. Spirit, 16. Skills, Witcher Signs. Alchemy, Meditation, Wolf School Swordsmanship. Witcher Senses, Details. As Roy recalled, Geralt was no match for Letho in a one-on-one battle, and that was normal. The White Wolf was famous not because of his extraordinary skills, but his legendary tales and romantic history with plenty of women. A 6 in charisma. Then why did so many witches and women get so attracted to him? Roy was curious. "Right. I have to get him to teach me some of his moves." "It's natural you have heard of me," Geralt remarked self-deprecatingly. "I am the Butcher of Blaviken. Everyone in these lands knows me." "That is not your fault." Roy was about to explain something, but he heard the sound of footsteps coming from a tree. When it stopped, Roy looked up and noticed the girl who came out of the hole in the tree. Child. Roy. Siri was wearing a dirty jacket, and she leapt down from the tree, though Roy could see that she was still sobbing a little. The girl jumped to Roy, and he held her firmly before spinning her around. Are you hurt? No. I was worried I might never see you again. Roy wiped the tear tracks off her cheeks, feeling amused. Don't cry. You're smearing your face now. Look. The monster is dead, and you are safe. Siri looked at the dismembered centipede and harumphed. She buried her face in Roy's chest and muttered, I am so exhausted. Let me sleep a little. Roy. Siri had been running for a long time, and she was gripped by terror from being hunted. Now that the tension was relieved, she lay in Roy's arms and fell asleep. Wait. What is going on here? Gerald, who had been ignored, asked. Roy of the Viper School, that's not a dryad you're holding. Go. The yellow-haired dryad interrupted them again. Gun. Scent. Group. Leave. Roy sighed. Well, guess I have to give this centipede up now. He was going to check and see if there were any useful mutagens he could loot. They left the clearing and the hornbeam in case the guns came after them. The dryad led them to the center, and as they progressed, the trees started to thin out. They went through a small forest on sandy lands, a patch of land filled with bushes, then finally, they came to a fog-covered grassland. The temperature started to drop while they were there. Roy from there. Just Roy is enough. Cut it with the formalities. Roy held the girl's thighs with one hand and allowed her to lean her head on his shoulders. Siri was light, soft, and warm, just like an oversized doll. Very well then, Roy. Honestly, it has been decades since I saw a witcher your age, and not just in Kaer. I heard the other schools have stopped training new witches for years. Our numbers are dwindling. Gerald walked by his side. Well, sounds like I got lucky then. Gerald grunted. A moment of silence later, Gerald turned his sights on the girl. This girl you're holding. Her hair had pine needles and leaves on it, but she looked clean. There wasn't the stench of smoke or oil coming from her. Her hands that were on Roy's shoulder were dirty, but they were small, delicate, and were perfect. There were no scars at all. She was wearing a white, black, and gray-colored jacket, so Gerald couldn't discern her status. However, her boots were made of cow leather, and that alone proved that she was no village girl. She's a princess, isn't she? You and Freaksonet's men came into the forest to look for her. Roy answered with a question. You know Freaksonet? Yes, Gerald said. Back when he was a baron in Ham, his lover cursed him to be a bird. I was in town back then, so I helped him out with it. Gerald, you really are Curse's worst enemy, but I can't tell you who she is. I'm sorry. Roy kept it a secret for the time being and winked at Gerald. You'll have to ask her yourself after she wakes up. So what will you do next, Roy? We're in their territory. It's not up to you or me to decide what I shall do next, right? You can't leave now. That's for sure. Roy looked at the dryad who was taking them somewhere. Where is she taking us? The dryad was young, slim, and beautiful, a stark contrast to her agile movements and aggressive behavior. There was impatience and a hint of fear on her tattooed face, as if she didn't want to talk to the humans behind her. The center of Brooklyn and the real home of the dryads, Dune Canal. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. Everything is going as planned. What should I call this dryad anyway? He knew the dryad was named Bren thanks to Observe, but if he called her name out of nowhere, she would probably shoot a hole through his head. Gerald shook his head, and a hint of a smirk appeared on his deadpan face. He blinked at Roy. If you want to know her name, you'll have to ask her yourself. You have elven blood in you. Just talk to her using elder speech. Roy went up and walked side by side with the dryad, and he was still holding Siri in his arms. She might have had war paint made out of peach juice on her face, but Roy could see that the dryad was still young. Maybe around 16 years old. Or at least that's the age she looks like. Bren. Gender, female. Age, 35 years old. Status, dryad, Brooklyn citizen. HP, 100. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 10. Perception, 10. Will, 6. Charisma, 7. Spirit, 6. Skills. Bow mastery. Level 5. Elegance of the wind. Passive. Child of the woods. Passive. Dryads are one of the forest's many protectors. They are blessed by nature. The forest showers them with blessings as thanks for their protection. While dryads are within a forest, their stamina, mana, and recovery speed are doubled. I knew it. Dryads and elves share a similar bloodline. Vadok, what is your name? Roy asked. The dryad looked at him in surprise. She couldn't believe Roy was so fluent in elder speech, and she bit her lip in hesitation. Bren, she answered. Very well, then. How much longer will this journey take? Miss Bren. Lost. Trap. Beasts. A day and a half. At least. Roy looked at the girl who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and he nodded. Going to the Dryad's capital was a part of his plan anyway. He wanted to meet Ithne, the Queen of Dryads. She was more famous than Francesca herself, after all. And he wanted to see the waters of oblivion. A while later, he noticed that the sweat coming from Bren smelled just like a human girl's, but blooded Dryad's sweat would smell like crushed willow sticks. That's what the Almanac of Creatures recorded. That means Bren isn't a purer blood. She was turned because she drank the waters of oblivion. What was your old name? Bren suddenly stopped in her tracks. Her chest heaved as she tried her best to hold her panting in, then she pursed her lips. I do not remember. She turned her head away, but Roy noticed the panic in her eyes before she did. Looks like her past as a human wasn't all too happy. Not bad, kid. I had to spend a lot of time trying to find out what her name was, but fair advice, don't try to court her. The White Wolf advised as he patted his shoulder. Never flirt with a dryad, unless you want to stay in Brooklyn for your whole life and let them drain you dry. Roy had heard of that. Dryads were all females. If they wanted to procreate, they would have to either abduct a human or elf male they liked or turn a young human girl into a dryad. You forgot something. Roy rolled his eyes. We're sterile. We're useless to them. Even Freaksonet is useful here. Gerald sighed. He was reminded of a sad past. Even though he couldn't show his sadness, his eyes were filled with melancholy. The journey went by in silence, and they were making swift progress. Bren knew the map of the forest like the back of her hand. She led them across hidden paths, over patches of grass, bushes, streams, and even swamps. She hopped through them like an agile deer running in a prairie. Gerald, Roy, and Siri followed her, though the girl was still asleep. Thanks to Serit's classes, Roy noticed at least 100 cleverly placed traps along the way. There were pits filled with sharp wooden stakes covered with leaves, contraptions that would trigger a volley of arrows, logs that would fall out of nowhere, and a spherical structure filled with spikes. It was tied to a rope and would swing down when the target expected it. At least one round was enough to kill anyone or anything in its way. There were dryads standing sentry everywhere as well. Bren would suddenly come to a halt from time to time and blow a beautiful whistle, then the same whistle would come as a reply from a nearby tree. She would also stop at some places and hold an arrow nervously. She would stare at the bushes around them, but she would stop the witches from killing any animals. Dryads would never kill any animals unless they needed to feed or defend themselves. They were a lot friendlier to animals compared to humans. Even though they were already making swift progress, they still couldn't get there by sunset, and they had to make camp. Witches were experienced in living in the wilds, but a local like Bren would work better than they could in the forest. She picked a high ground where the breeze would blow through as their campsite. After they had a simple dinner of fruits and jerkies, they slept on a heap of dry fern with barely any distance between them. That was a custom of the dryads. They would sleep on the same bed and warm one another up. Gerald took the far left spot, and Roy slept beside him, while Siri and Brent took up the spots on the right. Bren closed her eyes and hugged Siri tightly, obviously taking her as a source of warmth. Roy looked at Gerald, but the veteran witcher smelled like rotten food. There is no way I am hugging this guy. Roy nudged away from Gerald and wondered if he should treat Gerald to some liquor. I have some dwarven liquor in my inventory. I'll get close to him, and once he's drunk, we'll play some Gwent, and I'll win all his money. Once he gets in debt with me, I'll ask him where Kaer is, and I can find out about their trial potions recipe too. But before he could do anything, he heard someone on the right stirring. Someone's waking up. Siri finally woke up after sleeping for so long. but she didn't wake up because she had ample rest. She was just suffocating from Bren's hug, and the lack of oxygen woke her up. The girl freed her head from the dryad's arms, but Bren was still hugging the girl tightly. Ciri's face was red, and when she looked up, she saw a face filled with war paint. Under the silvery moonlight, the paint on Bren's face made her look like a terrifying barbarian who lived in a jungle. The asphyxiation and shock petrified Ciri for a long moment. "I am sorry. Who is this? Where am I?" Roy turned Ciri around and put his finger to his lips. Ciri finally snapped out of it, and she stammered, What is this?" She crawled over to Roy and tried to hide behind him, but then she was met with a pair of golden eyes, and she screamed. The silent forest under the moonlight was disturbed by Ciri's screams. Wolves started howling, and weird voices were heard throughout the forest. They came from the mysterious entities that were hiding in the darkest depths of the ancient forest. Roy quickly cast isekai'd to dispel the girl's fear, and Ciri finally stopped shouting. How bizarre! Ciri could feel all her fear melting away in the presence of a special power, and it calmed her down. It was then she realized that the beastly eyes and weird face belonged to two different people. "Roy, who are they?" Geralt stared at Ciri and tried to crack a joke. "You have a loud voice, girl. Almost made me deaf. You'll have a bright career in the northern opera scene. But first things first, opera star. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before you demand someone's name?" "Who are you?" Ciri stomped her foot and looked at the strange people around her carefully. Eventually, realization struck her. "A white-haired witcher. I know you. You're Geralt." "Roy S. Oh, she's just a cheeky girl who ran away from home." Roy pinched her cheeks and gave her a look. Ciri understood what he was saying instantly. "All right. I'm keeping it a secret." "A girl?" "A princess, more like." Geralt tried his best to smile, but it was an ugly one, and his face froze for a moment. "You do know that there are other people out there who are looking for you, right?" Ciri snorted scornfully and nudged closer to Roy. "Don't worry, we'll send you home. I just got out." "I don't want to go home." Ciri glared at the Witcher, and sparks flew between them. Roy said nothing. Instead, he watched the event unfold with interest. He never expected the father and child who were destined to meet through the law of surprise to get into an argument the very first time they met. Interesting. So Geralt is a softie. He's just concerned about Ciri. He doesn't have to be so stubborn about it. Since Roy was keeping quiet, Geralt pressured. "Child, isn't that centipede lesson enough for you? You cannot survive in this forest. Where else can you go but Verdun? I can go with Roy. He'll keep me safe." "You aren't going anywhere, girl," Bran said quietly, and her voice surprised Ciri. "Oh, so you're a lady." "Fine, I'll let the earlier action slide, even though you did almost kill me." Bran ignored her complaints. She said seriously, "You are so frail, yet you managed to run for so long, and you even evaded all the sentries, swamps, forests, and traps on your way. You are strong, healthy, and brave. You are useful to us." "See?" Ciri said haughty. "Even this lady doesn't want me to go back." Ciri did not realize what Bran was talking about. "Very well then, child. At least tell me your name." "Ciri." "Hello, Ciri. I am Geralt of the Wolf School." Geralt introduced himself seriously. "Don't come near me, weird white-haired man." "Just stay there. I wanna sleep with Roy." Ciri mumbled in annoyance, and she turned to Roy. "I'm hungry, Roy. Get me something to eat, and tell me a bedtime story. You have no idea how dull the days are without you around. What kind of stories do you want to hear this time?" Roy whipped out a bunch of dried fruits and smoked meat from his bag. "Certainly not Rapunzel. You scared me back then. Kaer had nightmares for 2 days straight. I want something interesting tonight." Ciri lay down beside Roy and wolfed her food down. She wouldn't have eaten anything like this in the past, but she was already starving. "Very well, then. I shall tell you the tale of Jack and the Beanstalk." Roy looked up at the dark sky. "Once upon a time, there was a boy in Toussaint who bought 5 magical beans with his cow." Bran licked her lips and squinted at Roy. She was also interested in the new and magical stories Roy was telling. Eventually, a peaceful silence returned to the campsite, and not a soul made a sound, save for the young man who was telling a story. They came to a forest made up of gigantic trees the next day. The trees were mostly made up of oak trees, yew trees, and butternut trees. They had been here for hundreds, possibly thousands, of years. Their trunks were so large, it would take a few men to surround it, and they were tall enough to pierce even the skies. Their roots protruded out of the ground, and even the roots themselves were taller than a young child. Bren knelt before the forest and hung her head low devoutly. Gerald looked respectful, while Ciri, who had been hopping and prancing all the way, felt an inexplicable sense of pressure, and she stopped solemnly. Roy stared at the tree that had the thickest trunk, and he cast observe on it. Mackay age requires higher perception. Status, holy oak tree, Brokeland's ancient oak tree, worshipped by dryads for centuries. Thanks to their faith energy, this tree has manifested its own sentience and became a spirit of nature. It shares a part of its energy with a part of the dryads, and they protect the forest together. While Roy was casting observe on the tree, 2 bumps the size of human fists appeared on its wrinkly bark. Then they opened up just like eyelids, revealing a pair of ancient and wise eyes beneath. A burst of green light appeared on the tree's roots, and it climbed the trunk before eventually reaching the top. The light looked like a long vine that connected the top and bottom of the tree, and it was the manifestation of faith energy. Roy thought it felt like the time he came face to face with Melitel's statue and Dagon's altar, but it was also different. Melitel's energy felt loving and accepting, while Dagon's felt cruel and vicious. This energy, however, felt lively, just like the forest itself. Roy breathed in the green energy, and he looked at the people who were around him, but neither of them noticed something wrong. The green light on the treetops slowly became more intense, and finally, it burst. The energy scattered everywhere, raining down on the forest. Halfway through, the light motes changed direction and charged straight at Ciri. The young girl felt something enter her. She closed her eyes and let out a moan. The dust and soil on her face, hands, and boots were washed away as if she were taking a bath, and all her exhaustion was whisked away as well. In just a single moment, Ciri started looking refreshed and energetic. "What happened to you, girl?" Gerald noticed the change that was happening in Ciri, and he felt curious. Bran and Roy had the same question. "Didn't you hear it? This tree, Mackay, it was saying hello to its friends." Ciri stared at the big tree before her and waved at it happily. "It's welcoming me to Dune Canal. It's welcoming me here." The spirit noticed her elder blood, and it gave her a gift. Roy realized what was happening, but he shook his head. "But she does not belong to the forest." Roy knew the ending well enough. He wasn't worried about Ciri being taken away. Gerald, however, did not look as relaxed as Roy was. After she paid her respects, Bren picked up her pace. An hour later, they arrived in a humid valley that was surrounded by a forest made up of beech trees. Bran suddenly came to a stop, and she told the witches, "Gwynblyd, Roy, come here." She took her and Ciri's scarves off. "I have to blindfold you. That's the rule." "I understand." Gerald had come here once. He knew the rules. Roy shrugged. He didn't oppose it, though blindfolds would do nothing to stop his perception. "I shall lead the way. Take my hand." Bran held the young witch's hand. She was more willing to be with Roy, as he was part elf. Ciri stomped her foot angrily and held Gerald's big, rough hands reluctantly. "You had better not do anything funny, you meanie." "Thank you for your help then." "Do you know why she didn't blindfold you, girl?" "Because we're both girls." Ciri rolled her eyes. She asked, "What does Gwynblyd mean? Anyway, in elder speech, White Wolf. That's what the dryads call me. White Wolf." "You're the White Wolf?" Realization struck Ciri. "So this big guy is the one who helped mother and father?" She felt a surge of affection for Gerald, and she held his hand tightly. "Look out for the roots. Do they call you the White Wolf because of your hair?" "No, it's because of destiny." "What does that mean?" "You will under." "Whoops. I told you to watch your steps. Don't get distracted. And you watch where you're going, girl. I don't want to end up with a broken leg before we get to the capital." Roy listened to the little banter happening behind him, and he smiled. He turned his attention back to his front, and through his perception, he could feel that Bran was leading them down a slope. The fog was starting to thicken around them. "We've finally reached our destination. Take your blindfolds off." The fog was at knee level, Welcome to Dune Canal, home to the oak tree in the heart of Brooklyn. Roy took his blindfold off. He could hear the sound of water gushing around him, and the first thing he saw was a sinkhole. When he looked above him, he saw a broad treetop covering them, and a transparent veil of water stood before them. They were standing on wet soil and hard rocks, and geysers littered the place. They would shoot out steam from time to time, covering the whole place in fog. A refreshing scent of nature lingered in the air, and Roy felt like he was in Wonderland. Though there certainly was no Mad Hatter around, the place was magical. The witches' pendants were vibrating as they reacted to the visible magical energy that was around them. "Come with me, witches." "You, take my hand." Bran held Ciri's hand, and she brooked no objections. "Wow, Roy, Gerald, look at this place. It's gorgeous." Ciri stared around her in astonishment and swatted the steam around her away. Gerald and Roy looked at each other, and they could see worry in each other's eyes. They went through the veil of water and walked a little before they were greeted by a loud, ear-piercing whistle. A moment later, a slim, black-haired elf in a coat made of green bark approached them elegantly, walking upon the thick roots that slept outside the hole. Roy cast Observe on her, and to his surprise, she was a witch who had healing powers and control over vines. She looked at the four of them, though she paid a little more attention to the white wolf. "Esinsai?" She laughed, revealing her pearly white teeth. The elf had an adorable yet seductive laugh, but when Gerald realized that she was looking him up and down, he couldn't stay calm anymore, and he tensed. Roy laughed quietly. "Gerald, you're nearly 80 years old, and your hair's all white. Didn't think you'd be shy around women." "Wait, is he so popular with the ladies because of this personality trait of his?" What happened next stunned Roy. The black-haired elf told Gerald, "Bloed km, en ken wed vort tesfoil." She was talking quickly, and Gerald was not fluent enough in Brooklyn dialect to understand what she was saying, but Roy was. "She says you are strong, and she's very interested in you," Roy explained. The elf left, and she was chuckling all the way. Roy finally understood why Gerald was so popular with women, but there was a little issue. Gerald's muscular, but don't these elves care about how he looks? "Look," Ciri gasped, and Roy looked at her. "Their houses look so interesting." Dune Canal was a gigantic tree that had its roots under the big sinkhole. Ciri said the interesting houses looked like oversized coconuts that were hanging from branches. Some of them were installed on the treetop, and Roy wondered if they would fall. "Roy, Gerald," Ciri whispered, "the houses are moving. They're alive. They're made out of trees." Gerald had recovered slightly from the awkward situation. "Dryads won't use any human tools to make their houses, but they can control the sticks with magic to create a natural shelter. They're so adorable." Ciri was apparently delighted. "Roy, can I have a house like this when I go back to Sintra?" "You do not have to envy them. Soon, you shall have your own home," Bran said, and she stood before a huge door. "You may enter now. Lady Athn is waiting." "Vafael." "What does that mean?" "Goodbye." "Oh, goodbye, Bran." They went into the treehouse, where the dappled sunlight shone upon the colorful walls. "Gerald." "Freaksinet. You old bastard, you're alive." "I knew that Dryad wouldn't leave you for dead." Freaksinet was covered in bandages. Most of his injuries were looking a lot better, but he couldn't walk too well just yet. He sat up in excitement, but when he saw the little girl who was hiding behind the witches, his excitement turned to fury. "It's you, you little bastard." "No, it's not me, it is you." "So there you are." Freaksinet coughed, and he gurgled up blood. "Princess Cirilla, you little bastard, do you have any idea how many of my men died because of you? I should break your legs." Freaksinet wasn't that scared of Ciri after that close brush with death he experienced earlier. Ciri pouted, and she scrunched her nose. "I am a princess." She looked up haughtily. "If you do that to me, my grandmother will have your head." "Then I will gladly give it to her." Freaksinet waved her down dismissively. "The mission has ended in failure, and most, if not all of my men, are dead." "Your servant should have told everyone that you are missing by now. Do you know what that means?" Ciri still held her head up high. "You ruined your grandmother's plan." Freaksinet hissed. He seemed furious about Ciri's childish act. "What you did just destroyed whatever chances Sintra had of making an ally out of Verdun. Your grandmother will have to lead Sintra's army against Nilfgaard in a year or two at most, and without any allies to aid her. Do you think she can hold the line all by herself? What you did just doomed your kingdom. No, you're a liar," Ciri retorted weakly. Her face became as white as bone, and her delight was replaced by horror. "All right, stop scaring her." Roy sighed. "No one should ever let a young girl shoulder a whole nation's fate. It is unfair to her, not to mention Sintra will fall with or without Verdun's help." He knew Sintra's fate better than anyone. Unless all 4 kingdoms in the north came to help, Nilfgaard would be unstoppable. But they won't help. "Don't move around too much. Your wounds will reopen," Geralt said, shifting Freixenet's attention away. Freixenet turned his attention to Geralt and started complaining about the treatment the Dryads gave him. He said they stuffed his mouth full of disgusting, slimy, and rancid stuff. They talked about their past, like the time Geralt dispelled his curse. Ciri was listening to their stories intently, and she forgot all about the fear she felt earlier. A short while later, Bran came into the tree house, and Freixenet blanched. His lips trembled. "Please, no more. Please don't feed me that wretched thing. I will not allow it." "Geralt, and that witcher there. Cover me, quick." Bran looked at him like he was an idiot, and she turned her gaze to the girl standing behind the witches. "Come here, you poor thing. It is time to leave." "Leave? Where?" Alarm bells rang in Ciri's head, and she held the witcher's hands tightly. "I am not leaving. I want to be with them." "Go." Geralt smiled bitterly. "She will take you on a tour around Dune Canal. It is much more interesting than what we have experienced." Ciri realized what was happening, and she whispered, "Bran didn't cover my eyes, but she covered yours." "They don't want you to know the path leading to this place, so that means..." Ciri started sobbing, and she stared at the witches pleadingly. "Am I never to leave this place for as long as I live?" Bran crept up to Ciri quietly and pulled the girl into her embrace, pushing her away from the witcher with vines. Ciri was suspended in midair, and she stubbornly extended her hand to the witches. Roy could not let her go just like that. Not after she looked at him with trust in her eyes. He held her hand again and was about to say something to calm her, but then a voice behind him boomed, "None can escape fate." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. It was solemn, majestic, and full of magical energy. It came from the highest authority of Brooklyn, and it tolerated no doubt from anyone. Bran held Ciri in her arms and bowed to the voice. Geralt knelt before it, while Freixenet was practically prostrating himself before her. Roy, however, only slightly bowed. Lady Ithne, the ruler of Brooklyn, had appeared within the treehouse's lobby. Like most dryads, Ithne was petite and delicate. She wore a long green dress, and she held her head up proudly. She had a stern look on her face, and her hair and eyes were pure silver. It was as if there were no emotions or soul behind those eyes. In Roy's eyes, Ithne looked like a great green blaze, and he could not look at her directly. Naturally, that was because of her overwhelming strength. Ithne. Age, 234 years old. Gender, female. Status, Queen of the Dryads. Witch? Ithne did not pay attention to Roy. She went past everyone and stopped before Ciri, and she raised the girl's head to look her in the eye. A long while later, Ithne asked Bran to take the girl away when she was starting to shiver and cry in fear. "Rise, Windblade." "Greetings, Ithne, ruler of Brooklyn. Welcome to my forest again, but it is dangerous to come here unannounced. Do you understand? I come with a great duty on my shoulders." The white wolf still stared down at the ground. "I see." Ithne smiled. "No wonder you're so brazen. Is this child your companion?" She finally looked at Roy, and an invisible surge of energy weighed down on Roy, forcing him to bow to her. It was then Roy realized why Geralt knelt before Ithne. He had known that he could never hope to match her power after all. "Lady Ithne, he is little more than a boy. Please forgive his attitude just this once." "Raise your head, child." Ithne raised her hand to silence Geralt. "And let me see your eyes." And just as she wished, Ithne came face to face with a pair of dark gold eyes. She looked into Roy's eyes intently, as if she wanted to get something out of him. But a moment later, her indomitable aura was slightly shaken, and it surprised her. However, She composed herself in only a moment. Gwynblade, for our friendship's sake, the child may leave with you later. Roy heaved a sigh of relief after Ethan moved her gaze away from him. She only looked at him for a moment, but Roy could feel something pushing down on him. Roy kept his calm, however. After coming face to face with Melitel, a higher vampire, the projection of Dagon, and the Lady of the Lake, he was much more immune to legendary creatures at that point. Now, Gwynblade, let me guess the duty you are carrying out, Ethan said. Isekai'd is a fool, while Ervil and Viruxes want my head. Out of all the kingdoms nearby, only the King of Bra will send someone to talk to me. It is as you have guessed. You have to understand that Brooklyn and the outside world are two completely different things. You cannot resolve the hatred between humans and dryads just through mere talks. We have already been at war for centuries. But war is not what I wish for. I do not wish to see any more of my children die. I shall give you permission to send a message to the King of Bra. As long as his people never step foot in Brooklyn from this day forth, we can live together in peace. Geralt wanted to say something, but Ethan stopped him. Do not speak on his behalf any further. He will never get even an inch of Brooklyn's land, no matter how much he wishes for it. But Ethan ended the discussion. Tell him what I have told you. He will not execute a lowly witcher for failing this monumental task. If it is possible, let us talk about another matter at hand. Ethan finally smiled. She turned her attention to the burly and powerful Freixenet, who had been ignored thus far. This scalp hunter, he is your friend. Yes? Please do not scare him. Geralt gave Freixenet a reassuring look. You should know that he is here for the girl. You would not have saved him otherwise. But I do not know what I should do with him. His wounds require a long time to heal. Ethan slowly walked to the bed where Freixenet was resting. Freixenet blanched, and he curled up. Do you have any children out there? Ethan stared at him for a while. I require an honest answer. Freixenet was backed up to the wall. He cleared his throat and answered softly, I am still not married. I do not care. All I want to know is, Ethan stared at Freixenet's crotch greedily. Are you still healthy? On the name of the tree. Tell me. Have you fathered any children before, or are you seedless like the witches? Freixenet flailed his arms and gasped in surprise. He forced himself to look at Ethan, and he answered, Of course I have, Lady Ethan. I am a father to many bastard children, but my lady, why do you ask? Freixenet noticed the look of pity Geralt was giving him. Good luck, man. Roy mourned for him quietly. The governor has a strong body, and he has a well-trimmed beard. The dryads are a sucker for that. He's the perfect seed-bearer for them. Shit. I can just imagine them riding him non-stop all day, every day. Roy shivered. That imagery alone was enough to send a chill down his spine. Ethan got the answer she wanted, and she turned to Geralt. After he makes a full recovery, he may regain his freedom, but in exchange, he has to father a dryad or two. Thank you for your kindness, Ethan. Geralt couldn't bear to look at his old friend. Lady Ethan. Roy could not hold it in any longer. I have a question. It's about the girl, Ciri. What shall you do with her? You are an interesting child. I can see nothing but a mist within your eyes. They tell me nothing. Ethan looked at him with interest. But that is not your concern. Tomorrow, you and Geralt shall leave Brooklyn, but she is no ordinary girl. She is the princess of a kingdom. And what does that have to do with you, Gwynblade? That does not change my decision. If you wish to, you may attend the ceremony in my chambers tonight. Ethan flicked her sleeve and left. Evening descended soon after, and countless fireflies appeared around the tree houses. They illuminated the tree with a gentle green light, and the strange plants in Dune Canal basked in it. They swayed with the wind, dancing happily without a care in the world. The witches left Freixenet to process his eventual fate of fathering plenty of dryads, and they went to Ethan's gigantic treehouse. She was kneeling in the center of the living room, combing Ciri's ashen hair gently. The girl was sitting cross-legged before Ethan. Her back was straight, and her eyes were wide open. Her face was clean, but she looked a bit deadpan, unlike her usual self. Ah, you are here? Ethan greeted them, but she didn't stop combing Ciri's hair. Gwynblade, I know you have never harmed dryads, Ruzalkas, or pixies. In fact, you are willing to protect them. That is why I invited you to the ceremony out of respect. Now, I need you to repay that respect by keeping an eye on the boy. I do not want him doing anything that might ruin this ceremony." Gerald knelt on one knee, then he sat down, and Roy followed. "Lady Ithne, before you begin the ceremony, I need you to listen to me. Just like what you have said, Brooklyn is at odds with the outside world, and this girl does not belong to you or this world. She will be in just a moment," Ithne said dismissively. Strangely, Gerald argued, "Ithne, please give her to me. Let me take her back to her world. She should be the one to decide her fate. How dare you disobey me?" Ithne stopped combing Ciri's hair and looked Gerald in the eye, and she sneered. "I see. So you are thinking the same thing I am. I have heard about how witches are sterile, and all witches who employ the law of surprise desire an unexpected child of their own," she continued. "I know you meddled with the marriage of Kalan's daughter and lifted the curse of Pavetta's husband, Duni. You employed the law of surprise as well, hoping you could get a boy to inherit your will. Alas," Ithne raised Ciri's head, "the unexpected child is a girl, and a girl can never be a witcher. She is now mine, and she shall inherit Brooklyn's will." "Horseshit," Gerald roared. "Look at her. Her eyes are out of focus, and she can't move because you forced her into this. This is a kidnapping." "No, Gerald," Ciri shouted defiantly. "I am not spacing out, and I am not scared. Grandmother said that dryads aren't evil. I won't be in any danger here." Ithne laughed. "Do you see now, Gwynblyd? This is the choice of the child with the elder blood. It is her fate. You have nothing to do with this." Roy's heart skipped a beat. "I knew it." This witch has seen through Ciri. The child with the elder blood? Gerald looked somber. "You're saying that Ciri is?" "That is correct." "I see a great blaze and brilliant stars gleaming within her eyes." "She is the heir of the elder blood. She shall be a part of Brooklyn and walk the path of glory." Ithne waved, and a dryad came out from the veil behind her. It was none other than the yellow-haired dryad, Bran. She handed a silver chalice over with trembling hands, and Ithne took it from her. "Do you recognize these runes, witches?" She raised it high up in the air. "Yes." "Then read it." "This is the chalice of isekai'd. The king who drank from it has been forgotten by the people. Dwitnf Siren Kaer Gledv. Unisith." Roy read the words inscribed on the chalice. "There are 2 blades on the sword of fate, and Ciri is one of them." Ithne turned to Ciri and ordered imperiously, "Drink this, child of the elder blood. This is the water of Brooklyn." "Finally you're here, mysterious liquid." Roy held his excitement down and turned his gaze to the chalice. "Water of Brooklyn, an enchanted water. Hallucinogenic. Human girls who drink it lose almost all their memories, and they will see the illusions of the past and the future. They will start to turn into dryads after that. Deadly lethal for men. This water can purify the elder blood. Using it with Child of the Sun can multiply its effects. The water of Brooklyn would turn humans into dryads, while the Child of the Sun would turn humans into elves, and both of those originated from the ancient bloodline of Nell. Using them together can purify elder blood. So that means it'll be useful for me, too." Roy felt encouraged. He had one Child of the Sun in his inventory, and he had one use of full recovery to deal with any possible deaths. "I came all the way from Sintra, sailed across Yaruga, came to Brooklyn, and I finally see my prize. My plan is coming to fruition." Ithne was forcing Ciri to drink it. The girl brought the chalice close to her lips ever so slowly. It was obvious she didn't want to do this. She was hesitating. Ithne was on the brink of rage, while Gerald looked furious. "Time to step in," Roy said. "Lady Ithne, I have a suggestion." "Talk before my patience runs out." "Why don't I, the White Wolf, and Ciri drink the water of Brooklyn at the same time? But on one condition. If we can all wake up and return to normal, you have to let Ciri leave with us. Your courage is commendable, but do you know what happens to men and witches who drink the water of Brooklyn? They will be poisoned and possibly killed," Roy said calmly. "Nothing could torture him more than the trial of the grasses." "Then why are you willing to do this?" "Ciri is still young. She should not take it all by herself. We shall help her, but please honor the promise. If she is still willing to leave with us after she has seen her fate, then you must not stop her." "Very well. I agree," Ithne said. She noticed that Ciri's eyes were lighting up. It is a fair suggestion. Fate shall be the judge. I must admit that I had underestimated you before. The ruler of Brooklyn nodded at Roy as a show of respect. Well then, Gwynplaine, what about you? Are you willing to take the risk for your unexpected child? Gerald nodded, but he had a weird feeling that he missed something. Under Ethan's orders, Bran came back with 2 more cups of the water, though of course they were kept in normal containers. The chalice was still Ciri's to use. Roy held the cup of gleaming water, the water of Brooklyn. It looks like liquid stalactite. Drinking it had always been part of Roy's plan. It might be poison, but it also contained immense magical energy. It could modify human bodies and reawaken memories of the past and future. But more importantly, it could purify the Nell bloodline he acquired after ingesting the Child of the Sun back in Smiak. Do not be afraid, Ciri. It will be fine. Trust me, Roy assured the girl calmly before looking at the white wolf. The young witch raised the cup and gulped down the water in one go. At the same time, he swallowed the Child of the Sun, which he had been hiding in his mouth. Then Roy wiped his lips and fell back down to the ground as he started to move eerily. Gerald stared at him in surprise. He had seen this once, and the exact same thing happened back then. The one who drank the potion gasped, spasmed, burped, talked gibberish, and blacked out. When that person regained consciousness, there would be nothing in his eyes but a cold, numb void. My turn. Gerald gazed at the water gently. The past? I wonder if I can still see her. The person Gerald was thinking about was a witch in black. Yennefer of Vengerberg. It was a gentle and happy time with her. Ciri was the last to drink the water, and she lay between the witches. 'Twas the darkest moment of the night before dawn, and not a soul stirred. The lands were slumbering, but a sliver of sunlight was starting to break through in the far horizon. A ram slowly appeared from the clouds high above, and a gigantic ship followed. The ship flew through the air, and an emblem with a pair of crossed swords painted in the center hung on the ship's sails. A caped man was standing on the bow, as if he were the captain of the ship. He had 2 swords strapped to his back, and a crossbow hung over the swords. As he looked down at the lands that were unfurling before him, he saw countless legendary creatures screaming into the heavens. The dragons breathed fire, the giants swung trees around, mammoths charged across the plains, and elemental creatures appeared and disappeared across the land. The winds blew across the ship, taking the hood off and revealing the young face under it. It's getting windy. An abyssal crack appeared in the skies ahead, and the ship charged straight into it. The winds turned into a hurricane within the void, and it slashed the boy as if it were made of swords. Ow! Roy opened his eyes groggily. Was that a dream? Wow, that was a weird one. When he refocused his gaze, he saw a young child staring at him with her jaw open, and she was millimeters away from him. When Roy opened his eyes, he realized that she was pinching his cheeks, and she was petrified from the shock. Ciri. Roy's face fell. What are you doing? The girl leapt back and hid behind the other witcher, though she stuck half her head out. Don't blame me, Roy. It's all your fault. You were sleeping like a log. I was just trying to wake you up. Yeah, that's all. You wouldn't wake up earlier, no matter what. We'll talk about this later. Roy stretched his arms and stood up. He looked around him carefully to see if there were any dangers. Behind them stood the endless forest, while a prairie stretched before them as far as the eye could see. The sun was shining, and its light was blinding. Roy squinted. Get cheeky next time and you won't be let off this easily. Now tell me what happened. Where are we right now, huh? Oh, I woke up first. You guys were still knocked out. Weaklings. Lady Ethan said she lost the bet, so she let us go. Ciri patted her chest and heaved a sigh. She sent a team of dryads and escorted us here. It's the eastern border of Brooklyn. She swung her fists proudly, and Gerald patted her head. Roy massaged his own. He was still groggy. After that, most of the water's poison had been neutralized, and the poison status on the character sheet was nearly transparent. He seemed spaced out because he was still thinking about that dream he had. What is it, Roy? You seem like you're still not out of it. Is something the matter? Or did you have a strange dream? Gerald crossed his arms. It sounded like he knew why Roy was looking out of it. Most people start to see the past and the future after they drink the water of Brooklyn. They're projections of the user's wishes, excitement, longing, and even fear. If you wish to tell anyone about it, you have two listeners right in front of you. Isn't that right, child? Siri nodded with excitement. My dream was an odd one. It did not make sense. I wonder if what I saw was just an illusion or a projection of the future. That ship looked like the one the Wild Hunt uses to traverse time and space. So why was I on it? And those monsters I saw did not belong to this world. What was that place? I need time to think about this. You too. There were a lot of things he had to clear up. But that could be left for another time. For the time being, he concentrated on his character sheet and read through it. You ingested the water of Brooklyn, that is the child of the sun added to it. +1 to will and spirit. Roy. Age: 14 years and 7 months old. Status: Viper School Witcher. Knight of Lake Vizima. HP: 130-151. Poisoned. Mana: 150-160. Strength: 9.3. Dexterity: 10.3. Constitution: 11.1. Perception: 8. Will: 9.5. 10.5. Charisma: 7. Spirit: 11-12. Your massacre has reached level 5. Your will has reached 10 points. Fear is evolving. Fear: you may cast this skill to fear any and all enemies in a 1 meter radius around you. A mandatory will check will be performed on them. If their will is lower than yours, they will lose control of their bodies for up to 2 seconds. 4-minute cooldown. Okay, so a single target skill is now crowd control. I have one more skill I can use to get out of a tight spot now. And Roy also realized something important. If his skill were to reach level 5, it could evolve if the stat associated with it were to reach 10 as well. So the next skill to evolve would be meditation. Roy kept reading. Your L bloodline is evolving. Elegance of the Wind had disappeared from the character sheet, but it was replaced by another ability. Elder Blood, passive. Nell's most ancient bloodline. Those who inherit this bloodline can control incredible powers. Your bloodline is too diluted. You only possess a part of the bloodline's powers. They are uncontrollable. Diluted? Roy frowned. And he felt a little disappointed. I spent all that time just to get a diluted bloodline and 2 points added to my stat? No, I might be unable to use the bloodline's power, but that doesn't mean the character sheet can't. He kept reading. Eventually, he noticed that his job's perk had changed. Mount. You can bind a tamed mount and build a telepathic connection with it for better communication. You can spend 150 mana to summon your mount right to you. Unlike weapons, you can unbind mounts and give it back its freedom. Bound Mount, Wilt. This perk has absorbed the power of your Elder Blood and increased its space ability. Now you may spend 50 mana to teleport to where your mount is. Roy was shocked. Wait, I can teleport now? So I can return to that stable in Sintra whenever I want now? Roy knew this was an important perk, especially in battles. If he was in a dire situation, he could teleport back to Wilt immediately, making it a perfect skill to save his skin. 50 mana per use? I can cast it 3 times in a row. Perfect if I need to cover a lot of ground. My perk can enjoy the power of the Elder Blood. I wonder. Roy turned his attention to the experience gauge. Level 5 Witcher, 3,082,500. Now that I have escaped the worst Brooklyn could throw at me, there's no need to keep full recovery anymore. He leveled up, and a surge of warmth coursed through his body, washing off the water of Brooklyn's remaining poison. Level 5-6, Witcher, 583,500. Main stat, Will, 10.5 11.5. You gain 1 skill point and 1 stat point. Once we get back to Sintra, I'll add this stat point to Will, making it 12.5. Just enough to tame that little griffin by force. There was also bad news, however. He needed 3,500 EXP to level up instead of 3,000. The EXP needed has increased. Roy closed his eyes to feel the changes that had happened. He had increased his will, though he felt no changes at all. Not the point. Bound weapons. Hand crossbow, Gabriel, can be leveled up. Gabriel has been strengthened 3 times, thanks to your Elder Blood. It has gained some degree of spatial ability. You may pick one of the two effects below. Instant shot, costs 20 mana. Your next shot will ignore space and reach your target immediately. Limited to effective range. Blink, costs 20 mana. You may transport yourself within the vicinity of Gabriel's bolt, 1 meter radius. Limited to effective range. I can't use Elder Blood at will, but the character sheet has added the traits into my skills. This feels magical. He had two choices. If he picked instant shot, his bolts could reach his target while ignoring air resistance, weather, and essentially most elements that would affect them. If his aim was true, his target would have nowhere to run, but magical shields, armor, and tough hide could still block it. Compared to that, he preferred blink. Teleporting to his enemy was useful if he wanted to land more hits. If he used fear with blink, he could take his enemy out in moments, and it could be used to evade his enemy's attacks, giving him more flexibility in combat. Blink it is. Gabriel. Type, hand crossbow. Materials, cottonwood, tendon, hump. Mana. Details, weight, 6-7 pounds. Bow length, 2.2-2.3 feet. Draw weight, 40-50 pounds. Effective range, 55-64 meters. Effect, simplify. As long as there are bolts remaining in the inventory, Gabriel will reload itself. Reloading time is now 0.4 seconds. Guided arrows, costs 20 mana. Shoots out a magical bolt. Increases its effective range and armor penetration. The bolt will hone in on the target. It can change its direction up to 45 degrees. Blink, costs 20 mana. You may transport yourself within the vicinity of Gabriel's bolt. Steel sword, Guaiha. Guaiha has been strengthened 3 times. Thanks to your Elder Blood, it has gained some spatial abilities. Silver sword, Aerondight. Aerondight has been strengthened 1 time. Thanks to your Elder Blood, it has gained some spatial abilities. The swords gain the same effect. Teleport, new, costs 50 mana. Teleports you within the vicinity of Guaiha. Aerondight. No distance limit. Roy felt weird. It was as if his swords had become a spatial anchor. Do I have to throw them everywhere the next time I fight? There was a reason Blink only cost 20 mana, while Teleport needed 50. Teleport had no distance limit, while Blink was only valid for Gabriel's effective range. After he was done clearing things up, Roy heaved a sigh. Fear had a huge boost, and it was his most frequently used skill. His weapons and mounted their own spatial abilities thanks to the powers he gained as well. Another fulfilling trip. I might be restricted to my mount and weapons for now, but if I keep strengthening my bloodline, I will eventually open the gates of the world and cross dimensions. Siri quietly came Troy, who was spacing out, and she tugged his pants. Are you all right, Roy? She seemed concerned. The trip to Brooklyn made her realize something, and that was that Roy truly cared about her. Don't worry. Roy set his problems aside and picked the girl up. I've never been better. What about you, Geralt? He smiled at the white wolf. You're not that young anymore. Can you take the poison in the water? After the trial of the grasses, this poison is nothing, but it still is lethal for humans, Geralt answered calmly. He did not seem fazed by the ordeal at all. Child. Roy looked Ciri in the eye. Do you feel any changes in your body? I think so. Ciri pinched her chubby arm, and her face scrunched up. Roy, am I getting fatter? You're a child. You look cuter that way. Anything else? I don't know. I feel like something has changed, but I also feel like everything's still the same. I can't tell. Roy had cast Observe earlier. Ciri's Elder Blood was still in its early stages of awakening, and most of its abilities could not be controlled. But it must have changed somehow. Probably only shows up when the time calls for it. Roy, is there something on my face? Why are you staring at me? Put me down. Ciri flailed her legs. Roy laughed, and he put her down. So what will you do now, Geralt? Geralt was standing on Brooklyn's border, and there were 2 diverging paths before him. I will return to Brugh to finish my mission. Roach is still there. If you want to come with me, I think I can give you a room with a hot bath. Sure. We'll go to Brugh, then. And I need to talk to you. Roy was reminded of the witches who were waiting for him back in Sintra, and he smiled. What are we waiting for? then? Ciri held their hands and started going west. Wait, child. That's where Nastrog is. Do you want to see Prince Kistron of Verdun? He is your betrothed, after all. I can understand that. But Ciri seemed flustered, and a frown furrowed her brows. But I just feel that something's wrong with the Eastern Path. What is wrong with it? I can't say. It's just a feeling. It's not safe there. To the witch's surprise, their pendants started to vibrate after Ciri said that. Mana. Geralt looked at Ciri in surprise. Elder blood. Did she awaken some kind of ability? Very well, then we shall head west. Roy knew Ciri's child of fortune skill wouldn't go wrong. Actually, Ciri changed her mind. She didn't want to have anything to do with Verdun anymore. We can head east. It shouldn't be any problem. Is that so? Then we shall head east. Ciri's premonition came true moments later. Not even 10 minutes after the trio went east, they came out of a patch of shrubs and arrived in a desert. The moment they did, a troop of soldiers appeared out of nowhere and surrounded them. They wore conical helms, chainmail armor, and dark grey coats that had Verdun's royal emblem, black and gold squares, embroidered on them. Who are you? Where did you come from? And where are you heading? A bald, pudgy man roared at the witches. He stood with his legs spread, and he had a bow and a quiver filled with arrows. We come from Bodrog, Geralt lied as he stepped forward. He looked at the soldiers and realized that none of them knew that they were witches. We're heading for Bruh. What seems to be the situation? Roy quietly pulled Ciri behind him. We are the king's soldiers. A stern man who looked like the troop's leader stepped forth. He noticed the twin swords Geralt was carrying, and his attitude took a change for the better. An unexpected situation has happened here. We have to perform a check on everyone who passes this place. He looked behind him. Roy sniffed the air. Yep, smells like blood all right. Roy could smell the scent of human and horse blood coming from behind the soldier's leader. Would you take a look, sirs? The man asked. And he told the soldiers to make way. Roy and Geralt looked at each other, then they followed the man. Roy picked Ciri up and leaned her head against his shoulder. Be a good girl now and close your eyes. The girl did as he said and leaned against his shoulder, though Roy could sense that she was anxious from her shallow breathing. A big tree had fallen not far from where they were. A horse carriage covered in oilcloth stood before it, unable to progress. A few horses were lying on the ground, entangled with ropes. There were arrows embedded in them, and they were wincing in pain. One of the horses was still barely alive. It stared ahead, its breathing heaving, and it flailed its legs. Blood drenched the ground around, and human bodies were strewn across the place. Some were lying on the carriage, while some were crushed under the wheels. None survived. A whole carriage was attacked? Geralt asked. A soldier with triangle eyes rubbed his hands on a dagger with blood, and he looked at the witches and the child. It was an ambush, he said, his voice rough. Brokeland's dryads ambushed the merchants and killed all of them. We're investigating. The dryads did this? See for yourself. The soldier waved his hand impatiently. These poor merchants were attacked by a whole volley of arrows, and that was when they were on the path. Those monsters in the forest are getting crazier by the day. At this rate, they'll leave the forest soon and start attacking our people. And who might you be? Geralt asked carefully. King Ervil's men, soldiers of Nastrog. We were here to wait for Governor Freaksonet, but then we got news that he led his men into the forest. It has been 3 days. The governor and our guest must have been killed at this point. First them, and now the merchants. The soldier gnashed his teeth, his eyes glinting with malice. We will make them pay. An eye for an eye. We will avenge them. Kill all the dryads. Those damn druids aren't coming yet. But we aren't waiting anymore. The soldiers were all too happy to kill the dryads and have their vengeance. Druids? They have reinforcements? We can't stay here. Geralt kept quiet for a moment. Very well, then. I wish you victory. He turned around and waved at Roy. We should be leaving now if there's nothing else for us to do here. Brother, wait. The leader came up to Geralt. Who is that boy and the child he is carrying? Are they people of Braswell? Yes. They're my nephews. Geralt lied to him. Ciri was in a neutral outfit. It was hard to tell that she was a girl. Your nephews seem healthy. Praise Melitel for her blessing. What enviable luck. Do please take your family and leave. Leave and never come back, friend. The dryads are more dangerous than you think. You can't defeat them with only a couple of swords. Heed my warning, or the Dryads will claim your life next. He turned around and told his men to make way for Geralt and the others. Fare thee well. The man waved his hand at them. When Roy walked past him, the man patted Ciri's head. Much to her horror, she huddled even closer to Roy. What a gorgeous child. He will grow up to be quite the ladies' man. Oh, what are you mumbling about, child? You have blood on your hands, Ciri said, her voice trembling. Oh, it's the merchant's blood. It must have gotten on my hands when I went to check their bodies. The man smiled, and he shrugged it off. But the Dryads didn't do this, Ciri said. Roy pushed down on her, but she ignored him. That much is obvious. The man's smile disappeared. Say that again? He asked, his tone frighteningly chilling. Look at the pieces of wood lying around. This tree was chopped down by an axe. Dryads would never chop down trees. They control the growth of trees with magic. Isn't that right, Geralt? Ciri even asked the White Wolf. You are right. The man gave his men a look, and he held his weapon that was strapped around his waist. What a smart child you are, too. Enough. Roy, who had been ignored thus far, shouted. What do you mean, enough? Do you think we are fools? This is clearly not the Dryads' doing. Geralt attacked the moment Roy exposed the soldier's scheme. He attacked the soldier with the triangle eyes with his sleeve. Geralt's sleeve had nails in it, and he buried it deep in the soldier's head. Before the soldier even fell, Geralt unsheathed his sword and leapt to two soldiers who were standing nearby. When they realized what was happening, it was already too late. Humans moved far too slowly for witches, and Geralt swung his sword across an arc in the air, cutting the soldier's necks open easily. The soldiers held their neck, but it didn't stop their blood from spurting out like a fountain. They tried to scream, but no sound would come out. The other soldiers, however, took up their bows and docked their arrows. As they surrounded Geralt, he knelt on one knee and made the sign of Ard, but instead of hurling it at the archers, he directed it to the sands beneath. A dull thud later, a small sandstorm swept past the battlefield, hiding the three of them from sight. Geralt pushed one of the dead soldiers and charged toward the archer, using the dead body as a meat shield. Now that's one use of Ard. Roy looked around him and hid Ciri in a hollow log. Stay in there and don't come out, Ciri. Roy cast Can and looked at the soldier's leader. He was standing not far away, and he was gaining on them. Ah, so you are witches. The man grinned evilly, and he held his sword tight. Come then, you abominations. I shall teach you a good lesson. Roy wasn't going to engage in close combat. He made another sign and sent out a burst of flame. It swept through the battlefield, and the conical flames engulfed the soldier's leader before he could do anything about it. The man let out a blood-curdling scream, and he ran around blindly. Unbeknownst to him, he charged straight at his own man, creating more problems for them. Roy was shocked that his sign managed to harm the man that much. Wait, I don't remember Igni being this powerful. His level 1 sign could only cause burns and blisters before this. Burning anyone up was out of the question. Is it because of the elder blood? Did my elemental affinity get stronger because of that? A crossbow bolt shot through the air, and Roy spun his sword around to block it, but he was too slow. In the end, the arrow got through his defenses and shattered the Can shield into pieces. Roy rolled away. Then a second bolt flew into the grass beside him. Roy got up and moved in a zigzag pattern, barely dodging the third bolt. It scratched the armor covering his forearm. The archers stopped firing for a moment, and Roy looked at the shrubs. There were 3 crossbowmen aiming their weapons at him from 30 meters away, and they were reloading after they shot at him. I can't make it in time. Roy grasped the air and summoned Gabriel. He sent a bolt flying at the crossbowman, and when it flew into a shrub, Roy cast Blink. For a moment there, time itself stopped. The sound of the wind, the bugs, the noises on the battlefield, the sounds of blades clashing against each other, the sound of something slicing their enemy's belly open. All of them, gone. The world was silent, save for the sharp, quiet sound of something humming in the air. A ripple spread out from where Roy was standing, and the world as he knew it was sliced up into countless colorful pieces. Everything was vibrant yet blurry at the same time, as if nature itself were painting an abstract portrait, and Roy leapt through the layers and layers of colorful veils. The crossbowmen were shocked by Roy suddenly disappearing into thin air. They lost their target, and they turned around by reflex, but it was too late. Roy cast fear on them. All they saw were countless bloody tentacles wrapping themselves over them, stopping them from even moving a finger. And that was the last thing they saw. Kaer danced through the air, and it sliced the crossbowmen's necks all open at the same time. Blood spurted from the wound, and they tried to stop it, to no avail. They gurgled as they fell, and their limbs spasmed. Their eyes, until the very end, were filled with confusion. They wondered how Roy approached them so quickly, and how he managed to freeze them in place. Alas, those were questions that would never be answered. R and Trelu Guild EXP plus 20 times 3. Level 6 Switcher, 573,500. Roy flicked the blood off his sword. He seemed excited about using Blink earlier. It did not feel as nauseous as it did back when he stepped into a teleportation portal, and using fear on top of Blink was the best combination to calm mages and archers, and I can use it in group battles, too. No time to celebrate though. He looked back at the battlefield, and a few soldiers were running toward the log where Ciri was hidden. 3 soldiers in chainmail armor and helmets were running away in terror. That white-haired man is a demon. He killed our friends in seconds. Even our archers couldn't get through his meat shield tactic. Their best swordsmen were still fighting Geralt, while they would go around him and catch Geralt's nephew. It did not take long for them to reach the log where Ciri was hidden. The soldiers charged toward it and one stretched his hand into the hollowed center. Even through the cracks, he could see the child who was hiding fearfully within the log. Suddenly, the soldier in the center was pulled back. When he turned around, a sword pierced through the only crack in his shield and buried itself in his chin. The blade then drove itself higher, piercing the soldier's brain, and he spurted blood from the top of his head. The soldier fell before he could even gasp. The remaining soldiers snapped out of it, but not before that phantom-like attacker darted to the left and stabbed another soldier in the eye. When he pulled the sword out, his blade was covered in blood. While the soldier covered his eye and spasmed on the ground. The Witcher went into the ox stance. He placed one foot before the other and bowed his upper body a little, his sword held horizontally against his cheek. The Witcher looked like a bow that was about to launch an arrow, and he aimed his blade at the third soldier. The third soldier put the gun aside for the moment. He pulled his mace out and swung it at the Witcher. His greaves and weapon glinted coldly under the sun, and if the hit were to connect, it would smash the Witcher's skull, but his chainmail bogged him down, and his attack slowed. To the Witcher, the soldier was no faster than a snail. The soldier swung his mace from the right, but Roy did not take a step back. If he did, the soldier could chase after him, and he would not grant that opening. Instead, he took a step to the front left and held the mace down. Kaer was pointing at the soldier, and Roy was already in the plow position. Thanks to the mace's momentum, it drove the sword right up into the soldier's neck, cutting his artery open easily. The soldier gurgled, and a moment later, he drew his last breath. Soldiers Guild EXP plus 20 times 3. Level 6 Switcher, 633,500. All right. Crisis averted. Ciri quickly crawled out of the log and pounced on Roy. Never, ever leave me alone like that again, Roy. Geralt's battle was coming to an end, as well. There was only one enemy left. He thrusted his sword at Geralt's neck, but the white wolf spun and pushed his enemy away. He swung his sword and sliced his enemy's face open. The guy staggered back and covered his face, and Geralt charged toward him. The white wolf put his weight on his left leg and cut his enemy's artery open. The man shivered before falling forward into the grass. A talented bounty hunter. What a waste. Geralt heaved a long sigh. His forehead was drenched with beads of sweat. The battle only took 2 to 3 minutes, but he had to deal with a lot of enemies, and it took a lot more out of him compared to Roy. Not bad. Viper. Geralt took a piece of cloth from one of the dead men and wiped his blade off. He looked at the dead crossbowman lying not far away from them. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you were a veteran. Roy patted Ciri's back and praised. You did a lot better than me, Geralt. Roy had a moment earlier to appreciate Geralt's fighting style, and it was individualistic. He was a graceful swordsman who swung his sword around as if he were dancing. It was fast, powerful, and explosive. He's at least on the same level as orcs, judging by swordplay alone. At least I can't go toe-to-toe with him for the time being. Geralt suddenly had a concerned look on his face. He turned around and looked at a rider who was on the back of a grey horse coming from afar. "Who is that?" Roy unsheathed his blade. "Do you remember what these soldiers said? They were waiting for someone to lead them into the forest so they could have their revenge." Roy had a guess. "He's the druid." "Sheath your sword, Roy. He's an old friend." Mousesack. Geralt sheathed his sword and took off his steel gauntlets. "Geralt." The rider stopped 10 feet away from them. "How long has it been?" "Never thought I'd see you here." "But before we can talk about old times, let's talk business." "Where's Ciri?" Geralt looked at the girl, who was still pretending to be asleep. "Open your eyes, girl. You'll want to see this man, and get off Roy." "Mousesack?" Ciri looked at the rider. His white beard tumbled down to his chest, and his eyes told of a long history. His wrinkles carved themselves deeply upon his face, but it only added to his wise look. He was wearing a leopard hide as a cape, and he donned a crimson shirt. He had a black hat decorated with 3 antlers, and a brown, gnarly staff was strapped to his back. Compared to his large stature, the horse he was riding looked petite, and Roy wondered if it would buckle under its rider's weight. The man looked at Ciri, and he got off his mount to open his arms. A moment later, he hugged the little girl tightly. "Did grandmother send you, Mousesack? Is she worried about me?" "No, she isn't." Mousesack smiled at her and combed her ruffled hair. Then he looked at Roy. "She's drenching her belt." "I hope you are prepared, princess. You will be in a lot of pain soon. And you will be shedding a lot of tears as well." Ciri blanched, and she covered her buttocks, where Callan frequently spanked. "Hold on." Geralt looked around them carefully. "This is no place to talk. It's filled with corpses. We should deal with them first." "Oh, you don't have to worry about that." A few petite dryads appeared from the trees behind them. "Bren, have you been listening in?" "No." Bren shook her head. "We came to see what the commotion was all about." "Are these really scalp hunters?" Geralt nodded. "They killed a group of traveling merchants and shoved the blame to your sisters." "Then we owe you a debt." Bran smiled. "These hunters' bodies make for great fertilizer. My sisters and I shall deal with them for you." She tossed a pouch to Geralt. "What is this?" "Brooklyn specialty. Corn halivines and purple living bone sprouts. Used to make potions. Take it as a reward for these bodies." "Wait," Roy pleaded. "Before you take these fertilizers away, can I search their bodies? They carry some shiny things with them, and I don't think the forest needs them." A moment later, the young witcher happily pocketed 200 crowns and said goodbye to the dryads. He had to stretch every crown as much as he could to make sure the school's revival went well. The 4 of them went east, and when dusk descended, they made a bonfire in the wilds. "Callanth has taken back her decision," Mousesack said. "She does not wish to marry Ciri off to Kistrin anymore." "Royalty and their capricious personalities." "This is the second time she cancelled Ciri's marriage already," Geralt mocked. "Verdun's king sent his men to attack a traveling merchant's caravan and shifted the blame to the dryads. That is a despicable move. Even if the queen did not take her decision back, I would have never allowed Ciri to marry the heir of Verdun. I have watched over her since she was a babe. Now I shall take her back to Sintra with me. Come, Geralt. You cannot run this time." Geralt was quiet, and he turned away, refusing to look Ciri in the eye. Mousesack knew he could not force the White Wolf, and he changed the topic. "Tell me the truth, White Wolf. Is this young man a new disciple you recruited? A new unexpected child?" "I wish that'd be great." Geralt sighed. The Wolf School was in the same situation as the Viper School. It had been a long time since they had any new blood as well. "Young man, Geralt told me it's thanks to you that Ciri managed to escape Brooklyn, on Queen Callanth's behalf. I thank you. I shall ask Her Majesty to reward you handsomely once we return to Sintra. You can do away with the reward." Roy waved him down. The water of Brooklyn was the best reward he could hope for. Not to mention he got to know Geralt and came in touch with the Wolf School. Roy looked at Ciri, who was napping on a blanket beside the bonfire. "Ciri is a friend. I don't think a reward is needed for helping a friend. I thought witches dealt strictly in contracts and rewards. For everyone else, yes. But have you ever seen Gerald demand any reward from Jaskia? Very well, then. Mousesack shrugged. Tell me if you need anything else. I shall help as much as I can. Roy nodded, and he cast Observe on the druid. Mousesack/Ermion. Age, 178 years old. Gender, male. Status, druid. Mentor in the druid's circle. HP, 200. Mana. Strength, 10. Dexterity, 11. Constitution, 20. Perception, 13. Will, 10. Charisma, 16. Spirit. Skills, Feral Change level 8. After observing wild beasts for a long period of time, druids can fully understand their behavior and turn into one of them at will. Breath of the Wild level 10. Druids can establish telepathic connections with beasts and plants. They can assuage beasts and plants, or they can command them to attack their enemies. Regeneration level 7, costs mana, heals up to regular wounds. Elementalist level 5, especially powerful druids can communicate with nature itself and control the weather. They can create rain, stop storms, raise hails, and strike their enemies with lightning. Details? You are a druid? Yes. I am Queen Caland's consultant and a member of Skellige Isle's Druids Circle. I see. Druids could control magic as well, but their community wasn't called a brotherhood. Instead, they called it the Druids Circle. They worshipped nature and loved life. Druids had powerful healing spells and would heal ailing people all over the world. In that respect, they shared the same beliefs as the believers of Milital, and they respected each other. Druids could connect with plants and animals as well. Some of the more powerful ones could control the weather and keep the balance between humans and nature. Druids were, in terms of alignment, neutral good. They were knowledgeable and powerful, and they would show no mercy to poachers and those who cut down forests too much. Roy knew a famous sorcerer called Vilgefortz, who used to train under a druid when he was a child before he switched to the side of sorcerers. Thanks to his training, he was more durable than most sorcerers, and he could handle himself well in close combat. Mousesack nodded, and he turned his attention to Geralt. Have you made your decision, Geralt? Will you return to Sintra with us? Geralt looked at the girl, who was staring at him expectantly. I need to return to Bruh. Fine. Mousesack came to a decision as well. Take Ciri with you. I'll handle Queen Caland for the time being. Are you mad? I believe in destiny and the law of surprise. They are a part of the laws of nature. He stared straight at Geralt. The sword of destiny has 2 blades. Enough. Then I shall break the blade. Geralt seemed frustrated, as if he were trying to reject something. No, you do not understand. Your fate has intertwined with Ciri's twice now. Don't argue. I know it very well. The first time was when Ciri was born. You came to Sintra that time, and you held her in your arms. The second time was after Ciri's return from Skellige. Mousesack rubbed Ciri's cheeks, assuaging her. Ciri's parents had just passed away. You came to see her, but you did not take her away because the queen begged you not to. Geralt. So you came to see me before? Why didn't you take me with you then? Ciri was still young. She thought living the life of a drifter with a witcher was more interesting than being locked up in a castle. Stop it, Mousesack. The druid ignored him. You abandoned her 2 times, and yet destiny stubbornly sent her to you again. To Brooklyn, where dangers awaited her. Ciri must have had the shock of her life. With how destiny has worked so far, if you're still going to abandon her this time, White Wolf, then she shall come across a far greater danger the next time. That is nonsense. Geralt shot up. I do not believe in such superstition. No, Geralt. You know about the law of surprise more than anyone else. You know what I speak of is the truth. What do you want me to do? An old, tired, injured man taking a girl who's also a princess on to live the life of a tramp. No matter how you put it, it's a recipe for disaster, and the wolf school never takes female disciples. He turned around and held the druid's grey horse by the reins. I have to leave now. Please, Geralt, don't go. Stay. Ciri came up to Geralt and held his pants. She looked sad. Destiny was a funny thing. It hadn't been a week since she met Geralt, but Ciri was already feeling a surge of affection for the big softy. She could feel that Geralt truly cared for her, but he wasn't great at expressing himself. Roy sighed. Wow. The White Wolf can get really sentimental and pessimistic. Roy was frustrated about Gerald's indecisive attitude. He really needs to be more decisive. Gerald, you're a pessimist, through and through. What are you scared of? Why do you keep running away? You should be braver when it comes to things like these, no matter if it's Ciri or that witch. What else do you know about that, Roy? Gerald was surprised. He didn't remember telling Roy about Yennefer. Not important. Your attitude is disappointing. Roy held down Ciri's shoulders, and the girl cried in his arms. Come with me, Gerald. To Cintra. Are you trying to persuade me as well, Witcher of the Viper School? Gerald stared at the young Witcher, his eyes bloodshot. No, I will not force Ciri on you. I am inviting you on behalf of the Viper School. Come with me to Cintra. There are 3 other witches there who are waiting for you. There aren't many witches left now. It's not every day we get to meet. I think we should sit down and share a cup of liquor. We can talk about isekai'd and Kaer. You geese will have a lot to talk about. They are witches as well? Ciri took the chance to hold the White Wolf's arm and swung it cutely, the plea in her eyes obvious. Gerald had a long struggle with himself. In the end, he relented. The White Wolf sighed, and he shook Roy's hand. 2 days later, outside of Cintra Castle. Roy, why are you spacing out? Ciri waved her hand before Roy, and she puckered her lips. Sorry, Ciri. I was thinking about something else. You can't ignore me just like that. You big meanie. Grandmother is about to lock me up, and who knows when she'll let me out. Roy smiled. He picked her up and spun around once. Take care of yourself, child. Don't be too cheeky. Listen to your grandmother, and try to make her happy while you can, Roy said. It might be the last time you'll get to see her. Ciri teared up, and she huddled closer to Roy. You have to keep Gerald in Cintra. I'll come for you. She looked at the other Witcher, whose face looked perpetually deadpan, and she commanded, do not abandon me this time, Gerald. Don't even try to run. Gerald shook his head. We've been traveling for 2 days. Get some rest. Mousesack, keep an eye on her. We'll drink until we drop next time. The druid stroked his beard. If we have the time, old chap. Until then, be safe. You aren't as young as you used to be. Don't get yourself hurt anymore. I don't want this meeting to be the last. Destiny seldom works that way, friend. Gerald smiled self-deprecatingly, and he looked at the castle that was looming over them. Even though it was late at night, Cintra's castle was still brightly lit, as if it were a lighthouse that was guiding lost wanderers. We shall meet again, Ciri, Mousesack. Gerald waved goodbye to them and pretended to look happy. Then he took Roy and disappeared into the darkness. Gee, goodbye, Roy. Gee, Gerald. Ciri screamed after the men. For an inexplicable reason, fear gripped her heart, and she teared up. She had a feeling that it would be a long time before she could see the 2 of them again. The witches weaved through Cintra's streets and dark alleyways before arriving at a dingy shack. Roy knocked on the door 3 times, and a long while later, someone dragged their feet to the door. Who is it? The man asked impatiently. Apparently, he was angry that someone was disturbing him this late at night. As they say, always stab a drowner, and always give your old friend something to drink. Roy smiled at Gerald confidently, but what happened next froze his smile. Sorry, wrong passcode. Leave at once. Are you mad? I said it word for word. There's no way it's wrong. Wait. Passcode? Orcs, you bastard. Open the door right now. Oh, relax. Calm down. Did you forget what I told you? Witches have to have a sense of humor. You're young and handsome. Don't be so uptight like Letho and Seret. The ladies won't like you. The door was opened, and out came a smiling man. He looked at Roy for a while, and he hugged him. You're finally back, boy. Then he turned his sights to the man behind Roy. And this is? I told you I'd bring back a friend. Good evening, orcs. I am a witcher from the Wolf School, Gerald of Rivia. The dingy house was filled with the smell of rotten food. The floor and sofa were filled with empty pots and pans and clothes waiting to be cleaned. 4 muscular men were sitting on one side of the table, while a young witcher took the other side. Roy, you left us for so long to invite the famous White Wolf on the behalf of our school? Letho tapped the table calmly. What do you mean invite? We risked our lives together, and now we're friends. Gerald shot Letho a glare. and he pinched his nose. And it hasn't been that long since I left, but you geese made this place into a waste area. Couldn't you hire someone to clean it up? Ahem. We're witches, so don't sweat the details. We had some requests to tend to, didn't have time to care about hygiene. Unlike you, we weren't on a vacation. What do you mean vacation? I was doing my duty to revive the SCH. All right, enough, Seret, the most uptight and serious one in the school, said Roy. Letho is just too worried about you. You just became a witcher, and it's your first time going on a mission all by yourself. Besides what? You're courageous, curious, and you create trouble wherever you go. Do please understand Letho. He's like a father watching his child finally spreading his wings. I create trouble wherever I go? What do you mean, father? They glared at Seret and demanded at the same time, you'd better explain yourself, Seret. Seret ignored them and turned to Geralt. Apologies, Mr. Geralt. Sorry you had to see that. Geralt shrugged, and for the first time in ages, he seemed relaxed. It's fine. I can see that you're close. That's rare in this line of work. It's not every day I get to see so many witches in the same place. Most people I know prefer to be lone wolves. We can deal with that. We're all from the same school. White Wolf, Roy said you and he risked your lives for something. How did you two know each other? Under a big hornbeam in Brooklyn. We fought a yearn together, and we dealt with a group of bandits outside that forest. Yearn? That's how the Dryads call them. We call them Pale Widows. A gigantic centipede. Roy and I killed it together, and we had a little confrontation. I have never seen a witcher like him. Most witches would be on guard at the very least, even if they met another witcher in the wilds, but he didn't. He approached me and called my name. Geralt had a weird look on his face. It was like he was an old friend who had known me for a long time. Letho interrupted, kid. How many times do I have to warn you? Be vigilant. If you ran into those madmen from the cat school and approached them like you did Geralt, they'd have killed you before you even knew it. I'm going to leave you for dead when that happens. Don't worry, Letho. You weren't there. You didn't see it. I know Geralt's a good man. What happened next? Seret glared at Letho. Then we met Lady Ethne. Geralt shook his head in amusement. We drank lethal poison just to save a girl. But thank destiny, we got through it safely. You drank poison for a little girl? Gods above! Orcus suddenly exclaimed, and he shot a piercingly sharp look at Roy. Looks like I have misjudged you, boy. You are a romantic after all, and quite a smart one at that. You know how to capture a lady's heart at such a young age, and through such a brave act, too. You clearly are the winner here. But next time. Orcs patted Roy's shoulder. You'll come with me the next time I go to Eretz. Let's hope the ever-loving Miss Kaer is still around. Geralt looked at Orcs in confusion. He turned to Seret and pointed at his head. Then he circled his finger, looking to Seret for an answer. Seret nodded. It happened during the mutation. He'll lose control of his emotions from time to time, but he's generally an optimist. And you bring him around with you? That takes some stomach. He's my brother. Just a little more work on my part, that's all. Seret sighed. It's bad enough that the people distance themselves from us, and we have to deal with a lot of dangerous monsters all the time. If we do not support each other, how do you expect us to survive in this world? White Wolf. Geralt was silent for a while, until Roy filled his cup with dwarven liquor. He downed it all and heaved a sigh, and he said, once a year, I return to Kaer in winter and have a chat with the old gits who are still alive, but aside from that, I almost never see any of the witches from my school. Kaer. Roy's eyes shone. The base of the wolf school? Geralt nodded. He had nothing to hide here. Yes. Kaer is in the north, specifically speaking, in Kedwin, but a long time ago, it was ambushed. Geralt paused, sadness welling up in his eyes. Since then, Kaer has become deserted. Roy knew that the ambush was led by the elven witches who betrayed the school. Well then, Roy licked his lips and downed some dwarven liquor, but he choked on it. Geralt, to be honest, there's only me, Seret, Orcs, and Letho left in the Viper School who can gather in one place. A measly 4 of us. Pardon me for asking, but how many witches are left in the Wolf School? Everyone looked at Geralt. Well, Gerald hesitated. I don't think there are any grudges between our school, and there's no need to hide this from you. It's fine if you don't want to talk about it. We can understand, Gerald. There's nothing to hide. There are only 5 of us left. Me, Eskel, Lambert, Cone, and our teacher, Vasema. Letho, who had been quiet until then, leaned back in his chair. He smiled bitterly. So even the wolf school only has 5 witches left. I thought our school was the only one. What kind of hero is this? Will the witches become extinct? A forlorn feeling welled up within them. All 4 witches were around 80 years old. They trained and grew in their schools, and they saw them rise and fall. Now that they were approaching extinction, they were starting to have mixed feelings about the inevitable reality. Except Roy. It hadn't been a year since he joined the Viper School. His love for the school wasn't that deep yet. He couldn't wallow in the past, so all he could do was face the future and make out a plan for the witches' survival. Witches from the Viper School. Gerald snapped out of the sadness first. If I remember correctly, your home is not in the north. We used to be in the south. Nilfgaard, to be exact, in a fortress named Gorthugvad, but it's already in a state of decline, and someone's eyeing it as well. Why did you come to Sintra then? Many reasons. Revival of the school first and foremost. Letho answered. Yes, no matter the cost. Serit had resolve in his eyes. We will revive the school. Gerald was shocked to hear about that. He asked himself, would I have the same resolve if the wolf school was in the same situation? Do you see, Gerald? Roy noticed the look in Gerald's eyes, and he raised his voice. This is what sets us apart from you. You keep running away and will only rise to the occasion when the crisis is already near, while we will run straight into the crisis and change it, even if it'll cost us dearly. What do you mean? The witches stopped talking and looked at Roy, who was standing tall under the light. Your school isn't in a better situation than ours, Gerald. But have you ever thought about changing that? Gerald opened his mouth, but he said nothing in the end. Exactly. Roy shook his head. You're running around in a game of hide and seek with destiny. You didn't even have the courage to take in your own unexpected child. If you have the chance, will you try to rebuild Kaer? I am just a regular witcher. What can I do? Gerald argued, displeased that Roy would suddenly start to lecture him. Then listen closely. Roy looked at them, his eyes gleaming brilliantly. Have you ever heard about this part of history? A long time ago, the sorcerers who now live in some countries in these lands were seen as symbols of evil. Before they became consultants for the royal family, they used to be burned to cinders at the stake. Yes, it's history. I love history. Serit nodded. It was a dark age for sorcerers. They hid in every nook and cranny they could find just to live another day. They used to be in worse circumstances than the witches are facing right now. Roy told them about the history, but his voice was filled with passion. It was not until a group of powerful sorcerers came together to form the Brotherhood of Sorcerers and unite most magic users did sorcerers manage to find their footing in these lands. Since then, the sorcerers have steadily increased their influence. What are you trying to say? Orcs realized what Roy was getting at, and he, for once, looked serious. Ever since I started this journey with Letho, I have been observing and thinking to myself. Roy turned around and looked up at the ceiling. And I just can't understand. I can't understand why there aren't any witches who stand up and tell their comrades we need to unite as well. Because of the lack of unity, all the witcher schools are going in random directions, caring about nobody but themselves, and unsurprisingly, they end up the same way, dead and extinct. Roy took a deep breath, and looked at the witches, a flame dancing in his eyes. He said, the sorcerers banded together and created a brotherhood. So why can't we? I remember that a group of witches came together a long time ago and formed the Order of Witches. Roy's eyes shone. The witches in the order put aside their differences and faced all challenges together. Nobody could trample on them however they wanted, no matter if they were sorcerers or soldiers. That is nonsense. Orcs shouted, and he stood up. Roy, our goal is to rebuild the school, not this Order of Witches. Keep that naive idea to yourself. I have heard of this order as well. Serit shook his head calmly. Hundreds of years ago, the members of the order vanquished countless monsters for the people out of chivalry. The order only lasted for 50 years before it disbanded over differences in opinion. Serit continued, after the witches started different schools, those differences started to worsen. Since every school had their own style of doing things. Witches from the Bear School are resilient and cold. Most of them are men of few words, and they are really practical. The Cat School is made up of bizarre witches. They are violent, extreme, and experts in assassination. The Griffin School emphasizes holy virtues. They aspire to help and save those who are hurt by monsters. They are knights in that sense. As for the Wolf School, he looked at Geralt. They firmly walk the path of neutrality. They don't go too far on any end of the spectrum, and most of their attention is focused on monster-related requests. The Manticore School is in the east of Blue Mountains. They don't really come in contact with the northern regions. As for the Viper School, you know how we are, kid, he concluded. I can't imagine the madmen from the Cat School being in the same room as the knights from the Griffin School, let alone working together in an order. Roy argued, hey, we're getting along with the White Wolf. Serit snorted disapprovingly. Things are different now, Roy said. There are far fewer witches now compared to, say, a few centuries ago. Survival is already a big issue, and I don't think differences of opinion is that much of a problem. Besides, the order was led by two sorcerers, Cosimo and Altzur. They might have experimented and created witches, but they were no witches themselves. They could not possibly understand us. An order of witches led by sorcerers was bound to disband, Roy concluded, but if it is led by a witcher, we will have real unity. The veteran witches were silent, but their arched eyebrows were enough to tell Roy that they were still doubtful about the order. If a beehive were to fall from a tree, not a single larva would survive, Roy growled. If we keep doing our own thing, witches will be a relic of the past in a few decades, at most. But you have to understand that witches are different from sorcerers. Most of us are arrogant, lone wolves. Getting us together in one room is an impossible task. Serit paused for a moment. And different schools have different recipes for the trial of the grasses. How can we even work together? Looks like you have thought about it. But how can you be sure that we can't work together if we never tried? Roy said, I'm the newbie here, and I am not beholden to any old rules or view. Remember, we are not trying to topple the monarchy. That is nothing but a big, fat joke. We are just banding together in an attempt to survive. So the people will stop looking at us like we're less than human. So we can walk proudly under the sun and develop like any other organization. Geralt. Roy looked at the witches who were deep in thought. This is why I invited you here today. You're young and imaginative, but you only see the problem at the surface. And that's why you came up with that preposterous plan. Geralt shook his head. You're ignoring a lot of obstacles, Roy. The Order of Witches? That sounds nice on paper, but even if we gather all the remaining witches in the world, there's only about 50 of us at most. Is there even a need to band together with so few of us remaining? You think there are too few of us? Fine. Then we can be a brotherhood instead of an order. And we can train more disciples if we want to grow. Roy paced back and forth around the table. If the disciples are scared of the trial's death rate, we'll get some sorcerer friends to help improve the recipe. Like Coral, like your lover, Yennefer and Triss. The sorcerers made the recipe, and they can improve it. All we have to do is pay the price. Roy, do not drag my personal matters into this. Geralt had a moment of sadness there. Do not bring those names up. And cease this foolish plan of yours at once. Recruiting new blood is just a pipe dream of yours. The people despise us. Do you know what they call us? Abominations. Monsters. That has been going on for a century, and it is worsening as we speak. No parent would hand their children to us. It's getting harder to gather the ingredients needed for the trial of the grasses. And without new blood, your brotherhood cannot grow. Things will change. Trust me. In less than 2 years, the war would begin, and countless children would become homeless orphans. With survival on the line, they would never refuse a witch's offer when they had it. Even Vasema, who had been living in Kaer for a long time, took in a disciple named Leo. That is a naive thought. Geralt sighed. I understand. Getting all schools together in a short time is impossible, but that's not what we have to think about for now. For the first step of this plan, the Viper School and Wolf School shall become allies. The Brotherhood will start with 2 schools first. Roy looked at Geralt. I wish to have a little friendly spar at Kaer this winter. Just between our schools. Letho, who had been quiet all this time, could finally not hold it in anymore. He slammed his fist on the table and crushed his glass to pieces. You're making decisions on that scale without asking for my permission? Who do you think you are, kid? Master Avar, the leader of the school? You cannot make that decision all by yourself, he said coldly. Forgive my impudence, Letho, but let me do it just this once. I will tell you my answer tomorrow. You can ask any question you want, Roy answered apologetically. Then he turned back to Geralt. I apologize for bringing this up all of a sudden, Geralt, but please don't refuse me for now. Think about my proposition. Think about your mentor, Vasema. He has been guarding a deserted fortress for years now. I'm sure he wants to see Kaer looking vibrant and lively as well. Geralt was silent. He wanted to refuse at first, but Roy brought up the one person he didn't want to let down the most. Vasema was the person he respected the most in his life. Give me some time to think, Roy. I shall give you my answer tomorrow. Geralt spent the night in the dingy shack and bade everyone goodbye the next morning. He seldom had bad sleep, but that morning, he came out with dark circles under his eyes, and it looked like he had a lot on his mind. You should look at yourself in a mirror, Geralt. You look like the cobbler next door. And that's saying something. Listen to me and get some sleep. A night isn't enough to make a decision. Roy smiled. You should stay in Sintra for a little bit longer. The alcohol is strong enough, and the women are beautiful. Orcs is always happy to take you on a tour. And you can take your time to think about my suggestion. No, I had enough time. Geralt shook his head. His eyes were bloodshot from the lack of sleep. The White Wolf spent the whole night thinking about Roy's plan. I am sober enough, and I have made my decision. I am very certain that only young witches like you can come up with such a crazy plan. You aren't too old yourself, Geralt. You know how long we can live. You're still a young man yourself. Roy thumped Geralt's chest. Enough, you little bastard. Stop talking. Geralt ruffled his unkempt hair, and he had a frustrated look on his face. I must have been crazy to come to Sintra with you. I was just going to play a few rounds of Gwent and get to know some new friends, but you just had to talk about rebuilding Kaer and forming a brotherhood. Now that's all I can think of, but I can't give you my answer just yet. Even until that point, Geralt still thought of Roy's plan as a ridiculous dream, though he was sure his mentor was willing to make some new friends. Geralt thought he had to consult Vasema and tell him about this plan. The White Wolf said, "This is an important decision to make. I have to return to Kaer and gather all the witches' opinions. As for our decision, what about it? If I'm lucky, Vasema, Lambert, and Eskel will return earlier than scheduled, and I can give you our decision this winter." Geralt paused. Honestly, kid, don't hold your breath. They won't agree to this, unless they're somehow all mad. How are you supposed to tell us your decision? We're tramps. We might not be in Sintra then. Roy ignored the last part of what Geralt said. Before the year is over, you must find a man named Jaskia in Novgorod. He's either in a brothel, inn, or the opera house. I will tell him about the decision we made, and he shall relay it to you. Jaskia of Novgorod? Roy was reminded of a handsome bard with a little moustache who loved to brag. Very well, then. He extended his hand to Geralt. The White Wolf glared at him, but eventually, he reluctantly shook Roy's hand. Honestly, I wish I never knew you. You're hopeless, kid, he said. Take my advice and give up on that idea. It will never work. If you keep this up, you'll be the butt of the bard's jokes. If you never try, you never know. I'm still young. I can afford a failure or two, Roy said confidently, though he was also nervous as well. Even so, the witches must change. He would be the one to enact it if nobody would, even if he would become the butt of someone else's joke. He knew his plan was just an impossible dream at the moment, but he was fine with leaving an impression on the witches. At least he would be more convincing if he brought it up again. But if it works, I'm sure all of you will be proud. After all, you would have witnessed the beginning of an era. Fine. I shall be watching, then. Geralt shook his head and sighed quietly. I hope you can surprise me. He waved his hand at them. Letho, Orcs, Seret, I must bring the Dryad Queen's reply to Vent's laugh of Bra. If I stay here any longer, that madman will be after my head. We shall meet again, my friends. The veteran witches waved him goodbye, but they looked tense. Roy said, I'll be waiting for the good news, Geralt. And don't forget to meet up with Ciri. Geralt left, and he mumbled, I must be mad. Mad. Roy looked at the brightening sky and waved his fist. All right. The butterfly was flapped its wings. Let's see if it will work up a storm. Don't let me down, White Wolf. Kid, the pact you made with the White Wolf has nothing to do with me, Serret, and orcs. Letho said solemnly, you will have to travel to Novgorod alone. He blamed himself. The blame is on me. I've been too lenient with you. That's why you came up with that stupid idea. I will have to change the regimen to temper that arrogance of yours. Roy's heart sank. Well, here it comes. But I thought you didn't object. Nor did we agree. For the first time, Orcs looked stern. Roy, I'll just think of what you said last night as the ramblings of a drunk fool. Never say that again. You hear? You young men and your nonsensical ideas. Serret bore down on Roy's neck with his arms, dragging the young witches down to earth. But I understand. We were young once. All right, stop dreaming, kid. There's only us here, so let's talk. Letho stopped his comrade's shenanigans and went into the house. You said you'd bring a friend back before you left. Were you talking about the White Wolf? Witches almost never let anyone know where they are, or where they will be heading. How do you know where he was? Letho asked. Are you a seer? And all those weird things you have been doing for the last 6 months. You need to explain yourself. The witches crossed their arms and stared at Roy. Roy took a deep breath. I have promised to tell you about my secret, because I am one of you. But can you keep this a secret for me? He pleaded. You want us to make an oath, boy? No. You don't have to. Roy pursed his lips and rubbed his cheeks. A long while later, he looked up. There was hesitation in his eyes, but eventually, he said, have you ever heard of the Elder Blood? Letho and Orcs looked confused, but Serret looked grim. I have heard of that, he said. In a prophecy foretold by Ithlin, the elven seer, it is the blood of all things holy. It is the blood of all things accursed. It is the blood of the executioner. It is the blood of the great Savior. It is the blood of life. It is the blood of death. Serret said. Some ancient elves are born with powerful magic, spatial abilities, and prophetic powers. Those powers grow with age, and eventually, the elf becomes a sage. Legend says that they have the elder blood coursing within them. But what does that have to do with you, kid? I think you might have guessed it. All your questions have one answer. Roy sighed. Elder blood. Roy came up with that answer after he racked his brain over it. The existence of elder blood could explain his spatial abilities and premonition powers. Those powers would be exposed in future battles alongside the witches, or to be precise, Letho had noticed it a while ago. Instead of hiding it, he would tell the witches and gain their trust. If I'm understanding this correctly, kid, you're saying that you, a farmer's child from a Nidern village, have elder blood? The bloodline only elves possess? Letho asked. Unbelievable. Yes, but I can prove it right away. Roy had mixed feelings about what was to happen, but instead of explaining himself, he led the witches out of the house. The sun was shining warmly. 4 witches stood in the courtyard, and the young witcher in black leather armor grasped the air. The veteran witches thought nothing would happen at first, but then a hand crossbow appeared in the young witcher's hand. Letho could remain calm, but Hawks and Serret looked shocked. They thought, does he have a spatial ring as well? But the moment they had that thought, they heard the sound of Roy shooting a bolt into the air. Their pendants started to vibrate as they caught the magical energy that was lingering in the air, and a ripple started spreading from where Roy was standing. What happened next shocked them, for the young witcher with the crossbow disappeared into thin air. What the hell? Orcs licked his lips and looked around him. When he shifted his gaze to the stable standing at the end of the courtyard, he saw the young witcher standing there. He caressed Wilt's mane and raised his hand crossbow for the witches to see. Was that an illusion? Orcs mumbled to himself. But then, Roy shot another bolt, and he disappeared from the stable only to reappear beside a dumbfounded orcs. And he patted the old witch's shoulder. This is one of Elder Blood's powers, teleportation. Now do you believe me? The witches were silent. The veteran witches took Roy back into the dim house and backed him into a corner to interrogate him. You did not have teleportation powers until now. Letho was sure of that. He and Roy had gone through a few life and death battles before they came to Sintra, but not once did Roy teleport them out of danger. Did you just awaken the power recently? Yes. To be exact, one of my ancestors had an elven bloodline, Roy lied. Ingesting the child of the sun strengthened the bloodline and its ability. Letho was convinced. He was there from the start, and he noticed a lot of weird things Roy did back in Smiak. Is this because of his elder blood? Recently, according to a premonition, I would meet the White Wolf in Brooklyn, and the waters of oblivion I drank would stabilize the spatial abilities I have. And that's how I got my teleportation powers. Roy sighed. It's a pity my bloodline is too diluted. Casting teleportation costs a lot of mana every time, and I can't do it too many times. That is already powerful enough. Orcs grinned, his eyes filled with excitement and a little envy. It's better than Master of Ours' evil eye, and I'm happy that you told us such a secret, Roy. Aside from you, I'm sure there will be no witcher with the same abilities. Orcs had believed the explanation, and he started to think for Roy, but the elder blood is a big thing. If someone else finds out about your powers, tell them you got it from the mutation, and tell me more about short-distance teleportation. How does it feel compared to a portal? Of course. And what kind of limitations does it have? Orcs, do not ask any questions you shouldn't. Letho chided. Then he turned to Roy again. That might not be too far-fetched, kid, but you mentioned prophetic powers and the ability to look into the past as well. Yes, I can catch glimpses of the past and the future sometimes. Roy paused for a moment. Do you remember why I insisted on leaving with you guys back in Kaer? The witches thought back to the village, and when they realized what Roy was talking about, they were shocked. I see you have realized. I was injured by a horse and fell into a deep sleep, but that awakened my elder blood. I did nothing but space out for a while because of the sheer amount of information I got from the awakening. Then I caught a glimpse of the village's destruction by the army's hands in the future. I wanted to be your disciple to change the future of me and my family, but you guys thought I was weird. If you don't believe me, you can ask Moore and Susie. You told me you had a dream about it. Serret licked his lips. So you weren't kidding? Of course not, but it's a pity I can't control my prophetic powers. It only activates occasionally. Roy had a solemn look on his face, and he emphasized, I even saw the future of our school. Rebuilding it alone will only destroy it faster. So that's why I brought up the Brotherhood. He almost wanted to tell them that the Nilfgaardian king would send them to assassinate the royalty in the northern kingdoms. He wanted to tell them that a witch killed Serret, Gerald killed orcs, while Letho lived his life as a fugitive, for he had a bounty on his head. They would never realize the dream of rebuilding the school, but since Roy had joined them, he would change their fates. You have no proof. I can make up prophecies if that's all it takes. Letho wasn't convinced. Be specific. What did you see with your powers? I want things that have happened but aren't public knowledge yet. I saw all the secret operations you guys did in Mahakam, Aldersburg, Elender, Vizima, and Sintra. How much do you know? Most of it, Roy answered calmly. Tracking down the Wild Hunt is not your only goal in Sintra, nor is reviving the school. You have been spying on the northern kingdoms for Nilfgaard to prepare for the war they will wage. I told you that this kid is too smart to be fooled, Letho. So what should we do now? Orcs clenched his fists. I can't let him tell anyone about this. Might as well end him right here, right now. Shut up, you. You're acting like a wench now. Serret smacked him back into his place. If you know all about this, then there is no need to hide. A pity Letho's efforts have gone to waste. He wanted you to be nothing but a witcher. Is that so? Roy looked at Letho, who was quiet, and his gaze turned gentle. Letho, you know that's impossible. It's an era of change and revolution. Nobody can stay out of it. Nobody. As a part of the school, I have the right to take part in all of its operations, including being a spy. Stop working as a spy, Roy argued. And don't put your hopes in the Southern Empire. Emivar Emrys is not to be trusted. I can understand your hatred for Nilfgaard. You are a northerner after all. Though there are plenty who worship Emma here, Letho explained. But you got one thing wrong. Our employer is not the Emperor himself. We lowly witches aren't worthy of his audience. Our employer is just a minor team leader in the intelligence division. He's not worth mentioning, Letho told him honestly. Our mission is over. We have sent them all the information related to the north. And as reward for our work, the Nilfgaardian army has given us a chance to rest. At the very least, they will not attack Gorthagvad for a few years. He sighed. The broken fortress can still stand for a while. Letho looked at Roy solemnly. You noticing our operation doesn't mean you have proven the powers of the Elder Blood. I think you're smart enough to deduce that yourself. You still need to prove yourself. If the boy whom he was raising to be a witcher did have Elder Blood, the power to cross dimensions, the power to see the future, and that godly regenerative ability he saw in Smiak, then Letho knew he would replace Avar Evil Eye in the near future as the most powerful witcher in Viper School history. He is the hope of the school's revival. Very well. Then, if that is what you wish, I will prove that I have the power to see the past and the future. Roy walked around the table and pleaded, but do please support my proposition. Head to Kaer this winter and meet up with the Wolf School. Make an alliance if possible, and build a brotherhood of witches. Letho looked at Roy as if he were crazy. Why are you so sure that the witches over at Wolf School will agree? Did you have a premonition? No, but at least I have to try. My suggestion isn't going to get in the way of the school's revival. In fact, it's an even bigger plan than that, Roy argued. The witches still did not relent just yet. If you can prove that you do have the powers of prophecy, then we shall accompany you to Novgorod and await the Wolf School's decision. If they are mad enough to accept your request, then we shall head to Kaer and make some new friends, crazy as it sounds. But don't bring that brotherhood of yours up. You can do that once you defeat me, orcs, and Serit and become the school's leader. And now, Letho extended his arm and opened his palm, telling Roy to prove himself. Through the river of time, I caught a glimpse of treasure hidden underwater. It lies in a secluded place, where the treasure of witches past dwells. Therein lies the blueprints of weapons and equipment of every witcher school. Roy pretended to look like he was glimpsing into the void, and he had a spaced-out look on his face. The quality of these items rival those of the dwarves and gnomes. He promised to give all the school's witches good equipment, and it was time to get Letho a good sword. It was also so that he could prove himself. That's right. No mention of the Brotherhood. So what are you waiting for, Roy? Draw the map. Orcs hollered in excitement. And then we'll get to blacksmith to make all of them for us. I'm sick of weapons that chip right after I attack a drowner once. A drowner? I need a better one. Calm down, orcs. Roy suddenly put his hand on the table, showing the back of it, and he gave the witches a look. What are you doing? Finding the blueprints is a big thing. Roy grinned toothily. We should have a little ritual before we embark on this quest. Now put your hands on mine, orcs. Ever the optimist, placed his hand on Roy's. Serit, after a little hesitation, put his hand on orcs, and finally, it was Letho's turn. You have better make sure this isn't for nothing, kid. They put their hands together, and on that day, the Viper School finally settled their internal dispute, in nothing but a little dingy shack in Sintra. End of arc. Merton of Manticore School? Never heard of him. Serit and orcs squinted at the marker on the map. Are you sure he left blueprints of his school's equipment in a hidden church in Toussaint? Roy, are you sure you're not pulling some sort of joke so you can lead us to the wilds? Believe me, Merton exists, and so do the blueprints. And what about the thing with Colgrim? Letho looked at another marked map, and he also had a lot of questions. Many years ago, Master of our Evil Eye sent him to look for lost blueprints of our school's equipment, but he suddenly went missing and lost contact with the school. You saw him die in Temerial ''S. White Orchard with your powers? I can't be sure about that. Perhaps Colgrim has perished. Or perhaps that hasn't come to pass just yet, Roy answered truthfully. But we won't lose anything by checking it out. If we can find any clues that lead us to Colgrim, we'll have another Witcher back in our school. Of course, that would be an unexpected but pleasant surprise. The White Orchard was where dreams began for Roy, and he had always wanted to pay a visit to that place. If we follow this map's guidance and manage to find the blueprints, I take it that you'll believe me and travel to Novgorod? The Witchers nodded and kept the map carefully. It's not a far journey to Temeria's White Orchard, but a round trip to Toussaint would take more than a month. Letho said, "We can't waste any more time." "Wait, Letho, can we delay this trip for just a few days?" "Reason?" Everyone looked surprised, but Hawks rubbed his hands. "You should be more sensitive to what's happening around you. It's going to be llamas in 3 days. Even death row inmates have a right to the last super. Witches have the right to celebrate llamas as well." Letting loose before a big mission helps with focus. Realization struck Roy. Llamas was one of the 8 traditional festivals of this world. It signified the start of the harvest and mid-eat. It was the first harvest for the fall, and it was when preparations were made for the fall. Everyone would feast on a hot meal made from the first harvest, go on a parade, and dance around a bonfire. "Can you say something luckier?" "What do you mean the last super?" Serret smacked the back of Orc's head, and he eased up. "It's been years since I had my first meal of llamas." Being a Witcher was dangerous. Death lurked at every corner, and Witchers would enjoy every good moment they had. Even an uptight guy like Letho accepted that suggestion tacitly. "Llamas is more solemn than mid-eat, kid. You should see what it's like." Nobody objected, and their eyes were lit with excitement. "Good. Seems like we've reached an agreement." As a veteran who has taken part in 32 llamas celebrations, Orcs suddenly gave his comrades picky looks, as if their attire didn't sit well with him. "I will be your attire advisor. Listen to me and clean yourself up. Even witches can please a lady." "Oh, I won't be taking part," Roy said, refusing. He needed time to tame the little griffin. "You promised you would never miss any of the school's operations, and now you're already going back on your word?" "Not a chance." Orcs winked at the other two, and they looked at Roy. "Are you being shy, Roy? You aren't exactly young, you know. Boys your age have already sired children in Eastern villages. Don't you feel anything about it? It's time to learn how to deal with your desires." Orcs continued, "If you feel awkward, then you can wear whatever you please. You're handsome enough to attract a drunken woman or two in even leather covered in blood and monster fur." Roy slowly backed away to the door. "They're starting to give me some pimp vibes. I can't go with them. If I make a precedent, it'll open up more chances to waste my time." Roy shook his head and tossed the idea of fooling around with women away. He had the devil of desire residing in his heart, and he knew that sometimes, having too much energy was a side effect of Witcher mutations. When witches had no monster to kill, their surplus of energy would become a kind of torture for them. Even so, Roy knew some habits must not be cultivated. He went to the stable and caressed Wilt's neck. "Wilt, my boy, sorry for setting you aside for so long. We'll celebrate llamas together." "Just you and me." Wilt listened to Roy closely only to shake his head and neigh at him. Then the stallion went to a mare and grinned at it toothily. He raised his front legs and just like that, he lay on the mare's back. The horse's breathing turned hot and heavy as they moved, and a rancid smell started to fill the air. "This can't be real." Roy's face froze. "A beast is mocking me." "Stop." Wilt was forced to stop, and it howled at its master who interrupted its fun so unscrupulously. "That'll teach you not to laugh at me ever again." Wilt shook his head, tears of anguish and regret filling his eyes. "Fine. You useless beast." "Carry on." Roy scolded Wilt playfully, but there was a hint of sadness in his eyes. If he wanted to tame the griffin, then he had to give up his current mount. "Wilt, even if nobody's going to talk to you anymore, never forget to stay happy, alright?" He tensed his hand and smacked Wilt's hind. "Do you wish to unbind your mount?" "Yes." Just like that, the connection between Roy and Wilt was cut off. He closed his eyes and tried to feel Wilt's existence, but he couldn't hear the horse's thoughts anymore. It was as if something had gone missing in his soul, and he felt empty. Wilt, however, did not realize what had just happened. The stallion was still having his fun without a care in the world. Even though the bond between him and Roy was cut off, the teamwork between them still existed, and Wilt still acknowledged Roy as its master. Roy went on the streets of Sintra. The air was filled with the scent of llamas even though the festival would only start tomorrow. The people who walked the streets looked jovial, and they would greet the people around them happily. Some young people were hiding at the corners of the streets, shyly looking at the partners they would want to have during llamas, while families were holding hands and strode down the streets, laughing merrily wherever they went. Banners hung on the walls of the buildings that flanked the streets, and they were filled with festival greetings written in multiple languages. Soldiers were leading the worksmiths as they measured the street's size and made wooden fences in preparation for the parade. Merchants who set up shop along the way were hollering and selling merchandise pertaining to the festival, including but not limited to clothes, alcohol, and fireworks. Everyone was immersed in the merry season of the festival, but Roy went straight to the tent located in the marketplace's center. Kaer came to welcome Roy. "It's been a while since you came to see Griffin, Mr. Roy." He was in a new blue silk robe, and the man was beaming. "The little one has lost a few pounds. It misses you." "As if. It probably has been living large these few days." Roy approached the steel cage. The griffin had grown a little since the last time he saw it. Its fur and feathers looked lustrous and healthy. The griffin was lying in its cage, licking its claws languidly like a lion who just had a full meal. When it noticed someone approaching its cage, the griffin tilted its head to the visitor. Suddenly, it raised its head and stood up, as if it were agitated. The griffin seemed to look angered. Its eyes turned crimson with fury, and it craned its neck. Its beak protruded through the cracks of the steel bars, and it spat its tongue out at Roy. The beast made an ear-piercing sound, and flapped its wings and banged its claws against the steel bars, as if it were trying to tear Roy apart. Roy was sure the griffin would assault him if someone were to open the cage. "It's only been a few days, but it's already seeing me as its worst enemy. Trying to tame it with fear is a bad idea. If griffins were so easily tamed, they wouldn't have been called the proudest beasts in the world." "Calm down, Mr. Roy." "Griffin isn't angry at you. It's probably in its teenage years, so it can't control itself." Beads of sweat poured from Kaer's face, and he hastily explained, "It's been quiet recently, and it hasn't acted up during the exhibition either." Kaer was worried. If Roy were to kill the griffin, he would lose his best stream of income. "It's all right. I won't hurt it." Roy met the griffin's gaze without fear or fervor. "Give me the cage's key and leave me." What are you going to do? Have a little chat with it? Do please have mercy on it." Kaer struggled with himself, but eventually, he left the room, albeit reluctantly. "Kaer, there might be a lot of noise later, but ignore it no matter what. I'm just playing with it." Roy concentrated on his character sheet and spent his stat point. Will, 11.5 12.5. His will was finally more than double that of the griffin's, and he fulfilled the condition to forcibly tame the beast. "Will you resist, or will you bow to me just like Wilt did?" Roy touched its protruding beak, and while it thrashed around, the young witcher uncorked swallow. Black veins started crawling up his face, and the potion contorted his face with power. "I can chain you down and tame you forcibly, but..." Roy cracked his knuckles and neck. "You wouldn't bow to me if I tamed you that way. So you'll have one chance, so listen closely, Griffin." Roy made a consign in the air, and yellow light started covering his leather. "If you can break free of the taming, you'll get your freedom back. I promise that on my name as a Viper School Witcher. But if you can't, you'll be my mount." Roy opened the cage, freeing that griffin. He crouched and pounced on his prey. Kaer was standing outside the camp, horror etched on his face. The entrance to the tent was in front of him. Sounds of things clashing, biting, screaming, and the howls of a man coming from within, as if a hurricane were brewing right inside that tent. He would take a glance within from time to time, and the cage where the griffin was locked was shaking violently, as if it would explode at any given time. If nothing else, it reminded him of a shaking bed. What is Mr. Roy doing in that cage? What does he want to do to the griffin? Kaer could picture something morbid in his mind. The young witcher was looking like a demon who crawled straight out of hell, and he was pinning down the helpless griffin, pounding it with his iron fists. Kaer put his hands in a prayer and closed his eyes. His beard shivered, but he prayed, "O goddess Freya, please spare the poor griffin's life. You may take the witches in exchange." 15 minutes later, all the turmoil in the tent disappeared, and it was replaced by silence. Someone opened the cage's door, and a slender silhouette came out of it. The dim sunlight shone through the tent, shining down on a young man, but he looked worse for wear. His black leather, which was perfect before he entered the cage, was in tatters. Gashes decorated his skin, and even his face was injured. His left cheek had a big bruise on it. He seemed exhausted, and his footsteps wobbled, as if he hadn't slept a wink in 3 days. Miss Troy, what happened to you? Did a bandit rob you? Kaer asked with a trembling voice, but his attention was on the cage behind him. Is the griffin dead? It's nothing. Playtime with Griffin got a little out of hand, that's all. Roy whistled loudly, and a little creature that looked like a combination of a lion and an eagle pounced out of the cage. The beast looked all banged up. Its grey hair was just as unkempt as its mane, but its eyes had a brilliant light shining within them, and it zipped over to the young witcher like the wind. The little beast gurgled softly and rubbed its head against the witcher's leg, as if he were the beast's own father. Roy heaved a great sigh and patted the griffin's nape with his left hand. He seemed content and happy, though the thought of the earlier battle still sent stabs of pain up his head. Compared to Wilt, Griffin was at least 10 times harder to tame. Griffin harbored intense hatred toward Roy from the moment he activated forced taming, and it assaulted the young witcher. Not even fear could calm it down, and Roy was just like a little canoe facing the wrath of the ocean on a stormy night. One wrong step could cost him his life, and all he could do was ride on Griffin's back, holding its wings and mane as if his life depended on it. It was all he could do to evade the Griffin's attacks and assaults. If too much distance was put between them, forced taming would fail. But facing the beast face to face would put Roy at a disadvantage. He had no claws like the Griffin did. He had to keep using Kn to defend against the onslaught, but the Griffin still kept attacking, even after he had exhausted his mana. In the end, the Griffin took out a third of Roy's health pool, and Roy felt his muscles and bones screaming out to him in pain. But eventually, the 15 minutes of hell was finally over. After what happened this time, Roy realized that some of his earlier thoughts had been so naive it was laughable. Even a young griffin could put him in danger when Roy tried to tame it by force. If he did that to a grizzled witcher like Letho or Gerald, they'd probably kill him in 10 seconds. His target would have to remain conscious throughout the whole process, and that would mean destroying what friendship they had if Roy tried to tame them. After all, humans were different from beasts. Under most circumstances, nobody would remain friends with someone who tried to turn them into their mount. Roy's will was enough if he wanted to tame the Lady of Space and Time. But if he tried to do it, Roy knew her elder blood would go berserk and possibly kill him. The young witcher shook his head and killed his unrealistic thoughts. Taming Griffin was already a great achievement in and of itself. Not everyone could meet a young griffin on their travels. His preparations were already done, and once the griffin grew up, Roy could soar through the air on its back. "Miss Troy, are you taking it with you now?" Kaer asked as he licked his lips. "You can keep it for now." Roy patted the griffin's smooth back. It wasn't like he could get a free griffin sitter every day, and he would use that advantage for as long as he could. "You can carry on with the exhibit." The witcher went down and patted the ground, then the griffin rolled over, revealing its belly for Roy to rub. Roy swung his arm to his left, and the griffin stood back up to roll over to its right. When Roy swung his arm to the right, the griffin rolled to its left. Just like it was a trained dog, Kaer's jaw dropped. "If you should find it missing sometime down the line, then it would mean it has come with me. Your exhibit will come to a close when that time comes, understood?" "Of course, sir." Roy would summon Griffin to his side once he found a better place for it to stay, and he would start its hunting training. After all, griffins could make great mounts, but they were the apex predator in the animal kingdom, and they were the best partners in monster hunting. The young witcher sat cross-legged in the humble shack. His back was straight, his demeanor was relaxed, and his mind was clear. The look on his face was as peaceful as a quiet lake. Not even a ripple disrupted its surface. He created signs in the air, and a subtle aura swirled around him. An invisible hand appeared around him, caressing his muscles and billowing his shirt. A colorful mote of dust came into being. It was visible to the naked eye, and the mote of dust slowly but surely went into the young witcher. Eventually, more motes started appearing, as if they were sparks that flew out of a bonfire. They burned his skin and grilled his muscles as they merged with his soul, but the witcher did not stop them from becoming one with him. A long time later, Roy heaved a long sigh, and when he opened his eyes, for a moment there, it was as if stars were born within them. He extended his right index finger, and a small flame started to burn, but he didn't chant or make any signs. Still, the flame came into existence and flew around his fingers like a cat weaving through tight spots. The water of Brocalan's modification ends today. Never thought it'd change me this much. His elemental affinity was increased by 10 to 20%. It might not be much, but his level 1 signs had the same level of power as their level 2 counterparts. More importantly, he had greater control over his signs, and mana felt more docile as well. They would do as he said, and accidents like draining all his mana at once when he cast signs wouldn't happen anymore. Roy got up and stretched his arms. Then he changed into clean clothes and went out. Yeah, I'm just there to see how those guys embarrass themselves. Nothing else. It was Lammers, and the sun's final rays were shining outside, bidding goodbye to the land as dusk took over. Even though he was in one of Sintra's most remote corners, Roy could still feel the sound of the festival coming from a few streets across, and he noticed a bright light moving a few streets over. The parade should be starting now. Roy went over to where the source of light was. Some houses were shrouded in darkness along the way, and not a sound came from within, for their owners were having the time of their lives on the main streets of Sintra. Roy also saw a group of married, old men building a bonfire in the nearest clearing with their immaculately dressed wives and children. They were preparing for the bonfire event that would happen in the night. Families could have their Lammers fun even though it was quieter than the rhapsodic event happening on the streets. The festival was so intense it bordered on rapturous. Roy was still far away from the main street, but he was already seeing groups of people dancing as if their lives depended on it. People of all ages and societal statuses came out to have fun. There were wealthy ones in their gorgeous clothes made out of velvet, and there were paupers who wore their best clothes that were only slightly better than patched-up hand-me-downs. Despite how they were dressed, all of them were gathered on the sidewalk. A man wearing a red hat had his hands on his hips as he did dance kicks. Some leapt high up into the air and waved at the center, while some were swaying their hips, waist, and even neck. Most were just moving their bodies in bad attempts at dancing. Mad. They're all mad. When the Witcher came to the crowd, the astounded look on his face turned into astonishment. The crowd was in high spirits, and they were hollering to whoever and wherever they could. The volume itself sounded like it could form real waves and crash against the shores of Sintra. They were all red with excitement, and they were shouting everything imaginable. Some were making loud confessions. Some were cursing to the heavens, while some raised their heads up high and recited poems passionately like proper poets. Some were actually making explicit moans that could stoke the flames of lust of those who heard them. Eventually, those people would barge into the parade and have public sex. And then the dance started. The long river of people on the street split Sintra into two, as if it were a fire-breathing dragon that was meandering through the kingdom. Roy covered his ears. The rancid smell of sweat and alcohol made him scrunch his nose. Then he backed out of the crowd. He had a feeling he wasn't suited for this kind of crazy activity, but curiosity gnawed at his heart. Instead of leaving, he quickly went to the spot furthest from the light. Roy's plan was to hide at the end of the raving crowd, but it backfired on him. Piles of pine wood were strewn around the place, and the night sky was tinged with the crimson light of the flames. Heavy smoke draped the darkness, and firewood crackled beside the little groups of people who were dancing away the night. Everything seemed to spin, and Roy's ears were assailed by a cacophony of shouts, crackles, and laughter. Witches had heightened senses, and the great stimulation felt as if there were 1,000 drills drilling their way into his skull. He started feeling dizzy, and the crowd that came swept him forward like a wave pushing a boat further into the sea. He was flung into the throng, and as they buffeted the poor Witcher, someone held his shoulder and handed him a small cup. It was filled with a frothy substance, and the scent of malt overwhelmed him. "This is garbage," Roy shouted and shook his head. He shoved the guy holding a barrel of water-infused beer back into the crowd, but then he felt a soft hand holding his shoulder. "Dance." A young lady with big eyes and a slim body huddled closer to Roy and breathed in his ear. Apparently, she fancied the young and handsome Witcher. She pulled on his sleeve and dragged the dumbfounded Roy into the cheering crowd. She started dancing and twirled around the Witcher, head swaying in the air. "Dance," she snorted. The Witcher's stiff attitude was upsetting her. Roy paused for a moment, and he tried to refuse her, but he couldn't say a word. To his horror, he realized that he seemed to have been infected by the merry air, and he started dancing to the beat along with the young lady before him. "When everyone around you is a madman, that makes you one of them too." Roy finally understood what that old adage about festivals meant. A crimson hue dyed Roy's face, and he let himself go. He started dancing with the girl before him. Even though he wasn't calm, Roy still managed to not bump into the other people who were dancing thanks to his reflexes. He moved like a cat, swift, agile, and elegant even though he was thrown into a packed crowd. Suddenly, a commotion happened near Roy. A big, burly man took a petite girl into the darkness right outside the bonfire. The girl giggled and shouted nervously. She struggled a little in his arms, but she eventually stopped struggling and disappeared into the corner with the man. The man's familiar face made Roy pause. It messed up his rhythm, and he stepped on his partner's foot, earning him a glare of complaint. "Who was that?" "Sorry, I just saw an old friend." It was a friend of Roy's. He noticed the burly man's amber eyes and his familiar face. "Orcs is already starting his party, huh?" Roy didn't have much time to think before the throng pushed him further into the crowd, and he lost sight of his partner. The people started holding hands and shouting into the skies. They moved along the street that was paved with bonfires, and when someone tripped over, the formation was broken. The people behind started breaking up into little groups. A group of people were throwing piles of pine wood into the bonfire closest to him. The fire roared, and the light illuminated further into the darkness. Roy kept going with the crowd. After that little episode, he could finally stay calm, despite how crazy the people around him were getting. It didn't faze Roy, and he remained a calm bystander. A long while later, the group Roy was with finally got to the end. They danced and sang on the stage, swinging the sticks that had flowers and wheat whirling on them. The crowd was shouting, "Llamas," into the air. While Roy was thinking, "What am I doing here?" he took himself out of the crowd. A star started to shine blindingly in the darkness, and Roy's pendant started vibrating. "The pendant is vibrating. Something's happening." Roy reflexively let his pupil dilate, and he saw through the darkness easily. A curvy lady in the crowd was taking her dance partner into the darkness. The bald man's shirt was already unbuttoned, revealing the big muscles underneath. The bald man noticed Roy's gaze, and he turned around. He gave Roy a look of encouragement before he and the woman disappeared into the darkness. Letho is really letting himself go. Roy kept looking around for Seret, but he stopped halfway through. He noticed a woman with a black velvet hood standing among the crowd, and she was the source of the mana he felt. She looked different from the raving crowd around her, and a tuft of fiery red hair tumbled out of her hood. She was wearing a pair of crystal heels, and the woman was coming to him. The sound of her footsteps sounded weirdly clear even through the crowd, and Roy could taste the scent of roses coming from her. The crowd before her fell away and made a path for her, as if they were drunk. The pendant's vibrations were getting stronger, and when the woman finally came near him, he felt as if an invisible mountain were pressing down on him. She was a tall woman and was about half a head taller than Roy. Her eyes were as blue as clear pond water, and her lightly tanned skin was smooth and silky. "Roy," she smiled at him, her ivory teeth shining in the night. "Coral?" Roy was surprised to see her. "I thought you'd be celebrating llamas in Kaer." What brings you here, and how did you find me? He stared at the sorceress, and he was reminded of that unforgettable period of time back in Melitel's temple. You broke your promise, young man. The sorceress wagged her slender finger. Since you broke your promise, I had to come to you. As for how I found out, well, that's just a little trick I used. She extended her hand to him. Roy shook his head. He didn't believe what she said, but he didn't think he was in any position to refuse her. Coral was staring intensely at him, and he finally couldn't take it. He held her hand. It felt cool, soft, but also filled with passion. She held his hand and squeezed through the throng, heading toward the stage. Where are we going? Do I have to explain what we're doing on a festival night? Her eyelashes fluttered. Let's have a dance. But I don't. TSK, Roy, you're lying. You danced well earlier, and I have to say. She took her cloak off, revealing her beautiful body. Then she stored the cloak in her void. You have a special style. One I have never seen elsewhere. She went behind the Witcher, and a breeze that smelled of rose brushed across Roy's face. She swayed around and touched Roy's back. The Witcher stiffened. Come, Roy. Or are you scared? She breathed down his neck. Scared? Fine. Then I shall show you a style that comes from another world. Roy's golden eyes met Coral's blue eyes. They weren't dancing in the palace, and there weren't any stifling restrictions for them, nor were there any gentlemanly rules dragging the pace down. The festival's dance was one that expressed individuality and vigor, and there were many styles too. Sometimes Roy and Coral would dance by themselves, while other times, they'd stick to each other, and they danced happily to the tune of the festival. Eventually, someone started reciting a poem on the stage. Your deep-set eyes make my heart pound. The world suddenly starts spinning. The music, the singing, and you are just like sweet, delectable honey. For a moment, I feel myself being your lute, yearning for your passion to strum my longing soul. The sound of a lute rang out in the air, and the pairs of partners that were dancing on the stage slowed down. They faced each other, fingers interlocked. They slowly spun around to the tune, and they had eyes only for their partner, as if they wanted to sear their partner's face into their mind. Coral. Roy was looking at the gorgeous sorceress. Honestly, why did you come to Sintra? Because. The sorceress seemed a little forlorn. I'm lonely. Oh, no, actually, I'm just bored. You caught my eye, and it's not every day we get to celebrate, so I felt like having a chat with you. Coral was as cheeky as ever, but Roy was no longer the young man who'd get flustered at every little flirt. He was reminded of that brotherhood plan, and he needed the help of a powerful sorcerer. Coral's a good choice. All right. The dance is over. Time for some business. Business? What business? Where are you taking me? Coral chuckled. Her fiery red hair billowed in the night air as she took Roy and darted toward the nearest bush hidden in the darkness. Dawn had broken through the horizon, and the long, happy night of llamas had come to an end. Roy took Coral and went around all the ash of the bonfires strewn across the street before eventually coming back to the house he shared with the witches. Letho, Orcs, and Serit had snapped out of the festive mood, and they seemed unfazed by it. The witches had already packed up and were about to set off on their journey to White Orchard. When Roy and Coral came in, the witches looked at them. Heavens! Are my eyes deceiving me? This is impossible. Orcs covered his mouth, gasping in shock. Is this real? A rookie from our school actually going out with a sorceress? Silence! You fool. You're drowning everyone here with your envy. Serit shouted at Orcs before patting Roy's shoulder approvingly. Congratulations on becoming a man, Roy. You're taking this the wrong way. Roy looked at them calmly and straightened out his wrinkly, damp shirt. Coral and I talked for the whole night. It's about the plan I have. Since Llamas is over, it's time to talk business. Are you sure you can talk business now? Shouldn't you get a room with her? Letho looked at Roy and Coral. She seemed as if she just came out of a shower. Her face was red, and her skin was glistening. Letho also noticed her leaning toward Roy, perhaps unconsciously. So, how did her lips taste? He mocked, which was something he seldom did. Letho, I said that was not the case. Coral noticed the hostility Letho was directing at her, and she smiled. Then she buttoned the topmost button of Roy's shirt, as if she were showing off at the Witcher. Miss Lighter, Letho's pupils contracted into slits, and he said grimly, "If I recall, the trial of the grasses should have ended back at Melitel's temple." He sounded calm, but it was nothing but the calm before the storm. "Why do you still come to my apprentice?" Leiter snorted, fury flaring within her. However, Roy patted the back of her hand and calmed her down. "I would have turned you into ice and put you in the yard as decoration, barbarian, but I will let this slide for Roy's sake." "Calm down, Coral." Roy stood between them. "Sorry, Letho. I asked for her help this time. It's going to be a long journey for us, and riding on horseback will take too much time. Coral can shorten the journey a lot for us." Many sorcerers knew how to cast portals, including Leiter. She had many secret bases in the northern kingdoms, and she could travel to and from those bases thanks to her portal. Roy's original plan was to split them up into two groups and search for Colgrim and Merton's treasure. Serit and Orcs, both of whom came from Nilfgaard, had perfect teamwork. They would travel to Toussaint, while Roy and Letho would travel to the White Orchard, Temeria's White Orchard. Coral rubbed her chin. "Roy, I can only send you and the barbarian to Vizima. I have a house in the trade area. As for Serit and Orcs, I'm very sorry," she said softly. "Toussaint is Nilfgaard territory, and I have no base in the south. How does Marnadal sound? But you'll have to pass through a meal in the south, and there are dangers lurking about recently. Sightings of royal griffins are reported there." Orcs and Serit looked at each other, excitement shining in their eyes. "It's been a while since we had some action." "This is perfect." "That's good enough." "Thank you, Coral," Roy said genuinely. Coral gave him a gentle smile. "Don't forget to see me after you're done. I couldn't get enough of that dance last night." She winked at him. "I want to learn more about that unique dance of yours so I can show off to my sisters." "I will be in touch." Miss Leiter." Orcs took a deep breath and held his head up high as he came to interrupt the conversation. "What is it, Witcher? Miss Leiter, do you have any sister whom you're close with? Can you introduce me to them?" Leiter said nothing. The sorceress made a sign in the air and flicked her wrist. As she muttered the magical chant, a gust of wind started to blow in the witch's shack. Eventually, the breeze became a gust of howling wind that billowed her robe. A moment later, a vertical slit opened in the empty space between them, and it was slightly taller than a regular human. As Leiter muttered further into the chant, the vertical slit expanded and became a square gateway. Leiter pressed into the gateway, and the sharp gusts of wind were silenced. The portal came into being, and it reflected those who stood before it, as if it were a mirror. "Take care of Wilt for me, buddy. If something happens to him." Roy patted Wilt's neck. Since the road to Toussaint was a long one, Serit and Orcs borrowed the horse from Roy. "Don't worry, we'll send him back in one piece." Leiter opened the second portal once Orcs and Serit vanished behind the first. "This leads to Vizima's trade area." "Barbarian, you'll go in first and scout the surrounding area," she said imperiously. Letho noticed the murderous glare Leiter was giving him, and he hesitated. "It'll be too easy for her to tamper with the portal and send me into a death trap." That might be what she just did. "Miss Leiter, you didn't tamper with the portal, did you? There's a caldera on the other side of the portal." She looked up and smiled scornfully. Roy said, "Just go in, Letho. She won't harm you." "Right, Coral?" Leiter stared down at the ground. "Coral? Why are you looking down like that?" Leiter looked at Roy, and she didn't want him to look so concerned about her. She pursed her lips and reluctantly cast another spell at the portal. A magical wave spread through the portal and disappeared into the air. "Why you tampered with the portal?" Letho wiped the sweat off his forehead. "I was going to punish you just a little. It wouldn't have killed you. At most, it would have made your journey an unpleasant one. You would have ended up vomiting for a little while." Leiter answered matter-of-factly, as if she just did something not worth mentioning. "You kept disturbing me and Roy. We have personal business to attend to." Letho turned around solemnly. "Kid, I think traveling to the White Orchard on horseback isn't bad either." But Serit took the horse. Roy stared at Coral. "Can we enter the portal now, Coral? Even you are doubting me?" "I will never." Roy gave Letho a look. "Don't worry. I won't risk having you hate and hunt me down for life. It's perfectly safe now. I'll trust you with this once." Letho gave Roy a look of resignation. You better follow after me as soon as possible. Do not waste too much time with her. He closed his eyes, pinched his nose, and leapt into the portal. Finally, some peace and quiet. Lyta waved her hand across the air, and a white, little paper crane folded itself in the air. Then it landed on her palm. She gave Roy the paper crane and told him, "There's a one-way portal in this paper crane. It leads to my workshop in Kaer. Tear this crane if you want to travel there." She whispered into his ear, "And remember, this portal will disappear after one person passes through it." She gave Roy a tight hug. Vafail, Roy. Roy was shoved into the portal. Everything around him spun, and colors faded from the world. He stumbled through the passage, floating in the air as if it were zero gravity in there. It felt as if he were rowing through a stormy sea on nothing but a small wooden canoe. Some would get nauseous in portals. Geralt was one example. Using a portal would be worse than death for him. The nausea was more intense for those with a higher perception, but Roy held it in. A moment later, the nausea subsided. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in an unfamiliar room. The curtains were made of velvet, and the walls were bright yellow in color. Standard items for a sorceress like telescopes, crystals, and wooden lockboxes filled with sundry items crowded the room. A pot of lilies stood on the windowsill, and a hammock hung between two walls. A bald man was lying in it, looking bored. "Finally willing to leave your woman? Tell me, did you start this whole affair with her back at the Temple of Militel?" "What are you talking about?" Roy ignored the tease. He opened the windows and allowed the warm sunshine to fill their room. He looked at the clean street below them, and the people were dressed immaculately. This was Vizimir's trade area and the gathering place of the wealthy. "You can get a regular girl if you want a romantic relationship. I won't have any objections to that, but a sorceress is different. She must have a goal in mind if she wants you. Think about it." She did whatever she wanted without even thinking about the repercussions. She's clearly a cunning woman. You're too young to be her match. "She'd eat you alive." "You underestimate the heir of the elder blood," Letho asked suggestively. "So what did you do with Lyta last night?" "A regular checkup," Roy answered calmly. "Coral said she made some breakthroughs in her experiments on the trial, and she needed to check my body so she could extract the information she needed. After all, I am the first Witcher whom she has overseen during the trial. And if I want to bring my idea to fruition, let's not talk about the Brotherhood of Witches. If we want to revive the school, then we need a sorcerer who can help us regularly. Coral is a good partner. She has experience, and she's interested in this matter." Letho needled him for answers. "You're lying. You must have done something else during the checkup." "What do you mean? Don't play dumb with me." "Why are you so obsessed with that question?" Letho shut up, and the air became slightly awkward. "Orcs wanted to have a bet with me. 2 months' worth of wine gold. I betted on you still being a virgin." Roy shrugged and left the room. Dawn had broken through the horizon like it had done for eons. The wealthy who lived in Vizimir's trade area would have been lying in their soft beds at home and enjoying the sunrise in the past. But things had changed since 2 months ago. The wealthy in the trade area were starting to work even harder than the civilians, and Amat was one of those people. He got out of bed and left the woman alone at the break of dawn, and his pudgy body wobbled as he hastily threw silk shorts over himself. The man was like a Humpty Dumpty who looked like he'd keel over with every step, but he adamantly stayed upright, though the flabby parts of his body wouldn't stop wobbling like jelly that was shaken. It didn't take long for beads of sweat to start pouring from his face. He had gotten out of breath, and he would wipe the sweat off his head with a white handkerchief from time to time. A burly bodyguard was escorting him and made sure no harm came to him. Amat used to have 2 bodyguards around, but he sent one away. Those who are higher on the societal ladder wouldn't even bring 2 bodyguards with them, and he would be damned if he was seen bringing 2 with him. Of course, there were no carriages for him, and he could only rely on his own 2 feet. Despite the exhaustion, Amat gritted his teeth and strode ahead like a big, fat pig on a rampage. "Sir, be careful. There's someone ahead." The warning came too late. The huge inertia that Amat had generated made it impossible for him to stop, and he crashed into the person right in front of him. Just like a big ball, Amat bounced back, as if he just crashed into a wall. And he fell with a thud. "How dare you, barbarian? This assault will not go unpunished." The man whom Amat crashed into was a bald and disturbingly muscular man. He was wearing a black cloak, and two worn sword hilts protruded from his back. Standing beside him was a smaller man, though he was also wearing a cloak. The bald man's feral eyes glinted dangerously, sending a chill down the bodyguard's spine. He was besieged by an urge to unsheath his own sword and take a battle stance, but he suppressed it. "Apologies." The bald man went and helped Amat up. "If it's fine with you, sir, you seem to be in a hurry." "Where are you heading? You don't sound like you're a local." "Watch where you're going next time." Amat dusted his clothes off and wiped the sweat off his forehead weakly. "If I miss out on the princess lecture because of you, there will be hell to pay." "Princess? You mean Ada?" Amat's beady eyes widened in shock and anger. "You dare address Her Highness by her name? A noble like the princess won't argue with civilians like us." The young man stepped up. A short pause later, he said curiously, "From what I know, Princess Ada led a troop against fallen Vodyanoi on Blackturn Island 2 months ago. Did she do something again?" Amat puffed his chest out proudly, as if he were the one who led the troop to victory. "That is correct. Thanks to Goddess Vivienne, Princess Ada vanquished the Vodyanoi remnants and saved Vizima from impending danger. Now she is spreading the goddess gospel to those who will listen." Amat observed the men before him closely. "You two seem like mercenaries. Or are you bounty hunters?" He extended an invitation. "Why don't you come with me to the temple? The Church of Virtue has just been established, and it needs all the help it can get. You'll have a bright future if you join us now. It's better and safer than your line of work." "Are you talking about the Lady of the Lake here? The one named Vivienne?" Amat put his hands in a prayer, and worship filled his face. "Praise be to our Savior." "Vivienne, the Lady of the Lake." The witches followed the fat merchant as he went past the streets in the west area. Eventually, they arrived at the temple area, and to their surprise, it was built in the slums. This place used to be dark, squalid, and rotten, but it had completely changed now. The streets were no longer filled with vomit, excrement, or refuse. All squalor had been washed away. It still looked dilapidated and haphazard, but the cleanliness was top-notch. Most importantly, the streets were no longer filled with skulking thugs and bandits. Knights from the Order at the White Rose were doing their rounds of patrol, eradicating the triads that had been lurking here for ages. The knights only used to serve those who lived in the trade area. But now, that had changed. The group of 4 kept going on until they came to the center of the temple area, and they came face to face with a 10 feet tall, colorful statue standing tall beside the hospital of Lebioda. She had a human body, but her lower part was a fish's tail. Her seaweed green hair tumbled down her shoulders, and her hands were put in a prayer before her chest. The look on her face radiated sanctity and solemnity. A big group of people were kneeling beneath her, and they came from all walks of life. There were farmers, fishermen, labor, shop owners, and the employed. Most of them were dressed poorly, but that didn't stop them from listening to the sermon with great devotion. A woman with white hair was standing before the crowd, surrounded by a few knights of the order. A white robe draped over her, and she stood up proudly. A crown made of seaweed and vines decorated the top of her head, and she was holding a thick scripture, reading from it loudly. "Honor is given to those who hold on until the end, to those who bravely face their challenge, to those who never deceive. Sympathy differs men from beasts. Those who sympathize with their comrades, those who would never abandon the ones in need will receive the goddess blessing." The woman wasn't reading with utmost passion, but her voice was infectious. Anyone who listened would accept, acknowledge, and even bow to her. Roy held down his vibrating pendant. He was a witcher, and he saw a different thing through his senses. As the woman read through the scripture, he saw waves of magical energy spreading outward from the statue, washing over those who were in the vicinity. The merchant and his bodyguard felt the energies summon, and they went into the crowd, leaving the witches behind. Erondite felt the magic coming from the statue, and it vibrated in resonance. It felt as if it would unsheath itself and fly toward the statue. However, the sword would go nowhere now that it was bound to Roy. Roy sent a thought over to it, and Erondite calmed down. He started hearing voices in his head. It was the soft voice of a woman summoning her virtuous knight, Roy of Lake Vizima. She wanted him to see her at the lake, but he knew it wasn't the time. He might be Roy of Lake Vizima, but he was also a witcher of the Viper School, and the White Orchard took precedence. Roy pleaded silently, "Please give me some time, Goddess Viviana. I will see you once I have finished my work in White Orchard." And the voice stopped. 100 believers in 2 months. The witches were still in shock even after they left, especially Roy. He knew he told Ada to start a religion back then, but he only meant it as a joke, and Roy had forgotten all about it after he left. Never would he expect Ada to take it as the truth and actually form a religion with Vivienne as its patron deity. Nor did he expect the religion to flourish to the point where it was starting to eat into Lebioda's territory. But then he thought it was actually expected. Ada was Foltest's only daughter and the child whom he loved the most. It would be easy for her to start something in the capital of Vizima. "I felt the Lady of the Lake's power coming from the statue," Roy muttered. Vivienne tacitly agreed to this, and she has chosen Ada to be her messenger. A high priestess, to be exact. Letho looked surprised, and he was thinking about this matter through a witcher's point of view. "From what I know, Ladies of the Lake are similar to the ancient Leshen we fought in Mahakam. They're magical creatures who can absorb their believers' faith energy to strengthen themselves. But this is the first time I've seen one who started a religion in broad daylight. You can't compare the two of them. The Lady of the Lake is far more powerful than Leshens, and they have never harmed anyone. Aside from their slightly hedonistic nature, they're kind spirits," Roy said surely. He didn't remember anything like the Church of Virtue showing up in the Witcher world. For most Ladies of the Lake didn't care about fame or fortune. They spent most of their time in their lakes and seldom appeared before anyone. So why did Goddess Vivienne go with this? It's not like a Lady of the Lake's behavior. Did something change after the whole thing with Dagon? Roy had a guess. So she accepted the suggestion I gave Ada. The Lady of the Lake had an edge over the likes of Militel, Lebioda, and Grieve. She existed in this world, and she could create miracles whenever she wanted to. There were also legends told about them, making it easy to gather believers. History is starting to change, and some things aren't going in the direction I thought they would. We have the Church of Virtue now. Will Salamandra and the Order of the Flaming Rose appear while this church is still here? What is it, kid? You don't look too good. Roy shook his head. He was filled with trepidation and anticipation at the same time. The believers are too fanatical. It's going to cause problems down the line. Letho said, but the princess and her knights are all in it. Nothing bad will happen, right? Just wait and see. The witches left Vizima and traveled northeast. The White Orchard was located 30 miles due northeast. The sun was draping the land with a golden blanket. 2 witches who came from Vizima had passed Wosong Bridge and entered the land of the White Orchard. The river of Ismana cut through the village, flowing across the orchard that was littered with various fruit trees. The orchard was home to many high-quality fruit produce and the best wood in vulpine woods for furniture making. The milk cows were nowhere to be seen on the other side of the bridge just yet, and the witches walked slowly along the path, drinking in the beautiful scenery around them. At a glance, they saw a picturesque scene of a farm in the village. The sky was a clear blue, and various fruit trees stood proudly in the orchard, basking in the sunshine. White flowers were blooming on the trees, and the plump, lusciously glistening fruits hanging low on the branches were inviting someone to hold out their hands and pluck them off. There were apples, peaches, and guavas on the trees, and their tantalizing scent wafted across the path between the trees. Magpies and larks were perched atop the branches, drilling happily. A meandering stream flowed around the village not far away from them, and light smoke that came out of chimneys of the run-down shacks billowed in the wind. Topless farmers were working hard in the fields, while snotty brats were fooling around with the dogs and roosters in the village. "This is beautiful," Roy praised. The White Orchard was filled with life and vigor. Even after the wars that would happen in 10 years, the orchard stood tall. Not even the Nilfgaardian army could bring themselves to bring this place down to ruins. "You know, we should build the school's base in a place like this," Letho scoffed. Building a witcher base on a prairie that leads to everywhere is asking for death. Do you want to get yourself surrounded? I'm just making an example. Getting a place with some beautiful scenery isn't a bad idea. Let's go. Be on your guard. The people here aren't exactly friendly. Being careful was the right idea. If Roy's memories were correct, Colgrim, the one they were looking for, died not long after he stayed in the orchard for a night. But it wasn't certain if it would come to pass. Because of their deep-seated prejudice, most villagers would only hear about witches' scandals, and they would think badly of the monster slayers. They might employ a witch's services if they were facing a monster problem, but they would spit at the witches for being mutants. They were acting like ingrates, but that was normal for the population, and the witches were already used to it. They were ready for the incoming hostility, but they realized that their perception was badly skewed when they finally came to the village. The village was more like a hamlet that was only inhabited by about 20 families. Some of the houses were filled with cobwebs and draped in a blanket of dust. Nobody even cared to patch the holes that had formed on the roofs. On top of that, there weren't many adult men in the village. Besides the few who were working in the fields and orchard, all the witches saw were the sick, elderly, women, and children. The villagers were acting weird as well. Most were sitting in their yard, basking in the sunshine. None of them paid any attention to the pair of outsiders, nor did they show any interest. They didn't even answer the witches when they tried to ask for directions. Only the boy who was hiding behind the stack of hay stuck his head out curiously. He was the only one who acted like a living, breathing person. Something's wrong. The witches looked at each other. The village was giving off the vibe of a half-dead man. The air was stale, and the villagers seemed robbed of their desire because of the sufferings of life. They were hunched over, and their faces looked pasty. They showed nothing but indifference toward the outside world. Kid Roy beckoned the boy over, but he shook his head fearfully and scuttled off like a startled little beast. The witches were left with no choice but to find some clues through someone else. In most cases, no matter how small a village was, there were bound to be two buildings erected. One was the blacksmith's shop, where the villagers could repair or buy farming equipment. It was also the place where the hunters would get some simple traps and arrowheads. The other was an inn. Entertainment was scarce in villages, and most villagers would opt to have a mug of poor man's fruit wine in the local inn after a day's work. They would spend their time bragging to their friends, or if someone saw something interesting, they'd tell all about it to everyone who would listen. Inns were the go-to for news, as it flew around frequently there, and the innkeeper was the one who had the most news in hand. The White Orchards Inn was located in the village's center, and it was the most spacious building of all. The witches went in hoping to get some news, but all they saw was a bored woman leaning over the counter, staring out the window absent-mindedly. Innkeeper. The witches took their hood off and knocked on the counter to snap the innkeeper out of her trance. Praise Melitel. Finally, customers. The innkeeper looked joyous all of a sudden, and she wiped her hands on her apron. She beamed at the witches, asking, "What would you like? Something to eat? Something to drink? 2 mugs of your signature, please." Roy sat on the stool before the counter and scanned the inn. It was decently spacious for a village that had few villagers. 10 tables were placed all over the establishment, but business was nothing but a whimper during this hour. There was only one customer in simple clothes sitting near the window. His back was turned to the witches, and he was drinking in silence. Of course. 2 mugs of mixed fruit wine. Coming up. The innkeeper went to prepare the order. She wasn't young anymore, but she kept herself well, and her ear looked firm. Business doesn't seem too good, innkeeper. Call me Brenna. Business is in shambles. I don't even get more than 5 customers every day. At this rate, I'll have to close up shop soon. The innkeeper shook the wine around, and her bosom started jiggling. Brenna. The witches looked away. This village is peculiar. The villagers don't seem to care about anyone. Is that weird? You must not be from around here. Then, can you tell us more about this village, then? It's a long story. Drink something first. Brenna filled their mugs with yellow liquid that glistened like melting butter. Roy had a little taste, and the scent of mango, apple, and orange filled his mouth. He squinted happily. Letho, on the other hand, put his cup down after one sip. He preferred stronger alcohol. To tell you the truth, I only moved to this village 3 years ago because my cousin, Bram, persuaded me. I opened this inn then. The village was still a merry place years ago, and business was decent. What happened, then? Brianna hesitated for a moment, and she was gripped by fear. Something happened. Something terrible. Half the villagers died, and a lot of the remaining half fled to Vizima. The ones who were left behind became empty shells of themselves. They lost their families, and it gnawed away at them. They don't like to talk anymore, nor do they care about anyone. All they do is eat, sleep, and toil away in the fields. Why didn't you move then? I'm just a widow. I spent all my gold to open this inn here in the White Orchard. Where else can I go? What really happened back then? The witches kept asking, but Brenna just wouldn't tell them the reason for the mysterious deaths, and they dropped it. Very well then. If you don't wish to talk about it, then fine by us. Let's talk about something else. Roy gulped down the rest of his wine. Recently, a year, 2 years, maybe even further back, Letho added, a man in similar attire came to this village as well. Do you remember him? He should have stayed in your inn for the night. Letho took his cloak off, revealing the black leather jacket, pauldrons, and chains beneath. It was standard Viper school equipment. He pointed at the pendant hanging before his chest, and he stared at Brenna. Brenna trembled, her eyes widened in shock. Witches? She said, her voice trembling. We're searching for a missing brother. Letho stared down at the ground, his voice cold and grim. I know nothing. The innkeeper retreated hastily, but her prompt denial told them she had the answer they wanted. Letho stood and slowly marched toward the innkeeper, while Roy looked around them carefully. For some reason, the only customer in the inn was gone. Roy shook his head. He thought something was wrong, but he couldn't put a finger on it. It was as if a fog were clouding his mind, obscuring some memories he wanted to remember. He went and stood guard at the door. Brenna, answer my question if you want nothing to happen. Where is he? Or more precisely, where is his body? Letho went around the counter. He cocked his eyebrow, and his voice was filled with unbridled fury, not unlike that of booming thunder. I do not know. Don't come any closer. The innkeeper held her hands before her chest. I'm shouting. She opened her mouth, and her face was frozen in horror. But before she could shout, Letho made a sign in the form of a green inverted triangle. It started spinning, drawing Brenna's soul into it like a whirlpool. Everything turned black, and she lost consciousness. Where is Colgrim? He is. Brenna stared at the sign blankly, like a puppet dancing by the strings. He is 5 miles due northeast of the orchard, in the tomb of the Very Ears family. Who is Very Ears? Ignatius Very Ears. He is the Baron of the orchard. Colgrim died at the tomb of the Baron's family. Why did he go there? Brenna answered in an eerily calm and monotonous voice. 2 years ago, Colgrim the Witcher came to the orchard and stayed at my inn. The villagers saw him, and unfortunately for him, Paul's son, Viti, went missing at the same time. He thought the Witcher was suspicious, since everyone says witches love to take children away. That night, Paul reported the matter to the Baron and persuaded him to lead his troops to capture Colgrim. Witches are notorious to begin with, and the Baron thought investigations were a waste of time. He declared the Witcher guilty of kidnapping and sentenced him to death by hanging. He was hanged to death? Letho's pupils became slits, and his voice was as cold as the winter wind. No. Colgrim refused to beg for the Baron's mercy, but he requested trial by ordeal. He would clean the Baron's family tomb to prove his innocence, and he went into the tomb and never came back out. Letho fell into silence, and memories flashed in his mind. Colgrim was young, handsome, and a stubborn witcher with a fancy moustache. He had the most talent in blacksmithing out of everyone in the school. Everyone could see that he was a master blacksmith. He would go on to carry out Ivar Evil Eye's final order, but before he left, he waved goodbye to the trio who stayed back to guard Gorthugvad. Even though it was a goodbye, Colgrim still had a bright smile on his face. It was a more likable smile than Orc's. He could still remember what Colgrim said to them before he set out on his quest. Just you wait, Letho, Orcs, Seret. Once I bring the blueprint back and make that sword, I'll defeat all of you. Only I can be master of our successor. But now he's dead. What happened next? What is the truth? Did Colgrim kidnap the son of the beekeeper? Letho asked quietly, staring down. Brenna paused for a long time, but eventually, she said. Not long after the Witcher went into the tomb, the villagers found Paul's son downstream. He was killed by drowners, not the Witcher. Letho heaved a long sigh, closed his eyes, and clenched his fists. It's our fate to die this way, old friend. But your name should never have been sullied. I will clear it, I swear. Roy was listening, and he looked melancholic. He had never met Colgrim before, and now he found out that his comrade had died because of a false accusation. Your prophecy has come true, kid. Colgrim did die in the White Orchard. You have proven your powers to look into the river of time. As promised, once we find the blueprint and make the weapons, we'll travel to Novgorod with you and await news from the White Wolf. He paused for a moment. But before that, we must clear Colgrim's name. You don't have to tell me that, Letho, Roy answered solemnly. I am a part of the Viper School. Avenging our comrade is what we should do. Letho nodded. He draped the black cloak over himself again, but he paused for a moment after he turned around. Brenna, what do you know about the great change that happened to this village? The very Ears family tomb was located in the northeastern part of the village, and the land in a 1-mile radius was dead and uninhabited. Not even a beast or a bird could be seen in the vicinity, as if death itself had a grip on the land. The witches arrived at the cemetery and pushed the rusty door open. The creak was soft, but it sounded deafening in the silence. There were about a dozen tombstones littered sparsely across the land, and an oil tree stood in the center of those tombstones. It was grayish-brown, and the bark was cracked in many places. Its roots and branches were dry and yellow, and not a single leaf hung from the ends of the branches. A concrete staircase leading down into the underground was situated right beneath the tree. The dark underground tomb slept at the end of the stairs, but the witches were in no hurry to descend. They turned their witcher senses on first and checked the land near the tombstones. It's dry, no signs of someone digging the place up. Luck's on our side. There are no grave hags or ghouls nearby. Roy heaved a sigh of relief. There isn't any blood or sign of a battle in the cemetery. If there are any fledders down there, they would have left signs of their hunt. Don't let your guard down. Letho scanned the place sharply and tossed Roy a torch that had a cloth drenched in oil covering its end. I sparred with Colgrim many times, and he's as skilled as I am, but he still died in the tomb. This place is more dangerous than you think. It'll be a tough fight even if there are only wraiths down there. I understand. Roy nodded. Unlike most creatures, wraiths were not corporeal. In most situations, they were unaffected by fire, poison, and weapons that could cause bleeding. Brute force alone wouldn't be enough to deal with them, and this was no game. Roy had to be careful, even though he had a few tricks up his sleeve. They started checking their equipment. Their swords were greased with spectre oil. Their potions and decoctions were stored in the pouches on their leather armor, and the pouch on their waist was filled with alchemy bombs. In the end, they gulped a dose of thunderbolt down, and black veins crawled up their faces. The preparations were done, and they went down into the tomb. The tomb was dark, cold, and humid. That was the first impression it left. Letho took the lead, a torch in his hand, while Roy followed closely behind. He was walking sideways, looking around carefully in case any dangers were to leap out at them. The tomb's entrance was only wide enough to fit 2 people at first. The walls were smooth, and a picture depicting the tomb's internal structure was situated near the stairs. It had been many years, and the picture was starting to degrade. The tomb was cramped, and Roy lamented. This orchard isn't really big, but the Baron's family is. Man, this place is freezing, he gasped. Compared to the warm temperature outside, the tomb felt like a freezer in the medieval age. It was as if winter never left this tomb, and Roy could even see his own breath. The cold wasn't even comfortable. It was eerie, and the wind felt like it was blowing from within. The chilling air was trying to dig its way under Roy's skin, and for some reason, it was upsetting him. When they came to the end of the passage, they turned left and walked through a roundabout. Then they came to a clearing. It was a burial chamber, and 4 white stone coffins sat quietly in the corner. There were more than a dozen small enclaves dug out on the wall. and they were filled with coffins. Roy lit the braziers up, and the burning flames illuminated the burial chamber, whisking away the eerie chill that hung in the air. According to Temerian royalty's burial customs, only direct members of the family could be buried in the center of the chamber, while branch family members would have their eternal rest in the holes in the walls. He came to the coffin in the center. Patrice Verrières. Year 1150. Died from bloody flux. Roy read from the record on the coffin side. She died more than 100 years ago. Wonder whose ancestor this is. He brushed his hand across the coffin's rough surface and eventually stumbled upon something black and rotten. Roy took a whiff of it and realized it was rotten petals that were already at least 10 years old. Seems like it's been a while since someone came for a visit, he muttered. This is a noble's tomb. But nobody would come in because of the wraith infestation. Maybe there are still treasures and jewelry in here. Kid, come here. Did you find something? Roy crouched down between the coffin and looked at the green powder on Letho's finger. It was sparkling beautifully, as if someone had enchanted it. Roy was surprised to see that here. Spectre dust. Spectre dust was the ash left by wraiths after they died. Witches needed this to make many of their alchemical creations, and Petrie's filter was one example. But spectre dust was rare, and one wraith could only produce half a unit. Colgrim fought a wraith here, no question about that. Letho kept the dust. It would be useful later on. Then he found the second pile of dust near the left wall, and they saw a chip in the wall that was left by a sword slash. Still as strong as ever, he was probably in great condition. There were 2 wraiths. It would take a lot out of him, but nothing that could cause him any injury. Letho was about to get Roy and venture deeper, but Roy stopped walking, and he scanned the coffin in the wall. A white candle that was melted halfway through stood beside the coffin, but Roy's attention was on the coins that were lying quietly on the coffin. He went over to pick them up and wipe the dust off them. Then he saw Foltest's hook-nosed face staring back at him from the head side of the coin. 5 ones. They aren't popular now, but they can be exchanged for some crowns at Vivaldi's bank. Roy put them down a while later. However, he was no grave robber, and he would not take this kind of money. Verrières' family tomb wasn't fully interconnected. They expanded inward, and every path would end in a burial chamber, though anyone who came in would have to turn around at the end of every path to find the chamber. The witches explored 3 more chambers and counted all the coffins that were in the center and the walls. Combining that with the tomb structure they saw when they came in, they deduced that there were more than 200 people buried in the tomb. The Verrières family used to be an enviably big one, but now only Ignatius is left. Roy was reminded of what Brenna said before they left. Perhaps the Baron has been driven mad by loneliness. That's why he did something so outrageous. They noticed 7 piles of spectre dust along the way and some dried corpses that were strewn everywhere. The corpses were badly dressed, and the witches thought they must have been grave robbers. If they had left after they looted the first chamber, they might have escaped the wraiths, but greed got the better of them. Greed drives many people to insanity. Kid, remember that. We're different. I can escape with my life intact, at least. Roy shook his head and changed the topic. Colgrim has killed 9 wraiths up to this point, and he doesn't seem to have been injured at all. He might have killed his way to the deepest chamber. Roy admired the strength of Colgrim, though they had never met yet. Witches would have to use moon dust of Eden to deal with wraiths. Those were the only ways to turn the specters corporeal and deal real damage to them. Roy only had 1 moon dust on him, and Letho was a far better caster than he was when it came to casting Eden. The young witcher couldn't affect wraiths too much on his own. If he was in Colgrim's place, he'd stop right after he killed 3 wraiths. If that guess is correct, then there must be a formidable monster waiting for us in that chamber. Suddenly, Letho raised his index and middle finger, and he curled up like a cheetah, holding in his breath. Roy kept quiet at the same time and stuck to the wall as he slowly moved to the corner in front of him. The closer he was to the corner, the more his pendant vibrated against his skin. They were getting closer to the source of the magical energy. The vibration was starting to get violent, but they heard no footsteps. Wraiths levitated. They wouldn't make any sound when they moved. And then, Letho came face to face with the monster. Letho quickly made an hourglass sign in the air, and a purple light pulsed from the circle on the ground. It was big enough to cover the corner. At the same time, Roy turned the corner and saw what was happening on the other side. A green, translucent wraith was bound to Eden. It was humanoid, and it was wearing a silk dress. On one hand, it was holding a bright yellow lantern, but on the other, it was holding a petite dagger. Eerie green flames flickered in its eyes, and its head was nothing but a skeleton. The wraith looked menacing, but it was struggling to break free, as if it was succumbing to quicksand. Bright green light illuminated its form, and it was blinking into and from the void. Wraith. Age, 20 years old. HP, 60. Strength, 6. Dexterity, 7. Constitution, 6. Perception, 3. Will, 4. Charisma, 3. Spirit, 0. Skills, Ghostly Wail level 4. Wraiths are born from the souls of those who bear grudges because of the pain they suffered when they were alive. Their wails can pierce through their target's soul and awaken the fear sleeping within them, robbing the target of all courage to resist. Flesh of the Void, passive. A wraith's body is between a corporeal and ethereal state. All incoming physical damage is halved. They can hide in the void at any given moment and avoid taking any damage. They can also ambush their target in this state. Roy wouldn't allow it to break free. He made an Igni sign, and a stream of flames burst forth, spreading in a cone. The sparks touched the wraith's body, and the flames swept over it. It flew up into the air, looking like a big fireball, and the wraith let out a wail. Invisible sound waves crashed against the walls, and dust flew up from the ground, covering the passage. Roy shook his head and cast away the confusion. He waved his hand before himself, and he regained clarity. Thanks to his will, he was immune to the mind attack from that wail. The young witcher charged at the wraith with Erondite in hand, and he leapt up high into the air, swinging the blade up and cutting through the wraith's hem, chest, and neck in one swoop. The wraith's flesh crackled as the spectre dust on Erondite corroded it. Green smoke billowed from the gash, but the wraith had no way to fight back. It was trapped by Eden, preventing it from turning intangible, and the trap slowed its speed. It was moving as slowly as a snail, and it could never dodge any attacks from the witches. All it could do was swing its lantern and dagger clumsily in a feeble attempt at a counterattack. Roy crouched and slid across the ground in the opposite direction of where the wraith was spinning. The young witcher came to the other side of the wraith and took the plow stance before stabbing Erondite into the wraith's lower back. He made another sign, and the wraith rose, disappearing into thin air, but not before it let out one final wail. Glittering green dust fell to the floor and formed a pile of spectre dust. Wraith Guild EXP plus 60. Level 6 Witcher, 703,500. Well, that was one ugly scream. Sounded like an old hag trying to shout with her throat filled with phlegm. Roy sheathed Erondite and crouched to bottle up the dust. But wraiths aren't that terrifying if you have Eden. Stay alert, kid. Letho kept his eyes on the dark tunnel. This is just one wraith. How will you handle it if you're surrounded by 2 or even 3 of them? The witches stood back to back, holding their silver weapons tightly, remaining on high alert. The flames on the walls flickered, illuminating the few green specters that were shuffling across the passage. They would blink into reality and let out a wail before disappearing into the darkness, staying safely out of the witches' reach. They tried their best to capture the specters that were harassing them, but every time they blinked into existence, the air would stir, and winds would howl, giving them the best cover they could ever hope for. The bald witcher felt the air closely for a while, and his face fell. He raised 4 fingers and tapped the young witcher behind him, and both of them reached for the bombs that were strapped to their waist. An explosion and a white light spread across the chamber. A blinding wave of dust swept through the chamber, then 4 green specters appeared out of thin air. Their translucent bodies were blinking erratically, but moon dust didn't release its grip, and they couldn't hide in the void. Roy held Erondite horizontally and leapt ahead, closing in on 2 of the specters. He put all his weight on his left foot, spinning and cutting through the specter. However, without Eden keeping them down, the specters could escape at full speed. They jumped backward and easily evaded the blade. Roy was about to regain his bearings and launch another attack, but the spectres were already flanking him. The spectres dashed downward to Roy like two falling meteors, and they spun, their lanterns and daggers turning into spirals of death. They clashed with the young witch's blade, and sparks flew between them. The clash also created a sound that was not unlike nails clawing through a blackboard. Roy felt his hand getting numb, and he almost lost his grip on his blade. He quickly retreated and took 2 steps to the side, going past his companion. Letho stepped in and dealt with a pair of spectres. Roy took a deep breath and grabbed Gabriel out of thin air, then he fired a shot at the lone spectre hanging back in the distance. Ripples spread through the air, and he disappeared for a moment only to reappear behind the lone spectre. Roy slashed with his greased Terrondite a few times, cutting through the spectre's neck, chest, and lower body. The wraith let out a guttural scream before disappearing into oblivion. But Roy could not rest yet. A gust of wind blew through the dark passage, and Roy quickly blocked the incoming attack with his blade, but he felt a stab of pain coming from his left shoulder. The wraith that ambushed him broke through and wounded his shoulder. Damn it! Roy pushed the wraith away and glanced at his wound. The skin was upturned, and the wound was the size of a baby's mouth. It was painful, but all the experience Roy gained from his battles told him not to rush in blindly. Instead, he kited the wraith with his swordsmanship and signs until it finally died of exhaustion. Wraith Guild EXP plus 60 level 5 Witcher, 1063,500. Letho's battle had come to an end as well. He was sheathing his blades. The wraiths didn't manage to injure him, but his breathing was shallow, and his stamina and mana were almost depleted. "How's your wound looking, kid?" Roy poured some marigold potion on it. He felt pain needling him, and he frowned, but just a moment later, a cool sensation spread throughout his body. He rolled his shoulder. "Just a light wound, nothing much." "That's good to hear." Letho picked up the loot. "This is the 5th wave, but still no sign of Colgrim." Soon, Letho stared into the dark passage, and sadness painted his face. "We only got so far by working together." Colgrim was alone, and he should have almost exhausted his stamina and mana at this point. "According to the structure we saw earlier, there are 15 chambers in this tomb. This is the 11th. We're nearing the end. We should rest and get back to top condition. I pray we won't have to fight anything big here." It was a quiet journey. After that, the witches didn't run into any wraiths at all. They came to the 15th and final chamber. It was twice as large as the others, and 4 coffins slept within it. Ignatius Very-Ear's parents and offspring were buried here, but something was off. The witches looked around, but they didn't see any skeletons. Colgrim's remains were still unknown. They scanned through the coffins in the chamber. "Could Colgrim be in there?" Roy asked weakly. There were no other explanations otherwise. "You and I know wraiths do not keep the remains of the dead, nor do they put their victims' bodies in coffins." "What can explain this, then?" Letho gesticulated. "Listen closely." The sound of wind whispered in the air. "Is that wind?" A gust of cold wind blew in from the passage outside. It sounded as if someone were whistling eerily in the darkness. The flames in the chamber started flickering erratically, and the shadows of the witches seemed to be held by an invisible hand, their sizes changing all the time. A suffocating silence fell upon them, and Roy curled up a little, casting Can on himself. "It's already night outside? I keep feeling that something is wrong." "Be on guard," Letho said. "Check the chamber again and don't move a single coffin." Letho checked the coffins on the wall. While Roy took the coffins in the center, he noticed something wrong right after he checked the first coffin. There was a thin line that cut through the coffin's surface. It was nearly undetectable unless Roy looked closely. He was sure that a sword made the mark, but the attacker's strength was minuscule. That, or the strength of the attacker had degraded too far for them to make a deep cut. John Very-Ears, born 1206, died 1255, lived for 49 years. Cause of death, consumption. Son, Ignatius Very-Ears. Wife, Mary Very-Ears. Roy kept looking, so that one was the Baron's father. Mary Very Ears born 1210, died 1259, lived for 49 years. Cause of death, difficult labor. The Baron's mother, Florian Very Ears born 1243, died 1257, lived for 14 years. Cause of death, asphyxiation. The Baron's son, his parents and son are all dead. Is this some sort of sign? Roy muttered. The last coffin had no name, date of birth, or even date of death. There was only one line etched on it: "My poor child, doomed to eternal slumber before it could see the world." Whose child is this anyway? Why are there no records? Roy massaged his temples. His fear was replaced by curiosity and question. Doomed to eternal slumber before it could see the world? So it died the moment it was born. Could this be Mary's child? Did it die along with its mother during labor? Roy thought that was logical, and he checked the dates on the other coffins only to come to another shocking conclusion. The Baron's mother died in 1259 due to difficult labor, but his father died in 1255. Mary must have cheated on the Baron's father and gotten pregnant with someone else's kid. But she didn't make it. She was too old and too weak to deliver the baby, and she died. Roy was still figuring things out, but Letho had finished with his investigation, though he found nothing. Find anything? No, but I did find something interesting. Letho listened to what Roy had to say, but the veteran witches shrugged it off. It's normal for the Baron's wife to have a few affairs. They aren't exactly the most innocent people in this land. You shouldn't have wasted your time on this. I found some clues. Roy pointed at the sword's marks on the coffin. Colgrim fought someone here. They noticed a little path between coffins that was left by a person who squirmed across the ground, but it had almost disappeared with time. Only people with powerful senses like witches could feel it. The path led to Mary Very Ears' coffin. I have a feeling Colgrim's body is right in there, Roy muttered to himself, and Letho gesticulated at him. They flanked Mary's coffin, then Letho kicked the coffin's cover. It yawned open, and the witches assumed battle stances. They were ready to cast their signs. But nothing happened. Even after a while, they went to take a look, and there was a lone skeleton lying in the coffin. Black leather armor was draped over it, and there was nothing on the exposed part of the body save for the bones. Nobody could recognize who it was. The clothes on the skeleton were nothing but strips of cloth, and there were holes on the chest and sleeves. Obviously, it was attacked many times before its death. There was also a sword lying beside the corpse. It had a horizontal crossguard, and the blade was slender. The ridge was slightly protruding, and it formed a long triangle with the blades of the sword. The sword was looking dusty and unassuming from all the dust that was covering it. Letho picked the sword up and observed the blade. He tilted his head and scanned the ridge before putting it down. It's his steel sword, he sighed. Is this Colgrim? Roy was still on guard. Letho did not answer. He picked the corpse's pendant up and swung it around. The pendant was in the shape of a viper. He then took the tibia and weighed it in his hand. Witcher bone is denser than human bone. I can still recognize it, even after 2 years. How did he perish, then? There are no marks on his skeleton. I can't be sure just yet. Letho picked the skeleton up and checked it meticulously. Eventually, he found a leather blueprint and a yellowing letter in the corpse's pouch. Twivar Evil Eye, founder of the Viper School. I have found the legendary blueprint that belongs to our school, but I ran into some problems. I stayed the night in a Temerian village on my way back to Gorthagvad. Those damn villagers accused me of kidnapping some beekeeper's boy, intending on making me a scapegoat. They took me to the Baron's castle for a trial, and they found one of the blueprints. It was confiscated, but don't worry, I will take it back. They did not find the other blueprints. Of course, I invoked Temerian law and requested for trial by ordeal instead of accepting the Baron's decree. My request is accepted, and I shall travel to the Baron's family tomb tomorrow and cleanse it of the evil spirits dwelling within. There should be no problem at all. Perhaps I have already returned to the fortress when this letter finds you. Set the furnace up, Letho, orcs, Seret. It's time to make some weapons. Colgrim. Letho muttered, tears welling in his eyes. He took a bottle of wine from his spatial ring. raised it up, and finished half of it in one gulp. "I will take you home, brother, but first, a toast to you." He breathed out of his mouth and sprinkled the rest of the wine into the air. There was only the sound of wine pouring onto the skeleton coming from the chamber for a while. Roy was holding the leather blueprint tightly, staring at the scene. Sadness welled in his heart, but he knew this was the fate of most witches. They would die in foreign lands and disappear under the earth without even a gravestone for them. The witches stared at Colgrim's remains and mourned in silence. But then, Roy scanned through the empty coffins, and when he realized what he had missed earlier, a chill ran down his spine. If there's only Colgrim's body in there, then where's Mary's corpse? Roy and Letho pricked their ears up and tried to hear if there were any weird sounds, but there were none. Their pendants did not vibrate either, which meant there were no magical activities nearby. There were no wraiths. Where did Mary's corpse go? Roy tried to figure it out, and at the same time, he scanned through the blueprint. It was the blueprint for a sword, and the crossguard, hilt, and blade were drawn separately. The measurements, thickness, the materials needed for them, the furnace's temperature, and the ways to make the sword were detailed extensively. It was a complete blueprint for the Viper School's steel sword. Now that we have this blueprint, we're halfway through our mission here in the orchard. All that's left is the Silver Sword's blueprint. According to Colgrim's unsent letter, Ignatius stole the other blueprint. Good. We're on our way to see him too. Roy kept the steel sword's blueprint carefully. Time to collect our debt from the Baron. Letho was still thinking about the disappearance of Mary's corpse. He had been in this line of work long enough to see that something had to be wrong. Colgrim's death and the Mary's disappearance must be connected. Roy checked the other coffins. They would not have done that in any other situation. Witches were no grave robbers, and they had their own creed. Opening coffins and disturbing the rest of the dead was not something they would do, but they had no other choice in this situation. "John, Florian, do please forgive us. We have our own reasons for doing this," Roy mumbled as he opened the coffins. There were 2.5 corpses in the coffins. The baby was too small to be considered a unit, for it was only as big as an adult's fist. The witches went and checked the skeleton's pelvis to determine their sex. The pelvis is thick, tall, and narrow, while the hip bone is big, narrow, and deep. Letho took on the role of coroner. With decades of witcher experience under his belt, he was already familiar with the skeletal structure of humans. The pubis is connected at a higher position, and it's smaller on the lower end. These are male corpses. Mary's corpse was still nowhere to be found, but the witches did not plan on opening the coffins on the wall. There was no need for that. Letho scanned the other parts after he was done checking the pelvis, and he found something. There was a small line of words etched on the back of the skulls of the skeletons. "This looks like elder speech. Roy, take a look." Letho turned the baby's skull over, and he gasped. "Gods, what kind of sick monster would do this to a newborn? Let me see it." Thanks to his bloodline, Roy had a better grasp on elder speech than Letho did. "Po.wi.c.a, see?" he muttered. "What does that mean?" "Sacrifice. This means sacrifice in elder speech. They were chosen as sacrifices." Roy's face fell. "There are grimoires that talk about this. It's an evil spell, a forbidden one. The caster usually does something terrible to gain power or something more sinister." "How did you know that?" "Coral told me about it when she taught me the basic theory of magic back at Melitel's temple." She looked solemn. "We're dealing with an unknown and evil spell that involves a sacrificial ritual." "Then Colgrim's death is not as simple as it seems. The ruler of the White Orchard and his family must have something dark to hide." "Are we going to keep looking into this?" Roy looked around the eerie chamber, and he suddenly felt his blood run cold. "You always say curiosity kills the cat. Witches are far more resilient than cats. Are you going to back off?" Letho looked at him coldly. As if Roy wore a serious look and changed his tune. "Colgrim is an important member of the school. We can't let his death be for nothing." "Good, but then there's the spell. We don't have enough information about that. All we know is that the bodies belong to Ignatius' family, and their skulls were engraved with a sacrifice rune. That's all we got." We might get some new clues after we see the Baron, but I got an idea about Mary's whereabouts." He paused for a moment. "There are 3 possible situations. Tell me." 1. She's in one of the coffins in the wall. 2. Her body isn't in any coffin here. As for the 3rd situation, Roy, do you remember how wraiths are born? In special environments. This family tomb, for example. It's the best place for wraiths to live in. Roy dragged up the memories of the classes he had with Seret. And there's also the mental state of the person before they die. Those who become wraiths after their deaths usually have an obsession or unfinished business. Either that, or they're tethered by powerful emotions like longing or hatred. And Mary Very Ears died because of difficult labor? Letho emphasized. You're saying that she became a wraith after she died and killed Colgrim? Correction. She did not kill Colgrim. Wraiths will never move a human's body into any coffins. So Colgrim went and hid in the coffin himself, Roy muttered. He smacked his head, and a vivid image appeared in his head. He was exhausted, and he knew he couldn't fight the wraith in that state. So he went into the coffin and tried to rest. Well, Gerald did use the same strategy when he fought the Striga back in Vizima, but it's such a shame. I guess Colgrim's wounds were too severe, and he couldn't make it. But where did the wraith go? Roy asked curiously. Letho had no answer to that. I didn't see any spectre dust in this room. I have a feeling Mary's wraith won't die that easily. Roy brushed his hand against the coffin's rough surface. He stared at the empty space within the coffin, and for some reason, he jumped into it. Just like Colgrim had. Are you mad, boy? I just want to see how it feels to be in a coffin. Roy lay down in the coffin, but he didn't feel satisfied. Letho, close the coffin. Are you mad? Letho scoffed, but he closed the coffin anyway. Darkness overwhelmed Roy, and he was locked in a cold, claustrophobic place. But even so, his sight was enough to see through the dark thanks to his mutation. He scanned the stone slab above it, then he slowly moved his gaze down. He suddenly froze up and touched the lower surface of the slab, where the marks were engraved clearly. Letho. Scared now, kid? Then get out and don't waste our time. There's something in the coffin. I think it's a warning Colgrim left. A message? Colgrim engraved one word on this slab. It says, Banshee. Roy pushed the cover aside with difficulty and sat up. He was telling us that Mary became a banshee. I see. Letho held his own hand. I was wondering why the wraiths disappeared all of a sudden. It didn't make sense considering we had to fight hordes of them earlier, but now it's clear. Powerful beasts are usually territorial, and they would chase away any and all threats in their territory. It's the same thing for wraiths. Mary has become a powerful banshee, and her existence scares the other wraiths. Banshees and wraiths might both be specters, but the gap between power was huge. The latter were just evil spirits who moved solely on instinct, but banshees retained part of their human memories. It was harder for a banshee to manifest, but they had special and powerful abilities granted to them in return. For example, plague maidens could spread plagues and diseases. Banshees, on the other hand, possessed the power to knock people out with their wails, revival abilities, and they could even leave the grave to move about. The sun couldn't hurt them. Mary died in 1259, and it has been 2 years since then. Roy went to Letho's side. The banshee Mary turned into must have left this place, but where would she go? Mary was the Baron's mother, right? So what place would hold most of her obsession? Let's go. It's time to see the Orchard's Baron himself. The witches cleared the tomb out, and no wraiths came to stop them on their way out. There wouldn't be new wraiths appearing in the tomb for a while either. It was already night when they came back to the surface. The moon's light wasn't bright enough to drape the land in silver, and the stars were twinkling dimly. Sparks of light flickered in the orchard, but the witches had no plans on staying the night there. It was not a great time to visit the Baron, so they camped out in the wilds. Roy kept Colgrim's remains in his inventory. He would bury them in the new witcher base he would build soon. Letho agreed to that. Most witches spent their lives fighting monsters and dangers only to die in the wilds and become food for beasts. Having a grave after they died would be a gift. The moon and stars shone in the sky, and the bonfire crackled, providing warmth for the witches. Roy was sitting on a protruding boulder, meditating. He concentrated on his character sheet. There was one skill point left from leveling up after he exited Brooklyn, and it was time to spend it. All his level 1 skills like sword mastery, crossbow mastery, Witcher signs, Witcher senses, and alchemy could be leveled up through training. Spending his points on them wouldn't be a great choice. As for Massacre, Roy was planning to level it up through killing more monsters like usual. In the end, he set his sights on Observe, which was level 2, and Meditate, which was level 4. It had been a long time since Observe had a level up, and now its flaws were showing through. Roy could not see through cursed ones or higher vampires if they decided to hide themselves. If he used Observe on anything with a high perception, he would only get question marks instead of numbers in return. It was lacking as a scouting skill. He might have leveled that up, but after Massacre had its level up last time, Roy realized that his skills would evolve if they and their main stat were to reach level 5 and 10 points respectively. Meditate's main stats were Spirit and Constitution. The former was 12 points, while the latter was 11.1, both of which were more than 10, so the level is the only thing holding it back. Compared to Observe, Roy thought leveling Meditate up was a better choice. He spent the point on Meditate, and a cool sensation spread through his mind, while his body was enveloped in a warm, invisible blanket. Meditate, level 4 level 5. Spirit, 12.5. Mana, 165. Constitution, 11.6. HP, 156. Meditate has reached level 5. Your Constitution and Spirit has reached at least 10 points. You have unlocked another effect for Meditate. Activate. You have started to master Meditate and reach the truth of this skill. While you meditate, your body will automatically absorb and store the element of water around you. You will receive 1 charge of Activate for every complete round of meditation you do. A complete round is 5 hours. Activate can heal you for 20% of your mana and HP. It can also heal light injuries. Caution. You cannot stack or store Activate. The charges will disappear after a day. Roy fell into silence for a moment. Just like Fear and Massacre, Activate was an extension of Meditate. Meditate's level would affect the efficacy of Activate, and he knew it. Activate might only heal 20% of his HP for now, but it was faster than Swallow. Swallow might heal him for 30%, but its effect would take place over 10 minutes. On top of that, Activate could replenish his mana, and 20% was 33 points. It was enough for a single use of signs. He wouldn't have to worry about the ingredients or toxicity of the potions either. So this is like a hybrid flask in all those other ARPGs, and it automatically stores 1 charge after every meditating session. This is convenient. Roy stopped thinking about that and went back to his meditation. The night went by silently, save for the crackling of the fire and Letho's calm breathing. When Roy exited his meditation the next morning, he touched the wound on his shoulder, and it had already closed and formed a scab. There was only a scar left underneath. So, this is Activate's effect, huh? Not bad. A short while later, they came to a hill on the east of the orchard, where Ignatius Fortress stood. The fortress was named after a Temerian king, a Mavit, and Ignatius' family had ruled this place for generations, handling the orchard. Moss and vines crawled all over the walls of the fortress, and from where the fortress was standing, it had the perfect vantage point to oversee the orchard and its scenes. Anyone who was in the fortress could see everything that was happening in the orchard. 2 soldiers equipped with a sword and brigandine armor were on patrol outside the gates, and they saw the witches who were covered in black cloaks. "Halt! Who goes there?" the soldiers demanded. The witches were not exactly in bright attire, and they seemed too mysterious to be good. That was especially true for Letho, who looked like a small hill. "We are here to see Baron Ignatius. There is a matter we wish to speak of with him." "You wish to speak with the Baron?" The soldier looked at them through the slits of his helm. "The Baron is busy. He has no time to see you. Now leave. We are witches." The answer sounded magical, and the soldiers froze for just a few moments. One of them quickly went into the fortress and came back out with a pudgy, middle-aged man. "Might you be witches?" The man who came was in yellowish-brown, tight-fitting attire, and he spoke politely. Even though he was faced with witches, He showed no disdain or disgust. I am Letho of Gulet, a witcher from the Viper School, and this is Roy. Good. Very good. The man rubbed his hands, and the excitement in his eyes was palpable. You came at the right time. Your services are needed. And you are. Oh, that's right. The man extended his hand at the witcher. He had a smooth hand, and there weren't even any calluses on it. I am the butler for the Baron. Grant, please come with me. We can talk inside. The witchers went into the fortress with the butler. It had simple decorations, a stark contrast to the usual decadence and resplendence of other nobility. There were no oil paintings, animal specimens, or even armor. The windows on the walls were sealed shut, forbidding the sunlight from ever shining into the rooms. The fortress inner side felt cool and eerie. There were hardly any sources of light, save for the few magical ones hanging from the ceiling. There were, however, many servants who were rushing around. Grant led the witches to the staircase in the great hall and stopped the servant who was coming down. Regina, how is the Baron doing? He had some wine to drink and fell asleep. Liv is with him. Grant eased up a little. You may leave us. The witches looked at each other. This is quite decadent, isn't it? Sleeping when the sun has risen? Did he spend all night having fun? Grant took them to his office and poured them 2 cups of red tea. It was rare to receive any hospitality for witches. It has been a couple of years since we last saw any witcher in the orchard. Rare guests, both of you, he reminisced. Roy asked nonchalantly, when was the last time you saw a witcher? Grant smiled, but he did not answer. My soldier told me you wished to speak to the Baron. Yes. Letho brought up the excuse they came up with. They needed some time to look into the matter and seek the truth. Roy and I are tracking down a monster near the orchard. It is a sly one, and it managed to escape us. It eventually came near this fortress and disappeared. You're saying that a monster is hiding in the Great Amavit Fortress? Grant had a weird look on his face. Most probably. What kind of monster is it? To tell you the truth, even if we told you, non-professionals won't know what we're talking about. But I guarantee you that the monster is lethal, cruel, and dangerous. I don't think the Baron would be too happy to find out that a monster has barged into his home. If you let us check this place, we'll capture it for you. Nothing can escape witches. Letho noticed that Grant seemed to be in a dilemma. But if you can't make the decision, we can talk with the Baron. I am sorry, Mr. Letho, but the Baron is in no state to see any guests. The smile was wiped off Grant's face. And I can't agree with what you said. Amavit Fortress is heavily guarded. The soldiers would never allow a dangerous monster to infiltrate it. And there are many residents in the fortress. Someone would have noticed if a monster did manage to slip past the guards. We had a morning meeting, and the servants all said everything is fine. But they are not enough, witches. I am not interested in any horror story you have to say, but I do have a request for you. Care to hear me out? Tell us more. This is in line with your work. The butler paused for a moment. The Baron's mother died 2 years ago, and she was his last living relative. The Baron has been feeling lonely since then. He has been trying to enter the family tomb and pay tribute to his family, but the tomb is now infested with wraiths, and it's stopping the Baron from visiting his family. If you can cleanse the tomb of its wraith infestation, you will be handsomely paid. The witches looked at each other. Well, this is a coincidence. We just left the Baron's family tomb, and now his butler is asking us to cleanse the tomb of the wraiths haunting it. Mr. Grant, if that is your request, then Roy crossed his arms, smirking. You can give us our reward now. What do you mean? Letho and I cleansed the tomb of wraiths yesterday. Impossible. Grant gasped. He shot up, delight crawling up his face, but it only lasted for a moment, and his face fell. Witcher, do you know what happens to those who deceive the very ears in the White Orchard? You can send someone to verify if you don't believe us. The butler gazed at them, trying to bore a hole through their souls and see if they were lying, but they seemed too confident to be lying. Give me a moment. You cleared the tomb yesterday, so this monster you're tracking down is. I think you might have guessed it. Well, this saves some time for both of us. The monster you dismissed just now came right out of the tomb, and it's closely related to the Baron. Roy stared straight at the butler. It's probably standing right beside the Baron's bed as we speak, he said, scaring the butler. The sound of hurried footsteps ran through the hallway. Grant was huffing and puffing when he came to the bedchamber of the Baron. He opened the door, and what greeted him was a spacious room that had a bed made out of quality wood. A pale, pudgy, and slightly drunken man was lying on the bed, apparently asleep. His chest heaved as his snores rocked the room, and a petite servant was staying beside him. "The Baron is fine." "Good." Grant heaved a sigh of relief. "I must be crazy to believe those witches." His worries were not unfounded, however. If anything were to happen to Ignatius, the bloodline of the very Ears family would come to an end. Vizima would take back the rule on White Orchard, and all the servants of the Baron, including Grant, would have to return to their lives as peasants. Grant was already used to being the lapdog of nobility, and he refused to return to a life of peasantry. Barons might be on the lowest rung of nobility, but they were nobility regardless. No matter how decadent their lives were, they still were of a nobler status than peasants. Grant resolved to never let anything happen to the Baron. He closed the door and planned on sending someone to check the tomb. Roy took a sip of his red tea. It had a slice of lemon in it, adding a tinge of sourness to the beverage. "The butler doesn't seem to be lying. It doesn't seem like the Banshee has infiltrated the fortress. Maybe it has left the White Orchard entirely." Roy cast observe on everyone he passed by, but they were all ordinary people. The pendant did not vibrate either. "We'll have to find a chance to search the whole place. Then," Letho said, "Ignatius must have kept the Silver Sword's blueprint away somewhere. The blueprint is one thing. We're going to clear Colgrim's name, and Ignatius is going to do it himself," Roy said. "And the innkeeper did tell us all the crimes Ignatius did in the White Orchard. He's worse than a demon. Why don't we?" The young witcher straightened out his hand and brushed it across his throat. "Calm down, Roy. This is noble territory, not a bandit lair. And we can't do anything that'll invite trouble." Letho rubbed his chin seriously. "I don't want the whole of Temeria hunting me down just because I assassinated royalty. It's hard to make a living in the south. Can't risk my backup plan here." "I'm just kidding." The door of the office yawned open, and in came Grant, wiping the sweat off his forehead. He smiled at the witches. "The Baron is upstairs in his room, sleeping soundly. I assure you that the monster you mentioned isn't in the fortress. I have sent some soldiers to scout the tomb. We will have news by afternoon, but you'll have to wait." "Good," Letho said. "We have a few questions for you." "Ask away, Mr. Letho." Grant reclined into his wooden chair and squinted languidly. "We overheard your conversation with the servant earlier," Letho said. "And you say the Baron only fell asleep when morning came?" "It's not a secret." "I don't mind telling you about it." Grant wore a worried expression, looking concerned. "It has been an ongoing condition. He can only sleep after he exhausts himself throughout the night. If the Baron has to rest in the morning, then the job of administration will fall on his butler's shoulders. It must be hard for you." Grant puffed his chest out, and a smug smile curled his lips. "Nothing I can do about it. It's my job to solve my master's problems. The Baron's health does not allow him to do anything himself. All the more reason why I have to do a good job for him." "You're a loyal man," the witcher praised, though there was a hint of mockery underneath. "You must have worked here for a long time, then. The Baron must value you a lot." That was exactly what Grant wanted to hear, and he started beaming. "I started to work in the fortress when I was 12. Master John and Mistress Mary were still alive then." Once he started talking, he could not stop, and the butler kept bragging about his past. The witches exchanged looks. "Master John promoted me to the position of butler. It was something that had never been done before. He thought I was a very capable man for my age, and my ancestors had no criminal records, after all. Now let us talk about something more interesting." Roy locked the office door and cut to the chase. 2 years ago, Ignatius put a witcher called Colgrim on trial. He was accused of kidnapping a beekeeper's boy. Do you remember that? Yes. The Baron took a blueprint from Colgrim back then. Do you know where he's keeping that? The basement, Grant said stiffly. The Baron thought there was no point collecting the blueprint belonging to abominations, and he told me to keep it in a box. It's in the basement with the other sundry items. Excitement shone in Roy's eyes for a moment. He did not expect things to go this smoothly. And now he was one step away from taking the school's long-lost blueprint back. The witches quickly asked where the basement was. "It's under the kitchen." Roy wanted to check it out right away, but there were too many eyes on them. It was not the perfect time to make their move. Besides, the questioning was not over yet. They still had questions regarding the tomb and the village. In White Orchard, what does Ignatius do most of the time? The Baron drinks, Grant answered monotonously. Have you noticed any weird behavior from him? Does he tinker with containers, hubs, or mysterious liquids? Does he read books that you don't understand? Roy asked. No, Grant answered quickly. The Baron despises books. He spends his waking hours drinking or crying with his family's portrait in his arms. The Baron sounds like a widower who has given up on himself. But the innkeeper's description is different. The Baron she knows is not a weak person. He is violent and ludicrous. Has he always been this way? What about his earlier days? Why did he kill more than half of the villagers in White Orchard? That was the change the innkeeper told them. Grant shuddered, and he struggled for a moment, but he resumed his calm composure and answered, the people in the orchard sent a petition to Vizimur's court because of the Baron's actions. In the end, the court acknowledged their dissent and permitted them to leave the orchard. The Baron watched as the villagers left one by one. In the end, he caved and sent someone to talk to them. But the peasants said a lot of awful things to the Baron, thinking the court would protect them. And then the killings started. That is no excuse for his murderous actions. Ignatius is a murderer, a butcher, Roy said. He massaged his temples, and then he noticed something more important. The young witcher stared at Grant, and he asked, so the massacre happened because of the villagers' petition? Then that begs the question, what damning thing did Ignatius do to the villagers? What forced them to start that petition? Most peasants won't leave the place they're toiling in if they can help it. This isn't exactly a peaceful era. Is he even more terrifying than bandits? The butler scrunched his face, his muscles shuddering. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he kept resisting the sign. The witches were alarmed. The greater the resistance was, the closer the witches were at getting to the secret of the fortress. They knew they were close to the answer they were searching for, but it was possible the butler could snap out of it. In the end, he stammered, the Baron has a bad reputation. He can be cruel if he needs to be. How cruel can he be? The Baron found out that his son, Master Florian, was in love with a hunter in the village. The hunter was a man. The Baron exiled the hunter, and Master Florian hung himself. To make things worse, Mistress Mary died 2 years later. Ever since then, the Baron has been all by himself. He spends his waking hours drinking, and his temper gets shorter and shorter. The Baron became very troubled, and rumors started going around in the village. Some said the Baron was possessed by a demon, and that he would kill everyone around him. Roy lamented. I guess there's always more to a story than we can think, huh? Florian's grave only states that he died of asphyxiation. I see that his father drove him down that path. And Grant continued, the Baron barged into a wedding. In the orchard, he forcibly took the bride's first night. He invoked his right, and he cut off the head of a villager because he took his hat off too slowly. He was starting to break up, and his voice became a whisper. This is preposterous. The witches exchanged looks of disbelief. That right has been repealed for many years. How dare he? What happened next? Grant did not answer this time. He closed his eyes and mouth, his eyelids fluttering, as if he were having a bad dream. He then opened his eyes, and they regained clarity. The witches sighed surreptitiously. They were slightly disappointed, but they could not use X on the same person 2 times in a row in such a short time. Sorry for spacing out, witches. Grant wiped the sweat off his forehead. Sweat? He sighed. You know how people are after they hit 40. We space out a lot. Oh, where was I? Roy quickly came up with a believable excuse. You would take us to the servants' rooms and let us check them just in case. He did not make an obvious lie. Of course, and the basement as well. Did I say that? Do give me a moment, then. The butler frowned, looking reluctant. We'll discuss further after we receive news of the tomb. As Grant had promised, the soldiers returned to the fortress by noon. They brought confirmation that the witches had killed all monsters in the tomb. The butler warmed up to the witches after he knew that a feast shall be held in honor of you, witches. The Baron usually wakes up at 2. He shall thank you in person then. The request to search the basement was approved as well. As butler of the fortress, I can give you permission to search the 2 lowermost floors of the fortress. You will need the Baron's permission if you wish to search more than that. That's fine by us. The witches did not ask for more, and they went with a servant to start their search. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. All they found was evidence of petty thefts done by the servants. There were no magical vibrations or proof that a banshee was around. They did find something useful, however. The witches found where the kitchen was, and they could make a rough sketch of the structure of the fortress. They also memorized the patrol schedule. The witches had a sumptuous feast in the afternoon. Not long after that, the butler led them to the meeting room on the 3rd floor. It was a spacious room, and there were braziers in all 4 corners. They were all lit up, illuminating the room with warmth and light. A pudgy, drunken middle-aged man sat on a leather sofa in the center. He was wearing a dark crimson shirt and white vest. He had dark red hair, and his face was bloated, while his skin sagged. His eyes were as black as night, and they glinted with a cunning light. There were deep, dark circles under his eyes as well. He was sitting with his legs spread wide open. The Baron looked exhausted, and he kept yawning. A servant was standing behind him, massaging his shoulders. Ignatius Very Ears. Age: 22 years old. Status: Baron of the White Orchard, member of the Very Ears family. Roy looked through his stats. He was already severely damaged from the excess alcohol, making him weaker than most people. He's gonna die soon at this rate. Lord Baron of the White Orchard. We are. Grant told me about you. Great witches from there. Viper School. Roy and Letho, correct? Ignatius smiled weakly and sat up straight. You flatter us. We're just drifters wandering on this land. We are no great men. I am not joking. Ignatius looked at them solemnly. You managed to vanquish all the monsters infesting the tomb. You are more capable than those incompetent fools. This honor is well deserved, he emphasized. You have my gratitude. He handed a check to the servant behind him, and she gave it to the witches. This is a check worth 200 crowns. You can exchange it at any bank of Vivaldi on this land. A token of my appreciation. Looks like I didn't spare your ancestors' coffins for nothing. The witches exchanged looks, and Roy tucked the check away. Ignatius nodded approvingly. From now on, you shall be the Very Ears family's guests of honor. The fortress is always open to you, and I shall hold a feast to celebrate your deed tonight. The honor is ours. Letho held his abdomen and bowed. Roy was a little shocked. The Baron was a lot different from what they had heard. The rumors said he was cruel and violent, but now he was being humble and friendly. Not many aristocrats would welcome witches as guests, but Ignatius did. Did he finally repent and change his ways over the last 2 years? Judging from the looks of it, he's not the one who left the runes on those skulls. Roy decided to probe deeper. Lord Ignatius, there is something about the tomb I must inform you about. He glanced at the servant. Ignatius turned around. Close the door, Liv. He turned back to the witches. She can be trusted. You can say anything you have to. Very well, then. Roy shrugged. When we were clearing the innermost chamber, we realized that someone had tampered with the 4 coffins in the center. The center coffins in the 15th chamber are tampered with. Ignatius froze, and he sounded nervous. Roy stared at Ignatius, observing his every change. He slowly said, according to the engravings on the coffins, one of them belongs to your mother, Mary Very Ears. However, her remains are missing, and she has become a banshee. What? Ignatius shouted and shot up from the sofa. It was then Roy noticed that he was a towering man just like Letho. However, the excessive drinking destroyed his health and made him hunch a little. He quickly went up to the witcher and roared, "Who dares defile my family's remains? Grave robbers? No. They couldn't have gotten to the innermost chamber with all those monsters on the prowl." He stared down, mumbling to himself. Mary is a banshee? Impossible. Dear Mary couldn't have been turned into a monster. He suddenly looked up and questioned, "What happened, Witcher?" "I'm sorry, but..." Roy took a step forward and looked straight into the eyes of the Baron, and he quickly made a sign in the air. You should know why this happened, Lord Baron. Think back on what you did over the last few years. Ignatius was blocking his servant's sight, and she did not notice what Roy had done. All she heard was Roy saying something vague, and Ignatius blanched. He started trembling, as if he were having an episode of fits. The Baron staggered backward and finally plopped down on the sofa. Is this punishment? Ignatius' face turned red, and his eyes were bloodshot. Witcher, are the gods punishing me for my old, foolish ways? The witches were silent. They did not expect Ignatius to have such a big reaction. Ignatius said weakly, John, Florian, and Mary. One by one, all of them died horribly. Monsters appeared out of nowhere in the tomb. My family's remains are defiled, and now I'm too weak to even continue my family's bloodline. This must be divine retribution. He stared down at his hands, as if in a trance. His eyes glinted with disgust and fear, and he said, I am a butcher with blood on my hands. I am a sinner who killed my family and people. His servant quickly handed him a glass of wine. Baron, please do not blame yourself for this. Have this. It'll be fine once you sleep. She looked at the witches carefully. Witches, what have you done to the Baron? Is this a spell? No, we just forced him to face himself. No, Liv, this is not their fault, and please don't give me any more wine. Ignatius shook his head, and he said in a trance, wine can numb my body, but it can't numb my soul. Every time I open my eyes, I face a world of pain and torture. I would do anything to reunite with them in the afterworld, but I can't let our bloodline die out. Do you regret what you did? The witches came closer to him. Regret is useless. I, Ignatius' very ears, am the one who's responsible for the state I am in today. Regret won't change that. Ignatius buried his hands in his hair and ruffled it, then he started crying. The witches looked at the back of the Baron's head, and they froze for a few moments. I agreed with you at first, but please forgive my impudence, Baron. Roy came up to the Baron, and much to his surprise, the young witcher held the back of his head down and pried his hair away. Cease this at once, Witcher. Do not harm the Baron. I'm calling the guards. Don't worry. Letho glanced at the servant coldly, and the fierce gaze shut her up. We won't hurt your Baron. We're just trying to confirm something. A moment later, a familiar rune that was hidden underneath the hair became visible for all. It read, Po. Wi. C. So this rune existed when the victims were still alive. The witches exchanged a look. Baron, do you know that you have a mark on the back of your head? Of course I do, Ignatius answered. This is the birthmark of the very Ears family and the proof of our bloodline. All direct members of the bloodline are born with this, including your grandparents. Yes, is something the matter? What are you trying to say? Ignatius stopped sobbing. The confusing questions were starting to make him nervous instead. Letho gazed at the Baron. Baron, I can tell you for sure that your family's death is not related to your drinking problems or past mistakes. That mark on the back of your head is no ordinary birthmark. It's a mark of sorcery. Letho said, in elder speech, that mark means sacrifice. The Baron felt a chill run up his spine and squeeze his heart. He opened his mouth to say something, but not a word could come out, and the muscles on his face jiggled. The servant quietly stayed away from the Baron as well. Sacrifice. Gods. Did a demon turn the master and his family into sacrifices? For most villagers, sorcery was a worse term than magic, for it was related to evil. Ignatius asked raspily. That's the reason for the end of the very Ears bloodline too? What proof do you have? Proof. The Witcher glanced at the Baron and spooked him. Think about how your family died. Did you really kill those innocent villagers and abuse your power because you got drunk? Or were you controlled by something more sinister? The Baron took a trip down a dark memory lane. He remembered what his grandparents told him when he was a child. They said, Ignatius, this is the proof of our family's bloodline. It's a lucky charm. He remembered the weird incidents that happened to his grandparents as well as his uncontrollable fits that would act up from time to time. He started to believe what the witches were saying, and the Baron blamed all his past sins to an unknown demon. No, this is not the birthmark's problem. Something else is at play here, he muttered under his breath, and he held the witch's wrist. You will help me, right, witches? I will reward you. In the name of my family, I promise that the reward will be far more handsome this time. Money can't buy everything. Letho shook his head and backed away. What do you mean, Letho? You need to pay for your sins. Roy stood before the Baron. Do you remember the Witcher who died in the tomb 2 years ago because of a false accusation? His name is Colgrim. Ignatius' jaw dropped. Roy waved his hand in the air, and the skeletal remains of Colgrim appeared on the ground before him. The servant's eyes rolled back, and she almost blacked out, but Ignatius managed to stay conscious, albeit barely. Do not worry. This is just a simple trick. Witches have friends that know magic, alright? I'm not going to threaten you. This is just going to be a trade. Letho tugged on his arm, but Roy ignored him. He announced, the aristocrat of Temeria, owner of the White Orchard, Baron Ignatius Very Ears. Will you beg for forgiveness from Colgrim, a Viper School Witcher who died because of your decision? Ignatius' face was red with humiliation, and he gurgled. The Witcher was still staring at him, passing judgment as if he had seen through all the Baron's crimes. If you beg for Colgrim's forgiveness, then we shall show mercy and consider your appeal. We might accept your request and find out the source of your family's misfortune. Roy wondered what was more important to the Baron, his family's continuation, or the dignity of nobility. A long, long silence later, Ignatius chose the former. He slowly knelt before Colgrim's skeletal remains, his beard trembling as he banged his head 3 times against the ground. His anxiety, fear, and humiliation formed beads of sweat on his forehead, and it drenched the patch of ground before the skeleton. Roy nodded approvingly. He came from another world, and he never thought that aristocrats were better than anyone. If they did anything wrong, then he would make sure they apologized. He did not care about their honor. Letho spaced out for a while. His plan was to teach Ignatius a painful lesson, or he might even kill the Baron if possible. Letho had killed some aristocrats before. After all, he never did think of getting the Baron to apologize. Witches were synonymous with barbarians and filth in these lands. Even peasants could spit on them just because they were mutants. They were no better than dirt to the people. Even so, Roy managed to make a Temerian noble bow his head down and apologize to the very same Witcher they scorned, and in such an insulting manner too. Does he have any concept of social hierarchy? Letho took a deep breath and calmed himself, though his sight was starting to get blurry. What do you think, Letho? Roy looked at the Baron. He whispered, are we still doing this? This isn't enough to pay for his crimes against Colgrim. We're going to search for the Banshee first. Letho shook his head. Then we will judge Ignatius. Enough, Baron. I think Colgrim has seen your sincere repentance. Ignatius heaved a sigh of relief, and he stood up with the help of his servant. He looked ashen, and his back was hunched even further than before, as if he aged 10 years in an instant. Witches, I have apologized, and now it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Of course, but these are 2 different things. We consider this a request, and that means a reward. Letho interrupted. Of course, witches. You shall be rewarded handsomely. First things first, we have to know where that mark came from. I have a few questions, Baron. Who does that nameless coffin belong to? And whose child is that? Ignatius stared at the witches in silence. Baron, if you want to end your family's misfortune once and for all, you will need to be fully honest. We promise we will never tell anyone about your family's secret. Ignatius heaved a sigh and leaned back into his sofa. He was an illegitimate child. Illegitimate? So that's why? Roy asked. Where's his mother? We haven't seen your wife since we came to the fortress. He had no mother, and I have no wife. Ignatius' hands were on the armrest, and his fingers were trembling. Baron, fine, I'll talk. Ignatius suddenly roared uncontrollably. Someone knocked on the door and asked, are you all right, sir? Ignatius said impatiently, leave us and don't let anyone come near. The servant obliged, leaving the witches and the Baron in the room. Now there's no one to distract us. Baron beckoned at Roy. Remember your promise, witches. Never tell anyone about this secret. Don't worry, Baron. We'll leave the orchard right after we fulfill your request. Ignatius clenched his fists. A gamut of expressions appeared on his face, and he hesitated for a long time. Roy was running out of patience, but eventually, Ignatius whispered, the child who died from that difficult labor was not mine. It was my mother's. Roy paused for a moment. True. The grave did say that she died of difficult labor. I see that the baby is that same child. Mother was pregnant after father died. Ignatius suddenly looked up at the witches, and a hint of insanity appeared on his face. Do you think this is laughable as well, witches? No. You misunderstand us. Roy and Letho looked calm. This is your family's private matter. It's not for outsiders like us to judge. What you and your family do is your freedom. Mary was a widow, and she found herself a lover because the loneliness got to her. Roy thought that was normal, since aristocrats had always been decadent. Foltest himself went even further than that, and he was the king of Temeria, but his son loved a man, and his mother cheated on her dead husband. Does he not have a single normal family member? Roy had a feeling that all these weird occurrences had something to do with their birthmark, and he intended to look more into this. There were a lot of wraiths in your family tomb. How did the soldiers manage to bury your mother there? There were only a couple of wraiths before this, and the soldiers were enough to deal with them. Most wraiths only appeared after my mother was buried, he explained. And then Colgram came. He requested a trial by ordeal. The witches kept quiet. What about Mary and her dead child's father? Letho asked. Witches, I beg of you, Ignatius said razibly, spare me the torture of your words. Baron Ignatius. Roy sighed. You need to rest, he suggested. If it's possible, I'd like to see your family tree. We'll try to find some clues by ourselves. They came to the bedroom on the top floor. These are for your eyes only. Ignatius took out a scroll from his safety box and handed it to the witches. He seemed exhausted. I'm sorry, but I need to rest. Grant, you stay here in my place and try to give them what they need. Grant wondered why the Baron was looking down and drab, as if he were down with an illness, but he knew his place, and he asked no more questions. Then he closed the bedroom door. Come with me please. Grant swung the keys around. You may search the basement now. They went to the wooden ladder hidden under the kitchen's trapdoor, and they climbed down into the dark, spacious basement. The butler lit some sconces up and illuminated the room. The witches sniffed the air. What are these? They're moldy. Old clothes, broken armor, old furniture, and towels were piled up together. Cobwebs covered them, and hills of sundry items lined the basement as far as the eye could see. The butler waved the moldy air in front of him away. All of Amavit Fortress sundry items are here, and it has been decades since anyone cleared this palace out. He led Letho on a search for the blueprint, while Roy started scanning through the Baron's family tree. The scroll was yellow, and it had a weird smell coming off it. It was also slightly heavy. All right. Let's see. The ancestor of the family came to the white orchard that stands in the east of Vizima, Temeria. This place was probably deserted then. It's only been 200 years since the first Twitcher was born. This is ancient, he continued. The fortress was built in the east of the orchard in 1150. Leon and Jennifer Verriers were blessed with a pair of twins the very next year. They were a boy and a girl. Roy scanned through the family history and the family tree that had many branches. The ancestors of the Verriers family, Leon and Jennifer, established this family. They were blessed with another child in 1154. So that means the second generation of the family was made up of 3 kids. Leon and Jennifer were on the apex of the tree, and it was split into 3 branches for the next part. Eventually, the branches spread even more, expanding the family into a big clan. The second-gen kids eventually grew up, and one of the twins, Sarah, married a man named Richardson. He married into the Verriers, and they had a daughter named Lainey, as well as a son called Firenze. Lainey and her family were placed in the center of the tree, and they were the core members of the family. Naturally, they were also the leader of the family as well. The other kids married women of another race, but they stayed in the fortress. The family of the boys were located at the further side of the tree. Apparently, they were not as important as Sarah and her family. Weird. Roy had a few questions. I thought aristocrats were patriarchal. Why did they put Sarah in the center instead of the boys? He kept reading. Sarah's son fell off a horse and died when he was 6. A man married into the Verriers, and his wife was Lainey. She was 32 years old then. They had a daughter called Mary. The branch family's kids married people who were outside the fortress and expanded the bloodline. They had more kids than Sarah's family. The left and right sides of the tree kept expanding into a big branch, but the branch in the center remained scarce, and it was starting to wither. Up until the third generation, all family members were buried in the family tomb after their deaths, but everything changed during the fourth generation, which was when John and Mary ruled. The other branches left the orchard and moved to Vizima in the west, while some moved further east, where Eden was. The only ones left in the fortress were Mary, her husband, and the fifth generation very heirs, Ignatius. I wonder if the ones who moved have the same mark on them. Roy scanned through the whole family tree again and realized something shocking. According to the records, every single family member of Ignatius' line died of diseases or accidents. None lived to old age. Compared to them, the other branches lived normal lives. Is this a coincidence, or is it because of that mark? John became sterile after he sired Ignatius with Mary, and he died because of consumption. John and Mary only had one son, who was Ignatius. The Baron is the only member of his family. His parents are dead. His son hanged himself, and he's alone. He's already sterile because of how much he drinks. His family's bloodline will probably end with him. Roy was reminded of Ignatius' ridiculous past and how he became a shadow of his former self. Could it be because of the mark? Roy immersed himself in his thoughts, and Letho eventually came back with a blueprint in his hands. It was the one that recorded the ways to make the school's silver sword. Roy took it and gave it to look before tossing it into his inventory. Then he told Letho about his suspicions. If what you say is true, then this is suspicious. Why did the family choose Sarah to inherit the position of family head instead of the boys? We need to ask Ignatius about this. And as for the mark, Letho rubbed his chin. My instincts tell me that only Ignatius and his closest family members are affected. They're the only ones born with this birthmark, and the branch families are not affected at all. That's why his family members died horrible deaths and had few children. At most, they had 2 children, but most of the time, they only had 1. The branch families have a lot more than they do. They die horrible deaths and have few children. Is the mark some sort of curse? Roy guessed. I have never seen a curse like this before. Letho wore a solemn look on his face. Not even the lion-headed spider's high priest can curse someone's whole bloodline. Not even the lion-headed spider can do that. Roy fell into momentary silence. What about powerful sorcerers or mages? Ignatius' ancestors might have offended them and got cursed. Then we'll need more clues. We need to know more about his ancestors. The temperature in a Mavet fortress would dip in the night. Ignatius covered himself with a thick velvet coat and held a leather bag filled with warm water. But that did not stop him from shivering. He kept tossing firewood into the hearth of the fireplace, and the fire crackled as it burned brighter. Only then did the Baron feel warm, though only slightly. To tell you the truth, my ancestors, Jennifer and Leon, had made a rule that only women could rule a Mavet fortress. He looked at the witches who were sitting across from him. They were the only ones in the whole bedchamber. It has been a century since then, and I do not know the reason for this rule, but when I was a child, my mother told me that this rule was made to appreciate the extraordinary contributions Jennifer made to the family. Roy was silent for a while. There was something weird about the rule, but he could not put a finger on it. He poked the back of his head and looked at Ignatius. Do the other family members have this mark behind their heads? The branch families, I mean. I think you know the answer to that. The Baron answered promptly. No, they do not. There were a few of them left in the fortress when I was a child. I was curious, so I went to check on them, but none of them have this mark, and I'm sure of it. Mary told me only the main family has this mark. He looked up at the ceiling with a proud expression on his face. It's a blessing. A lucky mark. A lucky mark? The witches did not expect that answer. They knew the mark was evil, but Ignatius' parents thought it was a blessing. That was ironic. You two don't look so good. The Baron got nervous. Is something wrong with the mark? I did hear you talking about that. I'm sorry, Baron, but Letho and I disagree with you. This mark is not lucky in the slightest. Roy told him about what they knew, and the Baron started to shiver. He said with a trembling voice, if what you say is true, then this mark only appeared because my ancestor was cursed by a powerful mage, and that curse can be passed down to my ancestors' descendants. Their goal is to wipe out my bloodline? What else? Roy said. How can you explain the fact that only the main bloodline ends up with so many deaths? How can you explain the absence of this mark on the branch family's members? How can you explain their great number of members? Ignatius spaced out for a while. He could not imagine that the truth of the mark was so sinister. It was the complete opposite of what his parents told him since he was a child. The mark I'm so proud of is cursed? That's impossible. Why did Mary lie to me? Ignatius plopped down on the sofa, looking dejected. Haven't you suspected anything? Roy's gaze pierced through him. Your family history clearly states that none of your bloodline's members had a good death. Haven't you suspected that mark? It's a flimsy explanation. You call it a lucky mark, but has it brought you any luck? Bad luck, yes. Good luck? I don't think so. Ignatius thought about that carefully, and he realized that he had never been lucky. On the contrary, his family members died horribly, and he had let himself loose since then. He drank too much and destroyed his own health. Witches. Ignatius shook his head bitterly. I might be the Baron of the Orchard, I might be a noble, but I am still mortal. I have never encountered mages or witchcraft before. You can't expect me to link my misfortune to the supernatural. Just because you didn't understand didn't mean everyone else didn't. Baron, there might be a reason why the branch families left. They could have noticed something. Is that so? Why didn't they warn me then? How should I know? Ask your parents. But they're dead. A momentary silence fell on the room. Is this mark really a curse? Ignatius pleaded. How should I break it then? Can you save me? Letho shook his head regrettably. I have never seen such a powerful curse before. The only way to break it is to locate the one who cast it. Witcher. Ignatius suddenly sounded solemn. It has been a century since the days of my ancestor. Is the curse giver even alive? Do not assume. A mage's lifespan is far longer than a mere mortal's. There are many of them who are more than 100 years old. Letho tapped his finger on the table. Baron, that curse giver might be keeping an eye on you somewhere. I did what you asked of me. I gave you the blueprint and apologized to Colgrim. Please fulfill your end of the bargain and find the curse giver. We will help you if you will work with us. Roy paused for a moment. Take us to the bedchambers on the upper floors. Your family used to live there, didn't they? The Baron hesitated for a moment, and he nodded. Do please be gentle. Try not to destroy my family's belongings. All of the servants in Amavit Fortress had gone to sleep, and the Baron had sent away the servant who took care of him. The soldiers who patrolled the fortress were the only ones still awake. Ignatius liked the silence. He took an oil lamp and led the witches out of his bedchamber. The corridor was dimly lit. Most places were shrouded in darkness, save for small patches of ground outside the bedchambers. They were illuminated by oil lamps. The light from the lamp projected their shadows onto the wall. They covered almost the whole wall, flickering like dark phantoms. The chirping of cicadas flowed inside, and quiet sounds of footsteps filled the hallway. A cold breeze whispered along the corridor, sounding like the silent cries of a woman at night. Ignatius stopped outside a room. This was Mary's room. The witches nodded. So the room closest to the Baron belonged to his mother. The door yawned open, and Ignatius went in, looking melancholic. Nobody has stayed in this room ever since Mary died, but the servants would clean it up every week. Do please be careful and don't ruin anything, witches. The room was surprisingly simple and clean. There were no redundant accessories, and a soft bed was facing the wall where Mary's portrait hung from. She looked like she was in her 30s in the portrait. A woman's prime age. Her thick brown hair was tied up in a bun, and she had a slightly long face. Her chin was pointed, and her brows were thin and long. Her eyes were glistening black, and a flower earring the size of a palm hung from her right ear. Her lips were covered in rose-red lipstick, and she had a beauty mark under her right eye. She had a calm look on her face, and she held her head tall and proud. More importantly, she was not in an attire befitting of a noble lady. Instead, she looked open and passionate. She was wearing a laced, sleeveless shirt with yellow flowers on it. It fitted her perfectly. And she was also wearing a ruffled skirt. Vibrant colors jumped across the layers, and patterns of mysterious plants were printed on them. She looked like a mysterious blaze of flames which nobody could turn their eyes away from. She looks like a gypsy, Roy thought. But then he shook his head. There are no gypsies in this world. But Mary really looks like one. Baron, forgive me for being honest, but your mother's beauty does leave an impression. Of course. Ignatius caressed the edges of the portrait, and love appeared in his eyes for a moment. This is the bloodline of my family. She inherited that beauty from grandmother. Any woman in my family is beautiful enough to take part in any beauty contest. Ignatius kept admiring the portrait, while the witches started searching the room. The search was done half an hour later. They went through the bookshelf, closet, dressing table, bed, under the bed, the floor, the walls, and even the spot behind Mary's portrait, but there were no hidden compartments. I knew it. Ignatius heaved a sigh of relief, and he mumbled, Mary knows nothing about this. Be quiet and don't talk. Letho suddenly closed his eyes and listened in silence. Did you find something? The sound of wind. Letho raised a finger and pointed it upward. There's empty space above the ceiling. Yes, there is an attic there, Ignatius answered honestly. Every room has it. The witch nodded. Can we run through them? Of course. Roy came back with a ladder from the storeroom and climbed up to the ceiling. It was 10 feet from the ground, and Roy pushed a trapdoor open before coming into a small, dark room. There was a wooden double bed in the corner, and a window blind was installed on the wall. A gust of cold wind came from outside through the window. There was a red blanket on the bed, and it was covered in dust. There's a bed here. Did Mary sleep here sometimes? He huddled closer to the bed, and the floorboards creaked under his weight, as if it would break at any given moment. Is this some sort of hobby exclusive to nobles? Roy scanned through the attic and noticed a pile of suspicious dust on the floor. It was no mere dust. Roy noticed the smell of human ash coming from it, and it glowed green. I know what this is. Roy's heart skipped a beat. What is a bed doing in Mary's attic? And why does this place have spectre dust? Roy came back down a while later and told them of his findings. This isn't even a tenth of the usual amount. Most of it must have been blown by the wind, but this is telling enough. Letho looked at Ignatius. A wraith made its appearance in Mary's room. How did it manage to infiltrate this place without anyone knowing? The window in the attic. The wraith must have used that to infiltrate the fortress, Roy guessed. But here's another guess. This spectre dust could have come from the banshee who escaped the tomb. She might have returned to her old bedchamber, and someone vanquished her. The witches thought that was a plausible idea. Mary had some obsessions left after she was turned into a banshee, and she came back to her bedchamber, guided by her instincts. However, that posed another problem. Nobody in this fortress is capable enough to vanquish a banshee. Roy was sure about that. He cast observe on everyone. Unless the banshee killed herself. Ignatius was seized by great fear, and beads of sweat drenched his head. He could not believe that a monster was living so close to his bedchamber. Do not worry, Baron, Letho assured him. We do not know who did it, but the banshee is vanquished. It cannot hurt you. No, can you check my bedchamber as well? Witches? Congratulations, Baron Ignatius. Your room is free of wraith activity. Even the attic? Yes, even the attic. We guarantee. Ignatius heaved a sigh of relief, but he needed to get to the bottom of this matter if he wished to have peace of mind. Come with me, witches. Let's get John and Florian's bedchambers checked. There is nothing wrong with your father and son's bedchambers. Ignatius kept moving like a horse who would never run out of stamina. He led the witches to the bedchambers of his grandparents and his great-grandparents. They were the second and third generations of the family. The roosters were crowing when the witches were finally done with the bedchambers. It was already time for the servants to wake. It has been a long night. I shall send some servants to make breakfast immediately. Ignatius yawned, his dark circles getting darker. They had 2 more bedchambers left, but Ignatius was too weak to go on. Roy waved him down. Leave us. Get some rest. We'll ask Grant if we need anything. Witches could do without 1 night of sleep. They were still energized and excited. The witches had searched 7 bedchambers so far, and all of them belonged to the main family. The bedchambers they searched belonged to Ignatius' great-grandparents, grandparents, parents, and son. And of course, there was also his own room. The dust appeared in 3 places. Roy analyzed Mary's attic, the Baron's grandmother's attic, and his great-grandmother's attic. All of the dust was found in the women's bedchambers, but none were found in the men's. Coincidence? I think not. The witches noticed the women's portraits as well. They looked different, but the air they radiated was similar. They had a polite smile on their lips, and their eyes were black and mysterious. This overlap in personality must have been because of how the family was ruled. Women took the role of leaders, and men married into their family. That rule was passed down through generations, but eventually, Ignatius broke it, for there were no other heirs. He was the only one, after all. Roy noticed a pattern here, but he was not sure if that was right. I think we'll find something important once we finish searching Leon and Jennifer's rooms. The door yawned open slowly. An annoying screech and a wave of dust assailed the witches. They quickly slowed down and left the door ajar. Jennifer Very Ears, the founder of the family. Roy looked around the bedchamber. It was like an abandoned antique, and time had ravaged it. The run-down wall was cracked. The ancient floorboards were gnawed away, revealing the black patches underneath, and all the furniture was coated with a thick layer of dust. It was apparent that nobody had cleaned the place in a long time, but there were still shallow footprints on the ground. Someone had come in before. Ignatius doesn't even take care of his ancestors' bedchamber. He probably only cares about his mother. Roy looked at the center of the left wall. Just like the previous bedchambers, a portrait of the bedchamber's owner hung on the wall. Roy went over and wiped the dust away, revealing the face of a beautiful woman. Thanks to their genetics, all the women in Ignatius' family were beautiful, including Jennifer. She stood out like a diamond and attracted everyone's eyes. Stop staring, kid. Check the bookshelf. Madam Jennifer might have records of the curse giver. Letho rummaged through the bedchamber. He did not check the attic. As the first generation of the family, there was no attic in Jennifer's bedchamber, and there would be no spectre dust. The Moon's poem. He took a book out and dusted it off before opening it. When the moon waxes, so will love. The family's founder was a poet. Huh? Roy was not interested in poems, but he did not hate them either. Every young man dreamed of being a bard. They would love to be Jaskier. He was handsome, dashing, talented, and full of stories. He slept with many women all over the world, and one of them was the wife of a duke in Toussaint. I need to learn more about poems and find some that fit Coral's voice. And then, he killed that stupid thought and quickly skimmed through the book for any notes. However, Jennifer had no habit of making notes, and there were only the original words in the books. Let's see. He was about to choose the next book. Winter's Tundra, Temeria's Northern Winds, Ode to Love. All of them are poem anthologies. What should I pick? Roy kept scanning, and eventually he found something interesting. What do we have here? This is a weird book. Eternal Goddess. This is a religious book, isn't it? Roy took the book out. It was a black hardcover scripture, and he remembered seeing it at the Temple of Melitel once. This talks about Melitel. Why did religious book get stuffed with a bunch of poem anthologies? Weird. Roy flipped through the book, and he found something inside soon enough. It was a yellowed and decaying slip of paper with something written on it. The handwriting was beautiful, but the words were getting muddied out. Merciful Goddess, if you exist, please show mercy on your humble believer and heal her aging body. The message was written in common speech, and it was easy to understand. An aging woman was telling Melitel of her desire, but it was unrealistic. The priests would help the needy and the sick, but they could and would not interfere with the aging process. Did Jennifer write this? Was she unable to face the truth? But it won't be easy to treat aging. Roy flipped through the book, but eventually he frowned, for he noticed that a lot of the pages were missing. They were torn out by force, for the parts that were left looked rough. Roy could feel the person's rage when they tore the pages out. Not long after that, he found another piece of paper, but the content was weird. Child of the sun, child of the sun, child of the sun. The words were strongly written and almost pierced through the paper. It was obvious that the one who left this message was agitated. Roy thought pensively, Jennifer left these, and what did she mean by child of the sun? Roy, Letho suddenly shouted, breaking his train of thoughts. Roy put the papers down and quickly went over to Letho. Did you find something? I searched everywhere, but I found no traps or hidden compartments. There is something bizarre here, however. Look. Roy kept looking at Letho's finger as he pointed across the bedchamber. He went through the bed, drawers, closet, and rack. What's so weird about this bedchamber? Looks like Leiter did not teach you anything about women. Letho crossed his arms and shook his head. Here's a hint. Jennifer was not just a woman. She was also a beautiful one. A very beautiful one. But there's something missing in her bedchamber. What are you talking about? Roy held his chin and gave it some thought. And realization struck him. A mirror. Yes. All the bedchambers we went through had a mirror in it, including the men's bedchambers, but there are none in Jennifer's. Don't you find that weird? Letho sounded sure. I've seen this enough times, and I can tell you that every woman needs a mirror no matter how she looks. Unless she doesn't want to see her face in the mirror. Roy answered and gave Letho the papers. If Jennifer did write these, she must have been really old then. Old enough that she didn't want to see her face in the mirror. But she didn't want her beauty and youth to disappear, so she prayed for eternal youth. But that's not possible. Militel would not stop any mortal from aging. Letho was gazing at the messages on the paper. The goddess wouldn't help her, but the child of the sun could. Do you remember what the child of the sun can do? More specifically, what kind of potion can it create? Omnipotent antidote, Roy answered. He had one child of the sun left in his inventory, but he used it back in Brooklyn. There's a second one. And, divine beauty. Divine beauty can add a lot of years to someone's lifespan, and it grants them eternal youth until the day they die. But obviously, Jennifer did not find any child of the sun before she died. She did not get her hands on divine beauty, so that's why she's so deeply obsessed with that. Letho's eyes were shining. I have an idea, Roy. Sometimes. He turned his eyes to the window. The sun was already climbing up through the sky, raining down its golden light to the lands, draping them with a golden blanket. Women can do anything for beauty. Jennifer must have had some secret she didn't want anyone to know about, but we have searched the whole bedchamber. Where could she hide her secret? A mirror, huh? Roy's eyes were glinting as well. If I were her, I'd bury my secret with a mirror. A mirror? Grant looked at the witches in disbelief. He was starting to suspect them of having an ulterior motive. First, they made the Baron look deadly ill, and now they were making an outrageous demand. It has been a century since then. I doubt anyone can find her mirror. Grant would not go against his master's orders, but he could not help in this case. I'm sorry, witches. I do not know where that is. I think it must have been thrown away a long time ago. Look for it. It's important. It might still be in the fortress. Letho said, unsure. You might have to ask the Baron for that, the butler answered sternly. I will inform you once the Baron is awake. The witches did not wake Ignatius up. Letho went to search the Branch family's bedchambers and the basement. While Roy left the fortress, we checked Mary's coffin, so now you have to go back to the tomb and check on the other women. Ignatius' grandmother, great-grandmother, and Jennifer's coffins specifically. See if their remains are still there. The witches went their separate ways. Ignatius had woken up when the witches were done, and he reconvened with them on the top floor. My great-great-grandmother's mirror? Oh, I do remember that. Ignatius took a trip down memory lane. Mary told me about it when I was a child. Jennifer made that mirror herself, and it has a special meaning attached to it. It's kept by the women of the family. Jennifer gave it to her daughter after she died, and she handed it down to my grandmother, then she handed it to Mary. It's a family heirloom. He asked, is something the matter with that mirror? Roy nodded. Where is it? You have seen it before. Ignatius suddenly wore a look of sadness on his face. It's in Florian's room. What? Mary was going to give Florian's room to her next child after he died. She had a feeling the child was going to be a girl, and the mirror was prepared for her. But I never thought the child would die before she was born, and Mary did not make it through the ordeal. Our condolences, Baron. We will lift the curse from you. I hope so. Ignatius took them to Florian's room, and they saw the mirror beside the closet. They checked it before, but nothing was wrong with it. Maybe we checked it the wrong way. Roy went to the mirror. It was taller than a man and rectangular in shape. It was as thick as a palm and curved inward slightly. It had a bronze frame coated in platinum paint, and the mirror was smooth, as if the last 200 years had not taken a toll on it. Mirror. A magical mirror covered in misfortune. The glass and craftsmanship are exquisite. Roy brushed his hand across the mirror and looked at Ignatius. But we can't see anything just by looking at it. Can we open it up? If that's what it takes to lift the curse, then open away. Ignatius gritted his teeth and nodded. Mary is dead, and there are no women in the family now. There's no reason to keep it. Do it. The mirror's glass was only as strong as metal. Letho put it face down on the floor and knocked on its back with his sword. Weirdly enough, the mirror was still fine, even after he stopped knocking it. Something's wrong. The witches exchanged a look and cast Can on themselves, then they cast another sign at the mirror. An explosion happened in the room. An arch shattered the mirror into little glass shards that covered the floor. The witches looked through the mess and noticed a weird protrusion on the ground. What's this? Letho wore a pair of steel gloves and brushed the shards away, revealing a dark brown book to everyone. It was as big as a hand and made of unknown materials. The book was soft but resilient enough not to break no matter how hard it was pulled. Not even the glass shards could leave a scratch on it. The three of them surrounded the book curiously, and Letho read out the almost unintelligible words on the cover. Book of Bones. He opened the first page, and a disgusting stench assailed them. It smelled like a dead corpse that was left to rot and fester for gods knew how long. Ignatius held his throat and retched, while the witches scrunched their noses up. For a moment there, they felt as if the book were a pile of blood and flesh instead of a real book. They powered through it and read the book. The first page had a line of words written in bright red ink, and it spoke of a deadly warning. Those who read this book will be cursed. Their descendants will live lives of misfortune until the day they die. By the gods! Ignatius huffed and puffed as he scuttled backward like a bristling cat. He still had that look of horror on his face despite being already back to the wall. Why did Jennifer have something that evil in her mirror? It was then Ignatius, despite his slow reaction, understood something important. Were witches, are you saying that Jennifer was the curse giver? She cursed her own bloodline? Roy shook his head and sighed. Most sorceresses can't have their own children. If Jennifer was a sorceress, your bloodline would not have existed, and neither would you. She wasn't the curse giver? That's good to hear. Ignatius heaved a sigh of relief. But what the Witcher said next made him nervous again. She might not have been a sorceress, but she was the one who planted this curse. What? A mortal can cast curses too? Be quiet, Baron, Roy said coldly. If I'm correct, the answers to Jennifer's secret, the mystery of the rune on your head, and the misfortune that has surrounded your bloodline are in this book. He looked at Letho, who seemed surprised. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, Letho? Letho's finger hung in midair, and he did not flip to the next page. What are you trying to say, kid? Look at the title. Book of Bones? Bones are usually related to death. And this reminds me of another forbidden practice in witchcraft, necromancy. Most witches would probably know nothing about forbidden practices like this, but Roy used to play a lot of Witcher 3, and he collected the information on isekai'd and his summoning of the caretaker and the black cat and dog during his playthrough of the Hearts of Stone DLC out of curiosity. It was then he noticed a dark practice, geisha, also called demonology. There were a lot of different kinds of witchcraft in this world, but one of them was unanimously forbidden. Anyone who tried to research that would be the enemy of all sorcerer academies, and that practice was called black magic. Black magic included a lot of things, including geisha and probably the necromancy that was written in this book. Letho arched his eyebrow. And where did you hear that from? Did you forget what my bloodline is? I saw parts of it by chance. Well, keep going then. Or are you scared? Roy scanned through the crimson message again, and he felt a chill run down his spine. Witches are sterile. This warning can't deter us. Letho flipped the page, but the thing written on it was not the book's content. Instead, it was a piece of paper scrawled with Jennifer's handwriting. This is Jennifer's private confession. Jennifer left that. Ignatius pinched his nose and came closer. The three men set their eyes on that piece of paper. The more beautiful you are, the more agonizing getting old will be. I used to have skin that glistened like velvet, looks that bewitched the public, and body so perfect it could allure even the gods. But now all of them have become my worst nightmares. My youth is gone, and so is my beauty. I am but an old, fat hag, filled with wrinkles on her face. My dear Leon and children still love me, but alas, I can't say the same for myself. This nightmare is my personal hell, and it is driving me to insanity. Perhaps I might be hallucinating, but I think I saw all my younger servants laughing at me, mocking me. I will not stand for this. I devoted myself to Melitel and prayed as hard as I could, but she never responded. I asked the city's most famous alchemist for help, and he told me of a medicine that can heal all my woes, divine beauty. But alas, I do not have the child of the sun, the most important ingredient for this concoction. I lost all hope. I locked myself in my room, for I have lost all courage to see anyone. I can do nothing but watch as I waste away like the flowers on my windowsill. All the colors have left my world, and I am but an empty husk. However, a surprise knocked on the door in my darkest moment. I looked out the window, and there he was. He looked unassuming, as if he were just an everyday merchant, but he wields powerful and bizarre magic. Words aren't enough to describe it. He proposed an exchange. I will have the spell that shall grant me eternal youth, but in exchange, I will have to pay dearly. I was almost drowning in my own despair, and he was the only sliver of hope I had. I agreed to it. He gave me a book, and there's a little toy in there. A forbidden spell. I did not know what it meant then, but I was willing to pay any price, as long as I did not have to face my old, wrinkled face. I would pay any price, even if it was my soul. The confession stopped there, and then Ignatius gulped. He wanted to say something, but he stopped himself and kept reading as the Witcher flipped the page. A conspicuous line was written in black on the top of the next page. It employed common speech. Mortals do not have the luxury of long lives like elves and dwarves, but they can achieve eternal youth. Necromancy, rebirth. The words were no longer written in red. Instead, they were purely black, like any other book. There were a lot of minute granules mixed in among the pages, and aside from the nauseating stench of rotten meat, Roy noticed a faint scent of ash coming off the pages. This book's pages. Letho tensed up and brushed his hand across the page. It's made out of human skin, and the ink has ash in it. Ignatius put his hands in a prayer, closed his eyes, and muttered, "Human skin? Ink made out of ash? Gods, did the devil himself write this book?" The devil? Roy mused for a moment. He connected that to Jennifer's confession, and a familiar feeling welled up within him. Who was the one that lured Jennifer into this mess? And what did he ask from her in return? Think. We're in the White Orchard, and this book was hidden in the mirror. This feels really familiar, but I just can't remember why. Did someone block my memory out or something? Roy scratched his hair in frustration, and his face fell. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he could feel the answer coming to him. But every time he tried to grasp it, it would slip back into the darkness. Letho patted his shoulder. "Kid, you shouldn't read this if you can't take it." Roy shook his head. He put all his thoughts aside and turned his attention back to the Book of Bones. It was a thin book that only spanned 5 pages, and all the content talked about the spell of rebirth in the practice of necromancy. Verbena, bison's grass, fool's parsley, celandine. Crush all them into a fine dust and dry them out. They will be used to make a concoction. Drown a brain, spectre dust, crow's eye, begartix, and the caster's own blood. They will be used to make the potion for the rune. Make sure no copulation is done. Cleanse your body and soul with a bath made out of the ingredients above. Drink the concoction on the night where the stars and moon are blocked by the clouds. Use the rune potion and implant the sacrifice rune on your wrists, belly, calves, and scalp. Aside from the rather wordy explanation, there were also pictures in the book that illustrated the details of human anatomy and its relationship with magical energy. The more Roy read, the more terrifying the book became. Back at the Temple of Melitel, Coral told him that all spells would need to channel their power into magical energy before they could be cast. Mortals would never be able to cast any spell, even if they mastered the whole process of one, but necromancy broke that rule. To be specific, This spell was made specifically with mortals in mind. Sorcerers had long lives and could change their appearances with magic. They had no need for a spell like this. No wonder this is forbidden. The spell had no need for magical energy at all. Any literate mortal could complete all the steps written in this book. Look at this. Letho pointed at one of the lines in the book. Once the spell is cast, the rune of sacrifice will appear on the caster's partner and one of their direct descendants. The rune will be passed down from generation to generation. This explained the mark on Ignatius and his family. Among the 3 children Jennifer had, Sarah must have been the only one who had the mark on her. After the caster's death, they will turn into a wraith and search for their descendant who bears the mark so they can take over their descendant's body. Realization struck Roy. So that's it. He turned around. I checked the tomb this morning, and your guess is correct. The remains of the women are gone. They must have returned to the fortress as wraiths after their deaths. They wanted to possess their descendants. The specter dust in the attic is proof. Possess their descendants? Ignatius licked his lips. What does that mean, witches? Roy turned around and gave him an eerie look. In other words, Jennifer possessed her daughter after she died, and after her daughter died, she possessed your grandmother. So on and so forth. The matriarchy was set in place not because of Jennifer's contributions, but because Jennifer wanted to make sure her rule over the family would never wane. There was a reason your mother, or Jennifer to be precise, risked her life to give birth to a girl. You can't have children of your own. And you have no daughter, so she had to do it herself. She was trying to create another vessel for her to possess. The source for your family's curse was your own ancestor, Jennifer very ears herself. Stop. Ignatius raised his hand in a hurry to stop the witcher. His forehead was drenched with sweat, and he said with a trembling voice, Grandmother and Mary was. How is this possible? That must be a lie. That's the truth, Baron. Accept it, Roy said coldly. All the women in your bloodline are actually the same person, and it was Jennifer, the founder of the family. No. The Baron let out a scream, and he bumped into the wall before sliding down to the ground. His face was ashen, as if something died in him. Look at this, Roy. Letho pointed at the reminder on the last page of the book. If the caster is a woman, then she can only possess her female descendants. Works the other way as well. Weird. They can't even change their sex, even after their rebirth? Roy mocked. Do souls have anything to do with sex? Who knows? Letho said. Maybe you can ask Leto about that. The ones who bear the mark shall live with misfortune all their lives. They can and will die any time from diseases or accidents. The caster is not exempt from this cycle. Roy mused. So this means if the caster dies without any descendant to possess, they will have to live as a wraith for eternity. The close of the descendant's bloodline is to the caster. The more memories the caster can keep. The members of the family have been marrying people from other families and diluting the bloodline. Less and less of Jennifer's memories would be retained, and she might forget everything about this spell somewhere down the line. Roy wondered if that was the case, but Jennifer was the only one who could answer that, and she was not around. The book ended there, but the witches had to take some time to process what they just saw. Ignatius finally snapped out of the shock, but the fact the person who raised him was actually possessed by his own ancestor upset him. Not to mention, they also had sex. He would probably be his own ancestor if the child was born. But that did not happen. Despair filled him, and he wiped the sweat off his face. Ignatius asked carefully, "At least I know the reason behind my family's bad luck now. Now it's time to break the spell." "Witches, what will you do with the book? It's your ancestor's book. Of course we're giving it back to you." Roy pretended to toss that book to Ignatius. Ignatius wiped his sweat off more and refused. "Please do not jest, Witcher. I will not accept something that evil. I can give it to you. You can do whatever you want with it." "That works, too." The witches exchanged a look. "I'll keep it for the time being." Roy tucked the book in his inventory. He actually had no plans on keeping something this sinister, however. "And then I'll burn it once this whole fiasco ends. We have a problem here." Letho crossed his arms. "The source of this curse is your own ancestor, Jennifer. If we get rid of her, will break the curse, but she has been turned into a banshee and disappeared. According to the book, she'll find her female descendant and possess her after death. But she did not return to a Mavit fortress. Baron, do you have any illegitimate daughters out there? No, the Baron shouted, as if he were stung by a wasp. I have never been with any other woman. My son is dead, and I have no children now. Nor do I have any sisters. Are you sure? I am very sure. Why don't we ask Grant? You'd get drunk a lot, and maybe you lost control during one of your outbursts. The witches went to ask Grant about it, and the butler gave it a lot of thought. The Baron's illegitimate children. I am not very sure about it. You're not sure about it? Ignatius sounded surprised. Have I done anything stupid after I got drunk? Grant looked at the Baron carefully and answered, Sir, did you forget about the thing that happened more than a year ago? You barged into a villager's wedding after you got drunk and forced yourself on the bride, taking her virginity. But it was just once. I don't think she would get pregnant just from that. The witches remembered Grant talking about that when he was under the spell of Odysee. Who was the bride? Where is she now? Ignatius demanded, looking crazed but excited at the same time. He realized that he might actually have a descendant. Thank the gods for keeping the bloodline alive. I cleaned up after you, sir. As I recall, she is the wife of Bram, a villager in the orchard. Her home is in the eastern part of the village, Grant said. To be exact, she's a widow. Her husband has died from an illness. Bram? Roy fell into his own thoughts after hearing that name. Oh, you've heard that name before? Grant explained patiently. Bram is the cousin of the innkeep, Brenna. Brenna? The innkeep? Roy held his head in agony. And then the air around him dropped sharply, the cold covering him with an invisible, icy cape, and the chill grasped his heart. I remember it now. He remembered the day he stepped into the inn and saw the only customer in there. He sat beside the window and disappeared all of a sudden. The answer that eluded him had finally been caught, and he knew who the mysterious person was. The one who made a deal with Jennifer was no sorcerer, and it was no coincidence that Jennifer hid the Book of Bones in the mirror. An ordinary merchant that wandered to the orchard a century ago. And that customer in the inn, could he be Gaunter Odim, the master mirror? The white orchard was basking in the afternoon sunlight, and the clear stream meandered down, going on its own little adventure. The crops on the fields and the succulent fruits on the trees swayed as the breeze brushed across them, while birds sang in the air. It was a different sight on the other side of the village, however. The streets were narrow, squalid, and deserted, while the scarce huts stood haphazardly. Most of the houses were uninhabited, and cobwebs filled them. A look of surprise painted Ignatius' face, and his jaw dropped. What happened to the orchard? Where is everyone? Sir, did you forget what happened last year? Grant whispered. Last year? Oh, right. Ignatius was reminded of that cruel, ludicrous night. He had too much to drink and committed a string of heinous crimes in the village. The villagers were aghast, and they left the orchard. Most of the orchard was deserted after all the death and abandonment left in the wake of the Baron. Ignatius stared down at his hands. He could still see the blood of the innocent on his fingers, and the victim's cries lingered around him. Please do not blame yourself, sir. The peasants did throw slurs and vulgarities at you. What happened was them reaping what they sowed, and you did exempt the remaining villagers' taxes. It's a bit too late to repent, don't you think, Baron? Letho looked at him coolly. If he was there to witness that massacre, Letho might have helped the villagers out, but it was too late for any what-ifs. There was no point in condemning the Baron anymore. Most, if not all members of royalty, had blood of the peasants on their hands. Witches were no judge or jury. They could never dish out punishment for every single crime committed by the aristocracy. Roy knew that witches might not be exactly angels, but they were no demons either. They could only help as much as they could. The group went to the houses located in the eastern part of the village. While they were on their way there, they could see the occasional villager lounging in their yard, looking listless. When the witches first came to the village, the same villager did not even give them a second of her time. It was different when the Baron made his appearance, though. The villager lost her composure and ran back into her house, as if she were a mouse who saw a cat. She also let out a scream that would put any opera singer to shame, and she locked her door tightly. as if a vile beast were facing her. Ignatius let out a sigh, wearing a solemn look on his face. Not long after that, they ran into the same snotty boy they saw last time. He was teasing a stray dog happily beside the warehouse, but when he looked up and saw the Baron, the boy froze. As if struck by lightning, he started trembling, and his chest heaved. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and the boy fell down like a wooden stake blown back by a gust of wind. Ignatius' face fell, though he also seemed a bit awkward. "You don't seem to be well liked here, Baron." Roy suddenly stopped in his tracks and turned around. He then scanned his surroundings quickly, as if he were looking for something. Roy was not acting like himself. He looked like a patient who was out of his mind, and he kept looking around himself. When they went past the inn, he stole glances through the window, but there was nobody besides the innkeep. He did not see the customer he saw last time either. "What are you doing, kid? I thought we figured out what happened." "Why are you looking so nervous?" Letha was getting confused about Roy's actions. "I have a bad feeling about this." Roy tensed up, the look on his face grim. "Is it an omen? Did you feel something?" "Not sure. I hope I'm just feeling things." Roy felt a sense of dread in his heart. When they came near the end of their investigation, he realized that the one who gave the Book of Bones away and taught Jennifer the dark spell to prolong her life unnaturally 100 years ago might be the legendary Master Mirror, Gaunter Odim himself. The Master Mirror might look like a messy, wandering merchant who sold mirrors and little trinkets, but he was actually a demon who came from another dimension. It could change into anyone it wanted. Peasants, farmers, artists, butchers, and even drunkards. The demon would wander across worlds in different skins. Also it could find great customers whom it could sign a contract with. The demon was a master manipulator as well. It would usually show up during its client's darkest hour and make them sign a contract they would never refuse. Contrary to his usual merchandise, the Master Mirror's real products were much more magical. Unlimited wealth, eternal life, steeds that could run like the wind, swords that could slice anything and everything in the world, wineskin that stored unlimited wine, or even a specific help for a specific problem. Anything could be bought, but the demon only accepted one kind of currency, souls. You can have anything you want, but once you have it, you leave your soul behind. Gaunter Odim was only second to the gods in terms of danger level for Roy. "Was that guy we met in the inn Gaunter's manifestation? Has it set its eyes on me and tampered with my memories?" Roy had questions but no answers. Though one thing was for sure, Gaunter would keep a close eye on its possible client for every hour and every day. Roy, however, had no feeling of being watched. "If it was really it, I hope it was just passing by. If that monster has set its sights on me, it's going to be bad news. I'm not powerful enough to fight it yet." The late Bram's house was more like a pigsty made out of wood and hay. There was no one inside at the moment, though the chickens and ducks were making a din in their coop. Ignatius was not a friendly guest. In a hurry to see his only child, the Baron gave his soldiers a look, and one of them kicked the front door open. "Who are you? Don't come any closer," the woman screamed in terror. The Baron shoved his soldiers away and darted into the house, while the witches followed. The house was divided into two parts. Cooking utensils and racks filled with vegetables and items were laid out neatly. There was also a steel cauldron set over fire, and white smoke billowed in the air, slithering out through the wooden window behind it. A gaunt woman was standing on the bed, her back against the wall's corner, as if she were blocking something. Her face was as white as a tombstone, and it was contorted with fear. "Barbarian?" "Yes, it is I, the Baron of the White Orchard." Ignatius' very ears. "Is your name Rena?" The Baron smiled, but it was an ugly smile. He tried his best to speak softly. "Do not worry, I mean no harm. I just wish to see you." "Please, don't come any closer." The woman started shaking, as if she was reminded of a painful past. "I do not need your concern, Baron. We do not welcome you here." She looked back nervously. "Please leave immediately." Ignatius opened his arms and closed in on the woman, ignoring her request. "Enough, Baron." Roy stood between him and the woman. "You will force yourself on a helpless woman in front of us? You promised you would never do it." "Very well. I apologize for my behavior, Madame, I do not wish to scare you. The Baron shrugged, wearing an apologetic look on his face. He slowly backed away, the fat on his body jiggling like jelly. You have a daughter, don't you? May I see her? I would do anything. The Baron craned his neck and emphasized, anything to make up for the damage I did. The woman was standing awkwardly, as if she were protecting someone, and the Baron noticed it. Is there someone behind you? It's her, isn't it? May I have a look? Please. The Baron put his hands together humbly. Ever since he apologized to Colgrim's remains, he had put the dignity of his family aside. The poor girl needs a father, and in my name as Baron of the White Orchard, I shall give her the best of what I have. Wait, did you just say you'd do anything to make it up to me? Something crossed the woman's mind, and her fear disappeared. For a moment there, a hint of insanity flashed in her eyes, but it was replaced by confusion and shock. Ignatius was delighted that the woman was relenting. Yes, anything. You won't be disappointed. All you have to do is forgive me for my crimes and let me take the child. The woman's face turned a little red, and she clenched her hands, which were burly from all the farm work she had to do, tightly. What she said next shocked everyone. Then I would want you to marry me, Baron. Take me and the child into the fortress. Ignatius was surprised to hear that, and so did the witches. Roy wondered if he was hearing things. A woman who was assaulted wants to marry her assaulter? Doesn't she feel disgusted in the least? You would marry me? The Baron eyed the woman from head to toe. She had decent looks and a curvy body. Even though she was wearing the cheapest clothes money could buy and looked like a country bumpkin, it still could not cover up her beauty. I raised the child all by myself after Bram died. I have to spend many hours working in the field and the house, and I have to feed the child. It's only been a year, but my whole body hurts. I'm just one woman. Rena spoke of her life over the past year, and tears glimmered in her eyes. You can take her with you, but you have to take me in as well. She raised her head, looking agitated. I've been a peasant all my life, and I've had it. I've had it with cheap clothes and bad food. I want to have new clothes too. And freshly baked bread and meat. The woman stared straight into the Baron's eyes and raised her head even higher. She shouted with all her might. I want to live the life of a lady. I want you to marry me right in front of your people. I, the Baron of the White Orchard, agree to your terms, Rena. The slight jowls on the Baron's cheeks trembled, but he did not hesitate in giving his answer. Once you and the child are in the fortress, we shall get married. It came as nothing short of a shock for Roy. He massaged his temples, disbelief still painting his face. He's a baron, and she's a village woman, but they got engaged just like that? Not the most shocking thing you'll see in life, kid. You'll run into a lot more of this stuff. A baron marrying the woman he assaulted before is one of the tamer ones. Letho whispered calmly. I've seen someone marrying the person who killed their parents. But she's his victim. And he's her assaulter. Humans are complicated. Do you really think that a woman will actually stay loyal after she marries him? I don't think so. Letho noticed the desire that flashed in the woman's eyes earlier, and he could guess what the woman would do after she became the Baroness. What do you mean? Letho did not answer that question. Let's go. See if we can find any speck to dust here. What happens to Ignatius from now on is his problem, not ours. Honey? Honey, my dear girl. I'm here. A petite baby was lying in the cradle, covered in white cloth. She was about 1 year old, and her skin was fair, her face chubby. She was sucking on her thumb, staring at the stranger before her calmly. The little ruckus that happened earlier did not even faze her. Look at her eyes. They're prettier than obsidian. She's my child, no question about it. She's one of the very Ears family. The Baron extended his hand in delight and pinched the baby's cheek softly. The baby did not turn away at all. In fact, she extended her short, chubby arms at the Baron. The Baron was smiling from ear to ear, and he picked the baby up from the cradle. The infant seemed to like him as well, and she gurgled as he teased her. I promise that she is your daughter, Baron, the woman said gently as she stared down at the ground, as if she were already treating him like her husband. Baron. The witches came back and showed him the spectre dust they found under the mat. See if she has the rune. Yes. Only a member of my bloodline has this. This is my child. The Baron touched the back of the baby's head and patted the child. Witches, why don't we stop here? You can claim your reward right now at the castle, he pleaded. You would break the promise we made and extend your family's curse. Roy approached the cradle, and the baby stopped gurgling. She looked at the one who was coming closer, and the sight of the witcher made her bawl, as if she could feel the malice coming from him. Roy smiled awkwardly and backed away from the baby. Am I that terrifying? He stared at the infant whom the Baron was holding. She was petite, chubby, and adorable. In most cases, she would have been a likable little baby, but honey. Age, 1-year-old. Gender, female. Status, rebirthed. The soul of Jennifer Very Ears, founder of White Orchard's Very Ears family, used a forbidden spell and possessed Honey's body. She's a baby with a soul that's a century old. Roy was put in a dilemma. He could not come up with a plan that could satisfy everyone. What should I do? The only way to break this curse would be to destroy Jennifer's vessel and the wraith she turns into. If we want to break the Very Ears family's curse, this infant must die. He knew that was the case, but he could not bring himself to do it when the time came. She's just a defenseless infant. Why didn't the mutation rob me of my emotions? A deep frown furrowed Letho's brows. He was in a dilemma as well. It would be one thing to destroy a wraith, but another to kill an infant. She's smaller than my fist. The witches looked at each other, and at the same time, they said, "You do it." Silence fell between them. The Baron gritted his teeth and handed the infant over. Look at her, witches. Look at her smile. She's just an adorable little girl. But if you can do it, then do it. I won't stop you. What are you doing, Baron? The woman stood in front of her baby nervously. The look in the eyes of the witches was unnerving her. It's all right, Rena. The witches just want to see if Honey's fine. Ignatius could see that the witches were struggling to finish the job, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Witches, I will end that ludicrous rule and raise her up into a fine lady. Once she's of age, I'll send her to Oxenfurt and keep everything about witchcraft a secret from her. I'll marry her off to a far, far land. She can't remember anything without that book. Things are not that simple, Baron. As long as she's alive. Roy cast a sign and put Rena under hypnosis. He stared straight into the Baron's eyes and said, your family's curse will never be broken, and she's killing your real daughter in a sense. His daughter's poor soul was killed off before she could even grow up. The Baron looked down at the baby he was holding. He said softly but firmly, she's the last of my bloodline. I will do anything for her, even if it means keeping this curse. The witches fell into silence. Why do humans care so much about continuing their bloodline? Roy had no answer to that, but he did not want to kill the baby either, so he came up with an excuse to justify that. Jennifer made a deal with some entity, and that entity could be the Master Mirror. That demon has only ever accepted one kind of currency, souls. If I kill Jennifer off, it would be what the demon wants. Once it has taken Jennifer's soul, it might come for me next. Roy decided to let the unknown entity keep chasing Jennifer around just in case he would be the next customer. He looked at Letho. Letho could understand why he refused to kill the baby, and he nodded. Baron, you are a lucky man. Witches usually never attack humans, especially those who can't defend themselves. We'll spare her. But as for the reward, you won't be disappointed. The Baron looked flushed with delight. I'll double it, 400 crowns, he decided. They came to an agreement, though it was an unexpected one. In the end, the source of the curse, Honey Very Ears, was taken into the fortress, and the Baron would raise her. Once the witches laid claim to their payment, they left the fortress without hesitation. Dusk had arrived, and the light of a campfire illuminated a patch of the wilderness just outside the White Orchard. Roy tossed the Book of Bones into the flames, watching it as the forbidden book turned into ash. Year 1261, August. He whipped his leather journal out and scribbled in it. White Orchard, a Mavit fortress, Very Ears family, a curse. Jennifer Very Ears might have struck a deal with the Master Mirror in her pursuit of eternal youth and life. The price? Her own descendants. He put his quill down and took a deep breath. We're letting him go just like that? There are fates worse than death. Letho hinted, taking a swig of dwarven liquor. Especially when someone has two scheming women staying with him. He's going to end up worse than Colgrim did. Maybe the fortress will be gone when we're here next time, and that is punishment enough. The young witcher slapped his journal shut. I don't understand. Who's the father of Mary's dead child? And who is Florian's mother anyway? I don't see Ignatius' wife anywhere in the fortress. You know the answer to that. You just don't want to admit it. Letho cracked his neck and looked up into the night sky. Remember what the book said? The purer the bloodline, the more memories the caster can keep. I suspect that all the men who married into the family were just a cover. But we should put this behind us. Let's talk about something happier. Letho stopped answering, and he asked, "How much money do you have, kid?" Roy snapped out of his shock. He, too, was interested when it came to money. Ignatius gave us 600 crowns in total. We have 2,800 crowns now. It's enough to buy a small house for the four of us in any capital of any northern kingdom. 5. Colgrim's staying with us. Yes, but we'll need a land that can house a manor if we want to revive the school. We need more money for it. Letho was relieved to hear Roy say that. He thought Roy was a stingy one, but he knew that the money would be all spent if he was the one in charge of the financials. Next it's the materials, and we can start some blacksmithing. Roy looked excited. Not so fast. Letho shook his head. The materials aside, Colgrim was the only one who was on par with the master blacksmith. Serret, orcs, and I can't make a perfect recreation of the school's weapons. We need to find a master blacksmith first. Perhaps I have a solution. Roy went through his memories and found someone who might be able to help. Next stop, Vizima. White Torture Dark, the end.